Chapter 81 The Door of Death. Stop! Not everyone can enter the palace! Yi Xian and others drove outside the palace, and were stopped by the soldiers stationed there. Natasha heard this. Don't you know us? It turns out to be you. The soldier took a step closer, smiled sarcastically, and waved back. The bus was surrounded by soldiers, who rushed out. Sure enough, there is a ghost. Yi Xian frowned. The human emperor has personally issued an order to kill you without mercy upon seeing you. Crazy Blade came from the palace with a long sword in hand, accompanied by the melee mage. Yi Xian got out of the car and drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword. Just you? Master Yi, don't forget the relationship between you and the princess. Crazy Blade said calmly, preparing to use this as a threat. What did you do to her? Yi Xian's leg suddenly softened, and he fell to the ground. Owner! Natasha and others got out of the car, looking nervous. Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. Princess? Crazy Blade's expression changed. He turned around and ran into the palace. Yi Xian and the princess are a community of life. If something happens to him, it means that the princess is in danger and must be supported as soon as possible. Don't even think about passing by me. The melee mage didn't leave and tried to stop Yi Xian, but was knocked unconscious by a punch. Let's go! Yi Xian gritted his teeth and led people to the bus. Stop them! There are so many of us! There is no need to be afraid. Soldiers formed a human wall. Yi Xian stepped on the accelerator. Anyone who stops me will die. With the roar of the engine, the bus suddenly traveled 200 miles and hit the wall of people. Iroh, don't let anything happen to you. Blood flowed from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth from time to time. Bang! Crazy Blade had arrived outside the princess's bedroom and kicked the door open. Princess! The maid who was guarding here almost fainted from fright when she saw the scene in the house. I saw that Ilua's face was pale, and he was hanging in the air with his neck wrapped around his neck. Crazy Blade quickly threw out the long knife in his hand. Your Highness Princess! The rope was cut, and Iroh fell from the air, breathing short. Iroh! The bus was parked outside, and Yi Xian led Natasha and the others in. It's so fast! Crazy Blade lost his weapon and clenched his hands into fists. I didn't kill your friend because you didn't reveal my identity, Yi Xian said, stepping forward and holding Iluo in his arms. Natasha pouted in envy, TCH. Am I dreaming? Iroh's beautiful eyes were clear, mixed with confusion. It's not a dream. I'm here. I'm here to save you. Yi Xian stroked her hair gently. Why are you so pale? Iroh looked puzzled. Natasha heard this. It's not because you sought death and harmed my master, she shouted, her words full of complaints. Sorry, I forgot. Tears flowed from the corners of Iroh's eyes and slid down his cheeks, which made people feel distressed. You are indeed here. The voice came from outside the house. Gu Qing, what grudge do I have with you? Yi Xian stood up holding Iluo and looked over. Outside the house, Gu Qing was walking slowly with more than 30 people behind him. Crazy Blade on the side saw this. Why are the people from the master camp here? Aren't they scattered all over the human race? Of course, it was specially approved by the emperor. Gu Qing put his hands behind his back with a sneer on his face. He continued. Yi Xian, what grudges do you have with me? Do you recognize Ningju? Who is that? Yi Xian was puzzled. Ha ha ha. Hack! Come on! Gu Qing laughed maniacally and cursed angrily. His beloved, his one and only, was so worthless in his eyes. The experts from the 30 expert camps rushed out one after another. Stop! Can't you see the princess is in his hands? The mad knife roared. An expert said. The human emperor has an order to kill without mercy. What? Crazy Blade couldn't imagine that the human emperor would issue such an order. Whoosh! Whoosh! Natasha shot arrows from time to time, and the entire princess's palace was in chaos because of the explosion. Powerful healing technique. Yi Xian restored the injuries for himself and Iluo. Master, everyone is here. Natasha bit her lower lip. The arrows were all blocked by those masters. Yi Xian exhaled. Master camp? He did not retreat but advanced, waving the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand. As the sword light flashed, a master who rushed forward fell to the ground and died on the spot, with a smooth wound on his throat. Hurry up and capture me. You have no chance. The master surrounded Yi Xian. In addition, there are 3 masters running towards Natasha. Really? Yi Xian hugged Iluo and said in a cold voice. Let you see the new skills I just got. On the way here, The summoner level has reached 90. Learn the new skill Death's Door. Why do I have a bad feeling? You can't withdraw. This is the order of the human emperor. The expressions of the experts present changed. The determination of the crazy sword in the distance began to waver. He was filled with shock, knowing that his determination would only waver when faced with an absolutely invincible existence. Death's Door appears. A door slowly appeared behind Yi Xian. Ah ha ha ha. There was a head with empty eyes on the door, laughing sharply. Damn! Hurry up and defend! Puff. The voice was aggressive, and some masters failed to defend in time, and were directly hit hard. Yi Xian's voice was calm. Give you a chance. Those who surrender will not be killed. There are not many people in this world who dare to face the master camp alone. But he is the only one who dares to threaten the entire master camp. Crazy sword. What are you doing standing there in a daze? Do you want to disobey the human emperor's will? An expert looked at Crazy Sword. Don't you think the human emperor has been acting weird lately? Crazy Blade frowned. So what? Our job is to obey orders, the master replied. Yi Xian saw that none of the experts present expressed their opinions except Crazy Sword, and shook his head in disappointment. This is your own choice. The door of death slowly opened, emitting a powerful suction force. Don't get sucked in. Surrender. I surrender. The masters were helpless against this suction force, and dozens of people were sucked in. Wouldn't it be better to surrender to my master earlier? Natasha held a blood-stained arrow, and the master who came to deal with them injured two and killed one. Receive. Yi Xian closed the door of death. He spit out blood. The cost of summoning that thing was not small. Iroh was in his arms, and asked nervously. Are you okay? Can you get up? Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Iroh tried to get up, and found that he was already safe. His face turned red. She actually stayed in his arms for so long. Princess! Princess! Chu Nan ran in, with cold sweat on his forehead. Where's Gu Qing? Yi Xian frowned, and found that Gu Qing was nowhere to be found. An expert suddenly asked, What does it smell like? It seems like oil? Yi Xian smelled it, and the next moment, the fire engulfed the princess's palace. Chapter 82. What happened? Go quickly. Some experts want to rush out directly, but when he was caught in the flames, he couldn't put it out, and was quickly burned alive. Gu Qing was playing the guitar outside. Is this melody beautiful? What should we do? If this continues, we will all die. Some experts frowned. Their mentality is very good, and no one breaks down at this time. It's just flames. Yi Xian summoned a bus that was completely immune to flames. The experts present looked at each other, having never seen such a thing before. It's too late to explain. Get in the car quickly. Yi Xian took Natasha and the others into the car. The experts present were all hesitant. Crazy Blade, on the other hand, walked forward resolutely, with the leader in the lead. The rest of the experts followed closely, and the bus was quickly overcrowded. Yi Xian stepped on the accelerator. Gu Qing, you asked for this. Buzz buzz. The engine roared, and the bus smashed into the wall like a meteor and hit Gu Qing. Kill you! Natasha sat in Yi Xian's arms. Come on! Come on! Gu Qing smiled wildly. And suddenly, there was another person in front of him. It's the human emperor. Eilua, who was beside Yi Xian, had tears in his eyes. Father, the human emperor was controlled by Gu, and it was Gu Qing's fault. Chu Nan was also on the bus and told the truth. So that's what happened. Yi Xian understood. The bus suddenly stopped, only one step away from the emperor. Why don't you bump into me? Gu Qing put away his guitar with a smile on his face. Yi Xian got off the bus. Answer me first. Who is Ningju? You don't deserve to know. Gu Qing's face gradually turned ugly. He stepped forward, and the human emperor took out a dagger he got from nowhere and put it on his neck. Are you going to use him to threaten me? Yi Xian was unmoved. You're weird. You look like a player but not like one. Gu Qing answered the question and walked slowly. Soon, the two were face to face, only half a step apart. Yi Xian put the sword on his neck. Are you not afraid of death at all? He found that Gu Qing didn't even blink his eyes from the beginning to the end, even when he held his neck with a sword. Owner! Natasha had already stepped off the bus, her bow and arrows fully drawn. Death is not important to me. Gu Qing sneered. Father! Wake up quickly! Iroh cried to the human emperor. Gu Qing looked over and said, For the sake of your filial piety and taking off your clothes in public, I will consider letting your father go. Humiliation. This is naked humiliation. Iroh was stunned for a long time before asking, "Is it true? Princess, even if you do it, he can't let the human emperor go. Think twice." All the experts, including Chu Nan, had already stepped off the bus. "It depends on your performance," Gu Qin said with great interest. "Asshole." Yi Xian put away the 7-star Long Yuan sword and raised his hand to hold his throat. Gu Qin smiled crazily and struggled to speak. "Come on! Hurry up and strangle me to death." Not far away, the human emperor slowly wiped his throat with a dagger, and blood flowed out. Yi Xian had no choice but to let go. "Huh? I almost died." Gu Qin straightened his clothes, took out a gun with his backhand, and pierced Yi Xian's eyebrows directly. "Master!" Natasha yelled. Puff. Iroh spat out blood and fainted on the spot. Yi Xian whispered softly, "Powerful healing technique." The wound on his forehead gradually healed. "This isn't going to kill you." Gu Qin took a few steps back and threw away the gun. There was no bullet left. "Master, are you okay?" Natasha was already crying. "Of course I'm fine," Yi Xian said. Iroh recovered, but his face was as pale as a piece of white paper. "Go ahead. Kill him." The human emperor had already stopped wiping his neck and pointed at Yi Xian. "The guards and soldiers have arrived. There are a lot of them, and each of them is strong. We have to find a way to control the human emperor." Crazy Sword couldn't help but said, "In the master camp, what we have to do is not just follow orders, but protect the human race as our own responsibility." This Crazy Blade is right. We have forgotten our original intention. The masters present all regretted it. Kwang Dao struck while the iron was hot. "Helping Mr. Yi is equivalent to helping us save the human race." His determination grew stronger. In this way, Yi Xian gained many more friendly troops. Xinchi was taking care of Ilua, and everyone was surrounded by thousands of guards and soldiers. "I have an idea. Kwang Dao, Chu Nan, you two are ready." Yi Xian held one hand behind his back, and the other hand held the 7-star Long Yuan sword. Fiercely, he released the intimidation. All the soldiers in the audience paused, including the human emperor, whose level was not as high as 120. Up! Chu Nan, the mad swordsman, saw the right moment and went over to catch the human emperor. "We won!" Natasha in the distance cried with joy. On the roof nearby, Gu Qin stood there at some point. "Tell me, who won?" He turned around and left, and the bomb that had been hidden on the human emperor exploded violently. The next day, early morning, after a series of rescue operations, the human emperor survived, but his lower body was missing. Fortunately, the goo insect died. Main hall. Everyone who could come came. Even Sikong Xiu was not absent and stood aside. The human emperor looked much more haggard than before. "Thanks to you this time." He looked at Yi Xian standing below, his heart full of sighs. "You're welcome." Yi Xian cupped his hands casually. "Human emperor, please deal with me." Chu Nan knelt beside him. "For the sake of your ancestors, I will not embarrass you, but I will take back the white armor," human emperor said. Soon, Chu Nan's white armor was taken back. Yi Xian pondered for a while. "Human emperor, he is just being used by others. Brother Yi, there is no need to plead for me. Even if I die, I will not be able to make up for my debt to the human race." Chu Nan has already thought a lot. "Human emperor, the wedding ceremony is ready." A guard suddenly came over and knelt down. It was originally planned to marry the princess to Chu Nan, but now it was blown. However, the human emperor had other ideas. He stared at Yi Xian and suddenly laughed. Natasha was standing behind with Xinchi, but now she stood up and said, "Old man, what do you want to do?" She pouted her little mouth and looked very unhappy. "No rudeness." Yi Xian raised his hand and knocked Natasha on the head. "This is the main hall, and that is the head of the clan, so he must be given some face. I wonder if Lord Yi is interested in becoming a consort." The human emperor smiled kindly. Iroh stood beside him, blushing furiously when he heard this, and lowered his head shyly. Snort. Natasha was unhappy. None of the civil and military officials present dared to make a sound. But Chu Nan, who was kneeling there, let out a long sigh. Yi Xian cupped his hands and said, "Let's forget it in advance. I have no plans to marry yet." I declined politely. Everyone present knew this. Iroh's eyes gradually turned red, and he seemed unable to accept it. So he turned and ran away. Xinchi, who was standing behind Yi Xian, breathed a sigh of relief inexplicably. Chapter 83 Difficulty 5 stars. The human emperor was silent for a while. Then let's forget it for now. He then rescinds the order to deal with the players. In addition to sending aid to the peace village, Yi Xian was given the title of God of War to protect the country. Since ancient times, very few people have been able to obtain this title. The next day, the headquarters of the Awakening Alliance was besieged by the human race. And all the masters from the master camp were there. Everyone, follow me! The mechanical maniac took charge of the garrison and headed straight to the warehouse. Grown-ups, when we arrived at the warehouse, a member with a big belly was lying here, with marks on his belly that had been sealed by stitches. The mechanical fanatic led people over. What's going on? The door of the warehouse was open, and all the bloodstones stored inside were gone. It's Gu Qing. He led his people to rebel, stole the bloodstone, and returned it. As the man spoke, he suddenly vomited blood. What else happened? The mechanical fanatic's voice was full of urgency. The man's belly gradually turned red, and there was a rapid dee-dee, beep, beep, beep sound coming from inside. Boom! A strong explosion swept out. It turned out that Gu Qing had sewn a bomb into the man's stomach. This thing can make the world really chaotic. Gu Qing has already led nearly 100 people away from the Awakening Alliance headquarters. He held a bloodstone in his hand and ate it, a red light flashing in his eyes. Boss, all the bloodstones and instruments have been taken away by us. Can the Awakening Alliance let us go? Asked the man on the side. I won't let them go. Gu Qing smiled grimly. The weather suddenly changed and became cloudy. Yi Xian was driving a bus, taking Natasha and the others out of the palace and heading towards Heping village. Xinchi was sitting in the passenger seat. I feel so pitiful for the princess. As a girl, being rejected in public was something I simply couldn't accept. Just be more open-minded. Yi Xian touched his eyebrows involuntarily. Master, what are you touching? Natasha in her arms looked curious. Nothing. Yi Xian put his hand down. He almost died from being shot in the head. With his blood volume. He shouldn't have done so. The rain poured down and mist arose. Natasha took a bag of snacks. I can't see anything anymore. Boom! The bus was suddenly smashed into the ground. What's going on? Xinchi took out the staff. What a strength! Yi Xian looked at the roof of the bus. There was a very large fist mark there. If the bus hadn't been strong enough, it would have ended badly. He turned and frowned. The engine and tires are broken. We have to summon another one. Wait a minute. You might be attacked if you go out. Xinchi couldn't help but say. At this moment, something huge passed by the window. But it was difficult to see clearly because of the rain and fog. What are those? The potato chips in Natasha's hand fell to the ground. I remember there is a village nearby. I will go there later. Yi Xian pondered for a while, closed his eyes, and rested his mind. This place is very close to the Wailing Forest, so it's best to figure out what it is in case something unexpected happens. The rain stopped. The sun breaks through the rain and fog and illuminates the earth. Yi Xian dispersed the broken-down bus and summoned another one. Let's go! After getting on the bus, the three of them headed straight to the village. Son, how can Mom live without you? Why? As soon as I arrived outside the village, I heard wailing and sighing. Yi Xian got out of the car. Fellows, what happened? There were several old people sitting at the entrance of the village, grieving. Monster! Such a big monster! An old woman cried bitterly. Yi Xian looked at Natasha and the others who were walking down and walked into the village. There were no footprints, but there were signs of damage. There were no intact buildings in the entire village. Master, why don't we leave quickly? Natasha was a little nervous. Do not be afraid. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed her head. The village has become a dead village, with only a few old people remaining at the entrance of the village. This is so weird. Do you want to investigate clearly? Xinchi tried to ask. Well, it may affect Heping village. Yi Xian nodded lightly. Suddenly, the little golden dragon in his arms bit him. Yi Xian took out the food and gave it to it. I just know how to eat. I didn't see you helping me when I was about to die last time. The little golden dragon seemed angry when he heard this and bit his belly hard. Pain. Yi Xian gritted his teeth. Master, what's wrong with you? Natasha stepped forward quickly. Nothing. Yi Xian waved his hand. And after a long time, the little golden dragon was willing to give up and let go of his mouth. A voice came from behind. Crying alone. True love. Damn. #1 in the server? It was a team that killed Matt that I had seen before. 6 of them came, and they were watching him warily, getting ready for battle. You still dare to appear in front of me? Yi Xian asked. We're here to deal with monsters. The leader among them had colorful hair and cold sweat on his forehead. Yi Xian's heart suddenly moved. But monsters that appear when it rains? Yes. It was accompanied by rain and fog when it appeared. It was hard to see clearly. Shammat answered. Is it possible that you are two? The leader took 2 steps forward and said, The enemy of the enemy is a comrade in arms. Who is your comrade? Do you have the exact whereabouts of that monster? Yi Xian shook his head gently. The leader said, I am the vice captain of the team. We don't have to say goodbye yet. So don't leave. The vice captain said and found that the person had walked away. What on earth are you going to do? Yi Xian paused, a little impatient. The vice captain replied, We can cooperate and deal with that huge monster together. It means that if you had me, I will be ranked first in the entire server? Yi Xian hugged his shoulders. His strength is already ahead of the rest of the server, so there is little point in them coming to help. Don't be like this. We can help, the vice captain said quickly. For example, a shoulder rub. Beat the legs. 2 discerning men walked up to Yi Xian and gave him a massage. Natasha stamped her feet. These should be things I do. You can stay, but you have to explore the way ahead. Yi Xian hesitated a little. No problem. The vice captain looked surprised when he heard this. Soon, a group of people left the village following the traces of monster damage. Where will it be? Natasha looked around with a telescope. Xinchi, Natasha, you two go back and guard the village. Yi Xian summoned a self-driving car. But? Be good. The village needs you. Yi Xian interrupted Natasha. Xinchi stepped forward. Sister Natasha, let's go. Listen to your master. The 2 of them left. And not long after, only Team Shamate and Yi Xian were left. Look, there's a dark cloud over there, the vice captain said suddenly. Yi Xian frowned and drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword and walked over there. The vice captain and others followed closely behind. They had already contacted the entire team and were all heading here. In the distance, you can see rain and fog. A huge giant monster was walking slowly inside. Super mutant monster. 5-star difficulty? The vice captain used the game interface to check the enemy, and his jaw was almost dropped in shock. Is it considered a boss? Yi Xian asked. Chapter 84 The Terrible Boss. Calculate. The vice captain nodded vigorously. Yi Xian chuckled. It's finally here. Unexpectedly. The boss that I was thinking about was outside the Howling Forest. Why don't you wait first? People from our team will be here soon. The deputy captain followed. No rush. Let's test it out first. Yi Xian put away the 7-star Long Yuan sword and took out a long bow. Ah? The vice captain was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Brothers, stay with me in front. Whoosh. Yi Xian shot an arrow and headed straight for the huge monster. The deputy captain led the charge. But he saw that the arrow hit accurately, and then the huge monster disappeared without a trace. The rain breaks and the sky clears, and the sun shines on the earth again. Yi Xian frowned. Do you have detailed information about the monster? The one-armed giant ape has hundreds of billions of blood and is an emperor-level boss. It is accompanied by rain and fog when it appears. It has a chance of teleporting after being attacked from a distance. After checking it out, the vice captain looked desperate. 100 billion? Yi Xian frowned. I still remember that before I entered the game world, my blood volume was 3 million. The difference is tens of thousands of times. What should I do? Even 100 guild presidents can't defeat us. The Shamate behind him said. Yi Xian asked. Speaking of which, I still don't know what grudge you have against that monster. It was the NPC girl that our president finally caught up with. But she was eaten alive by the monster. The vice captain explained. So that's it. Yi Xian looked stunned. Look, the monster is in the Wailing Forest. Shammat on the side shouted. Yi Xian looked over. There's no time. Get in the car quickly. An express bus was released. He took everyone in, and then started. Buzz buzz. The engine roared, and the speed exploded instantly. Damn it. Why are there vehicles in the game? And so fast. The Shammats all marveled. Yi Xian went straight to the Wailing Forest. Don't let anything happen. What he is worried about now is not Peace Village, but Natasha and the others. That direction. It was the direction Natasha and the others were heading towards Peace Village. What should I do? I can't see anything. On the other side, Xinchi, who was in the car, looked out the window, her heart beating fast. Is this car broken down? Natasha frowned. Loss of direction. Unable to drive automatically. The car was spinning in circles, and a voice came over the radio. Shinji locked the doors and windows. Will we die here? No. Absolutely not, Natasha said firmly. The sound of heavy footsteps came, and a huge figure loomed from far to near. It's a monster, Shinji whispered softly. Big stupid car. Hurry up and leave. Natasha slapped her hand on the steering wheel of the car. The monster got close enough to see what it looked like. It is a huge ape with only one arm, and its fist is as big as a hill. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Natasha opened the car door. What are you going to do? Come back quickly. Shinji's eyes trembled. Natasha strung her bow at the one-armed giant ape. I will definitely protect Sister Shinji. Whoosh. Swish. Swish. Boom. Arrows shot out wildly. After hundreds of arrows were fired, Natasha had no strength left. She looked at the unharmed one-armed giant ape with confusion in her eyes, wondering why such a powerful creature existed. Roar, the one-armed giant ape came over and punched him. Natasha closed her eyes in fear. At the critical moment, she felt a gust of wind blowing in front of her. What a big guy! The voice came. It was Sue Daji. She stopped in front of Natasha and blocked the blow. Shinji got out of the car. Are you okay? You guys leave quickly. Sue Daji's eyes overflowed with energy, and the 9 tails behind her grew larger. She spurted out blood and suffered a lot of internal injuries just now. Little fox demon. I have a moment, the one-armed giant ape suddenly said. Don't think being big means you're great. Each of Sue Daji's 9 tails condensed a magic ball, and then they gathered together and blasted out with all their strength. The one-armed giant ape was driven back. Natasha saw this. Auntie, I will come to help you soon. Seeing that Sue Daji was just an outline, she subconsciously called out, Aunt? The shadow of Sue Daji's tail suddenly doubled in size and danced in the air. She released a black magic ball. I'm not an ant! Boom. The one-armed giant ape was hit by this blow and lost a lot of blood, which happened to trigger the teleportation. Sister! Sister! Natasha swallowed hard when she saw Sue Daji looking over. The monster disappeared and the rain and fog dispersed. Are you guys okay? Yi Xian arrived in a bus, quickly got out of the car, and walked over. Natasha's eyes turned red, and she threw herself into his arms. Master. Be good. Stop crying. It's my fault. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with guilt. I originally thought that letting them go back would be considered a form of protection, but I didn't expect this would be the result. Where are the people? Shinji suddenly looked around. Sue Daji has disappeared. She left, and for some reason, she didn't want to see me. Yi Xian shook his head slightly. Sue Daji looked at him from the tree in the distance. Who wants to see you? Her cheeks were red, and her beauty amazed the world. And this touch of red was the icing on the cake. Okay, let's go back to Hepping Village first and make a long-term plan. Yi Xian has comforted everyone. After getting on the bus, everyone headed straight to Hepping Village. That monster is so scary. Natasha was still in Yi Xian's arms. All the brothers from my team are here. Where can we meet? The deputy captain asked. Yi Xian replied. Just Peace Village. As a side note, how did you become a lord? It's amazing, isn't it? The vice captain showed admiration. So far, he is the first to become a lord. It's just a coincidence and good luck. Yi Xian disagreed. Peace Village. After a period of absence, this place has become more prosperous and is almost becoming a small town. Brother, you are finally back. That girl Yuner is almost going crazy looking for you. Qian Duo and Lu Han were at the entrance of the village and came to greet them. Yi Xian got off the bus. What is she looking for me for? Let's not talk about this for now. You should quickly set up defenses. Brother, we have a city wall now. 1/2 meter thick and 3 meters high. Qian Duo pointed behind him. The village has been surrounded by stone bricks, and the huge city wall is very strong. Make it 3 meters thick and 10 meters high, Yi Xian said directly. Huh? Okay. Okay. Qian Duo was stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Although I don't know why it is so exaggerated, but as a younger brother, I just do it, the deputy captain said. Brothers, let's go help. What about the bald captain? Ask him to bring people over to help, Yi Xian said, and a figure approached instantly. Before he could do anything, the figure stupidly ran into his arms, making him dizzy. I said. Do you also like my elder brother? Xian Duo asked, looking at Yuner, who was confused in Yi Xian's arms. Chapter 85. Not just any flowers. Stop dreaming. You will only fall in love with him if you are blind. Yuner is still confused. She has a lot of hatred with Yi Xian, and thinks he is a bad man. Xian Dui said, Ah! I will tell your lady this. Why are you so despicable? Yuner woke up instantly. Feng Shui is changing. Come to my house today. Xian Duo is so mean. What do you want? Yuner bit her lower lip and formed 2 dice in her hand. Xian Duo rubbed his chin and thought. It's hard to say. Why did you come to see my brother? I already have an idea of what I want him to do. Yuner looked at Yi Xian with a malicious smile. Then my request is to offset your request for my eldest brother. Xian Duo said immediately. You? Yuner's eyes widened. Xian Duo chuckled. Not happy? Then I have to find your lady. I agreed. Yuner turned around and left angrily. Ahem. Don't be stunned. Help build the city wall. Yi Xian knew that he had avoided an unnecessary disaster. When the entire Shamat team arrived, the city wall was built in 1 day. Captain! Stop crying! Captain Shamat sat on the city wall, and the deputy captain went over to comfort him. The captain cried louder. Actually, I'm not that strong. I just like to show off. So handsome. Their fur is colorful. Inexplicably, Shamat was very popular among the orc girls in the village. Brother, will they abduct all the villagers? On the other city wall, Xian Duo was unsure. 90% of the residents of Peace Village are female orcs. Yi Xian shrugged. Let's get through this period first before talking about anything else. Brother, you haven't said what happened yet. Xian Duo looked puzzled. When he learned about the one-armed giant ape, his legs softened and he sat down directly. Oh my god. That is the Emperor-level boss. The boss closest to the Demon King. I originally wanted to hunt it, but I was worried about Hepping Village and couldn't get away. Yi Xian looked helpless. This? Xian Duo's mouth twitched. Hunting the Emperor-level boss alone. Only my eldest brother dared to say this. He turned to ask. What does that monster look like? Is it scary? It's just a gorilla. How can it be so scary? Yi Xian vaguely saw it and shook his head gently. Chimpanzees? Xian Duo swallowed and spit. If you dare to say that to an Emperor-level boss, will he get angry and hit you? Yi Xian suddenly made a discovery. You guard the village. I will be back soon. Aw? Brother, don't leave me. Xian Duo was shocked. Before he could say anything more, Yi Xian in front of him had disappeared. Next to the small river near Hepping Village. Su Daji is treating the wound here. She blocked the attack of the one-armed giant ape and not only suffered internal injuries, but also had several wounds on her hands. It's so annoying. She cleaned the wound and looked up to the sky. Lo. Looking at it this way, I happened to see a head sticking out. It was Yi Xian. Su Daji turned around and swept Tang's leg. Yi Xian stumbled and pressed directly towards her. Xian Duo, who was on the city wall, happened to see the scene. My mother. No wonder that aunt came to help Hepping Village. It turns out that I have this kind of relationship with my eldest brother. Damn it! Su Daji was pressed under Yi Xian. Her face turned red. It didn't work either to push her or to hold her up just now. This situation happened inexplicably. Yi Xian stood up awkwardly. It was you who tripped me. You? His. Su Daji raised her hands angrily, with tears in her eyes. What's wrong? Yi Xian quickly checked and found the injuries on her body. You don't have to worry about it, Su Daji said. Turned around and wanted to leave. Yi Xian raised his hand and said, I am a priest and can help you heal your injuries. He grabbed the tail just in time, and it was soft and soft, like a marshmallow. Don't pull my tail. Su Daji stamped her feet angrily, turned into a human form, and disappeared instantly. Why are you leaving? Yi Xian looked helpless. A man grabbed his tail. Su Daji arrived at a tree hole in the Wailing Forest, where she had been living these days. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Suddenly, it started to rain and fog. Here we come! Yi Xian has returned to Hepping Village, looking at the approaching dark clouds, clenching his fists. Old boss! Are you the boss? Xian Duo's legs were shaking. His body was trembling, and his voice was broken. Yi Xian nodded lightly. That's right. Can we beat it? Xian Duo suddenly turned bitter. Yi Xian replied. It has special characteristics. it will have a chance to teleport away after being attacked from a distance. Brother is saying, use this characteristic to get rid of it? Qian Duo's eyes lit up. Stupid. I told you not to use long-range attacks, so that it can run away. Yi Xian waved his hands and left. Forehead. Qian Duo opened his mouth wide. Boss. He actually wanted to kill the one-armed giant ape. Rain and fog are gradually approaching. The wolves guarding outside fled away, not daring to approach. The Wolf King howled. Ouch! The wolves ran towards it one after another and gathered in a group. The one-armed giant ape walked straight towards Heping village. It would go wherever there were people or buildings. Brother, the strategy says that all Emperor-level bosses are subordinates of the Demon King. There was so much money on the city wall. In other words, it has something to do with the Demon King? Yi Xian held the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand. Qian Duo nodded vigorously. The rain and fog were approaching, shrouding the entire Heping village. Bang bang. Heavy footsteps gradually approached, and the wind began to blow. The big trees fell down one after another. When they stopped, the one-armed giant ape was already outside the city wall. Yi Xian jumped away. Big guy! I want you to be buried here. Those who dare to hurt me are unforgivable. Innocent! I will destroy you all with the order of the Demon King. The one-armed giant ape sneered. It punched, and Yi Xian took the opportunity to turn over and stand up. Brother, be careful! Qian Duo looked frightened. The one-armed giant ape is 13 meters tall and extremely powerful. If it is hit, it will be dead. Yi Xian ran up the arm of the one-armed giant ape. Approaching the head, he waved the sword in his hand. Roar! The one-armed giant ape roared and grabbed Yi Xian with his backhand. Qian Duo shouted loudly. Brother! Boom! Yi Xian was thrown back, with wounds all over his body. Qian Duo ran over, knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Brother, I will avenge you. I'm not crying my eyes out. Yi Xian used 2 powerful healing techniques on himself and then stood up. Ahem. What should we do now? Qian Duo coughed awkwardly. Boom. The one-armed giant ape has begun to attack the city wall. Yi Xian ran over there. Let the civilians go home. And the combatants get ready? Yes. Qian Duo responded. I am not just any flower. I want to bloom for her. Someone rushed towards the one-armed giant ape along the city wall. It was Captain Shamat, with high explosives strapped around his body. Chapter 86. 3 visits to the thatched cottage? Boom. Captain Shamat jumped into the mouth of the one-armed giant ape and detonated the explosive. Yi Xian gave a thumbs up. That's enough. Man. Roar! The one-armed ape takes a lot of damage. The killers came one after another, with explosives strapped to their bodies to explode themselves. This troubles the one-armed giant ape. Yi Xian took the opportunity to climb on his back and stabbed the 7-star Long Yuan sword with all his strength. Blood splattered. The one-armed giant ape roared in pain and grabbed it with its backhand. Yi Xian exerted his strength and slashed downwards. After a while, a long wound appeared on the giant ape's back. Qian Duo saw this. Brother, you are so awesome. His butt was suddenly kicked by Yuner, who came over. Are you a cheerleader here? Come over and help. Go forward. Qian Duo drew out his pure gold sword and rushed over. Snapped. The one-armed giant ape swung his arm and smashed him into pieces. Yuner stuck out her tongue. Then I'll see you at the resurrection point. She rushed forward. I'm so useless. Natasha was in the house, hugging her legs on the bed. Unable to attack from a distance, she was like a cook without a kitchen knife. Unable to do anything for the time being. Shinji walked in. Your master asked me to make meat buns for you. Thanks. Natasha's eyes flashed. Ready to go. Bang, they ate the buns. And from time to time, the sound of the city wall being attacked could be heard in their ears. Are you a flea? The one-armed giant ape had no choice but to do anything to Yi Xian, who was on him, and was extremely angry. He attacked the city wall with all his strength. Don't try to stop me. I will destroy this village. Don't even think about it. Yi Xian scurried back and forth on it, his clothes stained red with blood. Yuner has died, and the only one who can still fight now is herself. Ouch! The Wolf King led the wolf pack like a tie to help. The one-armed giant ape kicked him away with his backhand, and nearly 100 wolves were instantly reduced to pieces. Grass. The Wolf King rarely used foul language. Can this thing be beaten? It's simply a bug. Yi Xian yelled. Is there anyone alive? How much health does he have left? One-armed giant ape. 8306-400-0000. The system responds. There are more than 800 billion left. Yi Xian frowned. If you continue, I'm afraid I won't be able to kill him even if it takes 3 days and 3 nights. Although I can persevere. The city wall cannot. Roar, the one-armed giant ape has already killed Red Eye, killing most of the attacking wolves. I go first. The Wolf King left with the remaining wolves. Yi Xian frowned. It's a pity that I am a priest now. If you are a mage, you can have more powerful output, teleportation and so on. But there are benefits to being a pastor. While he was thinking about it, he was hit by the one-armed giant ape. Yi Xian was smashed into the ground. Green light flashed around his body, and he was alive and kicking again within a few seconds. Hateful! The one-armed giant ape was so angry that he felt like he was being treated like a monkey. Are you angry? Yi Xian came to its head and stabbed it hard. You can't kill me because you are just a small human being. The one-armed giant ape's voice was so loud that every word could make the ground shake. Yi Xian murmured softly. But if you keep using it like this, who will die? The city wall is already full of cracks. If it continues, the peaceful village will not be protected. We must find a way to divert its attention. The one who will die will be... The one-armed giant ape was startled. It has reacted. If it continues, it will definitely die. It seems that you have figured it out, Yi Xian said softly. You underestimate me. The one-armed giant ape roared. It hit hard, and the wall collapsed. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed, and he withdrew the 7-star Long Yuan sword forcefully. The one-armed giant ape sneered. You care about this village, right? Then I will destroy it. There are many lice, but it doesn't itch. It doesn't matter anymore. I'll just keep running after that. Natasha! Yi Xian yelled. Whoosh! Whizzing. Natasha rushed out of the house in an instant, shooting arrows wildly. As early as when the city wall was being built, Yi Xian had told him to shoot arrows whenever the city wall was breached. Use the characteristics of the one-armed giant ape to drive it away. All the arrows hit and exploded one after another. The figure of the one-armed giant ape disappeared. The rain and fog dispersed, and the sun illuminated the world. Sister Natasha, you are great. Shinji couldn't help but say, where's the master? Natasha froze on the spot. Yi Xian disappeared, along with the one-armed giant ape. She jumped onto the city wall and glanced around, but she couldn't see the clouds at all. Xian Duo rushed to the village entrance on Yunner's motorcycle. We are back. You fat pig. Get out of here quickly. You're going to damage the car. Yunner kicked him out of the car. The master is missing, Natasha said with red eyes. Don't worry. It'll be okay even if there's an accident. Yunner couldn't help but say, as a player, you can be resurrected after death, but your equipment may be dropped or damaged. As everyone knows, Yi Xian is a human being who has traveled to the game world. Whether he can be resurrected is still unknown. A certain rainforest. A drop of rainwater slipped from the leaves on the tree and dripped onto the lips of the person under the tree. Yi Xian opened his eyes suddenly. Where am I? He only remembered that he teleported with a one-armed giant ape, and then fainted. Cuckoo. Strange bird calls came from deep in the rainforest. My body hurts so much. Yi Xian sat up and frowned. Why is the one-armed giant ape missing? Could it be that he was thrown off during the teleportation? Quack. Came the voice. Yi Xian looked over and saw that it was a jet black frog. It threw the 7-star Long Yuan sword. It's probably quite toxic. A precise hit, and the frog split into 2 halves. Just as he was about to go over and take a closer look, the little golden dragon rushed over first and swallowed the frog. You stupid dragon. That's poisonous. Spit it out. Yi Xian went over and patted the little golden dragon on the back. He frowned. Hurry up and vomit. The little golden dragon was a little annoyed by being photographed. Just one click. Hiss. Yi Xian was bitten on the wrist and gasped in pain. The little golden dragon got into his arms. You're a scoundrel. You don't know what's good or what's bad. Yi Xian found that the wound was black and felt helpless. Casting a powerful healing spell on himself, he put away the 7-star Long Yuan sword and started walking in the rainforest. It must be dangerous here if there are poisonous frogs. Is there anyone? Yi Xian yelled. No response. You have to climb a tree first. Hearing the sound of a monster running towards his ears, Yi Xian climbed to the top of a nearby tree. He looked around and found that there were big trees everywhere, and he couldn't tell where he was. I suddenly felt hungry. The attracted monster was a wild boar, walking around under the tree, seemingly wondering that it couldn't find its prey. Yi Xian jumped down and pierced its throat with his sword. After a while, he ate fresh roasted whole pig, and the aroma filled the air. A man came running from a distance. Jianghu, help! Why is it you again? Yi Xian looked over and saw that it was a programmer he had met twice before. Chapter 87, Galaba Rainforest. The programmer was also surprised. Yi Xian stopped him. You can eat pork if you want, but you have to tell me who you are first. Look! Look! UFO. The programmer points to the horizon. Yi Xian stared at him intently and hugged his shoulders. I've seen Superman myself, so even if there were UFOs, it wouldn't be a surprise. It's so hard to fool. The programmer muttered. Tell me quickly. Yi Xian took a step closer to him. The programmer raised his hand. Don't get excited. It sounds a bit ridiculous, but in fact I am a human being. Of course I know you're human. Yi Xian frowned. I mean, I am a real human being. The programmer said quickly. Have you traveled to the game world? Yi Xian thought of something and his heart moved. The programmer nodded. That's right. He let out a long sigh. He was typing the code when he entered this world inexplicably. Interesting. What are you going to do? Yi Xian pretended to be casual. Of course, I want to find a way to go back. From what I see, if there is a way to get in, there must be a way to go back. The programmer looked solemn. What can you do? Yi Xian asked. The programmer's eyes flashed. I'm still looking for this. Does that mean there isn't one? Yi Xian was speechless for a while, then cut off the whole hind leg of the roasted pig and handed it to him. Thank you. I haven't eaten for several days. The programmer ate hungrily. Why are you so miserable? Yi Xian was puzzled. Not to mention that he was always hungry. Just his beard and dirty body were enough to prove his misery. The programmer let out a long sigh. This world is too dangerous. There is nothing we can do about it. Do you know where this is? Yi Xian asked while eating. Galaba Rainforest. The programmer replied. Do you know the way out? Yi Xian asked again. The programmer pondered for a while. I have been lost here for 3 days. If I had known, I would have gone out long ago. Okay. Then you can come with me. Yi Xian rubbed his eyebrows. I have never heard of this rainforest, and I guess it is far away from the Wailing Forest. After finishing the pork, he put the rest into his backpack and put out the fire. Rumble. Clouds filled the air. Not good. Yi Xian drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword with his backhand. When the programmer saw this, it's just raining. What are you doing with a weapon? I thought there was a monster. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly, inexplicably thinking of the one-armed giant ape. It started to rain. I know a place to take shelter from the rain. What the hell are you talking about? The programmer said, his mouth wide open. A rain shelter was summoned. Why don't you come in and take shelter from the rain? Yi Xian went in and sat down. The programmer walked into the rain shelter. This game is so awesome, isn't it? Can you also summon a pavilion? It's just that the profession is quite special. I have an idea to get out quickly, and I need your help. Yi Xian raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Why do I have a bad feeling? The programmer swallowed and spat. Not long after, the rain passed and the sky cleared. Are you ready? Yi Xian asked. The programmer was strapped to the launch chair and struggling. He yelled, Where did this come from? Ahem. You will be launched to an altitude of 10,000 meters in a moment. Pay attention to the route out of this rainforest. Yi Xian coughed lightly and started the launch chair directly. Whoosh. Like fireworks. The programmer flew up on his chair. He yelled, I'm afraid of heights. Gradually, we reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. Don't waste your opportunity. Yi Xian shouted. Soon! The programmer descended from the sky. The parachute on the chair opened on its own, and finally fell steadily back to the launcher. ABA. The programmer was a little confused and foaming at the mouth. How are you? Yi Xian tried to ask. The corners of the programmer's mouth twitched, and then he fainted. It's so heavy. Yi Xian walked with the programmer on his back for a long time and found a small river. Several fish were jumping in the river and swam away quickly when they saw them. Just looking for help from the river god. Yi Xian whispered and threw the programmer into the river. The water here is freezing cold. The programmer was instantly awakened by the cold. Do you want to freeze me to death? He quickly went ashore, shaking violently. It's strange. Could it be that it's embarrassing to go in? Yi Xian threw some more things into the river, but stopped when he saw that he didn't attract the river god. Fire! I need fire. The programmer has caught a cold. Come here. Yi Xian lit the fire. He asked, Do you see where you can leave this rainforest? Not at all. I fainted immediately. The programmer looked helpless. Go wash up. Yi Xian suddenly smelled a smell. He was really dirty. And he probably hadn't been washed since he entered the game world. Good. The programmer didn't say no. Yi Xian took out a suit of clothes and placed it by the river. You will wear this suit later. This water is really cold. The programmer went down into the river and shook his head slightly. We have a solution. Yi Xian summoned a photography drone. Why do you have all these weird gadgets? The programmer couldn't help but be surprised. Yi Xian controlled the drone to take off and looked at the projection table, which showed the scene captured by the drone. As the drone got higher and higher, he frowned. The rainforest is so big that you can see the horizon. But it is still an endless rainforest. How's the situation? The programmer came over, washed and shaved. I'm going to use Plan B. Handsome guy. Who are you? Yi Xian glanced over and casually scattered the entire set of drones. The programmer rubbed his nose. I've been told that I'm very young. After washing and shaving, he looked like a spirited young man, but without those bad habits. Why is your hair white? Yi Xian tried to ask, feeling as if he was talking to Shamat. Don't be too old. The programmer shrugged. He has white hair and handsome appearance, and is easily liked by girls. Aren't you going to tell me your name? Yi Xian casually took out a sword and handed it to him. The programmer pondered for a while. That's not necessary. He hung the sword on his waist and asked what the so-called Plan B was. It will definitely be difficult to travel on land, so it is better to travel in the sky. Yi Xian waved his hand and chopped off 2 big trees on the side, preparing to create a clearing. Walking in the sky? The programmer's legs went weak, and he said quickly, No, I'm afraid of heights. Absolutely not. If he gets that high again, he will die and be scared to death. All right. Yi Xian was speechless. He didn't expect him to be so finished. The programmer swallowed and said, Although my strength is not very good, I know many things about this world. You can see it. Otherwise, how would you know that bloodstone is soaked in water? Yi Xian took out a piece of red stone and crushed it into pieces, then mixed it with water and took it. He has been eating like this lately, and his level has skyrocketed, and he is almost at full level as a priest. This rainforest is scary, especially at night, the programmer said as the sky gradually darkened. Chapter 88. There's always a time when you miss something. You better speak more clearly. Yi Xian couldn't help but be surprised to see him being so serious. The programmer shook his head. There's no time to explain. Come with me. He said so and led the way. Yi Xian followed closely behind. Soon, the two came to a big tree. Why did you bring me here? Yi Xian looked surprised. Didn't you notice that this tree is a little different? The programmer asked. Yi Xian took a closer look and found the doorway. This tree emits a faint light that illuminates its surroundings. The programmer saw him and said nothing. Well, look. You'll know what's going on soon. Night falls. It was completely dark. There was a faint roar of monsters, and the ground trembled from time to time. There are so many monsters. Yi Xian drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword. This rainforest is indeed dangerous. At night, there are powerful monsters everywhere. Why don't they come over? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Because of the tree. It gives off a tiny smell that monsters don't like to get close to. The programmer lies directly on the floor and sleeps. Suddenly, a drop of rain fell on the tip of his nose. It's going to rain again. Yi Xian casually summoned an oversized umbrella and put it down. Can you also fall asleep? The sky is big and the earth is big. Sleeping is the biggest. There is an umbrella to protect the rain. And the programmer closes his eyes comfortably. Yi Xian shook his head slightly, jumped onto the tree, and looked around. There are no traces of the giant ape. Hey! Don't stand so high on a rainy day. You'll get struck by lightning. The programmer shouted from under the tree. Don't worry. It's okay. Yi Xian jumped down and heard a thunder. The programmer's mouth twitched. Fortunately, you came down in time. The tree was split into pieces. There were still faint sparks on it, and many places were instantly charred. Roar! Roar! Without the tree, the monsters came around one after another. It's over! The programmer's fighting ability was very poor. He drew out his sword and his hands were shaking. Shua! It's just a bunch of little monsters. What are you afraid of? Yi Xian holds the 7-star Long Yuan sword. One for each sword. Although these monsters look ferocious, their actual level is only over 100, making them high difficulty dungeons. The programmer swallowed and foamed at the mouth. So these monsters are so weak? He looked at the monster aside and rushed over, waving his sword. Roar! Without saying a word, the monster kicked him. The programmer was kicked away and hit a big tree. Oh my god! My bones are about to fall apart. Seeing how easily Yixian killed them, I thought these monsters were trash. As a result, I was almost kicked to death. Are you okay? Yixian came over, his clothes stained with blood. There were corpses of monsters all around, and a lot of materials were dropped. But they were of no use to them for the time being. You are so strong. The programmer's eyes flashed with gold. So, what do you want to do? Yixian felt a chill as he stared at him. The programmer coughed lightly. It's nothing. I just want to ask for your help. If you want to leave the game world, you must have a strong helper. He's just right. No help. No time. No time. Yixian has 3 consecutive qualities and puts all the dropped items into his backpack. Don't be so heartless. I can help you a lot, the programmer said quickly. For example? Yixian tried to ask. The programmer looked around, picked up a piece of coke, crushed it, and spread it on his body. Yixian looked troubled. What are you doing? I call that tree a beast-avoiding tree. The ashes after it is burned and smeared on the body can play a very good role in avoiding beasts, the programmer explained. Several monsters happened to rush over. The programmer saw this. Watch me demonstrate it to you. After he said that, he walked quickly towards the monsters. Vomit. Roar! Some of the monsters vomited, and some roared in protest. But soon, they all ran away without looking back. How is it? Is it easy to use? The programmer asked. Well, it's really useful. Yixian clapped, collected some charcoal, rubbed it into ashes with his hands, and put it into his backpack. This thing can play a big role at critical moments. The programmer wiped his nose and said, You won't suffer any loss if you cooperate with me. Tell me what you want first. Yixian said, I want to leave the game world and return to reality. In fact, I already have a clue. The programmer said. Didn't you say there was nothing you could do before? Yixian couldn't help but frown. The programmer smiled awkwardly and politely. I didn't trust you at that time. Of course. You should keep this kind of thing in your heart and be careful not to leak it. Okay. Tell me how I should help you. Yixian shrugged. Do you know the relics of the gods? The programmer asked. Of course I don't know. Yixian said matter-of-factly. The programmer heard this. That was left by the gods of this world. And there is a door to reality inside. Did you get lost here while looking for the ruins of the gods? Yixian asked. The programmer nodded awkwardly. Yeah. Then do you know the exact location of the gods' ruins? Yixian asked again. Yes. But this map is really weird. The programmer gave a map. This map is very old, and the terrain drawn on it is exactly opposite to the modern terrain, which is incredible. Shanpao, you're looking at it wrong. The ruins of the gods are on the other side. Yixian turned the map over and shook his head. The programmer heard this. What? He grabbed the map, his face full of astonishment. You're awesome. Yixian gave a thumbs up. I've been walking for so many days, and everything has gone wrong? The programmer burst into tears. The world is round. In a sense, you are on the right track. Yixian raised his hand and patted his shoulder. The programmer looked at the route markings on the map. Isn't this bullying an honest person? Not even mentioning a direction. Stop complaining, or else I can implement my plan B honestly. It will be over soon. Yixian hugged his shoulders. I don't want to die. The programmer looked horrified. Then what do you want? Yixian was a little helpless. Continuing would only waste time. The programmer thought for a while. Can you summon anything? That's right. If the sky doesn't work, we'll go underground. You mean? Yixian released a portable underground drilling machine that can allow people to shuttle underground like a mole. Awesome. The programmer's face was full of excitement. Let's go! Yixian took him into the earth drilling machine. Soon, the machine started and drilled directly into the ground. The programmer laughed loudly. Let's drill all the way to the ruins of the gods. No, I have to go back to Heping village first. Yixian shook his head. Xinchi and the others must have been looking for him to go crazy. Where is that place? The programmer looked puzzled. It's my very important home. Yixian chuckled slightly. The earth drilling machine moved forward, but suddenly hit something and stopped suddenly. When the programmer saw what it was, he was shocked. It's over. Chapter 89 Gulaba. What's this? Yi Xian looked at the hit object with a puzzled expression. The programmer replied, "Do you remember what this rainforest is called? Gulaba Rainforest. This thing is called Gulaba." The programmer's words were filled with heaviness. Suddenly, the thing named Gulaba trembled crazily, turned around and swallowed the earth drill in one gulp. His mouth is densely packed with long needle-like teeth. "I was eaten. What should I do?" The programmer was completely confused. "Don't you know a lot? Think of a solution quickly." Yi Xian was not very nervous. The programmer's eyelids jumped. "It's almost turning into excrement. Think about it with a hammer." It had already entered Gulaba's belly. Fortunately, the earth drilling machine was strong enough and hadn't broken yet. Yi Xian shook his head and summoned a stone outside the earth drilling machine. "You brought rocks out to hack. And you still do this kind of thing?" The expression on the programmer's face gradually changed from confusion to shock. The stone gradually grew larger, gradually filling Gulaba's belly. But despite this, the stone continued to grow. Yi Xian said, "Don't be afraid. We will be out soon." When the stone grew large enough, Gulaba's belly was broken open, and they were able to see the light of day again. "That's it?" Yi Xian shook his head slightly. "The so-called Gulaba resembles a flesh bug, but is very large and has sharp teeth." "You killed other people's children. The one just now was a cub." The programmer's voice was trembling. Yi Xian swallowed the foam in his mouth and found that the earth drill was already on the ground. And a huge monster outside was staring at him, and others fiercely. Roar! The monster was clearly an adult Gulaba. It moves like a lizard, has a pair of wings on its back, and is at least 30 meters long. The programmer swallowed and said, "What? Do you believe me when I say we didn't do it on purpose?" Roar! Gulaba's eyes were red, and he struck with his claws. The speed was too fast. There was no time to hide, and the ground drill was directly broken into pieces. "Am I still alive?" The programmer was caught by Yi Xian and appeared not far from Gulaba. "Let me take a look at it." Yi Xian threw the programmer aside. Roar! Gulaba roared angrily. And soon, one man and one beast were fighting together. Programmers frequently retreated. "No! No one can survive if this continues." He turned and ran away without looking back. After a long time, Gulaba was exhausted and looked at the energetic humans in front of him with despair. Yi Xian waved his sword. "Goodbye." Hot blood rushed towards him, and a long gash was opened in Gulaba's head from the middle. "Call." Yi Xian put the 7-star Long Yuan sword back into its scabbard. Host boss level improvement. Current level 3. Ability acquired, invisibility. The quality of props obtained by the host from killing players has been improved. The level of hostless monsters that can be conquered by the host is increased to 40. "This skill is incredible." Yi Xian smiled lightly and slowly disappeared. He looked back. "Where are the programmers?" "I'm sorry. I have to do this. Don't blame me." At the same time, the programmer was running around in the rainforest, and the roars of monsters were heard from time to time. It was late at night, and the moon was very round in the sky. Thump! The programmer was suddenly bitten by something, fell down, and ate a mouthful of dirt. He got up. "Damn it! I just want to survive! Don't bite me!" This damn game world is so maddening. "Hey! Are you too unjust?" The voice came from behind. It was very familiar. It was Yi Xian. "Ghost!" The programmer let out a miserable scream, ran forward like crazy, and accidentally fell into a hole. "Isn't it serious?" Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. With the footprints, it was easy to find this thing. Really disappointing. He jumped down into the hole and found the programmer squatting on the spot with his head in his hands, not daring to move. "Don't be afraid. I'm still alive. Not a ghost." Yi Xian walked over. The programmer raised his head. His eyes turned into inhumanly huge pupils. "Are you not dead?" "Chong." Yi Xian drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword. "No! Don't kill me! I had no choice at the time." The programmer looked horrified. Shua! Yi Xian swung a sword in the air. The programmer closed his eyes in fear, and was splashed with hot and viscous liquid. He opened his eyes blankly. "Am I still alive? Look at your cowardice. What's wrong with your eyes?" Yi Xian put away the 7-star Long Yuan sword and took out a flashlight to light it. "What's wrong with my eyes?" The programmer was puzzled and found that there was a monster beside him just now. And now it has been divided into 2 halves. "See for yourself." Yi Xian threw a mirror over. The programmer caught it and looked at himself. How could this happen? He froze on the spot and couldn't recover for a long time. Don't you know better? You should ask yourself. Yi Xian shrugged. The programmer looked up at the sky and found that he could see very far away. He frowned. Maybe it's not a bad thing. Although his eyes have become strange, his vision is much stronger. Then go to sleep first. It's safe enough here. Yi Xian summoned a stone to block the entrance of the cave. The night passed. The two returned to the ground. The programmer asked, You don't blame me, do you? It's just human nature. Besides, you can't help me if you don't leave. Yi Xian pretended not to care. Obviously, he was completely treated as a use item that could be thrown away at any time. Fortunately, they actually use each other. Thank you. The programmer looked guilty. Afterwards, Yi Xian summoned the earth drilling machine again, and the two of them hurried underground. So how's Galaba? The programmer suddenly asked. Yi Xian chuckled. He suddenly ran away. Who knows what he will be like now? Oh. The programmer nodded. In the afternoon, they successfully left the rainforest. Finally! The programmer burst into tears, his stomach growling. I still have some dry food here. Let's eat it first. Yi Xian handed over some dry food and was heading towards the Wailing Forest. The programmer nodded. What? I seem to know what's going on with my body. Yi Xian is more curious. When I was escaping last night, I was bitten by something. The programmer ate the dry food. Do you think you're a vampire? Yi Xian shook his head and looked at him, his brows knitting together. The programmer was puzzled. What's wrong? Just see for yourself if I tell you the truth. Yi Xian couldn't help but wonder. The programmer took out the mirror from before, and his eyes widened. The self in the mirror has two sharp fangs, a pale complexion, and dark and deep pupils. He actually became a vampire. At least he's more handsome. Yi Xian comforted him. As long as I can survive, I won't be a human anymore. The programmer gritted his teeth. In the past, I could only survive with knowledge. But now, I can at least gain some power through my identity as a vampire. Yi Xian thought for a while. Vampires are undead and are currently at war with humans. Ah! The programmer's eyes widened. And there was no place to cry even if he wanted to. Chapter 90. A new batch of residents. Then I have no choice but to seek refuge with the undead? The programmer looked embarrassed. Yi Xian nodded. Theoretically, that's the case. But you also have other choices. What? Be my people. Are you a lord? Yes. Welcome to my territory. After Yi Xian said that, the earth drilling machine jumped out and carried them to the ground. This place is already a forest of wailing. This place looks pretty good. The programmer gave this evaluation. What a fool. I'm going to run away from home today. Let's see what you do, came a voice. Yi Xian looked over. Lu Han? It's almost night. Where are you going? Hello, Lord Yi. Lu Han looked over, as if he had seen a ghost. Why are you so solemn? Just call me Brother Yi. Yi Xian couldn't help but be surprised. Brother Yi, you are back. We all miss you, Lu Han said quickly. Yi Xian nodded. Are Natasha and the others in the village? They're not here. They're all out looking for you. Lu Han answered truthfully. Are you all out? Yi Xian frowned. Yes, especially if you have a lot of money. I can't stop you no matter what. So I will look for you and come back. Lu Han nodded vigorously. Yi Xian asked. I haven't said yet what you are going to do. This is... Lu Han's eyes were darting around, and he couldn't say anything for a long time. If you don't want to say it, just say it. Come back with me and don't be petty. Yi Xian couldn't help but say, yes. Lu Han responded. Soon, the three returned to Heping Village. The Wolf King is patrolling here with the wolf and the bald captain. It ran over and said, Everything you asked me to do has been done. When are you going to come over? Just now. Yi Xian casually called a few people and asked them and Lu Han to entertain the programmers. When can we set off? The programmer looked puzzled. It'll be quick. Don't worry. Yi Xian showed a reassuring look in his eyes and secretly thought, Do you still want to leave if you don't want to be drained? Although the programmer was a little reluctant, he still agreed. Yi Xian left with the Wolf King, all the way to the depths of the Wailing Forest. At least nearly 1,000 people were forcibly detained here. The Wolf King said, According to your instructions, all those who are capable of fighting are here. Well done. What a good wolf. Yi Xian wanted to say good dog, but when he saw it glaring over, he smiled and said, It would be too unkind to scold others after helping yourself. Another one was caught. Peace Village is a scam. Anyone who comes here will be arrested. When I walked past, those people were filled with indignation. Yi Xian rubbed his nose. I'm sorry to keep everyone waiting. I am the head of Heping Village. You are indeed in the same group with these wolves. Why are you catching us? Let us go quickly. People were restless. Ouch! When the Wolf King howled, they became more honest. Because all of you here are threatening. For the safety of Heping Village, I need to investigate them one by one. Yi Xian put his hands behind his back. Someone yelled. I came to Heping Village to give you face. Do you really think this is some kind of feng shui treasure? You can leave if you don't like it. From now on, you have 10 minutes to choose. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he sat directly on the Wolf King and closed his eyes to rest. Some people swallowed their foam and tried to walk, but they were not stopped by the wolf. By the way, those who left are not allowed to take another step into the Howling Forest. Yi Xian said again. Who cares about a broken place? People left one after another, and in the end only 300 people remained. Yi Xian said to the Wolf King beneath him. Let your wolf kill all the players who just left. As his own pet, the kill will be counted on him, so he can trigger his first skill as a boss. Ouch! The Wolf King roared, and the wolves rushed out. These wolves are all its summons, and the kills will be counted on it, and those it kills will be counted on Yi Xian. Congratulations on getting the super magic pill. Yi Xian held the super god pill and frowned. This elixir can restore people to their peak state. Even skills that cannot be used for some reasons can be possessed again. Why are you so happy? The Wolf King looked puzzled. Yi Xian coughed lightly. You don't understand. He hesitated a little, and made the boldest decision. System. Reset the mage profession. After reset, all skill points will be returned. But the level will be reset to 0. Are you sure? Sure. Reset successful. Yi Xian directly chose the Archmage, and then took the super god pill. In this way, he not only possessed most of the skills of a priest and a mage, but also became an Archmage. The only fly in the ointment is that the level has become level 1. Taking out the staff he had obtained from the city lord, he waved his hand to release the fire dragon. The fire dragon attacked, directly burning a large area into ashes. And it was more powerful than before. The key is that you are only at level 1. Ahem. You here will be another group of villagers in Heping Village. I will select guards from among you to be responsible for patrolling and maintaining law and order. Yi Xian turned to cough lightly. There are about 300 people left, with a similar ratio of men to women, and many races. I want to be a guard. I'm awesome. A little boy ran over with a kitchen knife in his hand. Yi Xian pondered for a while, and looked at the Wolf King below him. How was he judged to be a threat? What if you go crazy in the village with a knife? The Wolf King replied. Okay, kid. You can be a guard when you grow up. The kitchen knife will be confiscated. Yi Xian raised his hand, and touched the little boy's head. He doesn't look like some kind of devil? If you can build a peaceful village, how can you be a bad person? The rest of the people were talking about it. Soon, the selection of guards was completed. In short, all those who could serve were accepted. The Wolf King couldn't help but said, You have captured all the men as guards. Wouldn't there still be more women than men in the village? There's always free time. Yi Xian shrugged. As long as they make good use of their time, they can fall in love. He then left and sat on a stone at the entrance of the village, waiting quietly. Natasha and the others were probably on their way back. Brother Yi, are you hungry? I made a cake specially. Lu Han suddenly walked over. Thank you. Yi Xian took the cake and started eating it. He turned to ask, How is the man I brought here doing now? After eating, he fell asleep. I arranged him in the room for guests. Well done. He is a walking encyclopedia. You must learn something from him. Yi Xian nodded lightly. Leave this to me. Lu Han nodded lightly. She was very good at this. How long have they been gone since they had more money? Yi Xian asked. Lu Han replied. It's been more than 2 days. It will probably take a long time to come back. Yi Xian nodded lightly, and stood up to arrange the construction of the village. Chapter 91. Evolve. The next day, early morning, Yi Xian came to the entrance of the village, and found a large motorcycle carrying many people approaching from a distance. After he saw those people clearly, Welcome back, Yuner. What are you doing? After Yuner got close, she put away her motorcycle, ran over and kicked her, and Yi Xian raised his hand to hold her feet. You guy, do you know how worried we are about you? Yuner was very angry, and twisted her feet. Don't be angry. It's my fault. Yixian let go. They have been running around so much. All for themselves. Owner! Xue Qianhan threw herself into Yixian's arms with tears in her eyes. Xinqi and Su Zhitong stood aside, saying nothing and watching quietly. Yixian couldn't help but said, I'm sorry for making you worry. Fortunately, this time I didn't return without success. After he said that, he took out the dropped items he got from killing Galaba. The long skin will definitely sell for a sky-high price. This claw can make a very good piece of equipment. People gathered around. What? I'm going back first. Qian Duo was pulled by Lu Hanla and had to say, Why are you dragging me? Entering the village, Qian Duo looked surprised. Lu Han saw no one around. Do you still remember the quarrel between me and you? Don't let Lord you know. You mean to ask me to abandon my eldest brother and become the village chief myself? Qian Duo shook his head and sneered. Now that he was afraid. What were he thinking about? Xinqi was present at that time. Will she complain? Lu Han's eyes were full of fear. No. Just be more honest from now on, and don't get into trouble again. Qian Duo let out a long sigh. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Heping Village was officially changed to Heping Town. Because of the help of the human emperor, trade was also opened. Early in the morning, Qian Duo ran to Yixian's room with a jar of wine in his arms. Brother, look what I bought! Can you knock on the door before coming in? Yixian was sleeping and said helplessly. Qian Duo put down his drink. I was just happy for a moment. Didn't I forget? The village has been transformed into a town, and trade has been opened. The future is promising. Master, I'm still one level away from evolving. Natasha in Yixian's arms suddenly said. Her eyes were full of worry. What if she turned ugly? What if she turned into something the master didn't like? Congratulations. Your pet will become much stronger after evolving, Qian Duo said. But Natasha lay on Yixian's chest, pouting her little mouth. Yixian knew what she was thinking. Don't worry. I won't hate you no matter what you become. What if it's the kind that looks like a vat? With pustules all over the body, cherry eyes, and freckles on the face? Qian Duo Sisi started to talk. He said a lot of bad adjectives in succession. Natasha burst into tears. Get out! Yixian picked up the pillow on the side and threw it at Qian Duo. Natasha, don't be like that. Natasha was crying, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Qian Duo ran away in embarrassment. What? Just leave the wine here. Boom! He left the house, closed the door behind his back, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Be good. Natasha will only become more and more beautiful. Not ugly. Yixian comforted her in the room. But what if? Natasha's big eyes were filled with worry. Yixian hugged her. No. I still have 2 hours to evolve, Natasha said suddenly. As a pet, she will slowly gain experience, and she will soon be able to level up and evolve. I'll stay with you. Yixian kissed her forehead. Natasha nodded vigorously, and the two walked out of the room. What's that? I was sorry just now. Qian Duo was sitting outside. Natasha said nothing. Yixian secretly waved his hand to signal him to leave, and then asked, Where are we going? As long as the master is with you, you will be fine anywhere. Natasha is so well behaved that it's heartbreaking. Qian Duo left, preparing to check the pet strategy and find out what Natasha would look like after she evolved. He came to a deserted place and opened the guide. After a while, he felt bored, so he closed the cheat book and went to find Lu Han. Master, it's great to have you. 2 hours later, the sun was shining high, and Natasha and Yixian were sitting in the room looking at the scenery. Yixian stroked her head gently. Me too. Soon, Natasha's whole body flashed with golden light. Upgraded. Then comes evolution. Natasha's eyes trembled slightly. She closed her eyes and pursed her mouth tightly. The next day, early morning, Yixian woke up in bed as usual. Master, it's time for breakfast. Natasha squatted beside her with a bowl of porridge. She is still the same as before. Unchanged. Natasha smiled happily. This evolution did not bring about any changes in her appearance. At the same time, in the Garava rainforest, Gu Qin came here with 100 people. Someone asked, Boss, isn't it too dangerous here? There are terrible monsters everywhere. Only powerful monsters can convert more bloodstones. Gu Qin smiled and suddenly took out a land deed with Galaba Rainforest written on it. This was what he had obtained from the human emperor before. Title deeds gradually disappeared. The lord of this land has been changed to Gu Qin. The passerby in the last row of the team was holding a spear and followed cautiously. The story is getting more and more interesting. Time has changed. And half a month has passed. The programmer found Yi Xian. I've had enough. Who provoked you? Yi Xian was inspecting the town with a puzzled look on his face. Let's go to the ruins of the gods. Now! The programmer said angrily. What's the rush? Wait until I stabilize the town. This is a critical moment. Yi Xian patted his shoulder. The programmer gritted his teeth. I think you just want to take advantage of me. It's just taking advantage of each other. Isn't it? Yi Xian admitted it directly. It's been half a month. And I've left most of my knowledge in the town. If I don't set off, I'll leave on my own. The programmer said angrily. 3 days. Give me 3 days. Yi Xian raised 3 fingers. I have been very busy recently. And I need myself for everything big and small. In addition, the total number of residents in Heping Town has reached 1,200. And food and housing problems are becoming increasingly serious. Then there is trade. No one came at all. Heping Town is located deep in the mountains and old forests. No caravan would not think of doing business here. As the saying goes, if you want to get rich, you must first build roads. It is not unreasonable. But this is a big expense. 3 days is all. The programmer turned and left. Brother, you have enough money. Come with more money. Yi Xian asked. You mean the money for road construction? How did you get it? This road will cross the Wailing Forest. And it is impossible to build it without millions of gold coins. I added some pocket money. Qian Duo smiled. This is the design that the lady asked me to send. Yuner walked over. Oh, that's incredible. Qian Duo glanced at it and said in surprise. If you follow this design, you will not only save money, but after the road is repaired, Heping Town will be connected in all directions and become an important trading center for all cities around the Wailing Forest. Chapter 92 Dangerous Land. It took the lady 3 days and 3 nights to design this. Is that okay? After Yuner gave the design drawings, she left unhappy. Natasha stood behind Yi Xian. Master, if you have time, go and thank Sister Zitong. She worked so hard for this village without asking for anything in return. I will. Yi Xian nodded lightly. By the way, brother, there's been no news about my aunt at all recently. Qian Duo thought of something. He was talking about Su Daji, which felt strange. Let her be. Yi Xian shrugged, but saw a handsome figure running towards him from outside the town. It was Su Daji. At this time, she was seriously injured, and blood was slowly flowing from the corner of her mouth. Qian Duo was shocked. Oh my god! Who could hurt my aunt like this? I'll go see her. Yi Xian ran over there, followed closely by Natasha. Cough. Su Daji walked unsteadily, as if she might fall at any time. What's wrong with you? After Yi Xian got close, he held her in his arms. Su Daji gritted her teeth. Rogue. Let me go. Really? Taking advantage of yourself again. Natasha stood aside honestly, with light shining in her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. Tell me what happened. Yi Xian took out a few healing pills and stuffed them into her mouth. Then gently let go. You are so rude. Su Daji was forced to take the pill and looked unhappy. She then began to explain. Dangerous place? After understanding the cause and effect, Yi Xian frowned. Su Daji nodded. A dangerous spot suddenly appeared in the forest. I was resting when I was attacked inexplicably. It shouldn't be easy to hurt you. Yi Xian began to think. What is a dangerous place? Natasha looked confused. To put it simply, it is a copy that appears randomly. If it is not solved, it will always exist. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he asked about the location of the dangerous spot. Su Daji informed. There are shadow demons inside. And there is also a king. King-level boss? Yi Xian knew that he had to go this time. Master, take me with you, Natasha said suddenly. Of course, when it comes to downloading a copy, the more people, the better. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed her head, and the 3 of them headed straight for the dangerous spot. On the way, Su Daji's injuries were all healed. Your elixir is quite good. If you want it, I still have it here. It depends on how you behave. Yi Xian smiled. Sex embryo. Su Daji thought of something and pouted. Master, what is sex embryo? Natasha didn't understand. Su Daji took the lead. I am praising your master. Then master, You are the most powerful pervert in the world. Natasha suddenly understood, and then said loudly. The sound spread in all directions. Su Daji covered her mouth and snickered. Silly girl. Yi Xian tapped Natasha's head and explained the meaning of the word. I'm sorry, Master. Natasha lowered her head. Yi Xian shook his head. How could I blame you? We have reached a dangerous place, and the sky and earth here have turned into a red and black color, which looks very unusual. The so-called shadow demon floats in the air like a black rag, with red eyes shaped like crescent moons, and is immune to physical attacks. Whoosh! Natasha aimed at a shadow demon and fired an arrow. Boom! The arrow exploded after hitting it, and the shadow demon died immediately. The big one is in the tree hole. I can't beat it alone. It is naturally restrained by me, Su Daji said. Yi Xian smiled. So you immediately thought of asking me for help? Sure enough. You still care about me in your heart. You? Su Daji's face turned red. It's obvious that you should be teasing others. Why is it the other way around? Come on. We've all been lured here. Yi Xian changed the topic and raised his hand to release the fire dragon at the incoming shadow demons. Come on, Master. Natasha is holding a short bow, and the earth necklace she is wearing is radiating light. Su Daji had already transformed into a beastman form, with 9 tails waving behind her, like a walking nuclear weapon, leaving no enemy alive wherever it passed. Soon, all the shadow demons nearby were killed. The dropped items are so weird. Natasha was collecting the dropped items. They were all black fragments, palm-sized, like glass. These are called black fragments, and they are worth about 500 gold coins each. Su Daji explained. 500 gold each. Su Daji checked the number picked up. There are already 46. This is equivalent to a full 23,000 gold. Let's go straight to their king. Yi Xian and the others went deep into the tree cave, where a 4-meter-tall shadow demon king was sleeping. Natasha shot an arrow with all her strength. The shadow demon king woke up instantly. Sneak attack is not a good habit. His whole body became insubstantial, and the arrow passed through his body without causing any damage. You are the shadow demon king. Right. Yi Xian walked over. That's right. The shadow demon king looked arrogant. As a king, any physical or magical attacks are ineffective against him. Shadow demon bastard. Do you know whose territory this is? Yi Xian raised his hand and released the fire dragon. Shadow demon king frowned and said angrily, You dare to play tricks on me? Shadow demon king 8? Only then did Su Daji react and laughed involuntarily. The shadow demon king dodged the fire dragon and rushed directly, his anger undisguised. Master, what should I do? Natasha looked nervous. Gerald shadow demons are only immune to physics. This guy is also immune to magic. It is indeed difficult to deal with. But Yi Xian put away the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand. Don't forget, you still have a trump card. Shadow demon approached. You can't hurt me. Yeah. The door of death appeared behind Yi Xian. What the hell? Shadow demon turned around and wanted to run, but couldn't. Give you a chance to surrender, Yi Xian said. There will be no drops from being sucked into death's door, which is a bit of a loss. Shadow demon quickly said. I surrender. I surrender. Soon, the door of death dispersed. The shadow demon king floated pitifully on the ground. Su Daji took a bamboo stick and whipped it. I told you to sneak attack. I told you to sneak attack. Very vengeful. Yi Xian wrote this down. Stop hitting me. It won't hurt me. Shadow demon king muttered softly. Su Daji snorted and threw away the bamboo stick. Although she was angry, she was helpless. Master, why don't you just kill him? Natasha asked curiously. Yi Xian walked up to the shadow demon king. Physics is invalid. Spells are invalid. This is a living bug. It would be a pity to kill it. If he didn't have the more buggy skill of death's door, he would be helpless. You want to keep it as a pet? Su Daji thought of something. Here, choose a color you like. Yi Xian took out 10 pet pockets, including ones in various colors. Can I not choose? The shadow demon simply felt as if his heart and lungs had stopped. How could he be a pet when he was a king-level boss? Yi Xian chuckled. Death. Or choose. Soon, the shadow demon king was put into the pet's pocket, and the dangerous spot disappeared instantly. The remaining shadow demons died on their own, leaving behind a large number of drops. I'm going to pick up the black shards. Natasha runs away. As she leaves, a golden treasure chest happens to appear. A reward for clearing dangerous areas. Chapter 93. Getting married? Su Daji walked over and opened the treasure box. A bunch of rewards flew out of it. She couldn't help but said, "There are so many good things. Take them all if you want them." Yixian put his hands in his pockets, showing his gentlemanly demeanor. "I didn't do anything to help you, so I didn't take advantage of you." Su Daji pouted and disappeared. "Master, we have collected more than 200 black fragments in total." Natasha came running excitedly, including the previous ones. "There are hundreds of thousands of gold coins." Yixian nodded, took away the reward, and took her away. Peaceful town. 2 birds flew across the sky and people were busy building their homes. She and Duo sat at the gate of the town, showing enjoyment. "It's rare to have free time in life. Rich man, do you know where Yixian is?" Yuner hurried over. "My name is Qian Duo. Not a rich man." Qian Duo frowned. "What's the difference?" Yuner hugged her shoulders. Qian Duo was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand. "Brother, he's not back yet. If you need anything, just tell me." "That's not okay. It concerns my young lady." Yuner shook her head. At this time, Yixian came back. "Brother, come on. She wants to confess to you." Qian Duo coaxed. "Hack you big pig head." Yuner kicked him over. Yixian held Natasha's hand. "What's going on?" "That's right. Miss, she's getting married." Yuner came over and said. Yixian was obviously stunned, and then said, "Congratulations. Congratulations. Miss doesn't like that man." Seeing his reaction, Yuner stamped her feet angrily. Qian Duo sat on the ground. "Who is the man? Does he have more money than me?" "His name is Ouyang Tiancheng. He is the eldest son of the Ouyang family. He is extremely handsome and a gentleman. He never eats, drinks or goes whoring." When Yuner said this, she felt a little bit crazy, which showed the excellence of the person she was talking about. "It's normal to never go whoring or gambling. But if he never eats or drinks, is he a god?" Qian Duo asked. "You're so dumb." Yuner kicked him again. "Eating and drinking here means eating well and being lazy." Yixian rubbed his nose. "Tell me what happened." "It's just that the master arranged a marriage for the young lady privately. The young lady doesn't like it, but she can't refuse it for some reasons." Yuner's face was filled with unhappiness. "What age are you in? You're still talking about the words of a matchmaker and the orders of your parents?" Qian Duo said angrily. "That's right. I really don't know why the master insists on the young lady marrying him." Yuner was unhappy. Qian Duo asked, "Where is your lady? I locked myself in the house and couldn't come out. I didn't eat or drink. I was almost worried to death." When Yuner said these words, she kept staring at Yixian. When Qian Duo saw this, he asked, "Why do you always look at my elder brother? I'm so disappointed." Yuner didn't say anything more, turned and left. "Sorry," Yixian pursed his lips. "Brother, are you really not going to care?" Although he has a lot of money, he is stupid, but he is not stupid, and he understands the reason. Yixian smiled bitterly. "I can't control it. If you are in the game world, how can you control another world?" "Is this the Peace Village?" came the voice. "It's called Peace Town now." Yixian looked over and found a young man wearing tights. "Hey, you are the best in the whole server?" The young man wandered over, his legs shaking all the time. Qian Duo couldn't help but said, "Who are you? What are you doing here? From now on, this belongs to our spirited boy. Do you understand?" After the young man finished speaking, he was instantly cut in half by Yixian with his sword. "Congratulations on getting the reality potion." "This?" Yixian looked at the potion in his hand and wanted to kiss the corpse on the ground. "Reality potion. You can return to reality for 1 day and possess all skills and attributes." "Brother, why are you so happy?" Qian Duo looked puzzled. Yixian took out the mask and held it in his hand. "Because I haven't worn it for a long time." He set off to find Yuner. 3 days later. In reality, Su Zitong's villa. There were many bodyguards outside the room, and the security was tight. Those who didn't know it thought there was some world-class suspect locked inside. Su Zitong was sitting on the bed in her room in a daze. Getting married? This was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for her. A reality that was difficult to accept. Yuner's voice came from outside the door. "Miss, Mr. Ouyang is here to visit. Not see," Su Zitong said immediately. Yuner responded and went down to the first floor. Yixian previously said in the game that he would be there on the wedding day. "I really don't know what will happen. Yuner turned and frowned. Why did you come in directly? They were visitors from the Ouyang family, and among them was Ouyang Tianqing. Your young lady is lucky to marry our young master. How dare you make such a fuss? One of the people accompanying him said sharply. Don't be unreasonable. Ouyang Tianqing looked handsome and raised his hand to stop the man, showing his coolness. Master Ouyang, please stop it. Doing this will only bore the lady, Yuner said. Ouyang Tianqing nodded. See you at the wedding tomorrow. After he finished speaking, he looked around before leaving with the others. Pooh! When Ouyang Tianqing and others left completely, Yuner spat and closed the door and locked it. The next day, Su Zitong was still lying on the bed and stayed up all night. Is this my fate? Miss, the car is here. Yuner knocked on the door outside, holding a bridal gown in her hand. Well, Su Zitong dragged her heavy body out of bed. Miss, how about we run? Yuner opened the door with a key and walked in with a determined look on her face. Su Zitong smiled miserably. The sky is so big. Where can I run to? But, help me put on my clothes. Soon, Su Zitong put on bridal clothes and a red hijab. The two girls walked downstairs and drove away in the car. I haven't smelled the fresh air for a long time. Someone suddenly appeared in Su Zitong's room. It was Yixian. He walked to the table and found a lot of unsent wedding invitations with a wedding address on them. Who are you? A cleaner came from outside. Yixian put on the mask and disappeared instantly. The cleaner rubbed his eyes, and his legs became weak. Ghost! Ghost! She yelled and ran away, looking horrified. Wedding scene. This is the most luxurious 5-star restaurant in the capital, and it is fully booked by the Ouyang family. The bride is here. Congratulations! Amidst the commotion, the car in which Su Zitong and others were sitting drove slowly. The car stopped. Yuner's eyes turned red. Miss. As a personal maid, he knew that his young lady felt very uncomfortable. Su Zitong said nothing, and a few tears fell from the corners of her eyes. It was very painful for her to marry someone she didn't like. People gathered around the car and applauded. And Ouyang Tianqing came from a distance, wearing a groom's suit. How about the groom carrying the bride to the wedding venue? Good idea. People were still booing. Ouyang Tianqing approached and opened the door. Miss Zitong, you've been waiting for a long time. Su Zitong said nothing, got out of the car, and was supported by Yuner as she walked towards the wedding venue. Chapter 94, Robbery. Wedding scene. The host is a very famous A-list star. Look! The bride and groom are here! Everyone present stood up and applauded. They were all respectable people. Su Zitong was supported by Yuner and was walking on the red carpet, her eyes gradually losing light. Ouyang Tianqing walked beside her and thanked everyone present. Soon, they came all the way to the high platform and stood side by side. Please exchange rings with the bride and groom. The host said that the marriage process should be as fast as possible. Miss Yuner could only stay in the audience, her eyes wet with tears. She turned around to check, but she didn't see Yixian, who said she would come today, so she could only sigh helplessly. Meanwhile, on the highway. Young man, what kind of car is this? A fat driver is taunting another driver. When the driver saw this, he said, shared bicycles. Rush into the street. At this moment, a shadow suddenly rushed between them at an extremely fast speed. What kind of car is that? The fat man opened his mouth wide. It seems like a person? The driver of the shared bicycle said in disbelief. I saw that the man wearing a mask was Yixian. I don't believe my supersonic speed can't catch up. The fat man stepped on the accelerator and jumped out with a squeak. 3 minutes later, he was stopped by the traffic police, who deducted points and fined him. Wedding scene. Someone whispered, Why haven't you exchanged rings yet? It had been at least 5 minutes, and the bride stood there motionless, like a sculpture. Miss, are you okay? Yuner tried in the audience. Please exchange rings with the bride and groom. The host emphasized and winked crazily at Ouyang Tianqing. Miss Zitong, I'm sorry. Ouyang Tianqing understood, took out the prepared ring, and was about to grab Su Zitong's hand. Yuner in the audience let out a long sigh. Will another miracle happen? Bang! The closed door was suddenly kicked open. Who? How brave you are to make trouble! The security guards ran over one after another, all of them strong men. Yixian stepped on the red carpet, breathing steadily, and slowly walked towards the stage. Stop him! The security captain gave the order, and many security guards stopped Yixian. Get out of the way! Don't stop me! Yixian was still minding his own business. Yuter stared at him. That voice looks so familiar. Is it you? Su Zitong lifted her red hijab, and her face looked haggard. You bastard! How can you lift the hijab by yourself? The man came with so many people. The head of the Ouyang family yelled angrily. This is too unlucky. Yuter! There is only one member of the woman's family. Su Chasheng. Su Zitong's father. Yuter nodded and jumped onto the stage. Miss, please bear with me for a while. There will be no more miracles. No matter how powerful the guy is in the game. In reality, he is just an ordinary person after all. But I heard howling. Those bodyguards were all knocked down by Yi Xian. Who are you, and what are you doing here? The head of the Ouyang family stood up and saw the Lin family robbing the bride. Yi Xian only said these two words. Okay, don't take my Ouyang family seriously. The head of the Ouyang family stood up, his whole body filled with powerful aura. Yuter pursed her lips. Miss, what should I do? The Ouyang family is an ancient martial arts family, which is also a master among ordinary people, especially the head of the Ouyang family. He is the martial arts overlord of this era. If Yi Xian fights him, he will die. And he will die miserably. That's enough. Stop! Su Zitong suddenly shouted, and the whole place fell silent. Even Yi Xian paused. Thank you for going back. Uncle Ouyang, please don't embarrass him. I will get married well. Su Zitong bit her lower lip and shed tears involuntarily after speaking. What do you think? The head of the Ouyang family looked at Ouyang Tianqing. Hire believes that making Miss Zitong willing is the most important thing. Ouyang Tianqing handed over. Yi Xian suddenly said, What's going on with this multiple-choice question of your own accord? I've never promised anything. Boy, what do you mean? You got an advantage and still act like a good boy? Someone from the male side stood up, his voice full of mockery. Today I said I came to steal the bride, so I will steal the bride, Yi Xian said and walked towards the stage. Break his limbs, the head of the Ouyang family said angrily. Go quickly, Su Zitong shouted, her eyes red. Leave? Just them? Yi Xian looked at the two people from the Ouyang family who were rushing over and waved the 7-star Long Yuan sword. Yuter looked blank. Isn't that from the game? Shua. Yi Xian has already swung his sword. The two people from the Ouyang family stopped one after another, and there was a line of blood on their throats. Don't stop me, Yi Xian said lightly. Thump, thump. The two men knelt down one after another, looking horrified. What a terrifying swordsmanship. Yi Xian held back. Otherwise this sword would be enough to kill them. Not just leave a bloodline. Some tricks. The head of the Ouyang family twisted his neck and tore off his clothes, revealing his explosive muscles. Yi Xian glanced away. Old man, do you want to die? The intimidation was violently released by him. Everyone present, including the head of the Ouyang family, knelt down one after another, including the head of the Ouyang family. They thought about it but couldn't get up. What happened? Yuter covered her mouth in surprise. Yi Xian stood on the stage and grabbed the microphone from the host. From now on, whoever dares to ask Su Zitong to do something she doesn't want to do, I will definitely visit her. When he said these words, he looked at Su Changsheng specifically. You? Who are you? The head of the Ouyang family reluctantly spoke. Call me Mask, Yi Xian said and stood in front of Su Zitong. Yuter walked off the stage knowingly, feeling happy in her heart. It turns out that miracles can really happen. You are so awesome. Su Zitong was a little at a loss. Yi Xian raised his hand to rub her head. I will protect you from now on. Just like that, the wedding failed. The Ouyang family took the initiative to break off the engagement afterwards, for fear of causing trouble. The embarrassing thing was that since then, no one dared to discuss marriage with Su Zitong. The next day, the game world. Everyone gathers at the entrance of the town. It's all your fault. The young lady has now become a wild beast. Boys don't even dare to come near her. Yuter stood beside Su Zitong and complained. Yi Xian smiled and said nothing. Xian Duo asked, How about letting my elder brother take responsibility? For a moment, Su Zitong blushed and casually found an offline person. You big stupid pig. Do you have a negative emotional intelligence? You will definitely fall on girls in this life. Yuter couldn't help but wonder. I'm so angry. The programmer came over with a sullen face and looked at Yi Xian. 3 days? This is already the 4th day. I've been looking for you for a long time. Ahem. I'm sorry. Are you leaving now? Yi Xian coughed slightly in embarrassment. Yesterday he Yuner and Su Zitong were playing in the real world and had a great time. The programmer shouted, "Let's go now!" He was almost driven crazy. And because of the passage of time, his body was gradually transforming into a vampire. Chapter 95 Blood Hell Sect. Not long after, an off-road vehicle left Happing Town and headed southeast. Natasha, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was very excited. "Master, what should we eat for dinner? I just know how to eat." The programmer sitting in the back is still sulking. One day passed, and they came to a city. "Have you heard? A new force has emerged recently, and it's so powerful." Several passers-by were chatting. "Master, you must be talking about us." Natasha accompanied Yixian and whispered, passing by passers-by. A passerby replied, "I've heard that it's called the Blood Hell Gate. It's so strange that it can penetrate people. What kind of force is that?" Natasha said depressedly. "I thought I was talking about my own power, but it turned out to be so embarrassing." "Talk less and do more." The programmer, who had been following, frowned. "There are only 3 of them in this operation, and there is no need for more people." "Don't worry. You've been on the road for a day and a night. Let's have a good rest," Yixian said, renting 2 rooms at a random inn and throwing away the keys as usual. When they arrived upstairs, Natasha suddenly said, "Master, look, it's a treasure chest. 2 goals?" Yixian looked over and saw a treasure chest. He walked over and said, "Do you want to open it? It would be bad if it turns out to be an evil little paper man." "Evil paper man? That's a good thing. Programmers do." "Why?" Yixian paused and looked over. "Don't you understand this?" The programmer smiled softly, showing the teeth of a vampire, and his white hair was particularly enchanting. Yixian opened the treasure box. "I like to talk but don't talk. This kind of guy who likes to talk about things will do his own thing as long as you ignore him. The evil paper man is a pet. If you influence it with love, you can always know where there are good treasures." "As expected," the programmer said quickly. "So good?" Yixian was stunned. The good treasures here mostly refer to secret realms with supreme-level equipment. "It's a pity that that thing is hard to come by, and the chance is pitifully small." The programmer looked pitiful. Natasha was puzzled. "But the last treasure box the master opened came out. How is it possible? I clearly adjusted the probability to 0.01%. The programmer frowned. "Did you adjust it? In other words, many settings in this world are related to you?" Yixian grasped the key point. "Don't worry about those details." Ahem. The programmer coughed slightly in embarrassment and looked away. Yixian came to his side and said, "How much do you know about the settings of this world? If it is the part that was added later, it is 70%. The programmer responded. He then said a lot to prove it. "Then will I evolve again?" Natasha tried to ask. "How could I know? I didn't design you." Programmers know nothing about this. Yixian rubbed his chin. "Co-authored the encyclopedia of You Are Still Walking. What's the use of knowing more? What this world needs is power." The programmer let out a long sigh. "Vampires are pretty good," Yixian comforted. "Yeah. Now I can make myself stronger by sucking human blood. And I can also restore blood." The programmer's words were filled with helplessness. "It is estimated that in a few days, you will have to wear a mask when going out. Otherwise you will be easily identified." Natasha had opened the treasure box at some point. "Master, look at it." There is only one thing in the treasure chest, which is an exquisite bow and arrow. All green. "This bow is pretty good. It's wood type. And it comes with a skill called Vine Entanglement," said the programmer. "Natasha, take it and try it." Yixian rubbed his nose after hearing this. "So light." Natasha held a bow and arrow in her hand and said in surprise. The programmer heard this. "This is my proud work. It can be called the most controllable bow and arrow under the supreme level. Master, can you give it to me?" Natasha pleaded. "Of course." Yixian raised his hand and rubbed her head. "By the way, I don't agree with what you are doing," the programmer suddenly said, taking out 2 keys with his backhand. And in an instant, they appeared downstairs. "Looking forward to your next visit." The innkeeper took back the key. "It's so comfortable. But I haven't really slept yet." Natasha and others instantly became energetic. The programmer shook his head. "That's just a waste of time. Don't you understand? No, that's not the case. The process of sleeping is very necessary," Natasha said seriously, and then pointed to the sky, which was still dark. "Necessary? You are a player. Tell me whether it is necessary. The programmer looked at Yixian. Let's continue on our way. Yixian changed the topic. But he saw a girl coming from a distance, accompanied by many maids. Natasha couldn't help but wonder. Who is that? Little girl. That is the third daughter of the city lord, Hu Ting. An enthusiastic passerby answered. What a handsome guy. Hu Ting paused as she got closer and stared at the programmer. Master, let's leave quickly. Natasha hugged Yixian's arm. The programmer said. You have to enjoy the game. So what's the rush? Soon. He followed Hu Ting and left, leaving Yixian and the two in a mess. Will it be a waste of time? This guy was very angry not long ago. Natasha bit her lower lip. There is a bun seller over there. Let's go over and eat some. Yixian disagreed. My dear guests, would you like some warm buns? The boss of the bun shop looked familiar. Yixian looked at it for a while. Aren't you the owner of Zhao Ji Baozi's shop? When Junan treated himself to steamed buns in Junan, he ate at this restaurant and said it was very popular. Since General Chu, who always patronized me, had an accident, my bun shop has become a place that people avoid, so I can only continue to sell it in another place. The owner of the bun shop, Lao Zhao, let out a long sigh, with helplessness written all over his face. Your buns are delicious. Bring a few more drawers, and we can eat them on the road, Natasha said happily. Okay. Lao Zhao brought out 5 drawers of steamed buns in one go, and said he only charged for 4 drawers of steamed buns. Yixian was not short of money, so he left a gold coin behind after eating. This might be a harvest that a steamed bun shop could only produce in several months. Natasha's belly was round. Master, when can we leave? All 5 drawers of steamed buns were eaten, and she ate 3.5 drawers by herself. When that guy has enough fun, we can take a break. Yixian stretched. These days, I am always busy with things in Heping Town and have no time to spare. Natasha is accompanying the master, Natasha said happily. What are you doing? Why are you trying to destroy my bun shop? The voice suddenly came. It was Lao Zhao. Then, there was another voice. How dare you accept money from our Shuyan sect? Owner? Natasha looked over and frowned when she saw Lao Zhao surrounded by 3 or 4 people wearing uniforms. Let's go there. Yixian remained calm. Chapter 96. Different Guqing. Don't smash it. This is the shop I use to support my family. Lao Zhao cried and shouted. Natasha heard this and shot out an arrow. Tangled with vines. What's going on? Where did the wood vine come from? Those people from the Shuyan sect were tightly entangled by the vines growing out of the ground. This arrow doesn't do much damage. It's mainly for control. Who are you? Don't mind your own business. When Yixian and the 2 men approached, the people from the Shuyan sect shouted. Natasha was furious and strung her bow. Yixian raised his hand to stop. You will destroy this street. You don't have a bad tone. You have the ability to shoot me. The people from the Shuyan sect are still clamoring. You will be punished for not paying for food and for smashing my shop. Lao Zhao cried bitterly as he knelt in front of the smashed bun shop. I heard it was Zuyaman who did it. You know they are not from a decent family. Passers-by gathered around. By chance, the duration of the vine entanglement ran out, and those few people were able to break free. One of them took out the bloodstone and said, Damn it! Brothers, come and slaughter this city. Are you from the Awakening Alliance? What's your relationship with Guqing? Yixian stepped forward instantly and grabbed his wrist holding the bloodstone. Huanso, I'm giving you face. Aren't I? The man shook his hand, and the bloodstone fell to the ground. He said angrily, Shua. Natasha was close in an instant and smeared his throat with an arrow. Dare to insult the master. Never forgive. The remaining people knelt down one after another, looking frightened and overwhelmed. Passers-by ran away one after another, shouting that they were dead. And no one was left except Lao Zhao. Yixian shook his head helplessly. Which one of you can answer me? Me. 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 We are no longer members of the Awakening Alliance, but disciples of the Shuyan sect. And Guqing is our sect leader. He asked us to do all this, and there's nothing we can do about it. The few remaining people had a strong desire to survive and talked one after another. It turned out to be that guy. Natasha naturally knew who Guqing was. Terrible people. Yixian clenched his fists. This guy actually betrayed the Awakening Alliance, stole everything related to the Bloodstone, and started his own business. He also owns the territory of Gulaba Rainforest. thinking back on all the things he did before. It was all in order to achieve this result today. And he was very thoughtful. Natasha asked, Master, what should we do now? When we set off, we will take a loop and go to the Gurava rainforest to meet him. Yi Xian replied. Quick, let's go! A man with a cloth covering his head ran over. Who are you? Yi Xian looked surprised. The programmer took off the cloth and said, Who do you think I am? It's too late. So hurry up and leave. The three of them ran out of the city. Before leaving, Yi Xian gave Lao Zhao a few gold coins as a first aid. Good man. Really good man. Lao Zhao burst into tears and planned to sell buns somewhere else. What happened? After leaving the city, Yi Xian summoned a car. My identity as a vampire has been discovered, and I am wanted in the city. The programmer quickly got in the car, sweat on his forehead. Natasha sat in the passenger seat and said, Master, there are soldiers catching up. Yi Xian glanced at the rearview mirror and stepped on the accelerator. With the engine roaring, they drove away, leaving the soldiers behind in an instant. Is it going this way? The programmer noticed something strange. Of course. Is it possible that you are doubting my master? Natasha turned and glared at him. Programmers can only be frustrated. Close their eyes and rest. One day passed, and when he arrived at the place, he gradually opened his mouth. Why are you back in this rainforest? According to my careful observation, it is closer to go this way. Yi Xian looked serious. I believe you, ghost. The programmer yelled. Ahem. Isn't this the wrong way to go? It's human nature. Yi Xian clicked his ears. It's obviously intentional. Programmers are not stupid. They can definitely see it. Yi Xian said. Don't be angry. I'll find a faster means of transportation later. Who are you? The Gurava rainforest is now closed to the public. Several disciples from the Xueyan sect ran over. Come to kill your people. Yi Xian stepped out of the car and slowly drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword. Not long after, those disciples turned into corpses and dropped a lot of bloodstones. Master, why are they all bloodstones? Natasha collected the dropped items with a strange look on her face. Yi Xian pondered for a while. Maybe it's because they took a lot of bloodstones before they were alive. Oh. Natasha nodded confusedly. The car continued driving until there was no more road. Yi Xian got out of the car. The next step is to just walk. Don't stay too far away from me. This place is still very dangerous. If you are not careful, you may be attacked by some powerful monster. Master, I will never leave you. Natasha hugged Yi Xian's shoulders tightly. The programmer followed behind, looking unhappy. Now that things have come to this, we can only follow suit. I'm coming to the Xueyan sect. Yi Xian whispered softly. Welcome. The sound came from behind the grass not far away. Gu Qing was holding a guitar, followed by a group of people, who seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Yi Xian frowned. You know I'm coming? Of course. And it's been a long time coming. Gu Qing looked ferocious and rushed towards him. Yi Xian drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword with a clang and advanced instead of retreating. Gu Qing put away his guitar and took out 2 slender daggers. And the two fought together. Why have you become so much stronger? Yi Xian was gradually surprised. In terms of warriors alone, he is no longer weaker than himself, which is almost impossible in a short period of time. Gu Qing didn't answer, with a strange smile on his face. Is it a bloodstone? Yi Xian thought of something. Gu Qing nodded. Smart. You are really interesting. I just think you're crazy. Yi Xian held a 7-star Long Yuan sword and violently released the fire dragon. Madman? I like this title. Gu Qing looked serious and dodged the fire dragon. Shua. Yi Xian saw the right moment and stabbed out with his sword. Gu Qing had no way to avoid it and was stabbed in the shoulder, leaving a bloody wound. Master! Master! Are you okay? Many people brought behind him said. Gu Qing shook his head and backed away. Up! Those people rushed forward, their eyes red, and stood behind them. Are you willing to die? Yi Xian frowned. Killing them was like chopping melons and vegetables. But he watched Gu Qing leave. Master! And me! Natasha took out her bow and shot 3 arrows in a row. Children should study well and play with arrows? Gu Qing dodged the first arrow, raised his hand to grab the second, and bit the third with his teeth. Natasha bit her lower lip. I should have applied poison if I had known earlier. Bye. Gu Qing gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Yi Xian killed all those people and chased them with teleportation. but found nothing. Chapter 97 Blood Beast. It hurts. Gu Qing was walking back to the base, poking the wound on his shoulder with his finger, looking crazy. Two disciples came forward and asked, "Master, what happened? Has the blood beast been cultivated?" Gu Qing asked back. "They have been cultivated, but they don't listen to us," a disciple replied. "Let it out and play." Gu Qing grinned, and this smile was full of sinisterness. On the other side, Yi Xian was leading Natasha and others forward, holding the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand. The programmer following behind frowned. "Are you here to seek revenge?" "Yes. If we don't kill him, he will come and kill us." Yi Xian nodded lightly. Natasha rode on his neck. "Master, something is approaching quickly in the distance ahead." "How fast?" Programmers couldn't help but wonder. "In front of you." Natasha finished her words, and the programmer was suddenly knocked away. Roar! A monster stood where the programmer had just been, with flames burning all over its body and its eyes red. He had horns, a scorpion tail, and tiger claws. He stood there like a human, completely different. Yi Xian looked at the programmer. "Hey, are you okay?" "Almost died." The programmer just landed and stood up tremblingly. "This monster is a bit difficult to deal with." Yi Xian looked at Xixiang and frowned. Whoosh! Whizzing! Natasha shot a lot of arrows in a row and fell to the ground in a backflip. Yi Xian rushed out directly. "Suffer death!" Sibu smashed all the arrows, advanced instead of retreating, and shot out with his claws. Puff! Yi Xian thrust out his sword, but he spurted blood and fell back. The sound of a beautiful guitar comes from afar, then gradually subsides. "It's Gu Qing!" Yi Xian frowned and looked at Xian like, "Could this thing be made by Gu Qing?" There is no doubt that it is also related to the blood stone. "Master, why don't you make a strategic retreat first?" Natasha said. Yi Xian looked over in surprise. "Who taught you strategic retreat?" "Uncle Qian Duo. He said it would be less embarrassing this way." Natasha never hid anything from him. "That guy!" Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Roar!" Sibu rushed in fiercely, with a strong desire to attack. Yi Xian released the fire dragon with his backhand. "Proud fire dragon! Wreak havoc!" Roar! Sibu showed human contempt and was completely unharmed when he was hit by the fire dragon. "He is immune to fire," said the programmer at the rear. "Can it get any more disgusting?" Yi Xian frowned, dodged Xian Like's impact, and thrust out a sword with his backhand. Accurate hit. Sibu was stabbed in the spine and let out an angry roar. It punched backhand. Yi Xian dodged it and stabbed again. "It should be fine if you wear it out slowly." Sibei's hand was stabbed, and blood flowed from the wound to his fingertips and dripped to the ground. "Master, I seem to hear something." Natasha, who was supported by bows and arrows from a distance, said. Yi Xian listened carefully and came to her side in an instant. "Let's go!" "What happened?" The programmer looked surprised. "It will be too late if we don't leave." Yi Xian summoned a spaceship, took them on it, and then flew into the air. "Warning! The spacecraft is under attack!" Along with a shaking, the spacecraft's alarm sounded. The programmer looked down and was shocked. How could this happen? Nearly a dozen of them were gathering around below. They uprooted the big tree and threw it up. "Leave first," Yi Xian said, and the spacecraft disappeared instantly, disappearing like a stream of light. "That's so fast! Wait! I'm afraid of heights!" The programmer finally realized something and fainted on the spot. At dusk, inside an inn, the programmer woke up in bed. "Okay, so high!" He sat up suddenly, with cold sweat on his forehead, and he was still frightened. "I told you that it wasn't possible for you to be in trouble, but you just fainted for 2 days." Yi Xian opened the door and walked in, followed by Natasha. 2 days? The programmer looked confused and then breathed out. "What a long tooth!" Natasha couldn't help but say. The programmer's vampire fangs have grown. Yi Xian rubbed his nose. "I'm sorry. I forgot that you were afraid of heights. The master saw that you were no longer ready, so he found a random city and waited for 2 days." Natasha said the same. I'm a little hungry." The programmer sighed. "Here are fresh bean rolls. I just bought them. Eat them while they are hot." Yi Xian gave a bag. The programmer nodded, and after taking 2 bites, he spat out, "You guys." His face gradually turned purple, and he was actually poisoned. "Master, what's going on?" Natasha's sweat dropped anxiously. I don't know either. Yi Xian stepped forward, took out an antidote pill, and fed it to the programmer. He smelled the bean rolls, and faintly smelled the unique smell of bloodstone, and couldn't help but frown. How is he? Natasha asked. Yi Xian checked the programmer's breath with his hand. Fortunately, he's not dead. Why are the bean rolls I just bought poisonous? Natasha frowned. They had often eaten the bean burritos downstairs in the past 2 days, and had never had any problems. If something goes wrong, there must be a monster. You can keep watch while I go out and look for you. Yi Xian turned and left. You're not taking me with you. Natasha was unhappy, locked the doors and windows, and took out her bow and arrows. On the other side, Yi Xian has already gone downstairs. An old woman came towards me. Xiao Ya, where is your sister? She is the owner of the inn. She is affable, and is very friendly to the brother and sister who are in trouble. Fine. Yi Xian forced a smile. How is your brother who is born with a heartless heart? The old woman asked again, with concern on her face. Fine. Yi Xian rubbed his nose. This is a city of humans. In desperation, I made up this identity. Soon, he left the inn and came to a place selling bean rolls. The man selling bean rolls was explaining. It's really not me. How could I poison everyone? There was sweat on his forehead, and there were many people around him. Some of them were carried on stretchers and had become corpses. They all died after eating your bean rolls. It's not allowed by heaven. It's not allowed by heaven. The people surrounding shouted angrily. Yi Xian walked over and remained calm. It seems that it is not just my family that has suffered, but many people who bought bean rolls have suffered. I rely on this to support my family. I get up early and come home late. There is no reason to do this. The bean roll seller looked helpless. Get out of the way. The city lord has an order to arrest this unscrupulous vendor. A group of soldiers came running over. Soon, the bean roll seller was taken away. The last soldier shouted before leaving. The city lord has invited a capable person to go to the city lord's mansion to see a doctor. There will be many rewards. After he finished speaking, he left with the team. City lord? Could it be that the city lord also ate this bean roll? He must be the son of the city lord. I remember that he likes to eat the bean rolls here the most. Oh, what a crime! People around him dispersed one after another, and Yi Xian was thinking about it, ready to take the opportunity to find out. Chapter 98, Dr. Zhou. City Lord's Mansion. The lord of the city is named Zhao Ping, and he is very popular among the people. At this moment, he stood motionless outside his son's room. The servant on the side said, City Lord. Young City Lord. He has his own destiny. There will definitely be no problem. Soon, the door opened and several doctors came out. How is my son's condition? Zhao Ping asked quickly. Hey, several doctors shook their heads and sighed. Lord City Lord, there is nothing we can do about the poison that your son has been poisoned by. We can only use elixirs to barely maintain our lives. A doctor gave his hand. For a moment, Zhao Ping pushed open the door and entered, looking at his pale son in the room with his heart aching. Just now the servant ran in. City Lord, the miracle doctor is here. But divine Dr. Zhou? Zhao Ping asked quickly. That's right. The old man is here in person, and he will definitely be able to detoxify the young city lord. The servant nodded vigorously. Just as he was talking, an old man walked in from outside, accompanied by 2 apprentices. Divine Dr. Zhou, please detoxify my son. Zhao Ping held up his hands and almost knelt down. The so-called miracle Dr. Zhou, who had a mustache, nodded when he heard the words, sat by the bed and took his son's pulse. For a long time, he frowned slightly. How's the situation? Zhao Ping's heart tightened. Prepare your funeral arrangements. I have heard a little about this poison, but there is no cure. Divine Dr. Zhou let out a long sigh. Zhao Ping clenched his fists. Is there really no other way? Yes, there is. But the price that needs to be paid, although it will not bankrupt the city lord, is almost the same. Divine Dr. Zhou's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Treat. Even if we really lose everything, we will still treat it. Zhao Ping did not hesitate. Father. Zhao Fei slowly opened his eyes, his voice hoarse due to the poison. Zhao Ping said, Dad is here. Mom died early. You raised me alone. I am weak and sick. Even if I am cured, I will not be able to live for a few days. After Zhao Fei said that, he coughed violently. Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Ping frowned. Dad, leave me alone. Zhao Fei said with tears in his eyes. Zhao Ping asked Divine Dr. Zhou to treat him quickly, for fear of wasting time. This elixir is a magical elixir that I refined using all the treasures in the world and refining it for 99 and 81 days. Dr. Zhou didn't say much nonsense and took out a pill. Can my son be cured? Zhao Ping asked. Of course. The city lord only pays this price? Dr. Zhou looked hesitant. Zhao Ping handed over his hand. It's definitely not a problem. Wait. The sound came from outside. The city lord is a man wearing a mask. He can't be driven away no matter what. He says he can undo the young city lord's poison. The servant ran in and knelt down, wearing a mask. The city lord was startled and looked over. A person walked in slowly. It was Yi Xian who was wearing a mask. Here. Mask? How bold. Don't you know that the human race has issued an order prohibiting the wearing of masks? Divine Dr. Zhou frowned and raised his hand. Then do you know who gave this order? Yi Xian asked. Is it you who is wearing white? Dr. Zhou reacted and his face instantly turned pale. This is a man who kills without blinking an eye. Zhao Ping drew out the long sword hanging from his waist. The soldiers stationed outside the house rushed in, drew their swords, and surrounded Yi Xian. Upon seeing this, Divine Dr. Zhou said, What are you waiting for? Hurry and cut him into 8 big pieces. However, no one moved. Everyone was waiting for the city lord's decision. You said you can remove the poison from my son? Zhao Ping's hand holding the sword was very steady. That's right. And you're not at all curious about why perfectly good bean rolls are poisonous? When Yi Xian said this, he looked at Dr. Zhou. He also smelled a bloodstone. And the answer was already obvious. You know? Zhao Ping held the sword hilt tightly and frowned. Divine Dr. Zhou suddenly stepped forward. What are you waiting for? This person is a repeat offender from the human race. All human beings are obliged to punish repeat offenders on the spot. And they can also receive a hefty bonus afterwards. Do you really think that these little shrimp soldiers and crab generals can deal with me? Yi Xian smiled disdainfully, and his laughter made many people present lower their heads. You are indeed very strong. But this is not a place for you to run wild. Divine Dr. Zhou roared angrily. Why are bean rolls poisonous? Zhao Ping asked. Hearing this, Yi Xian looked at Divine Dr. Zhou. You should ask him this question. How would I know? Dr. Zhou snorted coldly. Yi Xian slowly approached him. The 2 apprentices behind Divine Dr. Zhou stepped forward and blocked him with their bodies. Yi Xian released a threat. Get out. The 2 apprentices suddenly became incontinent and fainted on the spot. Useless trash. Divine Dr. Zhou cursed in his heart and backed away from time to time. My son? My son. Suddenly, the sword in Zhao Ping's hand fell to the ground. Zhao Fei, who was lying on the bed, suddenly vomited blood and his eyes were blurred. It was obvious that he was about to die. Since City Lord Zhao is so insincere, I'll leave first. Seeing this, Divine Dr. Zhou put on airs and was about to leave. Zhao Ping said quickly, I will give you whatever you want. Please give my son the elixir. No need for him. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he walked to the bed, took out an antidote pill, and stuffed it into Zhao Fei's mouth. Eating indiscriminately will kill you. Dr. Zhou couldn't help but say, cough, cough, cough. However, Zhao Ping spat out poisonous blood and his face became less pale. Zhao Ping saw this. Okay, how can it be? Dr. Zhou was shocked. Only he could undo the poison he had newly prepared. Thank you for saving my son. Zhao Ping knelt down on the spot. Get up. Next, Yi Xian walked over and tore off Divine Dr. Zhou's clothes, and dozens of blood stones fell to the ground. Zhao Ping saw this. What are these? It's a good thing for some people, but I never thought it could be used as medicine. Yi Xian was amazed. When he smelled the smell of bloodstone in the bean roll, he felt strange. I wanted to spend some time finding the real culprit, but I didn't expect that I would bump into him here. I don't know what you are talking about, since I am not welcome here. After saying this, Divine Dr. Zhou turned around and wanted to leave quickly, but was stopped by 2 soldiers with swords. When he saw this, he said, What? You want to kill me? How dare you? But please ask Divine Dr. Zhou to stay in prison for some time, so that I can find out what's going on. Zhao Ping's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that he would do so many evil things for money. Soon, Divine Dr. Zhou was taken away. Thank you for your great kindness. Zhao Ping turned and knelt down to Yi Xian again. Thank you for your help. Zhao Fei fell off the bed, and then knelt down. Yi Xian chuckled. I'm just here to help you clear up the doubts in your heart. I'll go see the miracle doctor later. Zhao Ping quickly agreed. Not long after, in the cell, Dr. Zhou had already put on his prison uniform and looked at Yixian fiercely as he came in, wishing he could skin him and convulse him. Chapter 99 Blind Date. What's your relationship with Gu Qing? Yixian asked. As a miracle doctor, how could I have an affair with a traitor? Divine Dr. Zhou scolded angrily. Yixian slapped him with his backhand. Then where did your bloodstone come from? How dare you hit me? You picked it up. Dr. Zhou snorted coldly, closed his eyes after finishing speaking, and said no more words. Seeing this, Yixian drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword and placed it on his neck. Are you sure you don't want to tell me? Do you still dare to kill me in front of everyone? Dr. Zhou broke into a cold sweat. In full view? Yixian chuckled. The guards around him quickly lowered their heads, pretending they didn't see anything. You guys! Divine Dr. Zhou swallowed hard and looked in disbelief. Yixian asked. Let me ask you one last time. Where did the bloodstone come from? It's the Xueyuan sect. Divine Dr. Zhou was kneeling on the ground, shaking violently, knowing that he would die if he was not careful. Yixian put away his sword, turned and left. Sir! Go slowly, the jailer said respectfully. Why are you here if you don't want to take care of yourself? Yixian walked out of the prison all the way and saw Zhao Fei, who was guarding here. His face was bloodier than before he was poisoned. Zhao Fei handed over his hand. Thanks to you, I was able to recover from my illness and caught the real culprit. Well enough. Yixian disagreed. I can lead you wherever you want to go, Zhao Fei said solemnly. You have nothing to do to be courteous. Tell me, what do you want from me? Yixian was speechless. Zhao Fei heard this. How could it be? I came here specifically to thank you. If you don't tell me, I'll leave. After Yixian finished speaking, he was about to leave. Please teach me 1.5 moves, Zhao Fei said quickly. Who doesn't know that Mask is a great master who makes the entire human race helpless? If you can learn 1.5 moves from him, your future will be bright and promising. I am a wanted criminal. You have already committed a big taboo by indulging me. You still want to be my half-disciple? Yixian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and wiped the mask he was wearing. Zhao Fei heard this. I only believe in justice. Who doesn't know that you only kill corrupt officials? Even that prince? He didn't continue talking. He understood everything. So, you think I am a righteous knight wandering the world? Yixian couldn't help but chuckle. That's right. Zhao Fei nodded vigorously. This is for you. Yixian looked at his backpack. There were a lot of skill books that looked good, so he gave one. Zhao Fei took a closer look. Oh my god! How did you know that I was practicing with a spear? The skills in the skill book are of the spear category. He wanted to say something else, but Yixian was nowhere to be seen. And Yixian returned here and had already taken off his clothes. The old woman came over quickly, holding a handkerchief and smiling. Yixian's back furrowed. If you have anything to say it directly. Damn! I can't bear the fact that the lives of you 3 brothers and sisters are so miserable. So, when the old woman said this, she gave up. So? Yixian was confused for a while. I found a good family for you. The old woman smiled. Yixian's eyes widened. Fortunately, he didn't drink water. Otherwise, he would have sprayed it out in one gulp. He asked, What's going on? The other party is the daughter of the Ming family in this city. She is rich and powerful. I have agreed to bring your younger brothers and sisters into the house. The old woman was very happy and spent a lot of time arranging this blind date. You are really a good person. Yixian's mouth twitched again and again. I'll take you over to meet you later. Go upstairs and clean up. The old woman smiled and pointed to the stairs. Okay. Just wait a moment. Yixian was silent for a while and agreed. These days, the old woman treats herself and others as if she were her own children. It would be too much to just leave. Saying goodbye to the old woman, he came outside the room and heard a sound before he entered. Let me go! Let me go! Master wants me to protect you here, so you can't leave. Who are you? Yixian pushed the door open and entered. The programmer was tied to the bed, and Natasha was guarding him with a bow and arrow. Take care of her. I need to go to the toilet. The struggle on the programmer's face gradually became dull, as if he had entered the legendary sage mode. The stink spread out, and Natasha covered her nose. Such an adult still poops his pants? Why don't you go to the toilet for 3 days? The programmer gritted his teeth. What? The cause of your poisoning has been found out. Yixian coughed lightly and went over to untie the rope that tied him. Why am I always the unlucky one? The programmer was helpless and left the room to clean up. After a long time, he came back and asked, "What's going on?" "It's a newly researched poison using red stone." Yi Xian told the whole story, leaving out the part about wearing a mask. "Xia ya, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go on a blind date with me." A voice came from outside the door. "Xia ya? Blind date?" The programmer looked surprised. The old woman opened the door and walked in. "Are you awake?" "Huh?" "Yes." The programmer was stunned for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Great. Double happiness." The old woman laughed so hard that she couldn't even open her eyes. "What does a blind date mean?" Natasha said quickly, with disbelief written all over her face. The old woman told the story again. She turned around and said, "When Xia comes to Meng's house, you can also live in it. And the mistress wakes up. It's really a double happiness." "Wait a minute. What's going on with the mistress?" The programmer snickered first and then reacted. "Old lady, wait for me downstairs. I'll be there soon." Yi Xian pushed the old lady out of the room and closed the door. "Master, what's going on with the blind date and marriage? The mistress is making trouble again?" Natasha and the programmer each wore half of their faces, looking kind and puzzled. Yi Xian smiled bitterly and explained quickly. The programmer was quickly relieved. Natasha, on the other hand, so it was to repay the old lady? But, she lowered her head sullenly. "When we came here, the inns in the city didn't accept us. But she agreed. Plus she helped us a lot. How could she not go?" Yi Xian shook his head gently. "I think you are afraid that if you don't go, she will be embarrassed by the Ming family later." "Right," the programmer said. "You caught me." Yi Xian chuckled. He turned to Natasha and said, "Don't worry. Even if the daughter of the Ming family is as beautiful as a fairy, I'm just going through the motions. Can we go together?" Although Natasha didn't say anything, she looked unhappy. "Okay." Seeing her insistence, Yi Xian had no choice but to agree. "I'll join you too. After all, I'm the third child. What do you think about letting a kid take the second place?" The programmer raised his shoulders and said, Lao San, very strongly. Natasha heard this. "I'm not a child. I already." She didn't continue talking. She lowered her head and nodded her fingers. Age is always a girl's secret. Chapter 100. It's her. The three of them then came downstairs. The old woman had been waiting for a long time. "Hurry up. The carriage is ready." "Well, can I take them too with me?" Yi Xian was helpless. "Of course." The old woman nodded. And the four of them left the inn and drove away in a carriage. "Master, don't be tempted," Natasha said in a very low voice, so that no one else could hear her. Yi Xian nodded. The Ming Mansion, as one of the most powerful forces in the city, was renowned far and wide. The carriage stopped outside, and several servants came out. "Old madam, you are finally back." "Old lady?" Yi Xian poked his head out of the carriage, with a confused look on his face. "Come on. Come in with me." The old woman smiled charitably. She is the old lady of the Ming Mansion, Granny Ming, and she is also the owner of the inn. "You really gave me a big surprise." Yi Xian's eyes twitched. He would have never come if he had known it. Granny Ming patted him on the shoulder. "I know you are a good boy, and you are a suitable son-in-law. Master, why don't you see his children coming out to greet you?" Natasha, who was following behind, asked softly. A servant ran over. His eyes widened and his face was covered with sweat. Natasha took half a step back, frightened. "What are you doing?" Yi Xian looked at the servant. His voice was cold, and he took Natasha into his arms. The servant quickly said, "Please don't mention your children in front of the old lady. I beg you." He knelt on the ground, and all the surrounding servants also knelt on the ground. "Why are you all kneeling down?" Grandma Ming, who was walking in the front, turned around and found that no one was following her. She was even more confused when she saw this. "Nothing. Just come here." Yi Xian led the people over. "My son is working hard outside, and my daughter is already in her 30s this year. But she is in no rush to get married." Granny Ming let out a long sigh. Yi Xian nodded calmly. "Is that so?" The servants followed behind, with nervous expressions on their faces, as if they were afraid of speaking out about their children. "It's at the pavilion in front. My daughter is waiting there. You must behave well." Granny Ming smiled kindly. Soon, we approached the pavilion. "Why you? It's you?" Yi Xian and the girl sitting in the pavilion spoke at the same time. I saw that the girl turned out to be Su Daji, now in human form. Granny Ming was stunned. Do you know each other? We have met once before. Su Daji smoothed things over. That's great. It's fate, Grandma Ming said, leading the programmers and others away. Although Natasha was unwilling, she was still taken away. Tell me, how did you become Grandma Ming's daughter? Seeing that there was no one around, Yi Xian spoke openly. Su Daji pouted. Do you have to control it? Pervert! It was obviously your fault at that time that I pushed you down. It was not intentional. Yi Xian knew in his heart that she was talking about what happened before. Why did you come here for a blind date? Su Daji hummed, blushed, and avoided talking about the matter. It's more complicated. You answer my questions first. Otherwise I won't say anything. Yi Xian hugged his shoulders. He knew that Su Daji could not really be Granny Ming's child. After all, in terms of setting, she is very, very old. Much older than Granny Ming. Su Daji bit her lower lip. I like to talk, but I don't want to hear it yet. Just like that, the situation became deadlocked. 10 minutes later. Why are you just sitting there? Girl. Granny Ming walked over, her brows filled with eagerness. Mom, I understand. Let's talk now. Su Daji looked helpless. I like it very much. How about we get married today? Yi Xian said suddenly. Grandma Ming was very happy when she heard this. That's great, but it's not possible today. You have to choose a day carefully. Mom, I haven't agreed yet. Let's talk alone. Su Daji stood up, her words mixed with complaints. It would be great if someone wants you. You can choose. Granny Ming thought to herself, then turned and left. You took advantage of me. Su Daji stared at Yi Xian, her clear and beautiful eyes filled with unhappiness. Yi Xian shrugged. Where do we start talking about this? I haven't even touched you. You? Seeing that he was such a scoundrel, Su Daji stamped her feet angrily. Tell me why you are in the Ming Mansion. Yi Xian didn't want to waste any time. That was many years ago. Suda started to remember. At that time, she was seriously injured and was knocked back to her original shape. She was rescued by Granny Ming when passing through the city. Yi Xian frowned. Someone can seriously hurt you. Don't interrupt. Su Daji was furious. She said. A few days later, Granny Ming got the bad news. Her son was tortured and dumped outside, and her daughter was assassinated in her boudoir. Mother Ming couldn't bear the blow and went crazy. I happened to change back to my human form at that time, and I was looked at clearly. She regarded me as her daughter. Su Daji told the story. So that's what happened. Yi Xian thought thoughtfully. In my opinion, the enemy did this just to make Granny Ming suffer. Su Daji guessed. The most painful thing in the world is for a white-haired person to give a black-haired person a gift. Yi Xian nodded. Speaking of which, you just become someone else's daughter? She is my lifesaver, and she treats me really well. Su Daji nodded slightly. I also think she is a kind person with a kind heart. How can such a person have enemies? Yi Xian was puzzled. Don't be shy. It's your turn to tell me why you are here, Su Daji said. Yi Xian pondered for a while and told the process. Su Daji suddenly realized. So that's what happened. Mother Ming is old. If you want to fulfill your filial piety, you might as well find a way to make her happy, Yi Xian said matter-of-factly. What method? Su Daji was puzzled. Like marry me. Go and have your spring and autumn dreams. Su Daji stood up and left directly. Granny Ming and Natasha ran over. Hey, this girl is so ignorant. It's okay. I don't blame him. Yi Xian shook his head, looking like a victim. If you take your brothers and sisters to live in the Ming Mansion, you will always be in love for a long time. Grandma Ming called a few servants. Yi Xian agreed. Natasha saw this. Are we going to stay here? Hey, don't forget the ruins of the gods. That is the top priority. The programmer frowned in his ear. Please ask some of you to take us to the room. Yi Xian looked at the servants as if he hadn't heard anything. Soon, the three of them were taken to three connected rooms. Is the tea still hot? Yi Xian sat in the room and poured himself a cup of tea. The door suddenly opened. He looked over. What are you doing? Torture me to extract a confession? It was Natasha and the programmer. They walked into the room with great momentum. Why do you want to live here? Don't tell me this is part of the plan. The programmer stepped forward with a puzzled look on his face. That's right. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he smiled and said nothing. I stay here Firstly because of Granny Ming and Su Daji. And secondly because of the mystery surrounding Divine Dr. Zhou. Let's see what tricks you can do. The programmer left angrily, but Natasha stayed. Chapter 101, Poisonous Spider Palace. Late at night, Yixian was lying on the roof, looking at the starry sky. It's so good. This is the life I want. Leisurely and comfortable. Not reduced to a social animal. What's good? Pervert. Su Daji suddenly appeared aside. Why did you come to me? Yixian said, taking a breath. You're just going to live like this? Su Daji looked unhappy. Yixian spread his hands. Isn't it obvious? You are acting like a rogue. Move out quickly. Su Daji frowned. Go and tell Granny Ming and see if she agrees. Yixian was still looking at the stars. Scoundrel. Although Su Daji was angry, there was nothing she could do. Yixian smiled. I said I would chase you. Do you remember? I don't remember. If you do this again, I'll leave. Su Daji's face turned red instantly, and her beautiful face was perfectly decorated with this blush. Okay, let's get down to business. Yixian sat up, a light flashing in his eyes. There must be something fishy about Granny Ming. The best way is to wait and see. I do often find sneaky people outside the Ming mansion. Su Daji rubbed her chin. Yixian heard this. Then you didn't catch anyone for interrogation? Where should I catch it and put it? Besides, I didn't think about this before. Su Daji shook her head. Whatever you say. You wait for me here first. Yixian suddenly used teleportation to leave. It's been so many years. What's there to find out? A man was walking around the Ming mansion, complaining verbally. Yixian appeared behind him. Being a spy is quite tiring, isn't it? Aren't you tired? It takes such a long time and effort, and you don't get much wages. Damn it! Who are you? As the man was talking, he realized something was wrong and turned his head to look over. Get some sleep first. Yixian knocked him unconscious with a backhand palm. He picked up the man, found Su Daji, and entered the programmer's room with her. What are you doing? The programmer stood up immediately when he heard the door open, and then was surprised. Yixian put down the man. The death of Granny Ming's children must be related to them. Can you get down to business? Why do you have to help her so much? Programmers are puzzled. Of course we must carry forward Lei Feng's spirit and do good deeds, Yixian said solemnly. I think it's for women's sake. Right. The programmer snorted and crossed his shoulders. He turned around and said, I understand the truth. But why are you bringing people here with you? Afraid of waking up Natasha, Yixian said, took out a basin of cold water and poured it on the man. I should be woken up when I close it. The programmer gritted his teeth. What happened? Where is this? The man woke up and couldn't get up for a long time. Yixian put his hands behind his back. Tell me, who are you? And why are you hanging around outside the Ming mansion in the middle of the night? The road is not yours. I can walk wherever I want. The man snorted coldly. Chong, Yixian didn't say much nonsense. Pulled out the 7-star Long Yuan sword and put it on his throat. Big brother, don't kill me. The man instantly surrendered and felt the pain before the sword blade even cut into his skin. The programmer simply continued to sleep. Yixian put away his sword. Say it, brother. I am a servant of the Poisonous Spider Palace who came to investigate. The man started talking and talked for nearly 10 minutes. Poisonous Spider Palace? Su Daji frowned. Where? Yixian is deep in thought. The man replied. It's very far. It takes about a day's journey there and back. He then informed the specific location. Yixian wanted to say something else, but Su Daji suddenly moved and smashed the man's head into pieces with one palm. He was stunned for a while. What are you doing? You already know everything you need to know. Why keep him? Su Daji asked back. Are you going to let me sleep? The programmer said angrily, as his brains were splashed all over his face. Let's go now. Yixian left with Su Daji. Su Daji said, I plan to go to the Poisonous Spider Palace first. What about you? Let's come together and try to come back before dawn. Yixian looked at the sky. It should be too late. Go to my room first. Su Daji said. Huh? Isn't this the right time? Yixian swallowed and foamed at the mouth. Su Daji blushed. What are you thinking about? I have night clothes in my room. Oh. Yixian rubbed his nose. Soon, the two came to Su Daji's room, which was very luxurious in the Ming mansion. It smells so good. Yixian glanced around and smelled it from time to time. Hurry up and change your clothes. Stop smelling. Su Daji took out a complete set of night clothes and gave them to him, including the mask. Yi Xian chuckled. Okay. Not long after, two people wearing night clothes left the Ming Mansion. Poison Spider Palace. Yi Xian and others came nearby. On a normal day, they arrived in an hour. The defense is so tight. Su Daji frowned. There were many disciples guarding the outside of the poisonous Spider Palace, and the lights were bright. I have a way to take you in with me. Yi Xian looked hesitant. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Su Daji couldn't help but count the time, and it would be dawn in a while. Yi Xian shook his head. No. You will be called a pervert. It doesn't matter. You are what you are anyway. So what do you care about? Su Daji was a little anxious. Seeing this, Yi Xian hugged her tightly. What are you doing? Su Daji's face turned red, and she didn't dare to struggle because she was afraid of being exposed. Hold me tight so I can take you in. Yi Xian whispered in her ear. Su Daji felt the heat coming from her ears and blushed to the base of her ears. A voice came. Who is there? Come out. Hurry up and hold me tight. Yi Xian couldn't help but say. When Su Daji hugged her tightly, he used teleportation and entered the Ming Mansion directly. Okay. Let go. Yi Xian stared at the girl holding him tightly in his arms. Coming in? Su Daji quickly leaned down. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Do you have any plans? How could I have it? Weren't you prepared? Su Daji was stunned for a moment. And then the two of them stared at each other for a long time, each speechless. I entered the poisonous Spider Palace on the spur of the moment. But I didn't make any plans at all. How about we go back and prepare? Su Daji's face was full of embarrassment. It's boring. Just order it. Yi Xian drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword and walked towards the largest room in the Poison Spider Palace. Su Daji saw this. What are you going to do? Of course. To capture the thief first. Capture the king. After Yi Xian said this, many disciples suddenly rushed over and surrounded the two of them. Who are you? Who dared to break into the poisonous Spider Palace at night? There was an elder with a white beard holding a long stick. Have you ever heard of the famous male and female evil spirits in the world? Yi Xian raised his hand and held Su Daji's waist. Su Daji trembled all over and bit her lower lip. You took advantage of me again. I will settle the score with you when I get back. It's called disguise. Yi Xian chuckled. Wearing a mask. How can we disguise ourselves? Su Daji was filled with embarrassment and anger. What kind of evil spirits? Come on. Catch them. The elder said impatiently. Chapter 102 Crisis. Many disciples rushed forward, some still dozing off. Su Daji was about to make a move, but was stopped by Yi Xian. The fox's tail must be hidden. After he finished speaking, he released the deterrent. Thump, thump. The disciples present knelt down one after another. Even the elder did the same. Who are you? Elder Whitebeard found that struggling was useless and looked in disbelief. As I said, both male and female are evil. Yi Xian slowly walked to him. Elder Whitebeard said quickly, No, don't kill me. Kill you? I won't do that. At least not for the time being. Where is your palace master? Yi Xian put his hands behind his back. Who are you? The voice came from far away, and a person approached from far away. He was wearing a yellow mandarin jacket and had a short haircut. He was the master of the poisonous Spider Palace. I'm too lazy to repeat myself. Yi Xian came to him instantly. The palace master was startled and subconsciously clapped his hands. Bang! Yi Xian was hit accurately, but did not move at all. How can it be? The palace owner backed away continuously. Yi Xian rubbed his nose. That's it? I didn't expect that the poisonous Spider Palace would be so unbearable. So weak that it couldn't even hit its own armor. Quick! Go and invite the adults over. The palace owner shouted quickly, and his voice spread throughout the poisonous Spider Palace. Is there an expert? After Yi Xian finished speaking, several figures approached instantly. They are all masters from the master camp. Just you. There is no way you can be their opponent. The palace owner breathed a sigh of relief, with an arrogant expression on his face. Su Daji heard this, master camp. She naturally knew that this was the most elite military camp of the human race, and the people inside were all masters. Why you? There were 4 people from the master camp, and one of them was staring at Yi Xian with surprise on his face. He is the crazy sword. Yi Xian made a shushing gesture. What bad thing did you do? Crazy Blade looked at the palace master. Yi Xian has never done anything unjust, so to come to his door shows that he is not clean. The palace owner heard this. I don't have it. I really don't have it. No. Do you know Granny Ming? Yi Xian slowly walked to him. The palace master's pupils trembled. Say, otherwise we won't be able to save you, Crazy Blade said immediately. The palace owner sat down on the ground without strength. I don't know her at all. What are you talking about? I think you are still talking tough even when death is about to happen. Yi Xian drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword. Chang Guangdao drew out his long sword and stopped in front of the palace owner with the other 3 masters. You dare to stop me? Yi Xian's voice was cold and the aura around him was extremely strong. Crazy Blade gritted his teeth. As a royal force, poisonous spider palace, if you take action, we will definitely fight with death. Do you think I can't be cruel? Yi Xian slowly walked towards them. The 4 masters retreated one after another. When the palace owner saw this, he said, I'll fight you. He took out a handful of red things and stuffed them into his mouth. When he looked closely, he saw that they were blood stones. Is this thing a disaster? Yi Xian had a headache. Ha! I've become a lot stronger. The palace owner's eyes gradually turned red. What's wrong with you? Crazy Blade noticed that something was wrong with him. The palace owner angrily rebuked. Trash! You actually threatened one of your own people just now. Why are you talking to the deputy battalion commander? Another master cursed angrily. Crazy Blade has been promoted to the deputy battalion commander of the master camp these days. Oh! The palace master appeared in front of him instantly and clapped his hands. Snapped. Along with a long burst of applause. The master's head was slapped to pieces. Some disciples present vomited it out. Crazy Blade Tiger's eyes widened. Are you crazy? Kill even your own people? One of your own? Ha! Do you still regard me as one of your own? The palace owner asked, turning to look at Yi Xian. Do you still have consciousness? An imperceptible glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Soon, the 2 of them started fighting. Why not use magic? Su Daji was puzzled. Yi Xian was helpless and didn't answer anything. If you use your signature skills at this time, no matter how stupid people are, they will know who you are. The scene was at a stalemate. Seeing that he couldn't take it anymore, the palace master took out another handful of blood stones and ate them. I'll kill you! Where did so many come from? Yi Xian frowned. The total he had eaten twice was probably close to 50. Soon, the palace owner lost his mind, but became stronger because of it. He grinned wildly. Kill you! Kill you all! Totally crazy. Crazy Blade knew this. Palace Master! What's wrong with you? Palace Master? The white-bearded elder stepped forward. Without saying a word, the palace owner took off his head and ate it bite by bite. At this time, the surrounding disciples ran away quickly, leaving no one behind, for fear that they would be the next one to be eaten. Back off! Crazy Blade retreated with the only 2 remaining masters. Gradually, the palace master ate the head clean and focused on Yi Xian. He was unconscious, but he still remembered that he must be killed. Why do people in this world always seek death and boredom? Yi Xian muttered softly. The 2 then fought together again. Suddenly, the sound of guitar came. What happened? Su Daji had a bad premonition in her heart. Yi Xian frowned and heard roars. He escaped an attack from the palace master, looked into the distance, and saw Gu Qing arriving with more than 24 faced beasts, secretly thinking that he was really haunted. You retreat first and report what happened here to the emperor, Crazy Blade said immediately. The 2 masters left, and he stayed where he was. Long time no see. Gu Qing waved to Yi Xian. Yi Xian heard this. I would rather you go to H.L. and never see you again. Does this guitar sound beautiful? Gu Qing spread his hands and then played the guitar. The rhythm was violent and harsh at the same time. The 4 beasts behind him rushed away, leaving only 2 behind. What are you doing standing still? Hurry up and leave. Yi Xian looked at Su Daji. Want to leave? First ask my blood beasts if they agree. Gu Qing laughed wildly at the top of his lungs. His laughter was sharp. Yi Xian frowned and punched the rushing blood beast with his backhand. Baji fist! In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, and several thunderbolts suddenly flashed out of the originally clear sky. This, Gu Qing looked surprised. Several blood beasts died under that punch. Let's go! Yi Xian roared. Those who came together should go back together. Don't treat me like a useless vase. Su Daji turned into a fox form, with 9 tails flying in the wind behind her. Seeing this, Gu Qing said, You have been secretive for so long. So it turns out to be a little fox? Puff. Suddenly, Yixian was not paying attention and was attacked by the palace master. He flew out upside down and was caught by the crazy knife. Su Daji came over, and the three of them were instantly surrounded by the blood beast and the palace master. This is bad. Crazy Blade frowned. It should be more interesting for that guy. Yixian was calm in the face of danger and looked at Gu Qin from a distance. At this time, he was playing the guitar and looked intoxicated. Chapter 103 The Power of Blood. The palace master walked slowly, his blood-red eyes full of cruelty. The blood beasts are also approaching. The 9 tails behind Su Daji were swaying. We have to find a way to escape. Do you remember how you got in? Yixian asked. Su Daji blushed and went over to hug him tightly. Huh? This, Kwang Dao was shocked when he saw the two of them being so close. Can't you show off your affection at another time? This is almost dead. Come here and hug him, and we can escape, Su Daji said. Kwang Dao looked stunned and ran over to hug him. But Yixian grabbed his arm with his hand. The next moment, they appeared thousands of meters outside the poisonous spider palace. Yixian breathed a sigh of relief. You guys go first. And you? Su Daji's face turned red. She took 2 steps back and left his arms. We can't let the monsters continue to wreak havoc. Yixian pointed at the poisonous spider palace. What? Can you let me go? Cold sweat broke out on Kwang Dao's forehead as he was being grabbed by the shoulder, where there happened to be a wound. Yixian let go of his hand. Crazy Blade breathed a sigh of relief. Didn't you say that you have to hug me? It's okay if your arm is grabbed? For a moment, silence filled the air. Su Daji stared at Yixian, only to find that no one was there. Fortunately, I walked quickly. Yixian, who returned to the poisonous spider palace, breathed a sigh of relief. The teleportation can take up to 2 people, and there must be physical contact. He glanced around, hid in a nearby tree, and looked forward. The blood beasts are wreaking havoc, eating the disciples of the poisoned spider palace one by one. We can only defeat them one by one, Yixian whispered. He used teleportation, came behind a blood beast with no surrounding support, and used Bajiquan. Boom! With one punch, the color of the world changed. The blood beast was directly beaten into a pulp. Yixian used teleportation and left. There are still 16 left. When he appeared behind another blood beast using the same method, the situation suddenly changed. The sound of guitar came from far away, and the blood beast dodged the attack. When did you start being a rat? Gu Qin played the guitar, and all the blood beasts present went berserk, including the palace owner. Can your guitar control them? Yixian stared at him and asked. Who knows? Gu Qin smiled. The blood beasts rushed towards Yixian. The palace owner did not take the usual path and jumped up. Yixian's expression remained unchanged as he dodged the attacking blood beast and used his backhand to pierce the head of another blood beast with the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. The palace master attacked, roaring like a wild beast. Yixian punched the air. Send you on your way! The fire dragon and Baji fist were instantly executed by him. The palace owner had no way to avoid it and was directly beaten into ashes. Come out and help me fight! Yixian releases the Shadow Demon King. He didn't plan to use Death's Door, and planned to leave this move to Gu Qin to catch him by surprise. Shadow Demon King took a breath of air. It smells so strong of blood. I'll leave this to you. After Yixian finished speaking, he looked at Gu Qin, used teleportation and appeared behind him instantly, stabbing out his sword. Bang! Gu Qin reacted quickly, turned around and summoned a bloody shield to block the attack. Seeing this, the Shadow Demon King began to fight the blood beasts. Did you use a shield instead? Yixian's expression remained unchanged. Gu Qin touched the shield in his hand. It took 100,000 lives to build this. 100,000? Yixian frowned, somewhat disbelieving. Do you know? Every madman is actually a treasure, Gu Qin said, picking up a piece of the palace master's meat on the ground and eating it. You? Yixian frowned even more tightly. Gu Qin said, Come on! Release the Door of Death on me and use assassination. Now is a good opportunity. How do you know my trump card? Yixian looked puzzled. Is it weird? Gu Qin played the guitar. Roar! Roar! The blood beasts roared and attacked the Shadow Demon King. Seeing this, Yixian said, He ignores physical and magical attacks. And those of yours can't do anything with him. Yeah. Gu Qin grinned and opened his hands. What's going on? Shadow Demon King retreated frequently after being attacked by the blood beast. with an expression of disbelief on his face. It hurt so much. How could they cause harm by hitting themselves? This is the power of blood. The perfect power to disrupt the world. As Gu Qing spoke, a blood beast suddenly knelt on the ground, its skin and flesh trembling crazily. The door of death. Yi Xian felt bad, and a huge door appeared behind him. Hey! Are you kidding me? The Shadow Demon King looked at the blood beast and found that it was gradually expanding and getting bigger. Gu Qing laughed loudly. Perfect! Perfect! Evolved. Yi Xian frowned, and the door of death behind him emitted huge suction. The blood beasts were sucked in one after another, but the evolved blood beast not only remained motionless, but also showed human contempt. Why don't we leave? Shadow Demon King was a little timid. Where's Gu Qing? Yi Xian frowned. He was still here just now, but he was gone in the blink of an eye. The Shadow Demon King came to him. Let's go quickly. How are we going to fight this big monster? I saw that the evolved blood beast was 3 times larger than before, and its skin was glowing with lava color. It looks terrible. Where to go? This is used against me. Yi Xian shook his head gently. Even if he left, Gu Qing would bring it back to him. The situation may then be worse than now. We are here to help. The voice came. It was Su Daji and Crazy Blade. Why didn't you leave? Yi Xian frowned. Su Daji heard this. Do you need to take care of it? My sister-in-law was worried about you, so she never left. Crazy Blade said. Who is your sister-in-law? Su Daji slapped her back. Ah? Kwang Dao was stunned, with 5 blood-red marks on his face. Yi Xian saw this. I didn't say anything wrong. Don't be so violent. Stop chatting. The Shadow Demon King shouted. At this time, the blood beast had completed its evolution and was staring at him and others. Kwang Dao swallowed hard and held the long knife in his hand. I'll be the main attack. Shadow Demon King will follow me. Daji will support me, and Crazy Blade will take care of it. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he rushed towards the blood beast. Let's see and do something about it. Crazy Blade was stunned for a while. After Yi Xian got close to the blood beast, he hit a Baji punch. Shadow Demon King and Su Daji followed closely behind, both launching attacks, hitting the blood beast. Roar! The blood beast was in pain, and its eyes gradually turned red. I have an ominous premonition. The Shadow Demon King retreated continuously. The blood beast's strength surged, and it instantly appeared behind him and punched him. The Shadow Demon instantly shattered into pieces. When Su Daji saw this, her beautiful eyes trembled. Don't worry. It's okay. Yi Xian took the Shadow Demon back into his pet pocket. As a pet, he will not die. Suddenly, he thought of Natasha. As a pet, she has many characteristics that are contrary to those of a pet. Is it true that the Shadow Demon will not die? Keep your determination. Crazy Blade suddenly rushed towards the blood beast, gritting his teeth. Go quickly. You are no match for him. Yi Xian shouted. Chapter 10 for the Immortal Crazy Sword. Crazy Knife turned a deaf ear and slashed twice after getting close, but did not cause any damage to it. The blood beast seemed to have lost consciousness and punched it down. There is no way to avoid the mad sword. Yi Xian appeared beside him in an instant, grabbed his shoulders, and used teleportation. Hey! Don't rush in carelessly. The two appeared in front of Su Daji. Feel sorry. Crazy Blade looked guilty. Sure enough. You don't need to hold me tightly. Su Daji blushed to her ears. Help me attract its attention and pay attention to safety. Yi Xian said fiercely. Good. Crazy Blade's face was filled with determination. Su Daji bit her lower lip. I will settle the score with you later. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry and could only nod. Let's go! Su Daji and Kwang Dao rushed out. The blood beast noticed them and let out an angry roar. Yi Xian did not move, waiting for the opportunity, hoping to use assassination to resolve the battle. Roar! Soon, the blood beast was completely attracted by Su Daji. Look at me! Bastard! The mad knife roared angrily. Could it be said that even monsters are easily attracted to beautiful women? The blood beast glanced at him, and then rushed straight toward Su Daji. Seeing this, Kwang Dao advanced instead of retreating. Yi Xian frowned. I want you to attract his attention, not to die. Although he was helpless, he had nothing to say and came behind the blood beast in an instant. 7%? That low? Yi Xian frowned after learning the probability of successful assassination. The mad knife got close to the blood beast and swung it hard. Roar! The blood beast naturally would not let the attack go unnoticed, and just punched it with its backhand. Boom! The mad knife was hit in the chest, and the muffled groan could be heard in the entire poisoned spider palace. He was knocked several hundred meters away. Yi Xian shouted, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Crazy Blade rushed back again, like a weakling who couldn't be beaten. His chest was flattened. Bang! The blood beast punched again. The mad knife was knocked away again, and then rushed back. 9%? Yi Xian found that his probability of successful assassination had increased a lot. "Monster! Either you die or I live today." The crazy knife charged at him again. Although he was seriously injured, he seemed to be fine. He shouted, "My determination is still there. But my body is still there. Unless you break your resolve, you can't kill yourself. Soon." The mad knife was knocked away again. This goes on and on. Half an hour has passed, and Crazy Sword has become no longer human. 50%. Yi Xian violently launched an assassination attack on the blood beast, and the crazy knife ran back again. The huge body of the blood beast gradually fell down. Su Daji stood aside, dumbfounded. It's been a stalemate for so long. Then, the blood beast was killed instantly. "Well done. Why don't you follow me from now on?" Yi Xian said to Crazy Sword. "I was born in the master camp, and I will definitely be there when I die." Crazy Blade shook his head and refused. Yi Xian pursed his lips. "Epping Town will always welcome you." He turned to look and saw that the blood beast dropped something strange. In addition to some large bloodstones, there was also a bead. "This is?" Su Daji stepped forward and picked up the beads. "It's definitely not a good thing." Yi Xian came closer. "This bead is surrounded by blood and energy, which is clearly an evil thing." Su Daji quickly threw away the beads. "Don't throw it away. Keep it in case it is useful." Yi Xian put the beads and bloodstones into his backpack, looked at the mess around him, and let out a long breath. Crazy Blade suddenly said, "A lot of forces have been bloodbathed recently. I think I know what's going on. Tell me carefully." Yi Xian's heart moved. "Almost every day, 2 to 3 forces are massacred with blood. What's suspicious is that not even a single body is left behind." Crazy Blade explained simply. "Because they were all eaten?" Yi Xian glanced at the flesh and blood on the ground. Under normal circumstances, once a sect is slaughtered, the corpses will not disappear for no reason, and can only be cleaned up manually. "I think so." Crazy Blade nodded. "Let's leave quickly. It will be bad if a few more come," Su Daji suggested. The three of them left the ruined spider palace. Huang Dao said goodbye and returned to the palace, while Yi Xian and Su Daji returned to the Ming mansion. It was just dawn. Yi Xian returned to his room. "What a shocking night. If there were a few mistakes, I might not be able to come back alive." "Master, I will make breakfast for you." When Yi Xian changed his clothes, Natasha woke up and rubbed her eyes. She walked out of bed and said in a daze, "Strange. Why don't you seem to wake up?" "As a pet, you obviously don't need to sleep." "Correct." Yi Xian thought of something and released the Shadow Demon King. "Huh?" Natasha came over curiously. "It hurts." The Shadow Demon King is much smaller than before. Even smaller than the ordinary Shadow Demon. Natasha wowed. So cute. Compared with the angel slime that the owner gave to Shinchi before, he felt that the little Shadow Demon King was cuter. "You're not dead. Do you feel hungry or something?" Yi Xian first breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked, "Are you out of your mind? How can a pet like me be hungry?" Shadow Demon King asked in confusion. "Natasha, are you hungry?" Yi Xian asked instead. Natasha was unhappy because of the Shadow Demon King's attitude towards her master, so she nodded when she heard this. Yi Xian rubbed his eyebrows. "Is there a bug?" "It's only natural that a pet won't be hungry. She was even sick before." "Owner?" Natasha looked puzzled. "It's nothing. There's no need to cook. Someone should bring the food right away." Yi Xian raised his hand to rub his head. "Mr. Yi, the old lady invites you to dinner." There was a knock on the door. Yi Xian responded, "Okay, I'll be there right away." He took Natasha out of the house, and the programmer happened to come out too. "How did you sleep?" Yi Xian asked. "You were woken up and had brain splashed on your face. Can you sleep well?" The programmer was out of breath and stretched his waist. The three of them came to the dining place and sat down. Granny Ming had been waiting with Su Daji for a long time. Grandma Ming was about to say something, but she almost fell off the stool in fright. "Weird. Monster!" She stared at Yi Xian with a look of horror. I am a pet, Shadow Demon King said aggrievedly. Why are you following me? Yi Xian turned around with a look of astonishment on his face. You release me. Of course I will follow you. The Shadow Demon King said it as a matter of course. Yi Xian smiled bitterly and put him back into his pet pocket. Granny Ming covered her heart. It turns out to be a pet. Why do you have a monster as a pet? Those are things only noble people can have. It's been handed down from our ancestors. Yi Xian took his time and made up an excuse. Afterwards, the three of them finished their meal and returned to the programmer's room. Why do you have to come to me? The programmer sat on the bed, unhappy. Do you know what the power of blood is? Yi Xian asked. The programmer immediately raised his nose to the sky. Of course. Don't take it for granted. Yi Xian almost kicked him. Ahem. There are many kinds of power in the world. They are generally divided into physics and magic. All races have them. And the power of blood is the third kind of power. The programmer coughed lightly and gave an explanation. Chapter 105. Whose marriage is proposed? The third power? Yi Xian frowned. The programmer responded. Yes. And it's very powerful. With Gu Qing's ideas, he will definitely use this power to disrupt the world. Yi Xian guessed. He immediately took out the beads he got at that time. Do you know what this is? For a moment, the programmer frowned and asked where the thing came from. Yi Xian told the truth. You are so lucky. This thing is called the Blood Qi bead. And it has two uses. Which two? By sucking the power of blood from other people's bodies, you can also use the power inside for your own use without any side effects. Will that make the madman turned by the bloodstone return to normal? Yi Xian's heart moved. The programmer nodded. Yeah. This trip was not in vain. Yi Xian chuckled and held the blood energy bead in his hand. A gust of wind suddenly blew through the window, mixing with a lot of dust. Everyone closed their eyes. When the situation calmed down, Yi Xian found that the blood energy bead in his hand was missing. Natasha pointed out the window. It's the little paper man. Hey, bye. The evil little paper man flew out of the window, holding the bloody beads and laughing mischievously. Catch him. Yi Xian teleported over. The little paper man had disappeared without a trace and was hidden. Evil little paper man? The programmer swallowed, his eyes gleaming. Yi Xian couldn't laugh or cry. Are you worried? That's the most powerful pet in this game. The programmer's words were laced with conviction. But not the cutest one. He noticed Natasha glaring at him and quickly changed his words. Yi Xian hesitated a little and released the Shadow Demon King. What are you doing? I'm still recovering from my injuries. The Shadow Demon King was reluctant. Yi Xian released a powerful healing technique. Stop blabbering. I have something for you to do. What's up? The Shadow Demon King has recovered from his injuries, but his body has not grown in size. He is still a small one. Yi Xian ordered him to guard secretly. Leave it to me. I'm the best at hiding myself. The Shadow Demon King left. Master, shall we go find him? Natasha asked. Yi Xian shook his head gently. It won't let us find it. So it's better to be a bait here. As long as he is here, he will definitely not go far. I have one more. Yi Xian casually took out an ordinary bead. The little paper man hiding in the door was a little anxious when he saw this, and rushed over. The Shadow Demon King suddenly appeared and grabbed him. Yi Xian crushed the beads in his hand into pieces. If there is bait, just come. You are really stupid. Mean! The little paper man said angrily. Yi Xian took out a slender thread and tied his hands and feet. Soon, the little paper man was placed on the table, unable to move. Where is the bead? Yi Xian took out a dagger. Huh? I don't know. The little paper man snorted coldly, looking like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. The programmer volunteered. Leave it to me. You all should step back. Yi Xian heard the words and led others to follow suit. Baby, be good. I won't hurt you. The programmer came to the table, greed in his eyes. Bah! The little paper man spat, and spit it accurately on his face. Can we be friends? Although the programmer was angry, he still had a smile on his face. The little paper man heard this. You are so ugly. Who wants to be friends with you? I'll hack you. The programmer turned around and snatched the dagger from Yi Xian's hand. Without saying a word, he stabbed at the little paper man. No! 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 Yi Xian quickly stopped him. Kill me! Kill me! And you will never find the blood energy beads again! The little paper man screamed, now completely black and with red eyes. Natasha leaned forward. Why do you have to go against us? Because this is my mission. The little paper man said it was natural. Are you happy then? Natasha asked. What makes you happy or unhappy? The little paper man was confused by the question. Natasha smiled lightly. No one is forcing you. You don't have to do things that make you unhappy. Who said I'm unhappy? I'm extremely happy. The little paper man began to struggle and refused to eat. The door suddenly opened. Why did you throw this away? It was Sue Dodgy. She was holding a bead in her hand, which was the blood she bead. Pretty. The programmer beamed. Kill or behead. It's up to you. Seeing this, the little paper man closed his eyes. It is? This was the first time Sue Dodgy saw it, and she looked puzzled. Yi Xian explained briefly, and then asked, How is Granny Ming now? I was frightened by the Shadow Demon King, but luckily it's not serious. I'll be fine in a few days. After Sue Dodgy finished speaking, he took out a knife. What are you doing? Yi Xian took 2 steps back. How dare you take advantage of me? Sue Dodgy bit her lower lip and blushed as she recalled the scene at that time. Yi Xian rubbed his nose. You obviously got into my arms yourself. You are shameless. Scoundrel. Sue Dodgy's face turned red, and she cut it off with one knife. Natasha blocked it with arrows. Master, it is your honor to take advantage of you. Disappointment filled her brows. Why did her master never take advantage of her? Could it be? Is it because of my body shape? You? Sue Dodgy looked in disbelief and turned to stare at Yi Xian. It's all his fault that the child's outlook on life is so distorted and unforgivable. Enough! The programmer suddenly shouted. Everyone looked over at the same time and pondered for 3 seconds before continuing to make noise as if they didn't hear. 2 hours later, Sue Dodgy had almost vented her emotions and turned to leave. The little paper man squirmed and struggled to the table, trying to escape. Yi Xian grabbed him in the palm of his hand. Where do you want to go? Snort. The little paper man snorted coldly, closed his eyes, and waited for death. If you ask me, it's better to kill him to save wasting time. Yi Xian rubbed his chin in thought. You absolutely can't kill him. This is an evil little paper man. The programmer stepped forward. Yi Xian was speechless. Didn't you just want to kill him? Master Yi, someone came to propose marriage. A knock on the door suddenly came. Proposing marriage? Proposing marriage to whom? Yi Xian looked surprised. He went to open the door and stared at the servant outside. The servant replied, It's a man with a strange instrument. Weird musical instrument Gu Qing? Yi Xian was shocked. Master, let's go there quickly. Granny Ming may be in danger. Natasha looked anxious. Everyone left the house and followed the servants to the pavilion where they had met. You go back first. Yi Xian put the Shadow Demon King into his pet pocket, and at the same time put the little paper man into his pocket. There were 3 people in the pavilion, namely Granny Ming, Sue Dodgy, and Gu Qing. Yi Xian led people over. Gu Qing, what are you kidding? Don't be so nervous. Since ancient times, beauty has always been available to those who can do it. Grandma Ming, don't you think so? Gu Qing sat next to Granny Ming. He looked confident, staring at Yi Xian with amusement in his eyes. Chapter 106. The programmer leaves. Of course. Granny Ming smiled and nodded. It is better to have your daughter robbed than to be hung from a tree. Gu Qing turned around and said, By the way, I'm not the one to propose marriage to. Who is that? Granny Ming asked as a group of people came from a distance. Passerby walked in front. On the surface, he was calm, but in fact, he felt very helpless. He obviously didn't want to participate, but he was inexplicably targeted by Gu Qing, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet. Yi Xian stared at Passerby thoughtfully. Are my men talented? Gu Qing said bewilderedly. Your subordinate? That's not possible. My daughter's husband must not be someone else's subordinate. Granny Ming's expression changed. Then boss, I'll leave first. Passerby wants to run away. Gu Qing said directly. Wait a minute. You will be my second brother from now on. Why don't you congratulate me quickly? Congratulations. Second master. Second master. The Shuyan sect disciples present knelt down on one knee. Passerby couldn't laugh or cry. He didn't want to be a second master. That's pretty much it. Granny Ming nodded. Mom, I don't like him. Let alone him. Sue Dodgy said coquettishly, pointing at Passerby, and then pointed at Yi Xian fiercely. Grandma Ming heard this. Can you stop choosing like this and start choosing from a young age? How good are these 2 children? Su Daji felt helpless for a while. Since the one who can get it. How about letting this guy fight with me? Yi Xian twisted his neck. This passerby kept backing away. Cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. How could I beat him? Gu Qing stood up and shook his head. Vulgarity. Vulgarity is unbearable. At what age do you know how to wield a sword and a gun? You mean you want to compete with me? Yi Xian smiled. After all, I am a person who has received modern education. And it is easy to compare with people in this world. Don't compete. Just compare with who she likes more. Gu Qing pointed at Su Daji. It's better than this. Passerby responded quickly. Yi Xian looked troubled. But she has already made a secret promise to me. Isn't this bullying you? Real? Grandma Ming's joy was written all over her face. Of course. It's just that she has a thin face and won't admit it. Yi Xian nodded. No. Su Daji just stood up in shame and anger. The programmer let out a long sigh. Sure enough. I didn't admit it. You? Su Daji was so angry that she stamped her feet. Yi Xian blinked at her frequently. Now is not the time to be angry. Gu Qing definitely has no good intentions this time. But Granny Ming is secretly used as a hostage. This is the betrothal gift from me. Gu Qing suddenly remembered something. The people from the Shuoyan sect brought up 2 large boxes filled with bloodstones. Can't accept it, Natasha said quickly. Granny Ming looked over in confusion. Natasha was about to say something, but Yi Xian covered her mouth. It's nothing. Only then did Granny Ming look away. She then declined the offer. Because after all, the marriage proposal was not yet legal. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and show off. Seeing this, Gu Qing said to a passerby. Performance? Passerby looked helpless. Can you do business? Grandma Ming asked. And then she said that her son was a business genius. Passerby nodded. I understand a little bit. There's something coming out of your pocket. Gu Qing said this for no reason. Yi Xian touched his pocket and found that the little paper figure was almost coming out. So he grabbed it with his hands. Strangeness. Why did he have to remind himself? And why did he come? Let's do this. You will be my daughter's boyfriend for a day each. And my daughter will choose which one is better. Granny Ming suddenly said. Compared with ordinary old ladies, she is still very open-minded. Mom, I plan to go on a long trip today. Su Daji looked troubled. Grandma Ming heard this. How many days have you been back? Unless we get married, I won't agree. Her attitude was very resolute, knowing that her time was running out. So she gave up this wish. Su Daji had no choice but to agree. Gu Qing suddenly took out a palm-sized insect and secretly placed it on Granny Ming's back. The insect had a carapace all over its body and looked like a scorpion. But it was not. Natasha took out her bow and arrow. Don't act rashly, Yi Xian whispered. Natasha had no choice but to put down her bow and arrow, with confusion in her eyes. Could he really be allowed to continue acting like this? The insect crawled to Granny Ming's back and remained motionless, as if asleep. Gu Qing stood up. Next, let's decide which of them will be the boyfriend first. Everything has a first come, first served basis. Xiaoya first, Grandma Ming decided. Good old lady. Let's stay here first. Gu Qing chuckled. Soon, he left with his people and checked into the Ming mansion. Granny Ming felt a little sleepy, so she went back to sleep. What to do? Su Daji asked. They are the only ones left in the pavilion, and they are not outsiders. Yi Xian looked at the programmer. Do you know what that bug is? Spine-eating insects will attach themselves to the human spine and have the ability to kill the target instantly. The programmer frowned tightly and sounded impatient. In an instant? Yi Xian tried to ask. Yeah. So don't try to take it out before it attacks. The programmer nodded. Su Daji's eyes turned red. What should I do? I don't want anything to happen to Granny Ming. She had already regarded Granny Ming as her mother. How could she not be sad now? Mr. Yi, here is a letter sent to you by Mr. Gu. A servant came running over. Yi Xian took the letter from his hand and opened it to read. Are you surprised? It's going to be a fun game. These are the only 2 lines in the letter. What a lunatic. He actually treated Granny Ming's life as a game. Su Daji tore up the letter. Don't be angry. The angrier you are, the happier people will be. Yi Xian hugged his shoulders. Su Daji bit her lower lip. What can I do now? This was the first time she was so powerless. What a headache. Yi Xian looked at the torn letter and frowned slightly. Don't mention the purpose at all. Such enemies are often the most terrifying and difficult to deal with. Can we set off? The programmer suddenly asked. Not yet. Yi Xian shook his head decisively. The programmer sneered. I've had enough. I don't want to waste any more time. What do you mean? Yi Xian frowned. I won't serve you anymore. The programmer turned and left without looking back. Master, what should I do? Natasha couldn't help but ask. Yi Xian looked at Su Daji and exhaled. Let him go. The programmer left the Ming mansion and headed for the ruins of the gods, looking for a way to leave the game world. The poisonous spider palace was just ordered to kill Granny Ming. The real culprit is someone else. The little paper figurine in his hand suddenly said. How do you know? Tell me. Yi Xian opened his hands, and the little paper man was still tied up. Want to know? I won't tell. The little paper man looked like he needed a beating. Yi Xian took out a pair of scissors and pretended to cut him. Will you tell me? Chapter 107. It's time for the show to begin. Do you think I am a paper man who is greedy for life and afraid of death? Although the little paper man spoke forcefully, he was already trembling. Yi Xian chuckled. I'll count to 3. 1, 2. I followed you into the poisonous spider palace and discovered this. The little paper man took out a few pieces of paper, all of which were standard A4 size. Where did you take it out? Yi Xian took the papers and looked through them. It is clearly written on it that the reason why the poisonous spider palace dealt with Granny Ming was because of someone else's instigation. As for the real murderer, it is a force called Time Shengman. I'd never heard of it. Natasha wasn't sure. Su Daji, however, looked solemn. It turned out to be them. Time Shengman, the top force of the human race, often hides from the world. It's getting more and more troublesome. No wonder the programmers are leaving. Yi Xian frowned after learning about the Tiansheng sect. After everyone thought about it for a while, they left. That day, night, Yi Xian sat on the roof, looking into the distance, and suddenly smiled. You're here again. Thank you for choosing to stay and help me. Su Daji put her hands behind her back, her pretty face blushing slightly. If you don't pay, how can you get anything in return? Yi Xian shrugged. That's true. There was a sound, and a ladder suddenly came up. Yi Xian looked over. Aren't you afraid that we will kill you on the spot? First, you can't kill me. Second, you don't dare to kill me. Gu Qing climbed up from the ladder and played the guitar, gracefully and with a hint of violence. What are you paying attention to? Yi Xian asked with a frown. If you listen to this sound for a long time, you will definitely go crazy. Gu Qing smiled and said nothing. After a long time, he left and nothing happened. What a strange man, Su Daji whispered. Yi Xian nodded, and then asked, What are you going to do tomorrow? Since you are my temporary boyfriend, you must listen to me completely. Su Daji blushed. I'm talking about how to save Granny Ming. What are you thinking about? You're not looking forward to being my temporary girlfriend, are you? Yi Xian rubbed his chin. No. Su Daji blushed deeply, turned around and left, disappearing for a moment. Yi Xian smiled, with thoughts in his eyes. He looked at the sky and saw the bright moon, wondering what was happening to Hepping Town. Peace Village. Xiao Feng shouted. Expansion! Expansion! More and more people are coming to Hepping Town. And only by working day and night can we barely solve the occupancy problem. Acting Mayor, hundreds of people are coming outside. The bald captain ran over. His face turned into a look of embarrassment. Go and tell the Wolf King to make the review more difficult. Xiao Feng wailed. No. It's already the strictest. The bald captain looked helpless. Soon, it was the next day. Yi Xian, who was in the Ming mansion, woke up early and looked at Natasha in his arms. Get some more sleep. He got dressed and left the room. The wind was very strong today, and it seemed like it was going to rain. Slacker. Su Daji has been waiting outside the door for a long time. Why did you come so early? Yi Xian was puzzled. Mother Ming woke me up an hour ago. Su Daji breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Xian came to her side. You must be more careful today and try to find a way to solve the problem. Have you heard? The city lord's family was massacred. 2 chattering servants walked by. Come here and speak more carefully. Yi Xian frowned. Mr. Yi. Miss, this is what happened. The 2 servants quickly came over, knelt down, and told the whole story. The city lord's house was bloodbath, and it was rumored that it was revenge from his enemies. Only Zhao Fei was left alive in the family. Yi Xian immediately said, Let's go over and take a look. He and Su Daji came to the city lord's mansion together, where blood stained the ground red. It's strange. There's not a single body left. How much hatred is there? There were many people outside the city lord's mansion. They knew what kind of person the city lord Zhao Ping was. So they all mourned in silence and cursed the murderer. Excuse me. Do you know where Zhao Fei is? Yi Xian raised his hand to the passers-by. It's at Yonghe Medical Center. The passerby replied casually that everyone knew about it. Yi Xian thanked him and took Su Daji to Yonghe Medical Center with an ugly expression on his face. There is no doubt that this is a good thing done by the blood beast. Is it possible that those monsters eat corpses and become stronger? Su Daji tried to ask. From the original blood beast to the evolved version. She was reminded of these. Probably. Yi Xian nodded. Soon, we arrived at Yonghe Medical Center, where there were also many people gathered around. Someone said, Hey, the city lord's family is so miserable. So dead. So crazy. Crazy? Yi Xian took Su Daji directly into the hospital. No idlers are allowed in. 2 handymen came around, holding long sticks. We are friends of Zhao Fei. Su Daji took out the token. It turns out to be Miss Ming. Please come in. The 2 apprentices looked at each other and got out of the way. Yi Xian and Su Daji entered the hospital. Soon, Zhao Fei was found. Monsters! They are all monsters! He was roaring. His eyes widened with red bloodshot eyes. The patient's mood is very unstable. You are his friends. Find a way to stabilize him quickly. The doctor came over with sweat on his forehead. This is not unstable, Yi Xian murmured softly. He walked over and used the blood energy beads, and traces of red blood energy were sucked out of Zhao Fei's body. It's amazing! What kind of treasure is this? The doctor looked amazed. Soon, all the blood energy was sucked into the blood energy beads. Zhao Fei calmed down and fell asleep. But he was still muttering about monsters. Upon seeing this, the doctor said, Please get out and leave the rest to us. Let's go. Su Daji couldn't help but say. Yi Xian agreed. And the 2 left Yonghe Medical Center and decided to come back after some time. Do you suspect that Gu Qing is responsible? Su Daji asked. Are you still doubtful? Yi Xian asked back. Su Daji's eyes dimmed. Will Granny Ming be in danger at home? Yi Xian didn't answer. After all, who can say for sure what a madman would do? The porridge you make is so delicious. Gu Qing, who was in the Ming mansion, said to Granny Ming in front of her. I originally planned to go out, but was stopped from drinking 2 large bowls of porridge. Granny Ming smiled and said, Young man, drink more to gain strength. You can tell by your appearance that you lack nutrition. Thanks. Gu Qing shook his head secretly. What nutrients do you need? Bloodstone is enough. Seeing that Granny Ming was not going to give up, he looked at passerby A who was walking from a distance. Have a good chat with your future mother-in-law. I haven't even written my horoscope yet, Granny Ming said, leading passerby away. Talking and laughing, Gu Qing looked at their departing figures. It's time for the show to begin. The spine-eating insect lying on Granny Ming's back moved. The sky gradually became cloudy, and it started to rain faintly. Chapter 108 Disaster. The drizzle lingers. In order to avoid the rain, Yi Xian took Su Daji to the door of the medical center. Some passers-by complained. How can such a beautiful sky change so easily? After a while, the streets were empty, and people went home to take shelter from the rain. It's a shame to have you as my temporary boyfriend, Su Daji complained. If it weren't for the eaves outside the door of the medical clinic, I would probably have to go back to the Ming mansion in the rain. Isn't this to protect Zhao Fei? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Why are you outside? Come in quickly. People are awake. The doorman whom I had seen before opened the door. Yi Xian and Su Daji looked at each other, walked into the hospital, and came to Zhao Fei's bed. The doctor said, Thanks to you. Otherwise, he would have gone crazy even if he didn't die. Miss Ming? Thank you very much. Although Zhao Fei didn't understand what happened, he still thanked him. He turned to smile bitterly. In a blink of an eye, the feeling of having his family destroyed was even more uncomfortable than death. It's okay. Su Daji shook her head. Who is this? Zhao Fei looked at Yi Xian. He only recognized the mask, but not the person under the mask. Yi Xian replied. Her boyfriend. You? Su Daji was a little angry, and her face turned red instantly. What? Isn't it? Yi Xian looked innocent. Why? Zhao Fei let out a long sigh, looked out the window for a long time, and finally couldn't help crying. He clenched his fist and said, My father gave birth to me and raised me. He worked hard to raise me, but he ended up like this. What exactly happened? Su Daji asked. Cough. Yi Xian coughed lightly and interrupted her. Zhao Fei's current situation is unstable, and asking him directly about these things will inevitably make him collapse even more. Then, Zhao Fei's eyes were filled with confusion. He began to speak. I painted in the study because after taking the elixir given to me by a miracle doctor, all my illnesses, including hidden diseases, were cured. But before I had time to be happy, I encountered this incident. The monsters rushed in without warning and ate everyone alive. I wasn't killed. Someone talked a lot to me and put a lot of rocks in my mouth. Zhao Fei said a lot in succession. Su Daji heard this. A miracle doctor? Speaking of miracle doctors, where is Divine Dr. Zhou now? Yi Xian asked, guessing that the person who fed him the stone was Gu Qing, and the so-called stone was a blood stone. I don't know about that. Zhao Fei looked at him in surprise before answering. Why did he know about Divine Dr. Zhou? It's obviously confidential. Report. Young City Lord. All the prisoners have escaped from the cells. Some soldiers ran in. The son inherited his father's legacy, and now the City Lord is likely to die. So the burden will be passed on to his son. Zhao Fei was stunned. How could it be? I don't know. None of the guards guarding the prison were spared. They were all killed. Another soldier followed, with a tragic look on his face. Hurry up and help me up. Zhao Fei wiped away his tears and fell out of bed. The prisoner must be captured. There are at least thousands of prisoners in the prison, and they are all extremely vicious. If it is too late, a few lives will definitely be lost. Young City Lord, you are now weak and cannot get out of bed. The doctor quickly stepped forward to help him up. Zhao Fei shook his head. No, the prisoner must be captured first. Just leave this matter to them. Why are you involved? It's not messy enough? Yi Xian crossed his shoulders and frowned. Okay, it's not his fault. Su Daji motioned for him to say less. What are you still doing? If nothing happens, go catch the criminal. If anything happens, report it. Yi Xian glanced at the soldiers. Soon, the soldiers left. Zhao Fei looked confused. May I ask what this brother's name is? It's obviously extraordinary. Yi Xian. Yi Xian answered. Brother Yi, can you please help me? Zhao Fei asked. Is there no one else in the huge city lord's mansion? Yi Xian was surprised. Zhao Fei replied. If my father dies, the people under my command will have already been turned upside down. How can they submit to my control? That makes sense. But, Yi Xian looked at Su Daji. No matter what, today is a rare date. My first time. Please help Brother Yi. Zhao Fei solemnly handed over. You just trust me so much and aren't you afraid that I'll cause trouble? Yi Xian was inevitably confused. Zhao Fei replied. No, because I see the shadow of that person in you. The person he is talking about is the mask. Okay, I promise you. Yi Xian shook his head and turned to leave. I'll accompany you. Su Daji followed. We are at the end of our rope. I hope Brother Yi can create a miracle. After they left, Zhao Fei looked haggard. It's not that I believe it, but I have to believe it because there is no one available. The rain stopped temporarily. The sky was dark and dark, which made people feel a little depressed. Yi Xian walked straight to the city lord's mansion. There was still no one on the road, and even those who were there were walking in a hurry. What should we do now? Su Daji followed, stepping into puddles from time to time. Is it necessary to think of a solution to a problem that can be solved with violence? Yi Xian's expression did not change. The two quickly arrived at the city lord's mansion, which had been cleaned up. Several former city lords' right-hand men are quarreling here. No one is convinced, and they all want the management rights of this city. Someone said, it is not an option to continue fighting like this. It is better to deal with the orthodox heir first. Are you talking human language? Yi Xian walked over, frowning. Asshole! Who are you scolding? The man's eyes widened immediately. Who asked me to scold whom? Yi Xian said slowly. The man was so angry that he drew his sword and was about to fight. I'll hack and kill you! But as the fire dragon flew past him and shot straight into the sky, he knelt on the ground in fear, no longer daring to act recklessly. I was called by the young city lord to supervise you. Please be honest. Yi Xian's voice was calm and without any fluctuation. Why should we believe you? Another person took courage. I can guarantee it with my personality. Su Daji spoke. Now, no one said anything. The Ming mansion was still very prestigious. Yi Xian put his hands behind his back. As the subordinates of the former city lord, You are so courageous that you actually want to murder the young city lord. I don't dare. I just said it casually. The man kneeling on the ground said quickly. What's your name? Yi Xian asked. I am the city lord's subordinate. Pan Tai. Pan Tai replied. Yi Xian nodded lightly. Take them to catch the criminals. If there is one missing, I will ask you. Pan Tai left in a hurry with his people. Roar. A roar pierced the sky and enveloped the entire city. This voice? Su Daji gradually transformed into an orc form, with 9 tails swaying behind her. Speaking of the blood beast, this is your battle form. Right. Yi Xian jumped up and onto the house, and found blood beasts rushing towards the city from all directions. Su Daji responded. Well, it's no problem to deal with these ordinary blood beasts. But if it's an evolved version, it won't work. The power of blood is too abnormal. How about comparing who can kill more? Yi Xian asked suddenly. You're so shameless. Su Daji nodded, but found that he had already rushed out a long way away. Chapter 109 The Blood Beast Attacks. There are no rules. How can it be considered cheating? Yi Xian said, his face gradually becoming serious. He jumped up to the city wall and found many blood beasts attacking the city wall. Su Daji ran in the opposite direction. I don't know how many people will die this time. Try not to let them eat anyone. Yi Xian shouted and released the fire dragon towards the blood beasts. Accurate hit. Several blood beasts directly became corpses. He was in the south of the city, while Su Daji went to the north of the city. Yi! Lord Yi! A general ran over with many soldiers. Go and support the west city gate or the east city gate. Yi Xian stood on the city wall and released the fire dragon from time to time. It was very easy to deal with these ordinary blood beasts. But something puzzled him. Why are there so many blood beasts? And compared to the one he met at the beginning, it seemed to be much weaker. Perfect. This scene is so perfect. At the top of the city lord's palace, a man was playing guitar. It was Gu Qing. Blood beasts rushed to the city from all directions, roaring and roaring, like a picture of H.L. Congratulations in advance, Master, for capturing this city. Passerby led someone up. That's not important. I'm not interested in this city. Gu Qing still played the guitar gently. Passerby was stunned. Then you are doing it for the beauty? He thought of Su Daji. Indeed, a beauty like that is almost irresistible to a man. Too vulgar. If only you had a guy as smart as my enemy. Gu Qing shook his head in disappointment and looked towards the south of the city from a distance. Yi Xian was fighting hard there. But Jiquin, seeing more and more blood beasts gathering under the city, Yi Xian jumped down and punched out. The color of the world changed, and dozens of blood beasts died under this punch. The strength of the blood beast is strong or weak. Is it because of the level or the sound of the guitar? Yi Xian is trying every means to collect information about the blood beast. Suddenly, there was a faint sound of guitar. Roar! Roar! The monsters went crazy. Yi Xian secretly thought that was bad, and looked towards the source of the sound. Sure enough, it has something to do with the guitar. Gu Qing was playing the guitar at the top of the city lord's palace. He didn't know what method he used, but the sound spread far away. Oops! Su Daji was fighting outside Beicheng. He frowned when he heard the sound of the guitar. A blood beast rushed over. Roar! Snapped. A tail behind Su Daji suddenly slapped away. If before, the blood beast could be killed directly, but now the effect is minimal. The blood beast just shook its body after being hit. Nothing happened. Paw! 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 The 9 tails behind Su Daji were waving, and the blood beast was beaten into a meat pie. She immediately jumped up, then jumped onto the city wall, opening her hands. Destroy it! Powerful energy gathered in her hands and then burst out. Roar! Roar! As the bright light flashed, the blood beast roared, and finally fell down and died. Hold it! Su Daji panted. Awesome! Our sect master invites you to come over. A voice suddenly came from behind. Su Daji turned around, but was knocked unconscious by a knife. Yi Xian knew nothing about this. He had just killed all the blood beasts outside the South City, and found that people were fleeing in all directions. He grabbed someone at random and asked, which side was attacked by monsters? Both the West City Gate and the East City Gate were broken. Monsters? So many monsters! The resident looked horrified. Yi Xian frowned and secretly thought that was bad. Whoosh! Swish! Swish! Boom! Arrows were suddenly shot out from the Ming family's attic, and each arrow could pierce the head of a bloody beast. It's Natasha. Well done. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Ho ho. Suddenly, a blood beast roared and its body gradually grew larger. Yi Xian saw this. Isn't it? The blood beast evolved. At the same time, many blood beasts began to evolve. Ha! Perfect. So perfect. Gu Qing, who was at the top of the city lord's palace, was playing the guitar and laughing wildly. Master, we've caught him, said the passerby behind him. It's fun, but we have to leave first. Gu Qing put away his guitar, turned and left. Passerby A followed closely behind, looking back at the battlefield without saying anything. Yonghe Medical Clinic. The doctor moved the patients to the innermost room, including Zhao Fei. Some patients wailed. Will we die here? With the city guards? Everything will be fine. Zhao Fei clenched his fists, determination flashing in his eyes. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came. The door of the medical center was broken open by the monster's punch. Zhao Fei gritted his teeth, got out of bed and looked around, and found a spear ornament. He went over and held it in his hand. What do you want to do? The doctor who treated him came over quickly. Thank you for taking care of me. I'll take care of you next. Zhao Fei held the spear tightly. The skill book given to him by the mask is called the Soul-Leaving Gun, which is just the right time to test its power. Bang bang. The blood beast walked slowly, and the earth shook with every step. When he saw the crowd, he was like a hungry wolf seeing sheep, his eyes full of greed. Zhao Fei yelled, Beast, die! He did not retreat but advanced, thrusting out the spear in his hand. Soul-Leaving Gun. Accurate hit. The blood beast's head exploded like a watermelon, and blood splashed all over the floor. Young City Lord is so strong. Amazing! The audience was silent for a moment, and then marveled again and again. But Zhao Fei knew. It's not him who's powerful, but the mask. The skill books he randomly gave himself are so powerful. At this time, Yi Xian was fighting the evolved blood beast. He was hit and retreated dozens of meters. Strange. Where is Daji? Master, the city is about to fall. Natasha ran over, her words mixed with helplessness. There must be stronger power. Yi Xian clenched his fists. I don't want to die with you. Let me out quickly, shouted the little paper man in his pocket. Yi Xian chuckled. That won't work. Anyway, you won't survive if I die. You use blood energy beads. Use blood energy beads quickly. The little paper man was very angry. Hearing this, Yi Xian took out the blood energy bead. Just as he was thinking about how to use it, he saw the blood energy inside suddenly rushed out and got into his eyebrows. The blood energy beads instantly became clear and transparent. As for Yi Xian, his whole person became extremely strange. Is this? He looked at his hands and felt full of strength. Owner? Natasha was a little scared. Here, drink it. Yi Xian handed over a glass of wine. But, Natasha looked disgusted. Yi Xian shook his head. This is what I asked you to drink. Natasha looked determined, drank the wine, and became drunk instantly. Roar. The evolved blood beast rushed over. You are so noisy. Yi Xian looked over coldly, tapped his feet on the ground, and jumped away. Roar. The blood beast punched out. Yi Xian did not dodge or dodge, but raised his fist to greet him. Baji Fist! Chapter 110 will become more and more interesting. Along with a mournful cry, the blood beast's entire arm was deformed. Yi Xian rushed over. Will it become something big? Approaching the door facing the blood beast, he raised his hand and tore it apart, removing a large piece of flesh. Hey, I haven't been this comfortable for a long time. Natasha has turned into blood-red hair and has temporarily become a fire elf. Several blood beasts arrived and killed her. Natasha released several fireballs with her backhand, and the blood beasts were instantly burned to ashes, leaving no residue behind. Get rid of them. Yi Xian disappeared instantly. Although the power given by the blood energy beads is powerful, it is gradually passing away. Obviously, the power obtained from the blood beads has a time limit, and all the evolved blood beasts must be killed before then. Otherwise, if there is a second evolution, it will be too late to regret. Half an hour passed. Yi Xian killed the last blood beast. Natasha came over. Master, are you tired? Quick, help me find Sudaji. Yi Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Why? Natasha was depressed, still in the form of a fire elf. Thanks to you. Zhao Fei came with his soldiers with a wry smile on his face. Although the city was saved, most of it had been destroyed. What was even more troublesome was the follow-up. Yi Xian waved his hand. Send someone quickly to find the Miss Ming you were talking about. What's up with her? Zhao Fei was puzzled. Yi Xian explained the reason. For a moment, Zhao Fei responded. What are you still doing in a daze? Go find it. The soldiers left one after another. How come such a good person disappears? Yi Xian was in a bad mood. If you care so much about someone, you're probably in love with her. Right. Natasha was jealous. Report. There is no trace of Miss Ming in the south of the city. Report. East of the city. Not long after, the soldiers came back to report. There was no trace of Su Daji at all. Yi Xian frowned. How could that happen? Could it have been eaten by a monster? Some soldiers speculated. Impossible. Yi Xian looked over coldly. With Su Daji's strength, the blood beast would never be able to defeat her. The soldier's legs trembled, and he almost knelt down. He was helped away by other soldiers. Brother Yi, calm down. It's because the soldier is ignorant. Zhao Fei held up his hand. The corners of his eyes were still red, and his brows showed fatigue. His father died. His family was ruined. And the city suffered such a catastrophe. The impact on him can be imagined. Master? Natasha gradually sobered up and her hair color returned to normal. Be good. Let's solve the existing trouble first. Yi Xian hugged her, used teleportation, and returned to Ming Mansion. This place was also attacked by the blood beasts. But fortunately, it was near the center of the city, and there were no casualties. Natasha asked. Master, what should we do? Wait for me here, and I'll get rid of the spine-eating worms. Yi Xian explained. After he said that, his figure gradually disappeared. Master, where are you? Natasha tried to ask, but received no response. Give it a try. Yi Xian had already left and came to Granny Ming's door. He thought for a long time and planned to use invisibility to try to deceive the spine-eating insects and get rid of them. Yi Xian raised his hand and knocked on the door. A maid came out and opened the door. Who is it? Now that the war has just ended, people are in panic. Strange. Why is there no one? The maid glanced around and saw no one at all. Yi Xian walked past her. Why do I feel a chill in my back? The maid whispered, closing the door. Xiao Chui, who is knocking on the door? Granny Ming was sitting on the bed in the house, with haggard written all over her face. The maid shook her head. She looked at the spineworm and swallowed. The entire Ming family already knew about this, except for Granny Ming herself. If it weren't for Su Daji's order, they wouldn't have kept it secret and avoided talking about it. Granny Ming suddenly said, Xiao Chui, are you hiding something from me recently? How come? Xiao Cui shook her head quickly. I've seen it all. Tell me what's going on. Granny Ming stood up. This left Yi Xian, who had just circled behind her and was about to deal with the spine-eating worm, speechless for a while, and had no choice but to look for another opportunity. Actually, Xiao Cui looked embarrassed. The spine-eating insect lay on Granny Ming's spine, twisting a few times from time to time. When Granny Ming saw this, she said, Speak quickly. Cannot say. Xiao Cui lowered his head. If she were to know about this, she would be frightened and faint, so she could only keep it a secret. Yi Xian stood behind Granny Ming, holding scissors and bringing it close to the mouthparts of the spine-eating insect. This is a weapon that can kill the parasite instantly. With the sound of click, the spine-eating insect's mouthparts were cut off directly. Zia-ya-ya! The spine-eating insect made a strange cry and left Granny Ming's back, trying to escape. Yi Xian casually took out a flying knife and threw it out. Bang! The spine-eating insect was penetrated, nailed to the ground, and gradually died. What the hell is going on? Granny Ming was unsteady and almost fell. Let me explain it to you. Yi Xian disappeared. You actually hid such a big thing from me. After Granny Ming learned the whole story, she looked disappointed, especially towards Gu Qing and others. It turns out they are not good people. I blame myself for not realizing it earlier. By the way, where is my daughter? Where is she? Grandma Ming suddenly asked. This? Yi Xian pursed his lips. Granny Ming's heart thumped. Aren't you supposed to be together? Where is she? Speak quickly. Seeing that he was still silent, Granny Ming said hurriedly. It's okay for her to go far away. I'm afraid you won't let me tell you. Yi Xian pretended to be embarrassed. That's it. It scared me to death. Granny Ming let out a long sigh of relief. She said, As long as it's okay. It'll be okay. As long as it's okay. Yi Xian felt sad, but did not show it at all. Leaving the main mansion, he found Natasha, who was helping to save people. There are disabled people everywhere in the city. Most of them are missing arms and legs and have been eaten by blood beasts. Dad, didn't you say you wanted to stay with me forever? Wake up quickly! Cries could be heard from time to time. Natasha held Yixian's hand tightly. There were tears in her eyes. Master, everyone is so pitiful. What we have to do is learn from experience and not let Heping Town end up with the same fate, Yixian said, taking her out of the city. Where are we going? Natasha asked. Get her back, Yixian replied, his eyes filled with determination. This matter is most likely related to Gu Qing. If you want to find Sudaji, this is a breakthrough. Gulaba Rainforest. Bloody Gate. Master, the person you arrested is not awake yet. Someone found Gu Qing, who was playing the guitar. Feed this to her and let her go. Gu Qing took out a small pill. The man was puzzled. Master, I finally caught you. And you let me go like this? Boom. Gu Qing took out a gun with his backhand and pulled the trigger. The man's head was shot. And he knelt down, his eyes gradually losing luster. Gu Qing casually found other disciples. Take him there. No one can go against himself. And the game. It will get more and more interesting. Chapter 111 Gu Qing's Revenge. Yixian drove Natasha to the Gulaba Rainforest. His expression was not very good. I hope it will go well. Master, look in front of you. Who is that? Natasha looked surprised. There was a person there whose appearance could make all the men in the world fall in love with him. It was Sudaji. Yixian got closer and put away the vehicle. Why are you here? Are you okay? I'm fine. Sudaji looked normal. That's good. Yixian let out a long sigh of relief. Look behind you. Sudaji suddenly covered her mouth, as if she was very surprised. Yixian turned around and saw nothing. But his pupils trembled slightly, and he spurted out a mouthful of hot blood. Natasha froze on the spot. Why? Sudaji pierced Yixian's back with a dagger. You are not her. Who are you? Yixian asked with difficulty. I am Sudaji. Sudaji smiled. A smile that captivated the city. Natasha took out a slender knife and slashed hard. Little sister, you are next. Why are you anxious? Sudaji took 2 steps back to avoid the attack. Master, are you okay? Natasha's eyes were red. Don't worry. This little injury is nothing. Yixian withdrew the dagger from his body. His breathing became short, and he quickly released powerful healing techniques. As the wound healed, he breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't feel good to have your heart pierced. Seeing this, Sudaji said, Hey, interesting ability. You are crazy. You are just like a replica of Gu Qing. Yixian walked over slowly. Master, danger. Natasha took out her bow and arrow. Stand there and don't come over, Yixian shouted. Natasha bit her lower lip and had to give up. Sudaji looked at Yixian, who was slowly walking over. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you directly? Wake up quickly. Yixian walked to her. Ugh. Sudaji took out the dagger again and stabbed it out with all her strength. Just now it was the back of the heart. Now it is the heart. Stabbing accurately, Yixian spit out blood violently. How's it going? Does your heart hurt? Sudaji smiled strangely, and her face was stained with blood. Yixian hugged her fiercely. What really makes me feel bad is that I can't save you yet. For a moment, Sudaji's expression froze. Owner! Natasha was already in tears. How do you feel? Are you heartbroken? Gu Qing came from a distance. It's really your fault. Yixian clenched his fists. Gu Qing sneered. I can actually kill you many times. Do you know why I didn't do that? Why? Yixian felt that he was talking nonsense. Because I want you to taste all the pain I have experienced. Gu Qing roared. What does it have to do with me? Yixian was puzzled in every possible way. Gu Qing said the name. Bingju was my lover. She was killed by you. And you don't even know her name. I'm very sorry. Yixian didn't know what to say for a moment. No wonder he was so cruel to himself and targeted him everywhere. So that was what happened. Ha ha ha. Gu Qing suddenly started laughing wildly. Apologize? What's the use? People cannot come back to life, let alone alleviate their pain in the slightest. Do not touch me. Sudaji suddenly pushed Yixian away and pulled out the dagger from his heart. Blood splattered. Yixian released a powerful healing technique. Gu Qing, why don't we settle it today? If I win, give her back to me. If you win, I will do whatever you want. Yixian continued. Interesting. But do you think I will let you go so easily? Gu Qing said mockingly. How does it feel to be stabbed by the woman you love? Owner. Natasha's pupils shrank. Could it be that Master likes that woman? This was not her intention. I don't blame her. Yixian shook his head. Does that count as admitting that you like her? Natasha's eyes were dim. More of a sign of reluctance. But she didn't have the courage to change anything. Hateful. Seeing Yixian's attitude, Gu Qing suddenly became furious. He turned around and said, Then this will make you suffer. Right. Su Daji on the side suddenly stabbed the dagger into her own throat without any hesitation. Yixian's pupils shrank. Whoosh. At the critical moment, Natasha shot an arrow. The arrow hit the dagger and bounced it away. Su Daji did not commit suicide successfully. Yixian breathed a sigh of relief. But he did not remain stunned, but rushed over, took out the rope, and tied Su Daji's hands. Master, Natasha's voice came weakly. Yixian looked back and paused. I saw Gu Qing standing behind Natasha, holding a gun in his hand, and the muzzle of the gun was pointed at Natasha's temple. Next, let's play a game. The name of this game is Choose One. A smile appeared on Gu Qing's face again. Yixian clenched his fists. Gu Qing continued. As the name suggests, you can only choose one of them, and the other will die under my gun. You bastard. Yixian cursed angrily. Thank you for the compliment. Gu Qing clasped his ears and said, I'll give you 3 seconds. After he finished speaking, he started counting down. Master, give up on me. I'm just a pet. Natasha smiled forcefully. Yixian clenched his fists, and Su Daji laughed strangely, seeming to be laughing. 3, 2, 1. Boom! As Gu Qing finished counting down, he directly pulled the trigger. Hot bullets spun out from the muzzle. Yixian instantly used teleportation, threw Natasha down, and dodged the bullet. Seeing this, Gu Qing said, It seems you have made your choice. After he said that, he turned to point the gun at Su Daji and fired 3 shots in a row. If the tiger doesn't show off its power, do you really think that all programmers are bald? A familiar voice came. The programmer sprang out from the grass nearby, holding a shield in his hand to block the bullets. Didn't you leave? Yixian looked strange. Stop talking nonsense and deal with that annoying guy first. The programmer stopped in front of Su Daji and protected her as much as possible. Seeing this, Yixian rushed towards Gu Qing. I want your life. Ah. It seems that the game has developed out of control. Gu Qing secretly thought it was difficult to handle. He took out his guitar and played it a few times. That's weird. Not far away, Su Daji's eyes instantly turned red. She twisted and broke away from the rope, and 9 huge tails appeared behind her. Before the programmer could react, he was smashed into the ground by the tail shadow. You think you have one, but you don't know that the game has just begun. Gu Qing was playing the guitar, and Su Daji stopped in front of him. This caused Yixian, who had just stabbed the 7-star Long Yuan sword, to quickly release his force. But he suffered backlash, and his whole arm seemed to fall apart. You guys play slowly. Gu Qing walked away while playing the guitar. Yixian wanted to chase, but was stopped by Su Daji, so he had no choice but to give up. Oh my god! The programmer climbed out of the pit. If he didn't have a vampire physique, he would have died. Chapter 112 Mental Control. Master, what should we do now? Natasha stood behind Yixian. The programmer came over. As far as I know, she is mind-controlled. How to deal with it? Yixian asked. We have to figure out how she was controlled first. Treating her randomly will only be counterproductive. The programmer shook his head. The 9-tail shadows behind Su Daji smashed down one after another with infinite force. Bang bang. Yixian turned around and picked up Natasha to escape. The programmer had no time to hide and was smashed into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. Why is it always me who is unlucky? Daji, wake up! Yixian yelled. Su Daji was completely unaware that the 9 tails behind her were coming down from time to time. Natasha was put down by Yixian and retreated to a distance, holding a bow and arrow, whether it was shooting or not. She bit her lower lip. What should I do? Quickly, find a way to control her temporarily. The programmer struggled to get to the ground. Bang! A shadow with a tail came and knocked him back. The programmer wants to cry, but has no tears. Control it temporarily? Natasha! Yixian thought of something. Natasha responded. Yes. She used her weapon skill. Wrapped in vines, and fired an arrow. Su Daji was accurately hit. Vines grew out and wrapped around her. Well done! Programmers chanted. Drink! Su Daji burst out with powerful energy, shattering the vines. She's so powerful! The programmer's hair was blown by the escaping energy, and he murmured. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Daji suddenly fainted. Yi Xian went over and hugged him. What's going on? Don't worry. I just lost strength and fainted. Get me out quickly, the programmer said quickly. Natasha went over and pulled him out. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be looking for the relics of the gods? Yi Xian asked. Oh, am I such an unloyal person? I realized something was wrong a long time ago, so I went to investigate on my own. The programmer swept the dust off his body and kept his tone. Yi Xian heard this. What did you find? First of all, blood beasts are cultivated using bloodstones and humans. The programmer's face straightened. Human? Natasha covered her mouth in surprise. That's right. The blood beasts you met before were actually humans. The programmer nodded vigorously. He continued. Secondly, Gu Qing's plan has begun to be implemented. What's the plan? Yi Xian frowned. Destroy the world. Not only destroy the game world, but also destroy my world. The programmer clenched his fists. This? Yi Xian frowned. I didn't expect Gu Qing's appetite to be so big. The programmer said. I think he is very likely to succeed because of the power of blood. But why does he affect reality? Yi Xian was puzzled. Remember where we are going? Players can come in. So why can't people here go out? The programmer asked. It's ridiculous. But it makes sense. Yi Xian rubbed his eyebrows. The little paper man in his pocket suddenly asked. What are you talking about? None of your business. Yi Xian was holding Su Daji and turned around to summon a super bus. What is super? That is indestructible. Everyone got on the bus. And Yi Xian put Su Daji on the seat and asked Natasha to take care of her. This is a forest. And the bus is so big. How can we get out? The programmer was puzzled. Look at it. Yi Xian sat in the driver's seat and stepped on the accelerator. The bus rushed out like a beast. Approaching trees, the tree was directly knocked down. But the passenger car was unharmed. The programmer said in a daze. This is not a car at all. It is simply a beast. Bang bang. The bus was moving forward, running wildly. Soon, after returning to the main mansion, Yi Xian dispersed the bus and took everyone back to the room. Natasha said, I'm going out. After she finished speaking, she left the room without looking back. What's wrong with this girl? Yi Xian settled Su Daji. What else can she do? She's jealous. But it's time for her to wake up. The programmer said nonchalantly. As a bystander, he knew that the love between the owner and the pet would not be fruitful. But he doesn't know. Love is not about results. What are you still doing? Waiting for her to wake up. Find a strong rope quickly. The programmer turned around. Yi Xian rummaged through the rope category in his backpack, found a rope that was immune to magic, and took it out immediately. He tied Su Daji's hands and feet with ropes. This way there will be no problem. What to do now? It's not good to keep wasting it. Sooner or later, it will be discovered. The programmer crossed his shoulders. When I arrived, I was very lucky and was not bumped into by anyone from the main mansion. But this is only temporary. As long as people are here, they will be discovered sooner or later. We must find a way to wake her up, Yi Xian said. I said, we must first know how she is controlled. The programmer emphasized. There was a knock on the door. Why is it so noisy? Did you quarrel? It's Granny Ming. Why is she here? There was a little sweat on Yi Xian's forehead. Hide the person first. The programmer pointed at Su Daji. Yi Xian walked over and looked for her for a long time before hiding her under the bed. Why don't you open the door yet? Granny Ming's voice came again. Yi Xian went over to open the door. You've been waiting for a long time. Why was it so noisy just now? Granny Ming looked puzzled, followed by her maid Xiaochui. We, two brothers, were discussing this issue just now, and neither of us accepted the other's advice, Yi Xian said with a smile. Then there's no need to argue. Just be calm. Granny Ming persuaded her earnestly. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. What's the matter with you always coming here? I came here specifically to thank you. I checked that insect. What is it called, a spine-eating insect? When Granny Ming said that, her face looked very ugly. No need to thank me. It's all what I should do. Yi Xian handed over. You should have a way to contact my daughter. Right? Grandma Ming suddenly asked. Yixian pondered for a long time and then nodded. Yes. Please tell her that I will never force her again. You can get married whenever you want. Granny Meng smiled. You are so open-minded that you can even violate your own settings. The programmer gave a thumbs up. In the setting, she really wanted her children to get married. But what she is doing now is contrary to the setting. What is the setting? Granny Meng looked puzzled. Yixian pushed the programmer away and held up his hands. It's nothing. I will pass the message on to her. Tell her again that when she comes back, I will bake her favorite sugar cookies. After Granny Meng finished speaking, she said some other things before leaving with Xiao Chui. What a pity the parents in the world have. Yixian sighed, then was surprised. Why hasn't Natasha come back yet? He left the room to look for her and found Natasha sitting on the roof, looking into the distance. Chapter 113. Pull out one of his teeth. Yixian jumped up and jumped to the roof. Natasha was unmoved. Yixian walked behind her. Why are you here alone? Nothing. Natasha hugged her legs, buried her face in her knees, and suddenly started crying. Yixian was startled and held her in his arms. Actually, as long as Natasha has a place in her master's heart, that's enough. Natasha cried. Silly girl. You have already been an indispensable part of my life. Yixian's eyes were filled with tenderness. Natasha nodded vigorously, still crying, and buried her face in his chest. The next day, early morning, Yixian, who had just gotten up, got the news that Su Daji had woken up. The programmer is knocking on the door outside. Come here quickly. I can't stop her. Good. Yixian rubbed his eyes and responded without waking up the sleeping Natasha, and walked to the next door. Let me go, or I'll scream. Su Daji on the bed was in the form of a beast, opening her mouth to reveal long tiger teeth. No one will come to save you even if you shout. The programmer hummed. Yixian was speechless for a while. Aren't we bad guys and hungry? He walked up to Su Daji, rummaged through his backpack, and found a fragrant little cake. It smells so good. Su Daji wanted to shout, but instead drooled. I know you like to eat. Yixian put his hand over. Click. Su Daji took a big bite and bit the cake and his hand in his mouth. It hurts. Yixian took a breath. Su Daji had a look of satisfaction on her face. Upon seeing this, the programmer said, Let him go quickly, or I'll bite you. After he finished speaking, he showed the fangs in his mouth, as if no one has. Su Daji was unmoved and still refused to let go. Silly girl. Wake up quickly. Yixian's eyes were filled with helplessness. We must first know how she is controlled. The programmer said again. Is anyone here? Express. Please open the door. There was a knock on the door. Yixian looked at the programmer. Did you buy it? Where in the world does express delivery come from? The programmer was so surprised that he walked over to open the door, then stepped back with a look of disbelief. Sending courier. Gu Qing walked in, wearing a courier suit. I find that your world seems very interesting. It would be great if it could be destroyed. You still dare to appear in front of me? Yixian drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword, and the veins on his forehead were exposed. Gu Qing raised his hands. Don't get excited. Otherwise, I don't know what the 10 blood beasts guarding outside the Ming Mansion will do. Threaten me? Yixian frowned. Don't you really want to know how I controlled her? Gu Qing pointed at Su Daji. Say it! Shouted the programmer, full of energy. Gu Qing clicked his ears. I need something, but I'm not in the mood to talk until I get it. What? Yixian asked. The teeth of the one-armed giant ape. Gu Qing said every word. Asshole! You're daydreaming! The programmer clenched his fist. How could he possibly get that kind of thing? Yixian said. I agreed. Shuang Kai. I'm waiting for your good news. Come to Zuyamen to find me when the time comes. Gu Qing left, with a weird smile on his face from beginning to end, which seemed to be sarcastic but not. He is clearly trying to make things difficult for you. Why did you agree? The programmer asked. Do you have a better way? Yixian said, and found that Su Daji had loosened his mouth. He raised his hand and looked at it. There were neat rows of tooth marks on it, and there was a lot of blood. The programmer choked for a while. Then what if you leave, and he comes to cause trouble? No, because that would be too boring for him. Yixian shook his head gently. He turned around and said, I'll leave this to you. Natasha and I will go back as soon as possible. Just leave me alone? Don't leave now. The programmer looked at Yixian walking away, feeling dizzy. He looked at Su Daji, who was staring at him on the bed. His back felt cold, and he had a bad feeling. Yi Xian left Ming Mansion with Natasha. The streets were noisy, and there were many homeless people. Grandma Ming is distributing food, trying to save everyone one by one. Natasha rubbed her eyes. Master, I'm so sleepy. Be good. Eat first, and then go to the car to sleep. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed her head. We found a random restaurant and ordered some food. Where is the one-armed giant ape? Yi Xian was ready to inquire about the news. Brother, I'm not bragging to you. After asking around all over the world, there's nothing I don't know. There was a drunk guy at the next table. Do you know the whereabouts of the one-armed giant ape? Yi Xian looked over and took the food delivered by the waiter at the same time. The man heard this. Of course. Just over the border. After he finished speaking, he fainted and could not sleep for a long time. Can you believe what a drunkard says? Natasha was skeptical. The border is not far from here. You can go and have a look. Yi Xian took out the map and found that there happened to be a city standing on the border. After dinner, we took a bus out of the city and headed straight for the border. Towards evening, we arrived at the border city. There are few generals, few soldiers, and little food here. All the residents have disappeared, and it is completely desolate. Yi Xian took Natasha to walk in the city. Who? A squad leader ran over with 2 soldiers. We were passing by. Have you seen the one-armed giant ape? Yi Xian raised his hands and asked. For a moment, the faces of the 3 people looked ugly. The squad leader said, It's just outside the city. Because of it, all the residents have left. With the one-armed giant ape's habits, he will attack the city sooner or later. Staying here is nothing but a dead end. Thanks for letting me know. Yi Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Now, we just have to find a way to pull out its teeth. You all should leave quickly. This city cannot be defended. The team leader sighed. Why don't you leave? Yi Xian couldn't help but be curious. The team leader said, Someone has to step forward. After he finished speaking, he led the people away and continued to patrol the city. Let's get out of town. Yi Xian took Natasha to another city gate, but was stopped. Where are you going? A general wearing golden armor came over. Out of town. Yi Xian cupped his hands. General Jin Jia said, Go out through the other city gates. There are monsters outside the east city gate. Passage is prohibited. It just so happens that I was running towards that monster. Yi Xian smiled lightly. What? Are you crazy? General Jin Jia's voice was loud. General. The city staff adjutant ran over, holding a portrait. General Jin Jia looked at the portrait and showed surprise on the spot. He knelt down to Yi Xian and said, Third grade General Chao Gu, pay your respects to the god of war, Lord Yi, who protects the country. The few soldiers around saw this and knelt down one after another. Get up. It's all just a false name. Yi Xian waved his hand. Chao Gu stood up with many soldiers. With Lord Yi here, no matter what kind of monster he is, it won't work. The general is right. Master Yi is mighty. His words were recognized by everyone. Chapter 114 Looking for the Giant Ape. I hope everyone can cooperate well next, Yi Xian said. Chao Gu heard this. Master Yi, please tell me straight. Brothers will go through fire and water without hesitation. It's not that serious. Let's all disperse and leave this city. Yi Xian waved his hand. Why? We want to live and die with you, Mr. Yi. The soldiers were puzzled. A good man has his ambitions in all directions. I understand that he wants to die in battle, but to die in vain is tantamount to an idiot, Yi Xian said lightly. That's what Mr. Yi said. Chao Gu let out a long sigh. Indeed, I and others are just waiting to die here. He turned to look at the soldiers present. What are you waiting for? Let's go quickly. What about you, General? A soldier asked. I am the general of this city, and I won't leave, Chao Gu said decisively. Then, General, we're not leaving either. Right. The soldiers expressed their opinions one after another. They originally planned to stay and never wanted to leave. Chao Gu's eyes turned red. You guys. This scene can be described as touching. Whether you want to leave or not, you only have one life anyway. You have to weigh it yourself. Yi Xian took a breath and took Natasha away. The remaining people present looked at each other. 30 miles outside the city, Yi Xian drove the car. If the situation goes bad, shoot an arrow at that guy. Okay, master. I understand. Natasha nodded vigorously. Soon, they came to a forest. There's rain and fog ahead. Natasha swallowed. There's a good chance the monster is among them. Tie this on. Yi Xian gave a slender rope. Natasha tied around the waist. Yi Xian tied the other end to his waist. Ride on my shoulders. This way you will never get lost. Natasha nodded vigorously. The two walked into the rain and mist. Yi Xian said, if there is any trouble, remind me. Natasha sat on his shoulders, feeling full of security. It doesn't seem like you're here? After a long time, Yi Xian walked out of the rain and mist. It seems like there's a lot of rain and fog here. Natasha took out the map and looked at it. There was a lot of rain and fog here, and it even became a natural barrier on the border. She turned to ask, speaking of which, why does that guy want the teeth of the one-armed giant ape? Who knows? Yi Xian shrugged. He instead summoned a reconnaissance drone and flew into the sky. But not long after, the drone was hit by a thunder, and the sky gradually became cloudy. Yi Xian saw this. It's raining at this time. He had a headache and dispersed the drone. Just as he was about to summon the rain shelter, he happened to find a tree hole not far ahead. Master, shall we go there? Natasha suggested. Yi Xian nodded. The two walked over and vaguely smelled the smell of decay. So many corpses. Natasha covered her nose. There are piles of corpses here, including those of beasts and humans. I have a bad feeling, Yi Xian whispered. This is obviously where some kind of creature lives. Upon hearing this, Natasha took out her bow and arrow to be on guard. Bang bang. Heavy footsteps came. Just outside, Yi Xian whispered softly. Humanity? An ogre walked in. He was very big and was carrying a wild boar on his back. Yi Xian cupped his hands. Are you coming to take shelter from the rain too? This is my territory, and there are snacks delivered to my door. The ogre laughed loudly, put down the wild boar, and rushed over. Whoosh! Natasha shot an arrow. The arrow flew out, and when the ogre was hit, the arrow exploded, spraying smoke. For a moment, who are you? The ogre gritted his teeth. When the flying smoke cleared, he was covered in bruises. Yi Xian chuckled and replied, they are just two ordinary people. If you were ordinary, a pig could climb a tree. The ogre muttered, having no idea of continuing to fight. Have you ever seen a one-armed giant ape? Yi Xian asked. I've seen it before. That guy made everyone afraid to go out. The ogre nodded, looking horrified. Yi Xian heard this. Do you know where it is? What are you going to do? You can't go over and provoke. If it thinks it's our instigation, we'll be doomed. The ogre turned and ran. Yi Xian used teleportation to stop him instantly. Don't move. Natasha bowed her head. I don't move. The ogre sat down obediently, his big face full of grievances. Yi Xian walked up to him. I don't want to embarrass you. It's your right to say it or not. Can you please remove the sword from my neck when you say this? The ogre's mouth twitched. I saw that although Yi Xian said kindly, he had already placed the 7-star Long Yuan sword on his neck. Say it quickly. Natasha stared with big eyes. It's not that I don't want to say it. What I say may hurt everyone. The ogre looked helpless. Yi Xian heard this. You are quite loyal, but there is nothing you can do about it. After he finished speaking, he slowly waved the 7-star Long Yuan sword. Big brother, don't kill me. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. On the verge of death, the ogre finally became afraid and knelt on the ground. Why don't you tell me quickly? Yi Xian said. The last time I saw the great one-armed ape was yesterday, when he was drinking water by the river. When the ogre finished speaking, the rain stopped, and Yi Xian took Natasha and ran to the river. The ogre breathed a sigh of relief. First a monster came, and then a monster that looked like a person came. This forest is going to change. Riverside. Yi Xian arrived with Natasha, but the one-armed giant ape was nowhere to be seen. They walked along the river and met a squirrel. Master, why don't we ask it? Natasha suddenly thought. Squirrels can't talk. Yi Xian laughed dumbly. But then I saw the squirrel running over. Who said squirrels can't talk? Interesting. Have you ever seen a one-armed giant ape? Yi Xian squatted down and asked. A giant gorilla with only one arm? The squirrel instantly turned pale. Yes, little squirrel. Do you know where it is? Natasha nodded. The squirrel shook his head repeatedly. I don't know. After it finished speaking, it turned around and ran away without looking back. Yi Xian caught up instantly. What are you going to do? The squirrel was stopped and frightened. Behave. These are all yours. If you're not. Yi Xian took out a lot of dried fruits. Wow. The squirrels ate the dried fruits. Yi Xian chuckled. These dried fruits are poisonous. Tell me the whereabouts of the one-armed giant ape before I can give you the antidote. Mean! The squirrel's eyes showed panic. Say it quickly. Natasha was a little impatient. Behind you. The squirrel suddenly spoke. And the rain and fog came in, washing them away. Yi Xian frowned. It really comes as a matter of fact. Master. Come on. Natasha was still riding on his shoulders. Chapter 115. The city is here and the people are here. Rain and fog shrouded the sky and the earth. And the one-armed giant ape was nearby. Suddenly, the rain and fog behind him dispersed a little. And a huge figure emerged. Yi Xian disappeared instantly. Bang! The huge figure punched him. And a deep pit appeared on the ground. Got you! Yi Xian appeared behind the figure. This was the one-armed giant ape that he had been looking for a long time. It was getting dark. And he was holding the 7-star Long Yuan sword and fighting the emperor-level boss again. About half an hour passed. Yi Xian relied on teleportation to escape unscathed. The one-armed giant ape was angry and roared. Are you a fly that only knows how to hide? I'll kill you too! Yi Xian suddenly appeared above his head, stabbing down with the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand. Assassination. Failed. The one-armed giant ape raised his hand, grabbed him in his hand, and then threw him to the ground. Teleport. Yi Xian was teleported to another place instantly. He looked above his head. Natasha, are you okay? I'm fine. Master, how are you? Natasha shook her head. Just as Yi Xian was about to answer, he saw the one-armed giant ape rushing over. Before he could say anything, he cast a powerful healing spell on himself and then teleported to another place. I've had enough. I want to destroy everything. The one-armed giant ape roared. He jumped up and then stepped hard on the ground with both feet. Boom! Powerful energy escapes. Everything around was gradually destroyed, including flowers, birds, trees, snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Soon, the surrounding miles became wasteland. Yi Xianxiao used teleportation to escape the energy. How scary! Natasha held a bow and arrow on her shoulder. At the critical moment, you must not hesitate. Otherwise you may make a big mistake. Flies! Rats! I've never seen a human being as able to hide as you are. The one-armed giant ape had a cold voice. Yi Xian chuckled. Then you have seen it now. Asshole! The one-armed giant ape charged, and its huge body crashed directly into it. Yi Xian used teleportation to hide far away and exhaled, knowing that he would be killed sooner or later. But he saw the one-armed giant ape gradually disappearing away. Yi Xian was stunned. That's the direction of the border city? He used long-distance teleportation and quickly returned to the border city. Master Yi, are you back? Is there any good news? Chao Gu has been waiting for a long time. Take the people away quickly. Yi Xian looked around and then shouted. There was no shortage of soldiers present, and it was obvious that they didn't take what they said before into consideration. Master Yi, we won't leave. As a city defender, we won't be deserters even if we die in battle. Some soldiers expressed their opinions. Yi Xian frowned. If you keep the green hills, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. Master Yi, I know you are doing it for our own good, but how can those who choose to stay here retreat? Chao Gu smiled and took out a long knife. He continued, no matter what greets us, the city is here and the people are here. The city is here and the people are there. The soldiers drew their weapons. At this time, the earth began to tremble, and a cloud of rain and mist in the distance was gradually approaching. No! Close the city gate and go up the city wall! Chao Gu yelled. A few soldiers went to close the city gate, and the rest climbed up the wall. How can they, with 100 soldiers like them, stop the one-armed giant ape? Yi Xian jumped onto the city wall and used the system to learn that the one-armed giant ape still had 9/10 of its health left. Soldiers, even if you die, you must bite off a bone from it. Chao Gu roared. Yes. The soldiers responded one after another. Yi Xian's blood boiled when he heard this. I really can't do anything to you. He exhaled and stood on the city wall looking into the distance. Boom! The one-armed giant ape attacked and hit the city gate directly. The heavy city gate was instantly damaged and became crumbling. I can't see anything anymore. Yi Xian frowned, teleported behind the one-armed giant ape, and stabbed out a sword. Why are you here? The one-armed giant ape seemed to have seen a ghost. He punched the city gate and it shattered. Yi Xian scolded. Gorilla, come and challenge me. The one-armed giant ape ignored him and went crazy killing people in the city. Ah, for the human race! From time to time, the screams of soldiers could be heard. Monster! Die! Chao Gu rushed over, holding a long sword in his hand. Trash! The one-armed giant ape stepped over. Yi Xian saw the right opportunity and teleported twice in a row, taking Chao Gu to another place. Master Yi, thank you very much for saving your life. But you can only repay it in the next life. Chao Gu's eyes turned red. He is not afraid of death, but he cannot bear the death of his only remaining brothers. Yi Xian sighed. Go ahead. Chao Gu rushed over, and after a while, the whole city was silent. They all seem to be dead, Natasha said softly. Chao Gu and the last defenders had turned into corpses, or became the food for the one-armed giant ape. I don't know if this city will become prosperous. Probably not, Yi Xian murmured. Human, you are next, the one-armed giant ape said coldly. Yi Xian held the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand. How should I remove his teeth? Pulling it out directly is a fantasy. Try to kill him, Natasha said uncertainly. Yi Xian smiled bitterly and rushed over to deal with the one-armed giant ape. Blood splattered from time to time. The 7-star Long Yuan sword is really easy to use, cutting iron like clay. Otherwise, ordinary weapons would not be able to cause any damage to it. Are you tickling me? Despite this, the one-armed giant ape still felt no pain or itch. The Imperial boss is too perverted. Yi Xian concentrated on fighting, his brows furrowed. Without 10 days and a half month, it would be impossible for me to kill him by myself. But there would be too many variables. Moreover, I may not be able to hold on for that long in one breath, Natasha said. Gorilla, can you give us one of your teeth? I'm not a gorilla, the one-armed giant ape roared. Oh, then what are you? Natasha's cute appearance was full of confusion at this time. The one-armed giant ape yelled angrily. I am not a thing. I am my abomination. He felt he was being played. Why are you angry? Natasha did it completely unintentionally and didn't even react. I will kill you and make you regret coming to this world. The one-armed giant ape was really angry. Each other. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. No matter how long he takes, he will be killed. One man and one ape fought. Natasha watched the whole battle, and gradually, the whole city turned into ruins. 2 days passed. My great demon king! Why are there such annoying humans in the world? The one-armed giant ape was extremely angry, although the damage he did to himself was minimal. But 2 days combined are enough to break your muscles and bones. Suffer death. Yi Xian casually took out a bottle of anti-fatigue medicine and drank it. Natasha couldn't help but said, Master, this is not the way to go. Yi Xian smiled bitterly, remembering that he drank anti-fatigue medicine until he passed out. Chapter 116 Phase 2. Why do you want my teeth? The one-armed giant ape roared. Yi Xian replied, You don't need to worry about it. He rushed forward and swung his sword. In an instant, the one-armed giant ape stood motionless. What happened? Natasha was puzzled. Shoot an arrow at it. Yi Xian suddenly thought of something, turned around and ran away. Phase 2. Some bosses will enter the second stage after being injured to a certain extent and become much stronger. Whizzing. Whoosh. Natasha fired arrows wildly. Human, let's have some fun next, the one-armed giant ape said with a sneer. He raised his hand, and the rain and mist gradually condensed into a translucent shield, blocking the flying arrows for him. It's harder to deal with, Yi Xian whispered softly and used teleportation. Natasha was still shooting. Hit! Now that the rain and fog had dispersed, she could see clearly, so she was more accurate. The arrow flew far away and passed by the one-armed giant ape. Can't even shoot accurately? The one-armed giant ape said with a ferocious smile. Let the arrow fly for a while. After Natasha finished speaking, the arrow turned and accurately hit the back of the one-armed giant ape. Yi Xian chuckled. Nice job. Are you happy too early? The one-armed giant ape was not teleported away due to his passivity. He snorted coldly, and the rain and fog shield gradually enveloped him. Yi Xian used long-distance teleportation to escape. Eastgate. Yi Xian came here and found corpses everywhere. He couldn't help but shake his head. Why bother? Risking your life for a city that is impossible to defend. We just did what we were supposed to do, came a voice. It's Chao Gu. He was sitting on the ground leaning against a broken city wall. He was covered in injuries, and his forehead showed signs of being hit by something. Are you still alive? Yi Xian walked over. Well, I happened to be knocked unconscious by a stone, and I just woke up not long ago. After Chao Gu finished speaking, he looked around with desolation in his eyes. Died. All dead? Only myself is left alive. Powerful healing technique. Yi Xian treated him. Thanks. Chao Gu's injuries gradually improved. He smiled bitterly. I should have listened to you then. Otherwise they wouldn't have died. Yi Xian rubbed his nose. Master, the one-armed giant ape is here, Natasha said suddenly. Yi Xian looked into the city, grabbed Chao Gu's arm, and then used long-distance teleportation. They instantly distanced themselves from the one-armed giant ape. You saved me again, Chao Gu sighed. Are you hungry? Eat first and then talk. Yi Xian took out the food. Natasha's stomach suddenly growled. Yi Xian took her off his shoulders and said, Let's eat together. The three then had a meal. Master, I feel weird now. As if I am no longer a pet. Natasha blinked. Yeah, Yi Xian nodded heavily. I don't know if this is good or bad, and what consequences it will have. Speaking of which, Master Yi, you are not a match for that monster? Chao Gu suddenly asked. Yi Xian nodded. Of course. I'm not that strong yet. The summoner profession is almost at its maximum level. I hope I can surprise myself and get a powerful profession. Why? Chao Gu sighed again. How about I take you back to the main city after I finish dealing with the one-armed giant ape? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Chao Gu agreed. Yi Xian smiled knowingly. Although he said that, he actually planned to take Chao Gu to Heping Town and use him for his own use. After all, where can you find such a responsible general? Tooth. No matter what. One of its teeth must be broken off. Yi Xian asked Chao Gu to wait for him here, and then ran towards the one-armed giant ape with Natasha, preparing to observe first. Come out! You fly. Rat. Come out if you can! The one-armed giant ape is walking around in the city, thinking that Yi Xian is hiding somewhere. He roared. I will definitely kill you! The rain and mist turned from the shield into arms, and connected to the severed arm of the one-armed giant ape. He seems to be able to control you to do many things. Natasha in the distance couldn't help but say. Yeah. Yi Xian nodded lightly beside him, secretly thinking that it was hard to do. Master, how about I shoot 2 arrows first and try? Natasha tried to ask. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. Even if the situation is bad, there is still time to run such a long distance. Whoosh. Whoosh. Boom! Dozens of arrows shot out and exploded. But they were all blocked by the one-armed giant ape's arms formed from rain and mist. This way he is exempted from being passive. It only counts if he is shot in the body. Yi Xian frowned. But fortunately, I didn't plan to let him teleport away. But it looked like Yue was difficult to deal with. The mouse finally showed up. The one-armed giant ape rushed towards this side. Natasha shouted. We are not mice! Yi Xian hugged her and used long-distance teleportation. Damn it! Damn it! The one-armed giant ape stopped when he saw this, jumped up, and stepped heavily on the ground. With a loud roar, everything around him began to shatter. It's this move again! Yi Xian, who had just teleported to the city, frowned. It's far away here, so it hasn't been affected much. Master, it seems we can't defeat him. What should we do? Natasha seemed a little disappointed. Yi Xian breathed out. There must be a way. The assassination was definitely out of the question. The guy's attention was entirely on himself. Besides, Death's door hasn't been tried yet. But I guess it's enough, because the entire door of death is not as big as the body of the one-armed giant ape. How could it suck him in? Yi Xian couldn't help but have a headache. How about we find help? Natasha said suddenly. Who are you looking for? The Mac Killing Guild? Or Xinji and the others? Yi Xian asked. I can't seem to beat that big guy. Natasha lowered her head. If Sudaji were here, she would be able to help. But unfortunately, she is being controlled by her mind. Yi Xian pursed his lips. Gu Qing really gave me a difficult problem. If given the chance, I would definitely not spare him. Master, look, Natasha said suddenly. Yi Xian looked in the direction she pointed. What's going on with that guy? Chao Gu ran back and was standing on the city wall looking around, seemingly looking for something. Humanity! The one-armed giant ape noticed that side and rushed over. Yi Xian teleported over with Natasha. Master Yi, I suddenly remembered that there is a treasure left by a master in the city. Chao Gu's face was filled with regret. Why didn't I think of it earlier? So many brothers lost their lives. What baby? Where is it? Yi Xian turned his head and glanced at the one-armed giant ape running towards this side, taking his time. Chao Gu replied. There is a box under the city lord's palace. Suffer death. The one-armed giant ape is approaching. Without saying a word, Yi Xian took Chao Gu to the city lord's mansion. Damn it! The one-armed giant ape jumped into the air and exploded on the ground in anger. Chapter 117 5 Elements Beads. The city lord's mansion is also in ruins. When he arrived outside the city lord's mansion, Chao Gu looked decadent. Yi Xian asked, Where is the box you mentioned? Underground? But the entrance? I don't know. Chao Gu shook his head helplessly. The gorilla is here again, Natasha said. Let's look for it first, and then make a plan. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he released his invisibility, and the figures of the three of them gradually disappeared. The one-armed giant ape that was running this way stopped and said, Damn it! He thought that the person had teleported away again, so he went to look for it elsewhere. Master, I can't see myself, Natasha said in surprise. This is my special ability. Let's start looking for it. Yi Xian explained casually. Invisibility can carry up to 2 people, but they cannot be more than 300 meters away from you. Otherwise the invisibility will fail. So amazing. Chao Gu swallowed hard and spit. Invisible? If you tell me about such a powerful ability, no one will believe it. The three of them rummaged through the ruins of the city lord's mansion, trying to find the entrance. Half an hour passed. The one-armed giant ape left the city angrily. Yi Xian disappeared and said loudly, Have you found it? I found this. Natasha came over with a bag of snacks. I can't find it at all. I think even if there is an entrance, it has collapsed. Chao Gu looked helpless. There seems to be some noise, Natasha said suddenly. Just listen. The sound of iron hoofbeats breaks through the sky, gradually approaching. Chao Gu was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. It's the human army. The human emperor has not given up on us. It's a pity it's of no use. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, it was difficult to defeat a giant one-armed ape with numbers. Is there anyone alive? The voice came suddenly, and it sounded familiar. Lord the Strongest? We are here. We are here. Chao Gu heard it. Yi Xian knew that he was talking about Sikong Haohua. A team comes from afar. The leader was naturally Sikong Haohua. General Chao, how are you? Thanks to Mr. Yi. Otherwise, I would have gone with my brothers long ago. Chao Gu looked self-deprecating. And that was actually the case. Brother Yi? Sikong Haohua just noticed Yi Xian. The generals following him lowered their heads, knowing that this was a true master. Do you know where the underground passage from the city lord's mansion is? Yi Xian asked. Sikong Haohua was confused. What underground passage? Chao Gu stood up and explained the reason. There is such a magical object. Quick! Help me find the entrance. Sikong Haohua ordered. The generals behind him began to rummage through the city lord's mansion. Soon, a discovery was made. It is a passage leading underground. General, this passage has been in disrepair for a long time, and it has been impacted. If you go in, you may not be able to get out. A general spoke. At this time, the city lord's palace was surrounded by soldiers, but no one knew what the generals were doing. Sikong Haohua hesitated a little. Brother Yi, what do you think? You guys wait outside. I'll go down and investigate. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he took Natasha down the aisle. So brave, Sikong Haohua showed admiration. Not only is he a great person, but he is also brave. Brother Yi is worthy of being Brother Yi. General, shall we wait here? A general tried. Sikong Haohua shook his head. You guys stay here. I'll go and give Brother Yi a helping hand. He walked down the aisle. Chao Gu hesitated for a moment and followed closely. In the underground space, where no one could see his fingers, Natasha held Yi Xian's hand and looked around. From time to time, a light green light flashed in her eyes. Master, there seems to be a mechanism. The city lord of the border city. Why do you want to create such a place? Yi Xian nodded slightly, feeling surprised. Pop! The wall next to it suddenly cracked. Gotta speed up. Yi Xian frowned, picked up Natasha and ran inside, dodging many traps. Soon, we came to an underground space. The space here was small, and there was only one box. Natasha fell to the ground and went over to open it. Is this a bead? Yi Xian frowned as he looked at the things in the box. Master, there is another letter. Natasha picked up the letter next to the beads. Yi Xian took it and opened it to check. This bead is called the 5 Elements bead. Use it with caution. This is the only line in the letter. Nothing more. How weird. Such a big place just to hide a bead? Natasha looked puzzled. I'm afraid it's because this thing is so powerful that I had no choice but to take the step. Yixian's voice was heavy. How is it going? Xikong Haohua and Chao Gu ran in. Yixian replied. Now that you have the things, what are you doing here? He looked strange. I felt there would be danger, so I came to help Brother Yi. Xikong Haohua handed over. Danger? Natasha was puzzled. My premonitions are always accurate and should not be wrong. Xikong Haohua nodded. Bang, suddenly. Gunfire rang out. Quick! Run quickly. A red dot appeared between Chao Gu's eyebrows, and blood flowed from it. I saw a person sitting in the shadow corner of this small space. His eyes red. Yixian frowned. What kind of monster is this? It was not a human being, but a creature that looked like a mummy. The gun in his hand was so powerful that it directly penetrated the helmet Chao Gu was wearing. It's a legendary corpse. The reason for its emergence is unknown. It is equipped with various powerful weapons. Xikong Haohua's face looked ugly. Yixian looked at Chao Gu and shook his head helplessly. After all, I still didn't survive. Kaka, bursts of weird sounds came. Master, the passage is about to collapse. Natasha couldn't help but say. The white stood up with a pistol and fired another shot without saying a word. The bullets were extremely fast and almost unavoidable in this small space. Yixian picked up Natasha, grabbed Xikong Haohua with his backhand, released the teleportation, and decided to take a gamble. As they teleported away, the passage collapsed. The corpse was directly smashed to death. When everything returned to calm, the entire small space was only 1/5 of its original size, and the pistol fell to the ground. A teleportation array appeared on the side, and Gu Qin slowly walked out. There is also an unexpected harvest. He picked up the pistol and wiped it with his clothes. He was satisfied with it. Where are we? On the other side. Natasha held Yixian's hand tightly. Xikong Haohua said, It seems to be an underground space. I thought I would be smashed to death just now. We have to find a way out. Yixian summoned a flashlight and turned it on. This is an underground cave, and teleportation cannot go straight up or down. Fortunately, there is such a place. Otherwise, he and others might have died there. There seems to be no air circulation. Xikong Haohua's voice was heavy. Chapter 118, Sending Messages Through the Air. Master, there must be a way, right? Natasha was a little nervous. Certainly. Yixian picked her up. Xikong Haohua looked up. How about I shoot through the top? What if you fail? Don't be nervous. I have a solution. Yixian summoned an underground drilling vehicle that could seat 3 people. Similar to the previous one. It can come and go freely underground like a fish. What is this? Xikong Haohua looked surprised. You sit in the back. It's too late to explain. Get in the car quickly. Yixian took Natasha and sat on it. This earth drilling machine is quite special. In addition to being equipped with a huge drill bit, it has 2 seats in the front and 1 in the back. Xikong Haohua quickly sat in the back seat. The engine roared, and the underground drilling vehicle began to shuttle underground. Xikong Haohua couldn't help but said, What an amazing car! It can run without horses. His words left Yixian speechless for a while. Soon, they reached the ground and were already far away from the city. Let's go straight there. Yixian dispersed to drill the underground vehicle and used long-distance teleportation. The strongest through the ages. Eternal. Master Yi is eternal. Eternal. Inexplicably, a memorial ceremony is being held in the city. The person who took the lead in shouting was a general. Hey! He let out a long sigh and took out a piece of white cloth to cover the collapsed passage. Who are you honoring? The voice came from behind. The most powerful man in Master Yi, plus a little girl and General Chao. After the general finished speaking, he found that everyone around him was looking frightened. He turned around and knelt directly on the ground, his face pale as a sheet with fear. Wasn't it pressed down below? Could it be? Is it a ghost? Humph. As a general, you should have no fear of heaven and earth. But you are actually afraid of ghosts? Xikong Haohua frowned. For a moment, the general heard the words. My lord, the most powerful one, I will assist you wholeheartedly while you are alive. I will never have any second thoughts. Please don't harm me. You just wait to be dismissed and investigated. Xikong Haohua's face turned red. He was angry. Why are there such cowardly people under his command? We are not dead. We are still alive. The only one who died is General Chao. Yixian exhaled. Isn't he dead? The general looked in disbelief. Sikong Haohua raised his hand. Take him down and demote him to a first class. We'll talk about it after we return to the main city. His face looked ugly. Yes. Yes. 2 soldiers came over and took the general away. Yi Xian watched the whole process. Although he is timid, he doesn't seem to have done anything wrong. Brother Yi, this is a taboo for a general. Sikong Haohua said the right way. Yi Xian shrugged. If the general was more afraid of the punishment if the mission failed, he would probably complete the mission more carefully. Being timid is just a matter of character. How to use it is a science. Brother Yi, since you have obtained the treasure, why not set off immediately to kill the one-armed giant ape? Sikong Haohua suggested. The power of this thing is unknown for now, so it would be inappropriate to use it rashly. Yi Xian took out the 5 elements bead. Suddenly, a burst of energy burst out from his body, making everyone present palpitate. Sikong Haohua couldn't help but said, Brother Yi, is this the treasure hidden underground? Yes. It looks very powerful, but to what extent it is hard to say. Yi Xian nodded slightly and asked for pen and paper. Master, do you want to write a letter? Natasha looked curious. That's right. I wrote it to the programmer guy. Yi Xian nodded lightly. Hearing this, Sikong Haohua said, Who is that? If it is far away, it will take several days to deliver the letter. It's not that troublesome. After Yi Xian got the pen and paper, he wrote down the 5 elements beads on it. And then he had a sudden idea and summoned something. Letter transmitter. This thing can instantly send letters to the target person, and can send them back again. It's just a bit mana consuming. If I teleport, it will drain me dry. Right, Yi Xian whispered. He stuffed the letter into the letter carrier. Meng Mansion. Programmer's room. Su Daji was still tied to the bed, unable to move. The programmer sat on the ground. Auntie, just eat some. She hasn't eaten or drank for so long. If she continues, there will be problems. Let me go first, Su Daji said. This, the programmer shook his head repeatedly. Then I won't eat and will starve to death. I'll wait for that guy to come back and see how I can deal with you, Su Daji said calmly, with a faint smile on her face. The programmer was about to say something when a letter appeared in front of him. Before he could recover, the letter was already in his hand. He opened the letter and looked at it. Damn it! How come this kid can see all the good things? What? Show me, Su Daji said on the bed. Humph! You're hungry. Eat as much as you like. The programmer snorted coldly. He read the last paragraph, saying that this piece of paper will disappear in 5 minutes, and he must write the effect of the 5 elements beads on it. 5 minutes later, a letter appeared in front of Yi Xian, who was far away in the horizon. He held it in his hand. Is it so powerful? The programmer writes on it that a land hundreds of kilometers away can be completely annihilated. How about it? Can it be used against the one-armed giant ape? Sikong Haohua asked. It should be possible. At least it's powerful enough. Yi Xian had a bold idea in his mind. General, I have finished mourning for General Chao Gu. A soldier came over. Sikong Haohua nodded. When I get back, I will prepare a grand funeral for General Chao. Let's go! Let's go! Yi Xian held Natasha's hand and walked outside the East City. Brother Yi, why do you have to tie a red thread between you? Are you getting married? Sikong Haohua said suddenly. Varied. Natasha paused, her cheeks red. Speaking of which, the rope that tied him to his master was red, and it really looked like a knot rope. Yi Xian looked over and said, Just so that we don't get lost in the rain and fog. So that's it. Sikong Haohua recalled the characteristics of the one-armed giant ape and nodded slightly. General, the army has been prepared. A general came over. Yeah. Follow me. Sikong Haohua answered. Yi Xian said, It's not necessary. Let them die less. Emperor-level boss. No matter how powerful these soldiers are, they are still just soldiers. In the past, they were tantamount to death. This? The general was stunned for a moment. Listen to Brother Yi, Sikong Haohua said, then handed over his hand. Brother Yi, can I come with you? Seeing how humble he was, all his colleagues had to ask for instructions. All the generals and soldiers present lowered their heads. Anything is fine, Yi Xian said casually. Soon, the 3 people left the city and ran towards the one-armed giant ape. Yi Xian said, I still remember the direction in which the one-armed giant ape ran. He teleported with Natasha and others, and soon found the one-armed giant ape wreaking havoc in a forest. Chapter 119, Are you afraid too? The one-armed giant ape has recovered to a certain extent from his injuries, and has returned to the first stage. Yi Xian took out the 5 elements bead, and looked at Sikong Haohua beside him. Please go and attract attention. That's all? Sikong Haohua asked. If possible. Push it to the second stage. Yi Xian replied. Good. Sikong Haohua nodded. Yi Xian whispered. There should be no problem. He released his invisibility, and disappeared with Natasha. Giant ape! I want to fight you to the death! Sikong Haohua roared angrily, holding a spear, and rushed over. Human! The one-armed giant ape's eyes glowed with anger. Because of Yi Xian, he already hated humans, and was bound to kill all humans. Sikong Haohua did not speak, but stabbed out a spear in the air. Roar! The one-armed giant ape did not defend itself at all. After being stabbed, it let out an angry roar, and entered the second stage. The invisible Yi Xian whispered. This guy is quite good at using his own characteristics. It is probably because he knew that Sikong Haohua was capable, and could not beat him in the first stage. So he took this opportunity to advance to the second stage. Call. The one-armed giant ape condensed the rain and mist into an arm, and connected it to the broken arm. As expected of a royal boss. Sikong Haohua's eyes narrowed slightly. The one-armed giant ape showed a humane smile. Suffer death. Today next year will be your death anniversary. After he said that, he rushed out, and the arm formed by the rain and mist hit the ground, splashing out bursts of energy. Sikong Haohua held his spear in front of him, but he still took dozens of steps back before he could stabilize his body. Assassination. A voice suddenly came from behind the one-armed giant ape. It was Yi Xian. His figure appeared and he stabbed with a dagger. Brother Yi! Come on! Sikong Haohua spit out blood. Roar! The one-armed giant ape sensed the crisis, and the rain and mist turned from his arms into a shield, protecting him. Bang! Yi Xian's dagger was stabbed, and the shield exploded instantly. The assassination was successful, but was blocked with a shield. Human! You are strong. The one-armed giant ape's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he ran away into the distance without looking back. Natasha, who was still invisible at the side, and was preparing for a sneak attack, saw this and said, Run away? Brother Yi is really amazing. Sikong Haohua's eyes were full of complexity. With Brother Yi here, how could he be called the strongest of the human race? Not worthy of the name. It's a pity that guy was scared by me. Just a little bit. Yi Xian sighed helplessly. I was going as fast as I could, but the rain and mist transformed even faster. Whoosh! A flying knife was thrown from a distance. Yi Xian raised his hand to catch the flying knife, and found a piece of paper on it. Is there someone just now? Sikong Haohua frowned. He didn't see anyone at all just now, so he was surprised. It's Gu Qing. Yi Xian opened the letter. It said that his recent performance was good, but he could not kill the one-armed giant ape. He only wanted teeth. Yi Xian crushed the letter into pieces. There are so many things. He looked at the 5 elements pearl in his hand, and felt a headache. Master, what is written in the letter? Natasha looked curious. The one-armed giant ape cannot be killed, Yi Xian said, putting away the 5 elements pearl, and winking at Sikong Haohua. Then we won't kill him? Sikong Haohua was confused and didn't understand at all. Yi Xian rubbed his eyebrows and said, We'll talk about it later. Let's catch up first. He teleported away with Natasha and others. What a perverted human being. So powerful. The one-armed giant ape came to a cave in a high mountain. Still feeling frightened. There was only a very thin layer of rain and mist left around him. The rain and mist I have accumulated for hundreds of years was broken by him in one go. Without the rain and fog, he might have died on the spot. Hello? Is anyone here? Natasha's voice came from the cave entrance. The one-armed giant ape was shocked. No one. Master, there is no one inside. When Natasha heard this, she looked at Yi Xian beside her, her big eyes flickering. Because there are only apes inside. Yi Xian chuckled. He took the lead and walked in, accompanied by Natasha and Sikong Haohua. You have to push me to a dead end? The one-armed giant ape looked at the 3 people who walked in, his voice cold. Yi Xian shrugged. Give me one of your teeth, and we won't bother you anymore. Definitely not. Why? Because it's definitely up to no good. The one-armed giant ape is still very smart. If something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Why do you need your own teeth when you have nothing to do? Are you suffering from snake spirit disease? Then we have to do it hard. Yi Xian twisted his neck and slowly approached him. The one-armed giant ape roared and showed its fangs. Don't come near me again! So you were also afraid? I remember that you were very arrogant before. And you even attacked my peace town. Yi Xian said slowly. It will never happen again. How about we make it even? The one-armed giant ape said quickly. It's a good offer, but I refuse. Yi Xian first pretended to think, and then shook his head. The one-armed giant ape heard this. Why? I can even leave the human race and stop causing trouble. Sikong Hao was hard moved when he heard this. In that case, it would be the best choice for everyone. Keep the teeth. Do not stay. Chong. Seeing his persistence, Yi Xian drew the 7-star Long Yuan sword. I would rather die than stay alive. If you can, kill me and take my teeth. The one-armed giant ape became anxious. It seems like his teeth do have some special purpose. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. Otherwise, why are you so resistant? He turned to spit out his breath. His heart was ruthless. No matter what the reason was, he could not let Gu Qing succeed. As everyone knows, the one-armed giant ape simply wants to retain the last trace of dignity. Master, will there be a third or fourth stage after the second stage? Natasha suddenly thought of something. Maybe. Yi Xian rushed towards the one-armed giant ape. Sikong Hao followed closely behind, holding a spear. Natasha untied the red rope and wanted to help, but it was of no use. At this point, the rope is no longer useful, but will affect people's flexibility. The one-armed giant ape roared. You forced me to do this. Don't think that without you, Wu. You are my opponent. He jumped up and stepped heavily on the ground. In an instant, powerful energy escaped, and the entire mountain began to shake. The cave is collapsing. Natasha couldn't help shouting at the entrance of the cave. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. There's still time. He got close in an instant and thrust out a sword. Clang! The one-armed giant ape blocked it with his arms, and there was a sound of metal hitting. It's so hard. Yi Xian frowned slightly. In the first stage, the 7-star Long Yuan sword could cause damage to it at will. But now it doesn't work anymore. Brother Yi, you are the main attacker. Sikong Hao is preparing for support. Yi Xian nodded, a plan gradually taking shape in his mind. He found 5 elements beads have a timed explosion function. Chapter 123 Medicinal Materials. In fact, the 5 elements pearl is, to put it bluntly, a different kind of bomb. Sikong Hao instantly appeared beside the one-armed giant ape. Unparalleled universe spear. The spear was thrust out, and the heaven and earth let out a faint mournful sound. Damn humans. The one-armed giant ape was injured, and the entire side of his body was covered in blood. Nice job. Yi Xian chuckled and gradually disappeared. How is this possible? Come out! The one-armed giant ape was stunned. He saw clearly that people were gradually disappearing instead of being teleported away. A voice suddenly came from in front of me. I've kept you waiting for a long time. It was Yi Xian. He was now in midair, heading straight for the one-armed giant ape. Brother Yi, be careful! Sikong Hao exclaimed. This is too risky. And if you are not careful, you may become someone's mouth. Seek death. The one-armed giant ape punched him. But Jiquan! Yi Xian met him with a punch. Fists clashed. Waves of air escaped from it. And the mountain, which was about to collapse, began to shake even more violently. How is that possible? The one-armed giant ape felt pain in his arm and had to take 2 steps back. As a giant ape, with great strength, how could he be beaten back by such a weak human in a fist fight? You only have 1 arm. I have 2. Yi Xian vomited blood, and the arm he had just punched was dislocated. He jumped away and made a fist with his other hand. Baji fist! The one-armed giant ape was still in shock and had no time to react as he was hit in the face. Several large teeth were directly knocked out. Quick! Yi Xian shouted. Natasha, who had been prepared for a long time, rushed over and took away the teeth. Prepare to withdraw, Yi Xian chuckled, came to the one-armed giant ape, and smashed all his teeth. Seeing this, Sikong Hao asked, So Brother Yi is so cruel? His voice was quiet, and that was exactly what happened. Hateful. The one-armed giant ape struggled to get up and accidentally swallowed all the broken teeth. Yi Xian chuckled. The 5 elements pearl in his hand was gone, and had entered the giant ape's belly along with the broken teeth. I'm going to kill you! The one-armed giant ape roared angrily. We'll see. If you dare. Yi Xian didn't hold back anything. Turned around and left, with Natasha following behind. When the one-armed giant ape saw that they were really leaving, he swallowed a few mouthfuls of spit involuntarily. He doesn't want to fight either. The key is that he was scared by Yi Xian's assassination. As an imperial boss, you can enjoy all the glory and wealth. But if you die, you will lose everything. Soon, Yi Xian and the others left completely. I don't even bother to fight with cowards like you if you run away from battle. The one-armed giant ape is becoming more capable again. He touched his mouth, feeling like he was about to cry. I have lost all my teeth, but the peace of mind is worth it. The human race will never come again. The one-armed giant ape left the cave. Brother Yi, are we just going to let the giant ape go? Xikong Haohua on the other side looked puzzled. I didn't question you, he explained. Put? Yi Xian smiled and said nothing. He suddenly stopped. There was someone blocking the way ahead, playing the guitar. Who else could it be if it wasn't Gu Qing? Natasha looked unhappy. It's broad daylight. How could a wild dog block the road? Dog? Even if it's a dog, I'm still a mad dog. Gu Qing concentrated on playing the guitar. This is the tooth you want. Yi Xian raised his hand. Natasha took out a tooth and placed it in his hand. It weighed dozens of kilograms. Give it to me first, and then I'll tell you what you want to know. Gu Qing put away his guitar. Yi Xian threw the tooth directly. I use pills to achieve mental control. After Gu Qing finished speaking, he couldn't help laughing wildly. Why are you laughing? Xikong Haohua frowned and moved the hand holding the spear slightly forward. Gu Qing replied, I laugh at some people who overestimate their capabilities and resort to tricks. But I didn't expect that they would take advantage of me, he said, laughing as he left. This man is really a madman. Xikong Haohua couldn't help but realize. Yes, he is a complete lunatic. Natasha nodded vigorously. It's about time this thing came in handy again. Yi Xian wrote the method of mind control on paper and summoned the letter transmitter. Not long after, Ming Mansion. Su Daji was lying on the bed. Hey, can you dance for me? It's a beautiful thought. The programmer is sitting on a chair nearby making tea. Just as I poured the water, a letter appeared. This frightened his hand so much that he overturned the teapot filled with hot water and spilled it on his body. Ha ha ha. Su Daji laughed endlessly on the bed. This guy really knows his timing. The programmer opened the letter, and it said that Su Daji was controlled by the elixir. The programmer frowned. I'm really afraid that something will happen, and I'll be delayed again. He took out his pen and wrote on the letter. 5 minutes later, Yi Xian, who was far away on the human border, received the letter. He read the content. 2 methods. One is to use love to stimulate the controlled person. Recommend you try it, so as to achieve the effect of releasing the mind control. As for the second method, it is medicine, which requires a total of 3 materials, all of which are things I have never heard of. 8 stone lotus, blood cloud grass, double dragon earth fruit. This. Xikong Haohua beside him frowned. Have you seen it? Yi Xian asked quickly. They are both very precious. There is blood cloud OG grass in the palace. I can ask for it for Brother Yi. As for the other 2 types, they are rarely seen. Xikong Haohua answered. Yi Xian nodded. Then I'll trouble Brother Xikong first. Brother Yi, these 3 medicinal materials are not good things. What are you looking for them for? Xikong Haohua waved his hand quickly and then asked. Save people? Yi Xian pursed his lips. They are all poisonous weeds. How can we save people? Why not take them to the palace and show them to the imperial doctor? Xikong Haohua frowned, feeling it was very unreasonable. Yi Xian thought of the imperial doctor. Forget it. I have to find 2 other medicinal materials, so I won't leave here. When the blood cloud and evil grass comes, I will send someone to deliver it to Brother Yi. Seeing his persistence, Xikong Haohua nodded inside. Thank you. Yi Xian thanked him and left with Natasha. In this case, there are only 2 herbs missing, Natasha said happily. Yi Xian's face was heavy. I'm afraid it's not that easy to find. There is only 1 blood cloud grass in the huge human race, and the other 2 will only become more difficult to find based on Xikong Haohua's tone. Master, if I get sick one day and need a lot of hard-to-find medicinal materials, what will you do? Natasha asked suddenly as her eyes rolled around. I risk my life to find you and cure you. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed her head. If the master gets sick one day, Natasha will risk her life, Natasha said solemnly. They then smiled at each other and walked away. When he left the border and came to a county town, Yi Xian had a headache. I don't know where to find this herb. Is it you? Came the voice. Looking over, he turned out to be the drunkard who told the whereabouts of the one-armed giant ape that day in the tavern. Chapter 121 Ah Fu. Drunkard. Do you know where Bashi Lilian and Xuanlong Domingo are? Natasha walked over and asked. The drunkard heard this. You are the drunkards. I am the lover of wine. Ah Fu. Can you fly on a plane? Yi Xian looked strange. What is that? Ah Fu was confused. Hey, do you know where this thing is? Natasha was a little unhappy. Ah Fu heard this. Of course. There is nothing in this world that I don't know. Real? Natasha's eyes flashed. Of course. I guarantee it with my personality. Ah Fu patted his chest. How is my marriage? Natasha was in high spirits and looking forward to it. Yi Xian held her head and asked. If possible, we would like to know where the 8-stone Lilian or the double dragon earthly fruit are. Why should I help? Ah Fu crossed his shoulders and looked away. I don't care if you are called an alcoholic from now on. Natasha thought for a moment. I'm not an alcoholic in the first place. Ah Fu frowned. Yi Xian took out a big bag. Tell me how much you want. Do you think I'm the kind of vulgar person? You are such a good judge of people. Ah Fu was disdainful at first. But when he opened the bag and saw the gold coins inside, he almost knelt down. Many! You may never earn it in your lifetime. Yi Xian threw the bag in front of him. Can we talk now? The 8-stone Lilian comes from the king of Hell Peak, where Lilian is abundant. As for the double dragon earthly fruit, can you give me some time to check it out? Ah Fu happily picked up the bag on the ground. Where is King of Hell Peak? Yi Xian rubbed his chin. The undead. Saying goodbye to Ah Fu, Yi Xian took Natasha to an inn and prepared to rest for the night. The children are so old. Why do they still live in the same room? The innkeeper looked strange. Natasha blushed. You're not that big. After opening the room, the two went upstairs and entered the room. Why are you still angry? Yi Xian sat on the chair and found Natasha unhappy. The innkeeper treats me as his master's child. Natasha bit her lower lip. It's good. I would be so lucky to have a daughter like you. Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. For a moment, Natasha blushed. But I don't want to be the master's child. If you want to be a wife, be a wife. Yi Xian shrugged. They then rested for the night, finished breakfast and headed towards the undead. Ah Fu said that if there is any news about the double dragon diaming fruit, it will be sent to Hepping Town to avoid finding anyone. Half King Peak? The name doesn't sound like a good place. Yi Xian was holding a map and driving Natasha on the road. My belly feels so full. Natasha, who was sitting in the passenger seat, collapsed there with a big belly. Who told you to eat so much for breakfast? Yi Xian chuckled. Natasha's face showed joy. Because after you are hungry, the food is really delicious. This made Yi Xian feel a little distressed. Gradually, when we arrived at the undead clan, we happened to encounter the border guards of the two armies clashing. Master, should we go over and help? Natasha asked. Just help me. Yi Xian took out the mask and put it on. Seeing this, Natasha also took out her mask and put it on so that she would not be recognized. The two got out of the car and headed straight to the battlefield. At the same time, somewhere deep in the mountains, the one-armed giant ape came here, ready to take a good rest. Gorilla. The voice came from behind. The one-armed giant ape turned around and roared angrily. I'm not a gorilla. You're going to die, and you still care about this? The person who came was holding a huge tooth in his hand and carrying a guitar behind his back. It was Gu Qing. You're going to die. Bastard. Don't think every human being can scare me. The one-armed giant ape roared angrily. Ah. Gu Qing sneered. A stream of red energy flowed out of his body and poured into the teeth in his hand. The one-armed giant ape suddenly remembered something. Those are my teeth. After he finished speaking, he lost strength and finally collapsed to the ground. Become my slave. Gu Qing walked over and set his teeth back, then took out a dagger and licked it with his tongue. He found the belly of the one-armed giant ape and drew the dagger down. Good stuff. Gu Qing dug out the 5 elements pearl and turned off the explosion timer on it. A big hole was dug out of the one-armed giant ape's stomach. Blood and undigested food flowed all over the place, and the air was filled with a fishy smell. Hey! Get up! Gu Qing raised his foot and kicked hard. The tooth that was embedded back emitted a blood-red light. The one-armed giant ape suddenly opened his eyes red, and let out a huge roar that could be heard by nearly half of the human race. Ha 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 ha! Gu Qing laughed wildly, holding the 5 elements bead in his hand. Why do you have a bad feeling? Yi Xian just helped the human border army win the war, and his heart skipped a beat. A soldier came over and said, Thank you 2 masters for your help. Without you, The consequences would be disastrous. Yi Xian turned around and left with Natasha. As expected of a master, he saved people from fire and water without leaving their names and asking for nothing in return. The soldier looked longingly. If Yi Xian knew that he thought so much, he would be quite speechless. Half an hour later, the Undead Clan. The King of Hell Peak is a bit far away from the hinterland of the undead. Yi Xian drove the car and held a map. How long does it take to get here? Natasha asked curiously. Yi Xian replied, It takes a genius to speak less. So long. Natasha was a little surprised. Strange. Why hasn't the 5 elements pearl exploded yet? Yi Xian suddenly frowned. He had set the explosion time of the 5 elements pearl to now, and the explosion should have been heard long ago. Master, look ahead, Natasha said suddenly. Yi Xian looked up and saw many blood beasts. He frowned. There are also undead tribes? He stepped on the accelerator, and the car ran over the blood beast, causing blood to flow all over the ground. Wow. Natasha looked at the blood on the car window. That guy has already started attacking other races, Yi Xian whispered. After several drifts, he left the border of the undead clan and entered the interior. There is no trace of the blood beast here. Master, is there a King of Hell living on top of King of Hell Peak? Natasha had a sudden idea. Yi Xian pondered for a while. Is there a wife in the wife cake? I can be in the cake if the master wants. Natasha hesitated and said this sentence with a rush of thought. Yi Xian was embarrassed for a while. Natasha lowered her head shyly. Master, I just said it casually. Her cheeks were red, and her whole face was like a hot stove. Yi Xian smiled bitterly and said nothing. The next day, early morning, the car finally arrived near Yamoang Peak. The people coming and going here are all undead tribes, and a mountain peak that reaches straight to the horizon stands out. That is the King of Hell Peak. Master, look, is that thing called Lilian? Natasha said suddenly. I saw someone coming down from the Yama King Peak, holding a lotus in his hand. There are 2 stone-like marks on it, which should be the 2-stone lotus. Yi Xian observed a little and guessed. Chapter 122 Mountaineering. Good eyesight. You can tell at first glance that you are a knowledgeable person. Come and take a look at the goods? A Lilian businessman came over. Yi Xian looked at his so-called goods. 1 stone leaves the lotus. 2 stones. Why don't you even have 3 stones? Anything above 3 stones is a valuable treasure. How can you just sell it for free? If you need it, you can go to the store with me. Merchant Li Lian smiled mischievously. Is there an 8-stone lotus? Yi Xian asked. Neuropathy. Merchant Lilian changed his expression instantly, turned around and walked away. Natasha was angry. You are the one who is crazy. 8-stone Lilian is a legendary poisonous weed. How can it be sold? Merchant Lilian shook his sleeves and left. Master, what should we do now? Natasha asked. Boom. Just as he was talking, something fell from the sky, and it turned out to be a person. Natasha covered her mouth. What's going on? The man had been smashed to pieces. It's just Kai Lian who fell to his death. What a fuss. Someone passed by and started cleaning up the bodies. Yi Xian frowned slightly and led Natasha towards the King of Hell Peak, only to find that this mountain peak was extremely huge. Quick! Move quickly! Don't come back alive if you can't pick the lotus! A slave owner ordered his slaves to pick the lotus. Unacceptable. Natasha was aggrieved. Yi Xian shook his head and took her away. Natasha asked, Master, why don't we help? Because those slaves will starve to death if they leave their slave masters. Is this reason enough? Yi Xian's voice was heavy, and he tightened his mask to avoid being recognized as a human being. They have no ability to survive, and can only survive as slaves. Want to know which Lilian has the most? The biggest, and the best ones? Come and buy one. A newspaper seller passed by. Yi Xian bought a copy, which divided the King of Hell Peak into 7 areas, which are the places where the 1 stone to 7 stone Lilian is most likely to appear, plus the probability of finding it. The higher you go, the more likely you are to find good quality Lilian. Natasha murmured softly. That means we have to fly. Yi Xian put the newspaper into his backpack. The Lilian merchant just now was nearby and laughed loudly when he heard this. There's nothing wrong with your brains. Right. What are you laughing at? Natasha looked unhappy. The businessman from Lilian replied. The reason why Yamoang Peak is called Yamoang Peak is because this place may be a place of death for anyone. How do you say this? Yi Xian was puzzled. First of all, no matter what skills you have, you can't fly here. You can only climb with your hands and feet. And when you reach a certain height, no matter who you are, you will be thrown to death. Merchant Lillian said a lot. Cannot fly with skills, Yi Xian whispered. Merchant Lillian nodded and said, That's right. Yi Xian summoned a helicopter with his backhand and took Natasha on it. What is this? It looks so weird. People from the surrounding area gathered around. Feel the horror of modern industry. Yi Xian started the helicopter and slowly flew up. How can it be? It actually flew. People were amazed. Flying is not unusual. But being able to fly on Yamoang Peak is really awesome. Yi Xian took out the newspaper and looked at it. Although there is no division on where there may be 8 stones Lillian, it is correct as long as it flies to the highest place. What about that? Can you take one with me? Lillian Merchant shouted. If you can take this thing for a mountain climbing trip, you will definitely come back with a full load. Take me and I can pay. I'll pay twice. People were restless. Huh? Yi Xian controlled the helicopter to leak air, pretending to be difficult. But there are only 2 positions left. What should we do? Whatever you say. Do it, someone said quickly. Yi Xian smiled. How about we have a simple transaction? No money. Just treasures. Treasure? How about my heart-protecting pill? My trident? People rushed to take out the treasure. Soon, Yi Xian picked 2 people and took them to the helicopter. One of them was a businessman from Lillian. What on earth is this thing? It can actually fly. You can call him a plane, Yi Xian replied, taking the treasure from their hands. The Lillian merchant gave him a 4-stone Lillian plant. And the other man, a strong man from the undead clan, gave him a simple-looking broadsword. Plane? They pictured a chicken flying. With the help of such divine objects, I believe that the 8-stone Lillian will be within your reach. Businessman Lillian patted the rainbow fart. The strong man asked, Can I go down to the area in the middle of Yamoang Peak? Of course. What about you? Yi Xian played with the 4-stone Lillian in his hand and turned to ask the Lillian merchant. The businessman replied, It is also the middle area. What's the point in this? Yi Xian was a little curious when he saw that they chose the same area. Further up is the place where Lucifer Lillian may appear. It is very dangerous. The Lillian merchant replied. How dangerous is it? Natasha was a little nervous. Merchant Lillian replied. Even the most powerful master may die. Master, how about we make more preparations before going? Natasha's face instantly turned pale. Don't be afraid. Yi Xian raised his hand and gently stroked her head. With so many moves at his disposal, he could at least save his life. But Natasha was still nervous. But seeing his insistence, she had no choice but to acquiesce. The helicopter quickly took off and soon reached the middle area. Yi Xian opened the hatch. You go down. I won't send you back. Good. See you again if we are destined. Lillian merchants and the others left. Lillian has super healing effects. The more stone marks there are, the stronger the healing effect. Yi Xian played with the 4 Lillian stones in his hand. This was the explanation given by Lillian merchant on the road. Then why is it said that the 8-stone Lillian is extremely poisonous? Natasha remembered what Sikong Haohua said. Yi Xian replied, 1 to 7 stones of lotus should be applicable to this rule. But 8 stones of lotus is extremely poisonous. So that's how it is. Natasha was stunned. Yi Xian closed the helicopter door and flew straight into the sky. Half an hour later. Master, this is the area where Lucifer Lillian is most likely to appear, Natasha said. Yi Xian looked up at the sky and could not see the top of the huge Yamoang Peak. He hesitated a little. Let's go down first. Good. Natasha took out her bow and arrow. Yi Xian dispersed the helicopter and took her to land on the King of Hell Peak. Although it is a mountain, there is almost no feeling of tilt when you step on it, which shows how huge it is. Master, look, there is a Lillian plant over there, Natasha said suddenly. 6 stones Lillian. Yi Xian looked over and whispered softly. He walked over and was about to pick it when a venomous snake suddenly sprang out from the grass on the side. Yi Xian grabbed it with his backhand. I discovered you a long time ago. After getting rid of the poisonous snake, he took off the Lillian and put it into his backpack, and took Natasha to higher ground. Chapter 123 Monster Riot. This place feels so dangerous. Natasha looked around. Yi Xian nodded lightly. Not only is it dangerous, if it falls, it will be turned into dregs. Natasha hugged his arm tightly, her face turning pale. Don't worry. We won't fall. Yi Xian couldn't laugh or cry. The 2 of them walked all the way up, looking for traces of Bashi Lillian. Half a day passed. Nothing was found. The only gain was the 6-stone Lilian obtained previously, after dealing with the 2 monsters that attacked by surprise. Yi Xian put away the 7-star Long Yuan sword. No wonder Lilian is valuable. So hard to find. Master, look quickly. There are many lotuses over there, Natasha suddenly said in surprise. Yi Xian looked in the direction she said and found that the entire field was covered with lotus flowers. Hundreds of them. Master, let's go there quickly, Natasha asked. When things go wrong, there must be a monster. Yi Xian did not act rashly, but picked up a stone from the ground and threw it over. In an instant, all the Lilians sprayed poisonous mist at the same time, and the stone was instantly corroded until it disappeared into thin air. Natasha threw herself into Yi Xian's arms, her delicate body trembling slightly. Are you scared? Yi Xian knelt down and raised his hand to rub her head. It's obviously never happened before, Natasha said. Natasha is a strong child, but she is always scared because of some things recently. Her voice became softer and softer, as if she was feeling guilty. Of course I know you're strong. Yi Xian hugged her. What's wrong? First, I felt sick, hungry, and thirsty, and now I felt fear. This is completely unlike how a pet would behave. Yi Xian releases the Shadow Demon King. It's sunny and beautiful. Where is this? The Shadow Demon King was in a good mood and exclaimed when he found himself on a high mountain. Yam Wan Feng. I don't know if you have heard of it, Yi Xian answered. The Shadow Demon King quickly got into the pet bag. Let me go back! Let me go back! Why are you afraid? Yi Xian put the pet bag into his backpack. Afraid? How can you be afraid as a pet? I just don't want to stay here. The Shadow Demon King was unhappy. Why? Tell me. Yi Xian hugged his shoulders. The Shadow Demon King let out a long sigh. That is a very tragic story. It turns out that he was once a monster on the King of Hell Peak, and he had a good status because of his own characteristics. But one day, a truly terrifying existence was born, occupying the entire Hell King Peak, and ordered the integration of monster legions to counterattack the undead tribe. He tried to resist but failed. Fortunately, he was inexplicably teleported away at the critical moment and was able to survive. That's what it is. The Shadow Demon King seemed to be in a bad mood. Yi Xian rubbed his chin. Integrate the monster army to counterattack the undead? When will they take action? It seems like today. After the Shadow Demon King finished speaking, his face looked horrified. The earth suddenly began to tremble, and something was running from the heights of Yamoing Peak. Yi Xian looked over and found that there were countless monsters in the crowd. Master, I'm not afraid. Natasha drew her bow and arrow. You have to run even if you're not afraid. Yi Xian put the Shadow Demon into his pet pocket, picked up Natasha, and ran down the mountain. As I ran, I reached a cliff and looked down, but I couldn't see any land at all. A large number of monsters had blocked the way. Human, surrender immediately. Otherwise you will only die. Yes, surrender quickly. The monsters roared. Yi Xian saw this. Hold me tight. Natasha put away her bow and arrows honestly and hugged him tightly, her heart full of trust. Yi Xian jumped off the cliff directly. Madman! With the monsters full of confusion, Yi Xian summoned a parachute. Master, actually, I like you. Natasha suddenly plucked up the courage. Yi Xian was confused. Natasha's face was serious. I'm afraid if I don't say it, it will be too late. It is so high that even if it falls to the ground, it will take a long time, and it will definitely die. Scenery is beautiful. Yi Xian hugged her tightly and looked at the world below, trying to change the topic. Master, it is my greatest happiness to die with you. Natasha's face was full of tenderness. Why do we die? Yi Xian asked back, even more dumbfounded. Natasha was confused by the question. Because she's about to fall. Silly girl. Why are you so stupid and cute? Seeing her like this, Yi Xian opened the parachute. With a burst of air, the parachute opened and they floated slowly in the air. Natasha's face turned red. Can't die? Then what I just said is a confession. Isn't it? What a shame. If you want to die together, let's do it next time. We can't die this time. Yi Xian whispered in her ear. Natasha felt the hot air blowing next to her ears, and her face turned redder. Master, can you forget what I said before? I forgot. Yi Xian slapped his forehead as if coaxing a child. Natasha was relieved by this. After floating in the air for several hours, they landed on the ground, far away from the King of Hell Peak. When the monsters come down from the mountain, will the people living here be greatly affected? Natasha asked. Of course. Especially those who specialize in picking lotus for a living, Yi Xian said, taking out the broadsword that he had obtained from the undead strong man. Natasha hugged his arm. Master, there were so many good things at that time. Why did you choose this knife? Because really good things tend to be reserved. Yi Xian took out a rag and wiped it. The knife became brighter and brighter as it was wiped, and finally emitted a dazzling light. It seems very powerful, Natasha said. Although it's not the supreme level, it's almost there. It's almost the same as the bow and arrow you are using now. Yi Xian nodded lightly. Monsters are rioting. A roar suddenly came from a distance and cut through the sky. Master, should we go over and help? Natasha took out her bow and arrow involuntarily. Yi Xian shook his head. Monsters are rioting all over the King of Hell Peak. If you and I go to help, it will only be a drop in the bucket. Furthermore, there is a hostile race here. Why should we help them? Oh, Natasha nodded confusedly. Let's go. Find a place to stay first. Check out the situation, and then look for news about Bashi Lilian. Yi Xian took her away into the distance. It's getting dark now, and the wind is blowing a little cool. Master, I'm a little cold. Natasha sneezed violently. Yi Xian took off his clothes and put them on her shoulders. You won't catch a cold again, will you? Will not. Natasha wasn't sure either. She turned to look sad. Master, I am an incompetent pet. Obviously pets are used to help their owners solve problems. But what about yourself? There is nothing you can do to help, and you have to ask the owner to take care of yourself, which is really useless. In my heart, you are better than any pet. Yi Xian picked her up and found a town ahead. So he walked over. Chapter 124, Clues to 8 Stones Lilian. Stop! We don't welcome outsiders here. 2 very old men were guarding the entrance to the town. Seeing this, Yi Xian said, We want to stay overnight, and we will be paid. Take off your mask, so we can see you clearly. We also need to check whether you are carrying any weapons. One of them said, We just want to stay overnight. Is that all? Natasha was a little unhappy. Let's go! Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head. But I heard a voice coming from the town. Let them come in. Mayor? The 2 very old people looked towards the town with puzzled expressions on their faces. An old man came out with gray hair. Although he was old, his eyes were not cloudy, but rather bright. Thank you. Yi Xian pondered for a while, and walked over with Natasha. Mayor, why did you let them in? One of the gatekeepers said. The mayor replied, Because we need money. If there is no more money, everyone in the town will starve to death. Why is this town so deserted? Yi Xian found that the streets were very deserted, and there were not many people in sight. Even if I see them occasionally, they are all old people. It's not like you outsiders tricked us into picking Lilian and ended up going to see the King of Hell. Another gatekeeper said. We didn't let it happen. Natasha was indignant. Yi Xian raised his hand to hold her head and looked at the mayor. Where do we live? Just find a place where no one lives. The mayor coughed a few times and made a gesture of counting money. Yi Xian gave 2 gold coins. For a moment, both the mayor and the 2 people guarding the gate were gleaming with golden eyes. Yi Xian took Natasha to find a clean house to live in. Master, they are so money-crazed. Natasha pouted. It's just because they have money that they can survive. Yi Xian changed the bedding into a new one and laid down to rest. Natasha heard this. It seems like they are so pitiful. It's quite pitiful. People here are deceived into picking Lilian, and as a result they lose both their money and their lives. Yi Xian took out some food to eat with her. Then should we help them? Natasha asked. You want to help others, but they just want you to die. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. There must be something hateful about a truly pitiful person. Natasha was puzzled when she suddenly smelled a burning smell. There was a fire outside the house at some point. Yi Xian stretched out. In this world, you still have to use your strength to speak. He jumped out of the window with Natasha and drew the 7-star Long Yuan sword with his backhand. Dozens of people gathered outside the house, one of whom was the mayor, who couldn't speak clearly. I will never show mercy to people who want to kill me, Yi Xian said coldly. The sword flashed. All 10 people died, and their bodies gradually disappeared. Why are they doing this? Natasha was puzzled. Yi Xian spit out 2 words. Greed. It was just that he was a rich man and had some gold coins on his body, so he had murderous intentions. Before that, they didn't know how many people had been killed using this method. The town has become a dead town, and there are no longer any residents. Yi Xian took Natasha to a random house to spend the night, and rushed to the King of Hell Peak the next day. Have you heard? The monsters are rioting. Of course, a lot of people died yesterday, and several small towns were wiped out. Before we even got close to Yamoing Peak, we heard a lot of people discussing. Master, do you think the two people who went up the mountain with us yesterday are still alive? Natasha asked. Who knows? Yi Xian shrugged. He was walking with Natasha, and not long after, he found soldiers blocking the way in front of him, and all the residents who had been watching the excitement were stopped. A soldier said, A blockade will be implemented for 30 miles around Yamoing Peak. Boring. Let's go. It's for our own good. People dispersed. Suddenly 2 soldiers noticed Yi Xian and the others. Those 2 over there. Take off your masks. Master, what should I do? Natasha was a little nervous. Yi Xian picked her up and turned around to run away. When he was out of everyone's sight, he used long-distance teleportation towards King of Hell Peak. Successfully bypassed the soldiers' blockade. Natasha looked around and entered the blockade. With the monster making such a fuss, Bashi Lilian will be even more difficult to deal with, Yi Xian whispered. He hesitated a little, took Natasha invisible, and slowly climbed the mountain. Natasha pointed into the distance. Master, look! Yi Xian looked over and found a monster gathering place with many monsters inside. Yesterday I killed 3 undead generals with 1 slide shovel. I also ate 2 undead tribesmen in 1 bite. The monsters are chatting. Yi Xian hesitated a little, then carried Natasha on his back, preparing to walk slowly past them. Have you heard that the king has 8 stone Lilian in his hand? Oh my god! 8 stones? Yi Xian stopped and listened to them quietly. That's right. The king is going to grind the 8 stone Lilian into powder and throw it into the river. What a plan! Yi Xian raised his eyes and looked at the river beside him. This river flows down from the mountains and is the source of water for hundreds of miles around, due to the toxicity of the 8 stone Lilian. Once it is thrown into the water, the consequences will be disastrous. Yi Xian closed his eyes and meditated, muttering in his heart. Is there any chance that their king can get the 8 stone Lilian? He stood there and watched the monsters chatting. Your Majesty, he will come down from the top of the mountain soon. You must roar loudly when the time comes. At the top of the mountain? Yi Xian whispered softly, carrying Natasha towards the top of the mountain. At the current speed, there wouldn't be a day before he couldn't reach the summit, which made him frown in thought. Tread. The sound of heavy footsteps came, followed by the roars of monsters. A figure descended from the mountain quickly. It looked like a human, but it had a pair of light blue dragon horns on its head. A dragon that can transform into a human? Why are you biting me? Yi Xian muttered softly, and was suddenly bitten by the little golden dragon in his arms. He looked into his arms, and found that the little golden dragon's eyes were full of angry fire, as if it was about to materialize. Roar! Roar! The monsters roared as a welcome etiquette. The dragon that jumped down from the mountain was dressed in brocade and splendid clothes. Hold your throats. I will drop the 8 stone Lilian tonight, and then I will counterattack the undead tribe. His words made the monsters boil, because once you win, you will no longer have to live in the mountains, and you can usher in peaceful days. After all, if you live a prosperous life, who would want to rob it? That guy doesn't have the 8 stone Lilian with him. That is to say. Yi Xian stared at the dragon for a long time. His heart moved slightly, knowing that Bashi Lilian was probably still on the mountain. He took Natasha up the mountain without stopping. The little golden dragon in his arms had settled down, hatred flashing in his eyes. And the king of the monsters was laughing, opening his hands to feel the respect of the monsters. Chapter 125, Call Me Red Scarf. On the top of Yamoing Peak, there are strong winds. A tiger-headed monster is guarding here. Whoosh! An arrow flew fiercely and pierced its head. Why is there only this one monster? The 2 figures of Natasha appeared, just 5 steps away. Yi Xian chuckled. I probably didn't expect that someone could go up the mountain under their noses. There are many Lilians in the cave over there. Natasha looked into the distance and found a cave. Let's go there. Yi Xian nodded. The 2 walked into the cave and found that there were lotuses everywhere, including many 5-stone and 6-stone lotuses. Wow, Chishire Lilian! Natasha makes a discovery. Seeing this, Yi Xian said, No wonder I only found 1 plant yesterday, and all the others were picked by monsters and brought here. What should we do? Natasha asked. Of course, We should carry forward the traditional virtues and take them away, Yixian said. He led Natasha and began to put Li Lian into his backpack. No matter how many stones it was, take it away first. Not long after, thousands of lotuses in the entire cave were swept away. Master, did you find the 8-stone Lilian? Natasha came over. Yixian shook his head and said with a heavy expression, It shouldn't be left here. Let's go out and look for it. The two left the cave and started searching. So high. Natasha looked down the mountain, backed away, and turned a little pale. Yixian went over and held her in his arms. Master, I couldn't find the 8-stone Lilian. Natasha was still frightened. This is the top of the mountain. Only 100 square meters. And you can tell whether there is Li Lian or not at a glance. Just as Yixian was about to say something, the little golden dragon in his arm suddenly jumped out. Are you finally leaving? Yixian sighed, seeing that he was looking forward to leaving. Xiao Jinlong flew over to him angrily and gave him a slap in the ear. Yixian endured the pain and said, Stop biting. After a long time, the little golden dragon let go of his mouth and moaned softly. Are you asking us to follow you? Yixian unleashed a powerful healing technique on himself. The little golden dragon nodded and began to lead the way. Yixian and the others followed them all the way back to the cave, where there was nothing left except dust. You won't be here. Right. Natasha held Yixian's hand. When the little golden dragon heard this, he hit the wall hard. With a few rumbling sounds, the wall collapsed suddenly, sending up bursts of flying smoke. The flying smoke dispersed, and dozens of 7-stone lotuses and 1 8-stone lotus came into view. So you can still use it to find treasures? Yixian asked in surprise. We only found 1 7-stone lily just now. So are they all here? Natasha was also surprised. She never expected there to be a dark room. Yixian went over and put Li Liandu into his backpack. It's not too late. We have to evacuate quickly. The movement just now might have been noticed by the monster. Roar. A sharp roar suddenly came and spread throughout the entire Yama King Peak. Let's go! Yixian secretly thought. Sure enough, he picked up Natasha and rushed out. The little golden dragon got into his arms. Roar! A monster that looks like a piranha and has a sharp voice blocks the way. Yixian rushed straight over. Natasha! An arrow flew straight away and exploded after hitting the monster. Smoke flew up. Yixian rushed out of the flying smoke, approached the edge of the mountain top, and jumped. Owner. Natasha put away her bow and arrows and buried her face in Yixian's arms. The roars of monsters came from time to time, and it was discovered that not a single bit of Li Lian was left that had been saved for many years. These are all reserves for counterattacking the undead tribe. A long dragon roar cut through the sky. Oops. Yixian secretly thought something was wrong, and looked towards the source of the sound, and saw a green dragon flying towards him. Natasha saw this. Master, what should I do? It's in the air now. Fighting a flying dragon is impossible. Yixian had a flash of inspiration, and summoned a pair of flying shoes on his feet. You'll regret pissing off a dragon. The blue dragon is already close. Yixian borrowed flying shoes to dodge, and was almost hit. He pretended to be puzzled. How come you, a dragon, are so unreasonable and attack us for no reason? All the undead deserve to die. The green dragon is hundreds of meters long, with blue scales all over its body, and its pair of horns are particularly majestic. Who said we are the undead? Yixian and Natasha took off their masks. Human elf? Jinlong was obviously stunned for a moment. A roar came. Your Majesty, Li Lian has been stolen. Did you do it? Jinlong stared at Yixian and the others closely. Everything must be based on evidence. A Lilian plant is bigger than your face. Do we look like Lilian? Natasha pouted. Snort. Jinlong saw that there was no trace of Li Lian on him, so he turned and flew away. Yixian breathed a sigh of relief and flew away with Natasha. Fortunately, there was no fight. That guy's strength is at least emperor level. Fighting in the air where he doesn't have the upper hand is just asking for trouble. Master, that dragon is so stupid. Natasha smiled. Indeed, Yixian nodded seriously. The guy left after seeing that he and the others didn't have Li Lian with them, but he didn't expect that there would be such a thing as a backpack. Soon, he landed on the ground, which was a forest, far away from the king of Hell Peak. Help! Please come and save me! A cry for help came from afar. The voice sounded like a girl's, and her voice was pitiful and heartbreaking. Natasha couldn't bear it. Master, Let's go over and take a look. Good. Yi Xian rubbed his chin and led her over there, but unexpectedly saw a large number of people. Girl, it's not that we don't want to save you. There is really no other way. Why? A scarred girl is surrounded by people. Next to the village. What's going on? Yi Xian walked over. This baby fell from the mountain. It's so pitiful. The old man beside him sighed. He continued. It's a pity that there is no Li Lian. Otherwise a living life could be saved. The people here are kinder and more humane in comparison. Wait a minute. You're human? Humanity! People backed away, looking horrified. Only then did Yi Xian realize that he had forgotten to wear a mask. Master! That girl, Natasha suddenly lowered her head. That girl is a lotus picker from the undead tribe. She is only 12 or 13 years old. Now she is dying. If she does not receive treatment, she will die. It's all here. Yi Xian walked over, took out a 2-stone lotus, crushed it into pieces, and sprinkled it on the girl. It's best to take half of it externally and half orally. The old man stepped forward and said tremblingly, Thank you for reminding. Yi Xian opened the girl's mouth, fed the remaining Lilian powder, and then turned around and left with Natasha. The old man tried to ask, Young man, what is your name? When it's over, go away and hide your merit and fame. Call me Red Scarf. Yi Xian quickened his pace and soon took Natasha away without a trace. Chapter 126, Visiting the Apprentice. When the matter is over, he brushes off his clothes and goes away, hiding his merit and fame. This sentence went viral in the next day and became a very risque remark. And the Red Scarf who said this sentence was even talked about outside the border city of the undead. I don't know if that guy is still there. Yi Xian had already put on a mask and led Natasha into the city. Near the city lord's mansion, there was a crowd of people. Everyone gathered around and looked at something. Hack him! Hack him! The boxer is going to lose. People were talking a lot. Natasha wore a mask. Master, is Boxer talking about the big bald head? People have names. They are called, Yi Xian said, looking embarrassed. It seems that he doesn't even know the name of the bald boxer. He picked up Natasha and teleported to the crowd. He found that the bald boxer was sparring with a lizard man and was already at a disadvantage. Ha! Too weak. The lizard man laughed wildly. Monster. Natasha took out her bow and arrow and wanted to deal with it. Yi Xian knocked her on the head. Don't cause trouble yet. Master? The bald boxer was lying on his back, panting, when he suddenly noticed something and looked over. Yi Xian nodded lightly. Are you the master of this rubbish? That must be rubbish as well. If you have the skills, come and compete with me. The lizard man made a contemptuous gesture. A little bit of cerebral palsy. Seeing how arrogant he was, Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head slightly. The lizard man blushed with anger. I'm going to kill you today. When the bald boxer saw this, he took a few steps back, knowing that something good was coming. You are from the lizard tribe. Right. To put it bluntly, you are still a monster. You just have the advantage of being thick-skinned. Yi Xian slowly walked towards him. You are the monster. The lizard man rushed over angrily. Boom. Without saying a word, Yi Xian punched out, and the lizard man was sent flying far away. There was silence. Okay. Great. So Boxer has such a powerful master? It took a long time for people to come back to their senses. The lizard man struggled to get up. Damn it! You dare to sneak attack. The fist that came just now was too fast, so he thought it was a plot. To deal with you. Why should I attack you secretly? Yi Xian punched Baji fist in the air. In an instant, the color of the world changed, and a strong air current blew past the lizard man's ears and went straight into the sky. This is it! The bald boxer looked fanatical. He knows that this is the pinnacle of boxing. You? Wait for me. The lizard man was so frightened that he pissed himself, left a harsh word, and led the people away. Why are there lizardmen here? Yi Xian walked up to the bald boxer and took out a stone from the lotus. Natasha followed. Master, do you want to deal with him before he goes far? Don't. He is a master who brings people to the city to promote trade relations. This is too expensive. It's just a minor injury. The bald boxer shook his head repeatedly, then looked back at Yi Xian. Lilian, the most precious healing herb of the undead. It can be said that it is hard to find, and even the most common one-stone lotus is very valuable. Stop talking nonsense. Yi Xian crushed Li Lian into pieces and treated him. The bald boxer's injury gradually improved. You take this basket and use it first. Yi Xian gave a big basket, which contained 1 stone lotus and 2 stone lotus. This is too precious. The bald boxer was speechless. Oh my god! The boxer's master is so rich. I also want to be his apprentice. The onlookers were very envious. Seeing this, Yi Xian said, Speak somewhere else. The 3 of them then came to a deserted tea house and sat in a corner. Master, why are you here? The bald boxer looked surprised. And there were no injuries left on his body. This was the powerful effect of Lilian. If it is a higher level Lilian, the effect will be even better. Passing by, I wanted to see you. Yi Xian handed out the basket of lotus leaves and took out a bag of gold coins. Master, you don't need to be so nice to me. The bald boxer was stunned for a moment. Yi Xian was also surprised. Is it nice to you? The master and disciple looked at each other for a long time, each feeling embarrassed. This is my first time taking on a disciple. I don't have much experience. You can learn these things first, Yi Xian said, taking out more than 20 skill books and placing them on the table, all of which were various boxing techniques. The bald boxer opened his mouth wide and quickly covered the skill book with a tablecloth on the side. Master, what are you doing? Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that the other guests didn't notice the scene just now. What to do? Yi Xian was surprised. The bald-headed boxer smiled bitterly. Skill books are all extremely expensive, and they will be ruined if someone is interested in them. Don't be afraid. The master is protecting you. Natasha was very relaxed and even asked for a glass of hot milk. It makes sense. The bald boxer nodded and accepted the skill book. He was very excited. Who is the lord of the city now? Yi Xian ordered a glass of juice. The bald boxer shook his head. We are still selecting for the time being, but we haven't even collected 5 candidates yet. According to the rules, the campaign can only start after there are 5 candidates. Your previous city lord had no heirs? Yi Xian was surprised. Unlike the human race, the undead tribe has a capable city lord. Even the city lord's children have to run for election. But he is only 10 years old this year, so there is little hope. The bald boxer explained. I see. Yi Xian crossed his legs, drank juice and thought. This city is the key city for the undead to face the human race. If the city lord is one of his own, wouldn't he be able to enter and leave the undead tribe at will in the future? And there are many benefits? Yi Xian immediately asked. Are you running to be the city lord? Of course not. I'm not interested in the position of city lord. The bald boxer shook his head. You have it from now on. Yi Xian raised his hand and patted his shoulder. The bald boxer looked confused. Is there such an operation? Yi Xian said. Just do it as you are told, and I will help you. Yes, master. The bald boxer nodded vigorously. Since the master can use him, he must help him with all his strength. The next day, the bald boxer signed up as a candidate for city master. And so far there were 5 candidates. The 3 days starting tomorrow will be the canvassing period. There are tens of millions of residents in the city. Each one has 1 vote. In the end, the candidate with the highest number of votes will be the new city lord. Master, I'm a little nervous. Outside the city lord's palace, the bald boxer, who had just finished signing up, swallowed hard. What's there to be nervous about? Yi Xian is playing with the letter transmitter and getting in touch with all parties. Ah Fu has not yet sent the news of the double dragon earthly dark fruit. But Xikong Haohua has sent the blood cloud OG grass to Hepping Town. And Su Daji has not had any trouble. Overall, so far so good. The bald boxer looked helpless. I will start canvassing for votes tomorrow, but I don't know what to do. Here is your manuscript. When you canvass for votes tomorrow, you can shout it along the street. Yi Xian handed out a stack of manuscript paper. He prepared this yesterday, and after perfecting it overnight, I believe it will play a very good role. Chapter 127, The Son of the Former City Lord. The next day, early morning, bald boxers went down the street to canvass for votes. Yi Xian took Natasha for a stroll, but was stopped by the lizard man. I'm here for revenge today. Is it revenge? Or is it because you haven't been beaten enough? Yi Xian slowly walked towards him. For a moment, the lizard man looked frightened and backed away. Coward! Natasha made a face. Damn it! Hack me! Cold sweat broke out on the lizard man's forehead, and several lizard warriors he brought behind him rushed out. Yi Xian's expression did not change. That's it? He didn't even draw his sword, and easily defeated the lizard warriors with his bare hands. Young man, don't be too crazy. An old lizard man came from the street. People from the surrounding area gathered to watch the excitement. Crazy? I don't take you seriously at all. Yi Xian put his hands in his pockets. Shua. With a strong gust of wind, the old lizard appeared beside him instantly and punched out. Yi Xian raised his hand to block it. It seems that you are the reason for him to make trouble. If not, the lizard man would leave him alone if he saw him, let alone cause trouble. Young man, you have the ability, but not enough. The strength of the lizard old man's hand suddenly became stronger. Yi Xian was knocked back dozens of steps before he regained his balance, but his expression remained as usual. Third uncle, kill him, the lizard man yelled. Who do you think can win? Of course it goes without saying that he is a boxer's master. I guess it's the lizard man. People were talking. But soon, the whole place fell into silence. I saw that Yi Xian punched in the air, and the color of the world changed. Boom! The wind of the fist brushed past the lizard old man's ears and shot straight into the sky, leaving a huge hole in the thick clouds. So strong. This was the thought of everyone present. The old lizard knelt down, his face full of fear, knowing that the man in front of him was invincible. Yi Xian walked up to him. Do you still want to fight? No. No. Please get around me. The old lizard shook his head. Yi Xian turned to look at the lizard man, with a slight smile in his eyes. Plop, the lizard man also knelt down. They are a newly established race that still retains their wild nature, and they especially worship the strong. You can live if you want, but you have to do me a small favor. Yi Xian smiled lightly. Not long after, the lizard man in the city began to help the ball boxer win votes. Master, you are so amazing, Natasha said with admiration on her face. Let's go. Yi Xian held her hand and went straight to the city lord's mansion, preparing to meet the other 4 candidates. City lord's mansion. The place is in chaos, and there are people canvassing for votes everywhere. After asking the soldiers guarding outside, they learned that there was only one candidate in the city lord's mansion, and he was the heir of the previous city lord. Yi Xian pondered for a while. Please let me know. We want to see him. Okay. The soldier was obviously a little scared when he saw him. He nodded repeatedly, turned around and ran into the city lord's mansion. Master, he seems to regard you as a bad person. Natasha couldn't help but say. I guess so. Yi Xian smiled and said nothing. Soon, the soldiers came back and took them into the city lord's mansion and all the way to the outside of the room. A voice came. I am very happy to have friends from far away. Please come in. Yi Xian pushed the door open and entered. There was only a little boy in the room, studying with a book, his brows filled with sadness. Are you the child of the previous city lord? Natasha asked. Yes. That's polite. The little boy stood up and cupped his hands. Yi Xian chuckled. As a candidate, why don't you go out to canvass for votes? After becoming the city lord, will you be killed? The little boy smiled bitterly. He then said, Furthermore, how can I win over the other 4 adults with my own strength? Yi Xian nodded and left with Natasha. Immediately afterwards, he met 3 other candidates in the city. Some are arrogant, and some feel that they have a chance to win. Master, I feel like the last 3 are so powerful. Back on the street, Natasha thought a little. The only one who is dangerous is the little boy at the beginning. The others are not worth mentioning. Yi Xian shook his head. Why? Natasha was puzzled. Yi Xian paused. Hiding something deeply is always the scariest thing, and he knows how to hide it. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion, I am bound to win the position of city lord. You 4 should go ahead and bite the dog. The little boy sneered in the room. That night, Yi Xian was in the room, using the letter transmitter. Why hasn't that Afu found out the news about the double dragon diming fruit? Master? There was a knock on the door. Yi Xian subconsciously put on his mask and walked over to open the door. The ball boxer looked very haggard, and his mouth was dry after reading his campaign message for a whole day. How was the effect? Natasha came over. Good. Very good. Almost everyone who has heard the campaign slogan will choose to support me. The ball boxer patted his chest. He turned around and said, Master, how on earth did you trick the lizard man into helping me? That's amazing. That is the always proud lizard man. I am a more reasonable person. And of course, I am a formal person. Yi Xiansha has something going on. But my disciple heard that it was you who scared them. The bald boxer scratched his head. It's okay to talk with your fists. Isn't it? Yi Xian took off his mask. He already knew who he was, and there was no need to hide it. The bald boxer nodded repeatedly. Okay. Master, I think this election will be successful. Then who do you think the variable is? Yi Xian asked. Variable. The bald boxer was stunned. Both of them are so stupid. That's all. Let me go and explore them tonight. Yi Xian let out a breath, and Natasha volunteered to follow him. Soon, late at night, two men in black came to the city lord's mansion without disturbing anyone. Jumping to the roof, Natasha whispered, The moon is dark and the wind is high. Even God is helping us. The sky was full of dark clouds, which had covered the bright moon. The world is dark, and you can't see your fingers. It's a good time to sneak in. Follow me. Yi Xian started running in the city lord's mansion, and soon came outside the house where the little boy was during the day, deliberately making noise. Who's outside? A shout came suddenly. Without saying a word, Yi Xian squatted down with Natasha and released the invisibility. Strangeness. The little boy came to open the door and was surprised to see no one outside. He turned around and returned to the room. But he didn't know that two people had already sneaked in. Yi Xian sat in the corner with Natasha in his arms, waiting quietly. Gradually, the little boy became sleepy and went to bed. Yi Xian walked to the table where he studied during the day and found that they were full of plans, including campaign plans. I thought he was really studying. Natasha muttered. Who? The little boy sat up from the bed suddenly, lit a candle on the side, and lit up the room. The house was still empty. He exhaled. Maybe I'm too nervous. Chapter 128 Deliberately Discrediting. The little boy lay down again, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Xian copied a copy of the plan and left with her. The next day, Yi Xian got up early and read the plan carefully. The little boy's rough plan was to cause chaos among the other 4 candidates, so that he could find the right time to take over. To put it bluntly, the snipe and the clam are fighting, and the fisherman wins. Master, someone asked me to go to the city lord's mansion to meet with other candidates. There was a knock on the door. Yi Xian went over and opened the door. Wait for me to clean up and go with you. I also want. Natasha was already dressed. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the city lord's mansion and followed the soldier's guidance to the place where the city lord once had his office. The remaining 4 candidates have arrived. One of them sat on a chair with an arrogant look on his face. Let the 4 of us wait for you. If you don't use your eyes, you can donate them to those in need, Yi Xian said directly. He touched the mask he was wearing. 1 or 3. You don't know how to count? Don't think that you can be arrogant if you have some strength. I have hired bodyguards today. When the arrogant man saw this, he slapped the armrest angrily. What a coincidence. Are you here to make extra money? Yi Xian looked at the bodyguard, who turned out to be an old lizard. I didn't mean to go against you. I didn't expect that the person he wanted to deal with was you. The old lizard almost cried. The arrogant man frowned. I asked you to come here at a high price, not for crying. Hurry up and teach him a lesson. To call you stupid is really stupid. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the old lizard man. Soon, the proud man was beaten violently and passed out. The old lizard man took the people away, and before leaving, he flattered Yi Xian. There are 3 left, Natasha murmured softly. I suddenly remembered that the windows at home were not closed. The weather is suitable for walking today, so I'll leave first. Except for the little boy. The other 2 candidates left quickly, not daring to look back. Yi Xian chuckled. Little boy, what should I call you? If you don't mind, please call me Brother Yi. The little boy gave up. You should have called this meeting. Right. Yi Xian put his hands behind his back. Yes. The little boy nodded. I wanted to take this opportunity to make peace with the mud and muddy the water, but I didn't expect him to be so violent. Yi Xian chuckled. What are your intentions in calling us together at such a critical moment? I want everyone to drink tea together to relieve tension. The little boy smiled. Huh? Natasha snorted coldly, knowing that what he was telling was a lie. I don't want to bully children. So if you have any means, it's best to use them quickly to avoid wasting time. Yi Xian chuckled. The little boy pondered for a while. I have no intention of becoming the city lord. Lies. Bad tongue. Natasha made a face. Yi Xian turned around and led them away. That mask, the little boy was not affected in the slightest, and instead laughed. The next day. Today is the last day to get votes. So far, The bald boxer is in the lead. And the little boy got a lot of votes because he is the son of the previous city lord. Ranking second. As for the other three, very far behind.
Master, I think he will definitely find a way to trick us.
In the tavern, the bald boxer's voice was hoarse. Yi Xian chuckled.
Of course. After all, he can take over after we are solved. Have you heard? The bald boxer's master is human. I heard that. And his father is a scumbag who defrauds workers of their money.
Several guests walked in. As they chatted, they noticed Yi Xian and others and ran away quickly.
Master, how could they know?
Natasha said, her mouth covered.
Shh. It's probably that guy's trick. But he's not sure whether I'm a human or not.
Yi Xian signaled her not to spill the beans, then let go of her hand. The lizard man ran over.
Boxer, your vote was overtaken. The whole city is spreading rumors about you. What does this say about me?
The bald boxer clenched his fists.
He said that you had an affair with a minor and that your father defrauded workers of their money.
The lizard man looked embarrassed and did not continue.
What else can you say?
The bald boxer asked loudly. The lizard man looked helpless.
You also said that you became the city lord just to establish a harem. When the time comes, you will kill all the men and keep the women. Slander. I want so many women to hack me.
The bald boxer was furious. Natasha saw this.
If these are rumors, let's go refute them. Right. I can't say it's all rumors. My father did cheat workers back then. But he has been punished and his wages were doubled.
The bald boxer lowered his head and sighed.
Back then? How long ago?
Yi Xian asked.
It was about 40 years ago, when I was still a child.
The bald boxer replied. Natasha bit her lower lip.
Can such an old score be revealed? It doesn't matter. Let's explain it. It's useless. It just gets darker and darker. I didn't expect that little guy to have something.
Yi Xian chuckled. He went on to say,
rumors can be true or false. Once one is confirmed, it can easily be regarded as true. You don't really like minors, do you?
Natasha suddenly ran to hide behind Yi Xian.
I don't. I'm not interested in women.
The bald boxer was about to cry without tears. At this time, Yi Xian and the lizard man retreated with strange expressions on their faces.
Don't get me wrong. I only pursue boxing in my life. And I'm not interested in anything else.
The bald boxer explained quickly. Yi Xian suddenly realized, and continued.
That guy is very smart. As the second best. As long as something happens to you, most of the votes will fall on him. Why is this happening?
Natasha was puzzled.
Because more people just don't want the boxer to win.
Yi Xian explained casually.
Master, what should we do now?
The bald boxer looked troubled. Yi Xian replied.
Simple. What do you think this is?
After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and made a fist.
In the face of real power. No matter what strategy. It is worth mentioning.
Yi Xian continued.
Then what should we do?
The bald boxer swallowed.
Since someone has given us a big gift, of course we have to go over and return the gift.
Yi Xian chuckled. He led the people straight to the city lord's mansion, receiving a lot of looks during the process. The lizard man couldn't help but said,
they are all fools. And they don't tell lies. Why are you speaking for us instead? Shouldn't you be gloating?
Natasha asked.
How could it be? We are above board and of course we look down on such despicable behavior.
The lizard man said quickly. The crowd approached the city lord's mansion, but were stopped by dozens of soldiers.
Stop! The young city master has ordered that you are not allowed to enter. There is no place in the world that I can't go to.
Yi Xian waved his hand, and the soldiers fell to the ground instantly. Not dead, but fainted. He shook his sleeves and strode into the city lord's palace, followed closely by everyone. Chapter 129 Swampland. Welcome. The little boy stood in the courtyard, seemingly waiting for a long time. Yi Xian walked straight over. Seeing this, the little boy yelled,
What are you going to do? Are you going to commit murder in front of everyone?
Many people have gathered outside the city lord's mansion. All of them ordinary people.
So what?
Yi Xian said casually. For a moment, the little boy was stunned, his face full of astonishment.
Did you think I would stay away from the limelight for a while?
Yi Xian stood in front of him. The little boy was about to say something. Yi Xian shook his head and interrupted, bringing his mouth close to his ear.
I actually killed your father.
For a moment, the little boy's eyes were bloodshot.
It's no harm to your family. I wanted to let you go, but now I'm paying more attention.
Yi Xian smiled lightly. When he finished speaking, the little boy's pupils gradually expanded, and he knelt on the ground, with a small blood mark on his throat. Yi Xian put away the 7-star Long Yuan sword, turned around, and led the people away. The soldiers who came did not dare to stop him. Half an hour later, the pub.
The other 3 candidates have withdrawn. Boxer, you win.
The lizard man brought back good news.
That's great.
The bald boxer looked surprised. Seeing this, Yi Xian said,
You can handle the rest by yourself. I believe the rumors will be disproven.
He fiddled with a letter transmitter and got the location of the double dragon diamond fruit from Ah Fu.
Swampland. Do you know this place?
Yi Xian crushed the letter into pieces.
That's my home.
The lizard man was stunned and pointed at himself.
What a coincidence. Do you mind if I come to your home as a guest?
Yi Xian smiled. The lizard man heard this.
I don't mind. But my mission here has not been completed yet. Trading? Right.
Yi Xian was slightly stunned.
From now on, the city will become a trading partner with the lizard tribe.
The bald boxer said immediately.
Thanks.
The lizard man smiled from ear to ear. Since becoming an independent race, this is the first time that trade has been negotiated. He happily invited Yi Xian to the swamp, which was a bit far away from the undead tribe, and would take at least 10 days to get there. Natasha covered her mouth.
10 days?
It's a little too long.
Your 10 days will gather outside the city tomorrow morning.
Yi Xian thought for a while, and left with Natasha. The next day, outside the city gate, just in the early morning, a group of people had already arrived here. The lizard man looked at the summoned bus with his mouth wide open. What is this stuff? No. You have to stay calm. The lizard man coughed lightly, and looked at the people accompanying him. He found that including the old lizard man, they all looked like bumpkins who had just entered the city. This made him depressed for a while.
Let's go. Get in the car.
Yi Xian hugged Natasha.
Well done, Master.
The bald boxer solemnly handed over his hand and changed into the city master's uniform. Yi Xian responded. When all the lizard men got on the bus closed the door automatically and drove away. The lizard man sat motionless in his seat. In addition to the old lizard man, he was accompanied by 3 lizard soldiers armed with spears, looking full of surprise. Natasha stared at them. Compared to humans, lizard men are about the same size and shape, but their heads are like lizards and their limbs are sharp claws. In addition, he has a powerful tail and is covered in scales.
Hello. What's your name?
The lizard man asked.
Natasha.
Natasha still stayed in Yi Xian's arms. The lizard man saw this.
My name is Carol, and I am the prince of the lizard tribe. Then can you ride a white horse? Won't. Then do you have a prince costume?
No. Natasha asked a lot of questions, but she looked disappointed. What kind of prince is he? It's completely different from what he had in mind.
Our prince knows how to play in mud. He is still one of the strongest men in the clan who can fight with his tail.
Natasha looked disgusted. Do you think I'm disgusting? Carol fidgeted and looked like she was about to cry. Seeing this, Yi Xian knocked Natasha on the head in his arms.
Don't bully others.
To be honest, he is a native. Furthermore, white horses and prince outfits are not essential items for princes.
I don't.
Natasha felt aggrieved.
Prince, this thing is so fast. We'll be back in the swamp soon.
The 3 lizard soldiers were very excited. The old lizard looked around, and after getting permission, he started eating snacks in the car. Yi Xian suddenly asked,
Can you briefly tell me what the swamp is like? That is the territory of our lizard clan. In the future, we will conquer all directions and occupy the entire world.
Carol stood up immediately.
The prince is handsome. The prince is mighty.
The 3 soldiers howled.
Okay.
Yi Xian was too lazy to ask. Gradually, we came to a mountain, and heavy rain poured down.
Is the one-armed giant ape coming for a sneak attack?
Natasha looked nervous. Yi Xian couldn't laugh or cry.
Don't be afraid. It's just a little rain.
He was driving, and suddenly, there was a rumbling sound, which turned out to be a mudslide. The car was between 2 mountains, and there was no way to avoid it.
What to do?
Natasha bit her lower lip. In this situation, she could only place her hope on the man holding her.
It's just a mudslide. Nothing will happen to us in the car. So relax,
Yi Xian said loudly. He said this not only to Natasha, but also to the lizard people in the car who had begun to collapse.
It will definitely be no problem.
Carol looked at the approaching mudslide and closed her eyes. The 3 lizard soldiers were so scared that they huddled together. I don't know how long it took, but everything was dark.
It's okay.
Yi Xian opened the sunroof, and a ray of sunlight shone into the car. He carried Natasha to the roof of the car, and found that the entire bus, except the roof, was buried in the mudslide. This is not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing is that the road has been completely blocked by mudslides. And it lasts for who knows how many miles.
We're stuck here.
The old lizard climbed up. He then said,
When the mud dries a little, we can run on it.
Lizardmen's feet were different from those of humans. They could walk on the swamp, but not the wet mud.
Got to find a way,
Yi Xian whispered, just as he was thinking about what he should summon to solve the trouble. Several monsters came into view. It is a mud monster that specializes in eating mud. The level is very low. None above 30.
I seem to have a solution.
Yi Xian smiled. As a boss, I currently have 3 skills. They are to obtain treasures from killing players, to conquer unknown monsters below level 40, and to become invisible. I can completely subdue these mud monsters to open the way.
Submit to me,
Yi Xian whispered softly, and the surrounding mud monsters swam over one after another, swallowing the mud in front of the bus, and bringing more mud monsters with them.
It's done,
Yi Xian chuckled. And soon, he subdued thousands of mud monsters, and the bus was able to run normally. Chapter 130, Lizard Tribe. The mud monster opened the way, and the passenger car followed behind. After half a day, we were able to leave the debris flow area. Carol suddenly burst into tears.
Seeing that large piece of mud makes me miss home. What's going to happen soon?
Yi Xian originally thought he would be there soon. But when he turned around, he found that the passenger bus aisle was filled with dolls made of mud.
I pinched it,
Carol said.
The prince is the most powerful person in our clan. The prince is mighty,
the 3 lizard soldiers said. Natasha picked up a mud doll and said,
It looks very delicate. Can you give me one? Of course. I can pinch one specially for you,
Carol said, taking a lump of mud. And in a few moments it turned into Natasha's appearance. It can be said to be so lifelike. Especially the figure. Especially the mud.
Awesome. But I want the master's clay sculpture even more.
Natasha blushed.
Of course it's no problem. There are even special services. But you have to pay extra.
Carol suddenly smiled like a businessman. Natasha was puzzled.
What special service? I can make clay figurines with various postures, movements, and even costumes.
Carol made 3 clay figures in succession, each different from the other.
Is it okay if you don't wear clothes?
Natasha put her finger to her mouth.
Can't.
Yi Xian looked directly over. Carol blinked.
3 gold coins.
Natasha gives gold coins. Not long after, Carol showed a clay figure, which was Yi Xian with his upper body exposed. It's only as big as the palm of your hand. And the lines of those muscles are simply awesome. Why not? Natasha held the clay figurine, looking confused and aggrieved.
It's okay at this level.
Yi Xian's mouth twitched.
Oh my god! You don't think that wearing no clothes means not wearing anything at all, do you?
Carol heckled. Yi Xian glared at him. And he immediately became honest and stopped saying anything. The bus was running normally. Natasha liked the clay figurine very much and never left her hand. Master.
How?
Yi Xian looked at the road ahead and breathed involuntarily.
Look! Look! Isn't it great?
Natasha threw herself into his arms and lifted up the clay figurine.
It's awesome!
Yi Xian nodded vigorously. Natasha looked at the clay figurine, then at Yi Xian, and hugged him fiercely.
The real master is the best. Being shown a loving face.
Carol couldn't afford to be single and muttered softly. The other clay figurines just made were disposed of. It was Yi Xian's order. After all, this is a vehicle, not a children's playground. In case of any emergency, that mud could kill someone. The bus was traveling normally, but because of the long delay on the previous stretch, it would take at least more than a day to arrive.
Go down.
Yi Xian put down Natasha in his arms. After hugging her for so long, she was not only hot, but also tired. Oh, Natasha looked unhappy. It was already dark. Yi Xian put the bus into automatic mode, then closed his eyes and went to sleep. The next day, early morning.
It's coming soon!
So excited. The lizard people are happy. Yi Xian looked into the distance. This place was far away from the human race and was recognized as a chaotic place. The swamp can already be seen vaguely. Rumble, a burst of thunder came. The sky had become overcast at some point. But this did not hinder everyone's mood. The light rain began to fall. and there was a pattering sound on the ceiling. And the air gradually became fresher.
Do you have a boss here?
Yi Xian asked suddenly.
Yes. There are 3 of them. 2 mini-bosses. And 1 is an ordinary one.
Carol answered. Yi Xian nodded when he heard this.
That's good. Tell me the location. What are you going to do? Are you going to find trouble?
Carol looked stunned. When he saw Yi Xian nodding, he quickly refused.
Why?
Natasha asked in a muffled voice, seeming to be angry.
What if the boss is not killed and comes to seek revenge from our lizard clan?
Carol looked embarrassed. Yi Xian couldn't laugh or cry.
Don't worry. Even if I can't beat you, I won't give you away.
After hearing this, Carol informed the location.
Coward!
Natasha crossed her shoulders.
You seem to be in a bad mood?
Yi Xian raised his hand to rub her head. The boss matter will wait until the lizard clan. Snort. Natasha took half a step back. Yi Xian's stretched out hand failed, and he was a little embarrassed.
What happened? Did you forget to count what you did last night?
Natasha pouted.
Oh!
Carol raised an eyebrow. Could it be? Did Yi Xian secretly do something to her at night, which caused dissatisfaction? Probably. Yi Xian was confused.
What did I do? Don't be afraid. Little sister. Speak up and we will support you.
Carol stepped forward and slapped her chest. Although it can't be beaten, but justice cannot be absent. Natasha stared at Yi Xian, with tears in her eyes, and biting her lower lip.
You didn't hold me to sleep all night last night.
Everyone else present was speechless.
Because of this?
Yi Xian couldn't laugh or cry.
Natasha
nodded vigorously. Yi Xian kissed her forehead gently.
Little fool. Don't be angry.
Master, kiss me. Natasha blinked, and all the previous negative emotions were gone, and her cheeks turned red. Carol, who wanted to seek justice, twitched the corners of her mouth. That's it. Time passed, and when it was noon, everyone had dinner, and they happened to arrive at the lizard clan.
What a humble village.
Natasha looked through the glass and saw that it was a small village built on the edge of the swamp.
This is the best we can do.
Carol sighed.
Let's go in.
Yi Xian hugged Natasha and walked away from the bus. Carol and others, who suddenly stepped on the air, fell down one after another. Many lizardmen ran out of the village. One of them said,
There was a huge monster here just now, and it made a booming sound. That's the engine of a passenger car. It's not a monster anyway.
Yi Xian was speechless. The lizardmen present looked at each other and were curious about him and Natasha. The 2 foreigners.
Don't worry. I'll guarantee it.
Carol stepped forward.
It's the prince. Prince, why are you back so soon? Is the trade deal done?
The lizard people asked. Just as he was talking, the lizard king came out.
Carol, are these your new friends? Yes, father.
Carol nodded vigorously. Here, there is no village chief or lord. The highest authority is the king, even though this country is small and rudimentary.
Welcome to the lizard clan. Come on. Treat me well.
The lizard king seemed very excited.
Father, listen to me first, because these friends have concluded a trade deal.
Carol interrupted. For a moment, the lizard people present roared with excitement. Chapter 131. Strange Faces in the Air.
Really?
The lizard king was overjoyed and even a little unbelievable. Carol nodded vigorously.
It's true. Great. Hurry up. Bring these friends of yours into the village.
The lizard king said quickly. Soon, Yi Xian and others were settled in a wooden house in the village.
It's so crude.
Natasha was unhappy.
This is already the most luxurious residence in our village.
Carol looked helpless.
It's okay. I'm not here for vacation.
Yi Xian cleaned up the room and asked.
Carol, do you know where the Double Dragon Earth fruit is? Double Dragon Earth dark fruit?
Carol sat unsteadily on the ground, looking horrified. Yi Xian nodded.
It seems that you have at least heard of it. 10,000 years ago, there was a powerful empire on this land. Do you know why it has become a place of chaos now?
Carol asked.
Because of the Double Dragon Earthly fruit?
Yi Xian pondered a little.
That's right. That thing is very powerful. One piece is enough to make a powerful empire disappear.
Carol made a luxurious empire clay sculpture out of mud. After saying that, he directly raised his foot and crushed it, still feeling lingering fear. Yi Xian nodded lightly.
It seems like this is it.
After he finished speaking, he took Natasha out.
Why are you going?
Carol was a little confused.
Deal with the surrounding bosses first. You can't come here in vain,
Yi Xian said, gradually walking away. After half a day, Yi Xian eliminated 2 small bosses in succession. After that, he took Natasha to a cave and found the only ordinary boss left. Was a mutated mud monster roaring.
Go! Shadow Demon King!
Yi Xian suddenly realized something and released the Shadow Demon King with his backhand. The mutated mud monster rushed over.
What disgusting thing!
The Shadow Demon fights. Yi Xian took Natasha to the corner of the cave, took out a stick and stabbed it into the ground. A small hole was soon dug into the ground.
There is a box!
Natasha said in surprise.
Sure enough,
he hid something. Yi Xian dug out the box. As soon as I came in, I noticed a bulge on the ground here. If it wasn't a great bag, it was a treasure. The little paper man in the pocket suddenly said,
It's not really a good baby. There's nothing to be happy about. Then tell me where the so-called good treasure is.
Yi Xian took it out and held it in his hand.
You have tied me up for so long, and you still want me to tell you where the baby is? Ha ha!
The little paper man sneered deliberately. Its hands and feet are still tied, unable to break free, and it has been difficult to even move for so many days.
Let you go and run away!
Natasha hummed. The little paper man simply closed his eyes.
Then I won't tell you where there is a good treasure.
Just as he was talking, Yi Xian suddenly untied the rope that tied it.
You are silly?
The little paper man stood up and sat in his hand, looking confused. Just let go.
I don't have much grudge against you. It's my fault that I kept you trapped for so long.
Yi Xian smiled.
Don't think you can fool me by pretending to be a good person.
Seeing how sincere he was, the little paper man was a little shaken, but then gritted his teeth and flew away. When Natasha saw this, she said,
Go away. Just go. There's no need to keep him trapped.
Yi Xian shrugged and turned to look at the Shadow Demon King who was fighting. At this time, the battle was coming to an end. The mutated mud monster is about to be exhausted. Yi Xian punched Baji Fist in the air. Along with the strong wind, the mutated mud monster was beaten to pieces by this punch.
The good baby is on the other side of this mountain.
The voice of the little paper man suddenly came, but there was no shadow of it.
The other side?
Yi Xian nodded and opened the treasure box he had obtained before. It's a nice pair of tiger claws. Yi Xian shook his head.
It's really not a good thing.
Putting Tiger Claw into his backpack, he took Natasha and Shadow Demon to the other side of the mountain.
Is this the entrance to the secret realm?
After searching for a long time, Yi Xian found something. Upon seeing this, the Shadow Demon King said,
It must be dangerous inside. Otherwise we'd better not go in. What if there is a double dragon earth dark fruit inside?
Yi Xian looked over.
Then you have to be prepared and get enough rest. It would be unwise to go in hastily.
The Shadow Demon King's voice was trembling.
I think you're just scared.
Coward. Natasha made a face. The Shadow Demon King was anxious when he heard this.
I don't have one. Really? Then prove it to me. How to prove? You go first and take a look at the secret realm. Just go!
The Shadow Demon King enters the secret realm.
Let's follow.
Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, holding Natasha's hand and walking into the entrance.
I just said it's dangerous here.
The Shadow Demon King was lying on the ground, with horror on his face. Natasha took out her bow and arrow and glanced around.
It's nothing.
Shh. The Shadow Demon King motioned to look up. Yi Xian and the other two looked over and were both stunned. Also lying on the ground, I saw that there was no sky. Instead there was a face. A female face that looked like Peking opera facial makeup.
Master! Alive!
Natasha lowered her voice. The face in the sky was breathing from time to time, as if asleep. Suddenly, its eye hairs trembled slightly. Yi Xian was startled, released his invisibility, and the three of them disappeared instantly. The face in the air opens its eyes. Yi Xian and others held their breath involuntarily. After a long time, the face's eyes closed, and they all breathed a sigh of relief.
What the hell is that?
The Shadow Demon King wanted to cry, but had no tears left. Yi Xian glanced around.
Some kind of monster.
This is not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing is that the way we came has disappeared, and I don't know what method I have to use to go back. In this situation, you usually need to meet certain conditions to get out, some of which involve defeating the boss, and some of which require finding the key. I hope I'm not killing that monster in the sky.
The little paper man also said that there is a treasure here, and I must teach him a lesson next time.
Natasha was unhappy.
The treasure does exist.
Yi Xian shook his head. There are countless precious herbs everywhere in the secret realm. And maybe the double dragon earth dark fruit is among them. But the face hanging in the sky. It's really confusing.
There seems to be a light over there.
The Shadow Demon King flew up slightly and discovered something. Yi Xian pondered for a while.
Let's go there.
They soon arrived outside a village, where the lights were brightly lit and monster villagers were working.
Does being inhabited mean that the face in the sky is not a threat?
Natasha tried to ask.
That's not how things work out.
Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He dispersed and became invisible, preparing to meet the villagers here to understand the situation.
Outsiders. There are outsiders.
But when several villagers at the entrance of the village saw them, they ran back to the village screaming as if they were seeing ghosts. The face in the sky suddenly opened its eyes and stared at Yi Xian and others. Chapter 132 God? The Shadow Demon King looked horrified.
Please take me back quickly.
Yi Xian pondered for a while, put him into his pet pocket, and then raised his hands to the strange face in the sky. Strange face suddenly let out a high-pitched cry. Pain. Natasha covered her ears. Yi Xian also turned pale. Just as he was about to fight to the death, two beams of light flew out from the strange face and hit him and Natasha respectively.
From now on, I am no longer an outsider.
A voice came from behind. It was the villagers who were smiling at this time.
What's going on? Why can't it be wiped off?
Natasha was wiping an extra mark on her wrist. Yi Xian walked over to check and found that the mark turned out to be the face in the sky. The villager said,
This is the mark of the servant of God. Of course it cannot be erased. It is also your honor. Master, you have it too,
Natasha said in surprise. This, Yi Xian took out the mirror and found his mark on his neck.
As God's servants, we are the most proud of this life. God is the greatest existence.
The villagers knelt down to face the face in the sky, looking fanatical. Natasha saw this.
What kind of God is that? It's a monster.
The heaven and earth suddenly made a rumbling sound, and the strange face in the sky opened its eyes. Before he could react, the monster opened its mouth and released a powerful suction force.
Owner!
Natasha was sucked over.
Natasha!
Yi Xian jumped up and held her in his arms. The two hugged each other tightly and were eventually swallowed into the monster's mouth.
God be wrathful.
Great God! The villagers knelt down and prayed.
Where are we?
On the other side. Natasha opened her eyes blankly.
It seems to be a separate space.
Yi Xian was still holding her tightly and looking around. This space is very magical. There is nothing. It is dark under your feet, and there will be water ripples when you walk. A voice came from behind.
You say I'm a monster?
Yi Xian turned around, quickly drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword, and protected it in front of him.
Don't be nervous. I won't hurt you. Just yet. Humanity?
Yi Xian stared at him, frowning.
You can just call me Lord Immortal.
God chuckled.
I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you.
Yi Xian's expression did not change. God heard the words.
God said you should shut up.
Yi Xian wanted to say something else, but found that he couldn't open his mouth.
I am God. The only God in the world.
God said loudly.
Even a God should have a name. Right.
Natasha bit her lower lip.
My name is God. Of course my name is God.
God roared. Yi Xian shook his head and secretly thought that he had met another madman. God put his hands behind his back.
I can let you go this time, but you must completely surrender to me.
Yi Xian made an okay gesture. No matter what, it is the wisest choice to stabilize him first.
You're smart.
God waved his hand. Yi Xian's mouth can be opened. Soon, he and Natasha were sent away from this place and returned to the village.
The great God has forgiven you. God is indeed merciful.
The villagers gathered around.
Master, our clothes,
Natasha said suddenly.
All turned into burlap.
Yi Xian nodded lightly. He turned to look at the face in the sky.
It feels like I've mistakenly entered a copy. What are you still doing? The 100 acres of fields haven't been watered yet. This is a good opportunity to show your loyalty to God.
The village chief came over and handed out 3 buckets and a pole. In this way, Natasha held a bucket, and Yi Xian carried a pole on his back, with a bucket hanging on the front and back, and started to fetch water from the river.
Master, how long are we going to do this?
After half a day, Natasha's white and tender skin was slightly tanned. Yi Xian looked into the distance.
With so many fields, we can't finish them in just a few months.
Hundreds of acres of fields stretch endlessly, with no end in sight. Hearing this,
Natasha felt helpless. But I have other ways. Yi Xian summoned the watering robot. Master, please give the order. Water the fields well. Yi Xian sat down directly, summoned a parasol, and rested with Natasha. The watering robot heard this. The area has been marked and the watering is expected to be completed in 30 minutes. After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared instantly. Half an hour later, the fields are connected to water pipes, and hundreds of acres of fields are irrigated. Amazing. What on earth is this thing? And why can it divert water from the river to the fields? The villagers all came over and marveled at this scene. Yi Xian fanned himself with the summoned fan. There's nothing to do now. Right. The village chief nodded dully. Night. Because Yi Xian and others are newcomers. They have no place to live and need to build their own houses. He's clearly trying to make things difficult for us. Natasha pouted. The villagers were very unfriendly to themselves and others, as if they had insulted the gods. Let's live here for now, and think of a solution while we live here. Yi Xian did not continue speaking, but made an escape movement with his hands. He summoned a modern mansion with full facilities with his backhand. Let's go in. Wow. Natasha walked into the house with brilliant eyes. Put on slippers. Yi Xian breathed. Oh. Natasha put on a pair of cute cartoon slippers. Yi Xian shrugged and went to the bathroom to take a long-awaited hot bath. Natasha stared at him coming out of the bathroom. Master, I want to wash too. No. At least not now. Yi Xian shook his head. Why? Natasha was puzzled. Because someone is watching us. And it's not just a pair of eyes. Yi Xian chuckled, a light flashing in his eyes. Natasha felt a chill. It's so disgusting. Discovered? Shen Yuan, who was in an independent space, closed his eyes tightly and couldn't help but chuckle after hearing the words. Sure enough, there are 2 brushes. He was able to observe every corner of this secret realm. But this was the first time he was discovered. The next day, Yi Xian woke up, looked at Natasha lying in his arms, and let out a long sigh. What's going on with being so stuck on yourself? Not even the most basic privacy. Master, good morning. Natasha rubbed her eyes and smiled. Well, good morning. Yi Xian looked at her cute appearance, wiped away his previous displeasure, and laughed as well. Villagers have gathered outside the house, all admiring the mansion. Yi Xian put on his clothes and took Natasha out of the house. Everyone is here. Is there something wrong? Where did this house come from? It's so special. The village chief came over. It's a long story. It was given by God. Yi Xian clicked his ears. I see. Great God. Please give me one too. The villager suddenly understood and began to kneel down and worship the face of heaven. When God saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched. That guy. If they don't respond at this time, their future may be affected. Chapter 133, Just a Monster. Beautiful houses are given only to the capable, God explained. Some villagers heard this and said, we should prove ourselves to God so that we can live in a beautiful house. Walk. The villagers left one after another. Yi Xian rubbed his chin, secretly thinking that the so-called God was somewhat capable and could stabilize people with just a few words. But why would you lie to keep the villagers pious? You who are capable. This God will grant you extra hearing, God suddenly said. Yi Xian was wondering when another ear suddenly grew on his right ear. Ha ha! Natasha couldn't help laughing. Master, you are so cute. What an extraordinary hearing. Thank God for the gift. I will never forget it. The corners of Yi Xian's eyes twitched, and he spoke very hard when he said he would never forget it. God no longer speaks. Natasha's face turned red as she smiled. Master, will you continue to be so cute? No. This thing is just an illusion. It will return to normal after leaving this secret realm, Yi Xian answered. After that, the two of them lived in the secret realm for 3 days. 4 o'clock in the morning. What should I do to leave the secret realm? Yi Xian couldn't sleep and had a severe headache. So he tried to say, open the mission panel. Main mission, looking for the relics of gods. Side mission, rescue Sudaji. Secret mission, destroy God. Mission failed after 185 hours. I told you it had this function earlier. Yi Xian couldn't laugh or cry. He stared at the secret mission. It seems to be over. Players will die once after failing the mission. If it were the past, that would be fine. But now, who knows if he will be resurrected after death? 185 hours. Which means I still have more than 7 days. Yi Xian frowned. The mission of the secret realm is to destroy the god.
which means to kill the god within a limited time. Is this really possible?
Master, why aren't you asleep yet?
A head suddenly emerged from the quilt. It's Natasha.
I don't know when I can leave this secret realm.
Yi Xian let out a long breath and rubbed her head with his hands. Natasha looked satisfied.
As long as the master is there. Anywhere is the best place. Silly girl.
Yi Xian's eyes showed doting. It's daybreak. 8 in the morning. Yi Xian made breakfast and called all the villagers over to eat together.
This food called sauce knots is so delicious. This one called Santian is not bad.
Several tables were set up outside the house, and the villagers were eating. Inside the room, Yi Xian wiped the sweat from his head.
Finally, the work is over. Why does the master want to cook for them?
Natasha stood aside.
Let's see.
Yi Xian smiled mysteriously.
How are these delicious foods made?
After dinner, the village chief looked satisfied and was ready to ask questions. Yi Xian came over and asked,
Is the food to your liking? Awesome. Can you teach me how it was made?
The village chief said excitedly.
It's actually very simple. Just use these hard-working hands.
Yi Xian raised his hands and made fists.
Hands?
The village chief was puzzled, and the villagers gathered around him. Yi Xian nodded vigorously.
Use these hands to obtain ingredients and rely on your own cooking skills to make meals. Shouldn't food be given by God?
Some villagers were puzzled.
What a joke. You planted the land and harvested the food. But in the end it was given to you by God?
Yi Xian pointed to the strange sleeping face in space.
Shushing does not dishonor God.
The village chief quickly booed. Yi Xian saw this.
Don't be afraid. According to my observations these days, he is sleeping at this time. Does God need to sleep too?
A villager came over with astonishment written on his face.
What kind of God? It's just a monster with some abilities that treats you as slaves.
Yi Xian said loudly.
It turns out. How come?
The villagers were devastated. Suddenly, God's voice came.
What's wrong with you? Why does your pious heart waver? Great God! Are you really a god?
The village chief knelt on the ground. After working hard on the land and reaping the harvest, I relied on myself throughout the process. But it became a gift from others. Is this what God should do?
Of course I am.
God's voice was a little panicked.
As expected. Everyone should disperse first.
Yi Xian discovered that his extra ear was gone and immediately waved his hand. The villagers left with uneasy hearts. God's voice was mixed with anger.
Is it your fault? 3 days ago, I felt strange why you pay so much attention to their piety.
Yi Xian put his hands behind his back.
Why?
Natasha asked cooperatively.
Because someone is pious to him. He can have divine power. Am I right?
God. The last word Yi Xian said was very frivolous. God didn't answer. Yi Xian touched his ears.
If it weren't for the extra ears before, I wouldn't be sure.
Because the villagers' devotion to him has wavered and his divine power has become unstable. The illusion of changing his body structure will disappear. Simply put, it's just that he has become weaker.
Master is so amazing. He can analyze all this.
Natasha's eyes were filled with admiration. Yi Xian smiled and said nothing. In fact, this is a common practice in the game.
Go away. Leave this world.
God suddenly said. A teleportation array appeared in front of Yi Xian and others. On the other side of the teleportation array is the game world. Very good. Natasha looked delighted. However, Yi Xian remained unmoved. He looked up at the strange face in the sky.
Isn't it too late to be afraid now? Asshole. This god is giving you a way out. Why are you afraid?
God roared.
Okay. Very energetic.
Yi Xian clapped and put his hands behind his back.
The game has already started. How can I quit midway?
He took Natasha back to the house and began to discuss how to make the villagers lose their piety to God.
Damn it. Bastard.
God roars in a separate space. Not only does he not appreciate it, he actually continues to fight against himself. He shouted outside the independent space.
I am God, and those who are not absolutely devoted to me will be doomed.
After that, the sky changed color, and thunderclouds floated in, with black lightning dancing in them.
God calms down. God, we will always be your most loyal servants.
The villagers knelt down. The god felt that his divine power was gradually getting stronger, and he subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. But then, a voice came.
God, your grandma has a bad leg. Come and hack me if you can.
It's Yi Xian. He was standing on the roof, pointing at the strange face in the sky.
You asked for it.
The god laughed ferociously. and the thundercloud gradually floated directly above Yixian, and then slammed down black thunder, making the world tremble. The villagers were horrified. Natasha felt uneasy. Only Yixian looked at Lei Lei with an unchanging expression. Chapter 134 The Truth About God. Rumble. Black thunder struck down, and the world was dimmed by this thunder. Yixian summoned a lightning rod 100 meters behind him. Pa, the black thunder struck down, turned around in the air, and blasted the lightning rod into pieces.
What happened? God actually failed?
The villagers were shocked. Yixian shouted,
It's just a paper tiger after all. Can you do something more powerful? God is just a paper tiger.
Villagers' devotion to gods decreases.
Damn it! Damn it!
God roared in an independent space. He knew that things would get worse if this continued. So he asked the strange face to open his mouth.
You still want to suck us in?
Yixian couldn't help but frown, and found that the suction force was getting stronger and stronger. So he summoned 100,000 tons of explosives. Not long after, Strange Face sucked all the explosives into the independent world. Boom! Explosion sound suddenly came. The Strange Face has smoke coming out from all its orifices, and it looks very funny. The villagers' devotion to gods has dropped significantly. Yixian chuckled. Presumably they already know that God is not invincible. In an independent world, God's clothes were blown to pieces. His pupils trembled crazily.
No! It can't go on like this!
The divine power is getting weaker and weaker. And if it continues, it will be completely lost.
God! Come and kill me!
Yixian was shouting. Seeing no response, he took Natasha back to the house and prepared to take a nap. Judging from the current progress, don't say 7 days. It takes at most 3 days to take down this so-called god. Noon. Yixian took the villagers down to the river to fish. Afternoon. Yixian took the villagers hunting again. Everything is no longer given by the so-called god, but obtained with both hands. The villagers' devotion to gods has dropped significantly.
What kind of god is this? He's just a vampire on top of us. I have lived for him for so many years.
In the evening, the villagers ate the barbecue they bought with their own hands and talked about it. The gods in the independent world are silent. It's all his fault. Yixian's appearance appeared in his mind. The next day, Yixian woke up early and woke up Natasha.
Master, I want to sleep for a while longer.
Don't sleep.
We will take care of God today. Good.
Natasha perked up instantly. They got dressed and walked out of the house to find the villagers gathered outside. Yixian chuckled.
What can you do? Please help us deal with that monster.
A villager stepped forward and pointed at the strange face in the sky. God? Just a monster.
Okay.
Yixian nodded vigorously and laughed involuntarily.
Everything is lost.
God was lost in thought in an independent space. Yixian summoned a stick.
Do you know what this is called? Have no idea. There seems to be writing on it.
The villagers were talking a lot. Yixian moved his hand slightly, and the words on the stick flashed with golden light. And it was
Rui Golden Cudgel.
Of course, this is just a fake he summoned. But the effect? Yixian pointed the Rui Golden Cudgel at the strange face.
Long.
The Rui Golden Cudgel gradually became longer. And finally, it stabbed the monster in the face heavily.
Big!
Yixian shouted. The golden cudgel suddenly grew in size, squeezing the strange face, and a figure fell out of it.
Master, he is a god!
Natasha's eyesight was very good.
It's a monster.
Yixian summoned the flying shoes and headed straight over there. God stabilized his figure in the air.
I am God. I will not be defeated. You can fly in the sky. It seems that there are still people who are very religious to you.
Yixian looked at the villagers on the ground. If you are used to being a servant, even if you decide to resist, it will be difficult to get your mind and body right.
Even if you die, I will hold you on your back.
Shin's voice was cold.
I'm so scared.
Yixian pretended to be scared, looking very funny. This made God even more angry.
Die!
He rushed forward fiercely, as fast as a meteor, causing the residents below to express fear. The villagers' devotion to gods increases.
What's wrong with you?
Yixian shouted to the people below.
Master, let me help you.
Natasha took out her bow and arrows, and fired tracking arrows frequently. The god had already arrived in front of Yixian and punched him hard. The heaven and earth roared. This is the wrath of God.
But Jiquin!
Yixian roared angrily and also punched, causing the world to tremble. Fists crossed. Yixian flew dozens of meters upside down before he could stabilize his body.
It took a couple of seconds. He's not dead yet?
The god looked shocked. Although he only took a few steps back, he was internally injured. He spurted out a mouthful of blood involuntarily.
God actually bleeds? He is not a god. He is a monster who claims to be a god. Monster! Monster!
The villagers were outraged. The villagers' devotion to gods has dropped significantly. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief and unleashed a powerful healing technique on himself. He stared at God.
Do you still have your divine power? Enough to kill you.
The god gritted his teeth and wanted to fly over, but had to defend himself against the arrows shot by Natasha. He was about to use his divine power to block it, but he lost his balance and fell downwards. It turned out that his divine power was no longer enough to allow him to fly. Whoosh! Whizzing. The arrows were still chasing him. The god gritted his teeth and took out a sword, and blocked the arrows with difficulty. Eventually, he hit the ground, creating a deep crater.
Monster! Monster! Monster!
The villagers rushed over, pointed at him and spat at him. God covered his face.
No! I'm not a monster. I'm not a monster.
There was fear in his eyes, as if he was afraid of being seen.
Mission completed.
Yi Xian fell to the ground not far away.
Master! You were so handsome just now!
Natasha's eyes were filled with little stars.
Boom!
Just as Yi Xian was about to say something, a treasure box suddenly appeared in front of him. This is the reward given after completing the mission in the secret realm. Opening the treasure chest. Apart from some miscellaneous things, there was also a fruit, which was the double dragon earth fruit. Yi Xian whispered,
Don't touch this randomly.
He carefully put the fruit into his backpack and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, you can go back to save Su Daji. On the other side, the god has been knocked unconscious by the villagers. The villagers left one after another.
I'm not a monster.
God suddenly woke up with panic written on his face.
Child, you are neither a monster nor a god. You are just an ordinary person.
The village chief came with a cane. Yi Xian hugged his shoulders and took Natasha to watch the fun. God heard the words.
Am I a human?
As he completely lost the piety of the villagers. His appearance gradually changed, and he turned out to be a deformed child. The head is as big as a bucket, and the facial features are almost twisted together.
Come on! Come back with me!
The village chief took his hand and walked into the village.
Mission introduction.
Yi Xian tried to shout. As the system panel appeared, he suddenly realized.
So that's what happened.
The so-called god was born deformed and suffered bullying. By chance, I got a strange face. And if I was worshipped, I would have divine power, and gradually became the god I was before. Chapter 135 Rhino Clan.
I feel he is so pitiful.
Natasha clasped her hands together. Yi Xian shrugged.
But this is not an excuse for him to hurt others.
The secret exit suddenly appeared. They left the secret realm, and the little paper man had been waiting for a long time.
You are actually still alive? Okay, so you know it's dangerous inside?
Natasha bit her lower lip. The little paper man snorted.
I didn't say whether it was dangerous or not. You are using strong words to make sense.
Natasha took out her bow and arrow.
Don't be angry. It's better to say that we have to thank you.
Yi Xian rubbed her head and said,
Let's go back to the lizard clan to say goodbye first.
They left, and the little paper figure floated quietly in place. Why not take revenge on yourself? Could it be? Are you still pretending to be a good person? But it's not like this. Lizard tribe. A banquet is being held here. The lizard king munched on the meat.
It's a pity that Carol's friend is gone. Is the king talking about me?
Yi Xian came holding Natasha's hand.
Thank you, distinguished guest, for your help to that boy Carol. Otherwise, the trade would not have been concluded at all.
The lizard king came over.
It's just about helping each other.
Yi Xian chuckled. Soon. He said goodbye and left. But before they could get out of the lizard tribe, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Like an earthquake.
No. It's those guys. Who?
Yi Xian looked at the lizard man who had just spoken. The lizard man replied.
Rhinoceros men. They are cruel and cruel. And they often come to harass us.
As he said that, the village was surrounded. What?
So many rhino people?
The lizardmen present were shocked. I saw that the number of rhino people coming this time was extremely large. Tens of thousands.
Ha! Why don't you come out and surrender?
The rhinoceros general came out and laughed wildly. The rhino man has white skin and is similar in shape to the lizard man, but has a rhino horn on its nose.
Master, do we want to help?
Natasha asked quietly. Yi Xian remained calm.
Let's take a look at the situation first. I wonder what the Rhino tribe wants to do by sending so many troops. The Lizard King walked out of the village. You have two choices. One is to become our subordinate race, and the other is to be eaten by us, the Rhinoceros General said loudly. After he finished speaking, many rhinoceros men behind him let out war roars with overwhelming momentum. The Lizard Man King couldn't help but take a half step back. If a fight really breaks out, the Lizard Tribe's troops are no match at all. Within the Lizard Tribe, Carol walked up to Yixian. Did I ask you for help? Why? Natasha looked over, somewhat reluctantly. Plop! Carol knelt down and cowed out. Please help the Lizard Clan. Why should a grown man kneel down? Did I say I wouldn't help? Yixian helped him up. Carol cried. Thank you. He knows that Yixian is a master and can save the Lizard Tribe. If you don't submit, then you will die. Outside the village, the Rhinoceros General broke up with the Lizard Man King and directly ordered an attack on the village. Many rhinoceros soldiers began to attack. With me here, let's see who can step into the village. Yixian put one hand behind his back, and the other hand held the unsheathed 7-star Long Yuan sword, and slowly walked out of the village. He looked at the attacking Rhino clan and released a threat. In an instant, the temperature in this area dropped a bit. The rhinoceros soldiers stopped abruptly, and the ones at the front fell down with frightened expressions on their faces. Yixian looked expressionless and looked at the Rhinoceros General. Why don't you come here and die? Hateful. The Rhino General felt insulted. Without saying a word, he rushed forward, the rhinoceros horns on his face flashing in the sunlight. Whoa! Yixian advanced instead of retreating and threw out a sword. Actually, the Rhinoceros General paused suddenly. Just listen. There is a click sound, and his rhino horn gradually cracks. Yixian put away the 7-star Long Yuan sword. Who else? As soon as he finished speaking, the Rhinoceros General's horns were completely shattered. General, what should we do? Many rhinoceros soldiers present did not dare to step forward and even gave up thinking. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The Rhinoceros General roared. That's it? Yixian looked at the withdrawing Rhino tribe, put his hands behind his back, and shook his head slightly. The Lizardman King came over. Thank you for your great kindness. If not for him, the Lizard Tribe is in danger. It's just a little effort, and I can only help you get here. See you later. Yixian summoned the bus and took Natasha inside. Kneel down! The Lizardman King shouted. Thump, thump. The lizardmen present knelt down one after another and watched Yixian and others go away in the bus, and did not stand up for a long time. Inside the passenger car, Natasha lay in Yixian's arms. Master, we can finally save Sister Daji. Yixian nodded lightly. As long as he went back to Hepping Town first and got the Blood Cloud OG grass. He had collected 3 medicinal materials. At the same time, the human territory. Gulaba Rainforest. Listen, what a beautiful sound it is. Gu Qing was walking on the path in the forest, playing the guitar, and the roar of the blood beast could be heard from time to time in his ears. Behind him was a huge beast, which was the one-armed giant ape, but it had been completely transformed into a blood beast. Passerby walked over and said, Sect Master, our reputation is getting worse and worse. Fame? Ha ha ha. Gu Qing laughed loudly, as if he had heard some funny joke. He turned to ask, How many cities have we captured? 13. As you said, only destroy, not occupy. When Passerby said these words, his back felt cold. Too cruel. The people in those 13 cities were eaten by the blood beasts to evolve. In addition, countless major forces were also destroyed. Occupying it is just a burden. What I want is for all the worlds to go crazy with me, Gu Qing said, taking out a map. This map is actually the same as the one the programmer showed Yixian, leading to the ruins of the gods. A few days passed quietly. Yixian drove the bus back to Hepping Town. He couldn't help but feel tired. It's finally here. Welcome the mayor home. Yuner came out to greet him, speaking casually and playing with a sieve in her hand. Where are the others? Yixian glanced around. Qian Duo and the others went on their honeymoon. The lady is doing tasks, and Xinchi is busy guiding the farming. Yuner talked a lot in succession. Yixian frowned. So you are the only one guarding the town? What? Am I not enough? Yuner was about to throw the dice. The town is finally stable, and it is normal for everyone to go out and have fun. Don't be angry. I didn't mean it. Where is the blood cloud and grass? Yixian asked. It has been prepared for you a long time ago.
Yuner took out a piece of grass, and it was covered in black smoke. Just by looking at it, she knew it was very poisonous. Chapter 136. The Ups and Downs of Life. Yi Xian put the blood cloud grass into his backpack.
Thank you very much.
After he finished speaking, he summoned the passenger car.
Why don't you go in and see how far the town has developed?
Yuner felt strange.
With you, I feel relieved.
Yi Xian took Natasha into the car and went straight to the Ming mansion.
There must be some woman outside.
So I'm leaving in such a hurry.
Yuner narrowed her eyes slightly. He opened a private message.
I must tell the lady.
Ming mansion. There are hanging white cloths here.
If we don't hurry up, we won't have time to see Granny Ming for the last time.
The programmer sighed in the room. Su Daji was lying on the bed sleeping. Unaware. Grandma Ming's life is over, and she is about to return to the West. But she still has her last breath left and wants to see her children.
Squeak. What's going on? Why are there white flags everywhere?
Yi Xian arrived and pushed the door open.
Why are you back? Did you find the medicinal materials?
The programmer was stunned.
Everything is here.
Yi Xian took out a bag, which contained exactly those 3 medicinal materials. The programmer was surprised.
You can find this? It's so noisy that you can't let anyone sleep well.
Su Daji suddenly woke up.
I've lost a lot of weight.
Yi Xian frowned.
You can't blame me. She was hungry on her own, and it has nothing to do with me.
The programmer said quickly and started making medicine. He said,
You go out first. Don't spread this trick to others. Cheapskate.
Natasha was watching with great interest and pouted when she heard this. Yi Xian took her out of the house. Just then 2 servants came. When they saw Yi Xian, they quickened their pace and knelt down when they got closer.
Uncle, please call the young lady back quickly. The old lady is almost done with it.
Mother Ming? Yi Xian finally reacted.
The old lady wants to see her children again, but she can't find them.
Both servants were wailing. Yi Xian frowned.
Grandma Ming, how long can she last? Every second you may die. This.
Yi Xian exhaled, turned around and pushed the door open.
What are you doing?
The programmer was stunned and was making medicine.
Take Su Daji out.
Yi Xian walked straight to the bed. Upon seeing this, the programmer said,
The medicine will be cured soon. Wait until you take the medicine before leaving.
Yi Xian did not speak, but picked up Su Daji and went straight to Granny Ming's house. Natasha followed.
Master, is it not good to tie her with a rope? What if Granny Ming sees it?
2. Yi Xian nodded lightly and took away the rope that tied Su Daji.
You have tied me up for so many days. Why don't you tie me up if you don't want to?
Su Daji raised her hand and grabbed the rope.
I'm begging you. Can you be more honest?
Yi Xian gritted his teeth, held her tightly in his arms, and put the rope into his backpack. Finally, we arrived at Granny Ming's house. The place was filled with cries, and the entire Ming mansion servants and maids gathered here, kneeling on both sides. White paper money floats in the air. Seeing this, Su Daji's pupils trembled slightly. Yi Xian carried her all the way into the house.
Mother Ming, it's Mrs. here, and Uncle.
Several of the servants in the house were very old and were overjoyed to see this. Granny Ming was lying on the bed. Her face was haggard, and her originally dull eyes gradually brightened.
Quick, let me take a look.
Yi Xian carried Su Daji over. Do not know why. Su Daji was very honest at this moment, not struggling at all and looking dazed.
Girl.
Granny Ming raised her trembling hand and touched her cheek.
No, don't die.
Su Daji kept her eyes open, tears falling, and her voice was small.
Birth, old age, illness and death are all normal. I am lucky to have a daughter like you in my life.
Grandma Ming's eyes were full of kindness. Yi Xian was stunned.
An extra daughter?
Granny Ming nodded, her kind eyes not fading even a little bit. It turned out that she had long known that Su Daji was not her daughter, but she still loved her as her own daughter.
I don't want you to die.
Su Daji broke away from Yi Xian's arms and threw herself on Granny Ming. The few servants in the room left, some choked with sobs, and some already in tears. Yi Xian felt uncomfortable.
Grandma Ming, I will take good care of her. Don't worry. Mother-in-law believes in you. Granny Ming nodded vigorously. She closed her eyes and spent her last moments recalling this life. First, he had both children, but then he lost them and gained them again. They say life has its ups and downs. It's true. Granny Ming showed a kind and filial smile.
and time seemed to freeze at this second. Sorry. He's gone. Yixian patted Su Daji on the shoulder. No. Do not want. Su Daji's eyes were red. But there was nothing she could do. The programmer rushed over. Medicine! But when he saw Su Daji holding the body of Granny Ming and crying bitterly, he knew that the medicine was no longer needed. 2 ways to release mind control. 1. Use love to stimulate the controlled person. 2. Take medicine. At present, Su Daji was stimulated by the death of Granny Ming and had released her mental control. Half an hour later, Granny Ming was put into the coffin, and everyone started the funeral with the sound of the swana. Let's send the old man on his last journey. Yixian patted Su Daji on the shoulder. Soon, Su Daji, wearing sackcloth and mourning, accompanied the funeral. It was already evening when Granny Ming was buried. In front of the grave, Su Daji knelt here and didn't want to stand up for a long time. With Granny Ming leaving like this, the Ming Mansion needs you to take charge of the overall situation. Yixian stood aside and couldn't help but say, No, I want to find the Heavenly Saint sect that brought Granny Ming to this day. Su Daji shook her head resolutely. Just like the evidence presented by the little paper man that day, the real culprit is not the poisonous spider palace, but a force called the Tianxing sect. He wants to avenge the tragic life of Granny Ming. Yixian pondered for a while. I can help you. This is my own family matter. Thank you for taking care of me these days. Su Daji turned her back and said, I will repay my kindness in the next life. Her figure disappeared instantly. Just leaving like this? We paid so much for her. Natasha felt a little dissatisfied. She just doesn't want to drag us down. After all, the so-called Tianxing sect is definitely not simple. Yixian let out a long breath. The medicine has been prepared. The programmer came from a distance, holding a folded piece of oil paper with an elixir wrapped in it. Yixian smiled bitterly. It's no longer needed. No need. This thing can relieve mind control and poison gods. The programmer patted the oil paper into his hand, turned and left. Poison the gods? Yixian put the things into his backpack, knowing that he would definitely use them in the future. Working hard is not in vain. Natasha finally felt better. She turned and looked around. Master, look over there. Yixian looked over and found a blood beast that was attacking randomly everywhere. Chapter 137, Dragon City. Yixian ran towards the blood beast. If it is not resolved, Granny Ming's grave may be destroyed. He took out the blood energy bead. What will happen if the blood energy is sucked away from the blood beast? Whoosh! Just as he was thinking about it, an arrow shot out of the air. Bang! The blood beast's head exploded like a watermelon from the arrow. Don't be in a hurry to kill me. It will be useful. Yixian looked at Natasha helplessly. She shot the arrow just now. Very accurately. Natasha stuck out her tongue, sorry. Let's go. Let's go to the Ming Mansion to explain. Yixian shook his head and held her in his arms. Soon, they returned to the Ming Mansion and found the housekeeper. Uncle, what do you want? Can you see my lady? The housekeeper saluted quickly. A blood beast appeared near Granny Ming's grave, Yixian said directly. For a moment, the butler looked horrified. Blood beast? Don't be afraid. It's just a very weak blood beast and has been killed. But I hope you can send a few people to guard it for a few days, Yixian explained. Okay. The housekeeper breathed a sigh of relief when he heard what he said. Next, it's time to continue on the road with me. Right. The programmer comes over. He had waited too long and didn't want to wait any longer. Yixian responded. Yeah. Uncle, do you want to leave? The butler opened his mouth slightly. The master is not your uncle yet. Natasha bit her lower lip as she heard him calling her uncle one after another. Uncle, if you want to leave, there will be no one in the Ming family who can take charge of the overall situation. The housekeeper was stunned for a moment and thought to himself. Natasha was a little angry. Yixian said, I never meant to stay in the Ming Mansion. I'm sorry. After he finished speaking, he led the people out of the Ming Mansion and summoned the passenger car. Uncle! The housekeeper chased him out. Yixian acted as if he hadn't heard anything. After getting the people into the bus, he walked away. On the way, finally, the programmer looked at the scenery outside and let out a long breath. I have been away from the human race for such a long time. Is there any big news that I missed? Yixian sat in the driver's seat. The programmer replied, Of course there is. First, 13 cities were massacred one after another. And then Sikong Haohua. who was ordered to find out the reason, was seriously injured. No one in his party survived.
This? Yi Xian frowned slightly. There is no doubt that Gu Qing used the blood beast to do this.
13 cities. At least tens of millions of lives.
Natasha felt a chill.
Now everyone is in danger. The Emperor has ordered that all the people be armed. And people from villages and towns are temporarily living in the city.
The programmer's voice was heavy. He sighed.
This trip must be very dangerous. It doesn't matter. As long as the master is here. No matter what danger it is. It's nothing.
Natasha threw herself into Yi Xian's arms and rubbed her head against him, showing her intimacy.
I hope so.
The programmer sighed. He had a sad look on his face and always had a bad feeling. 7 hours later.
We are going to the next city soon. Let's buy some food.
Yi Xian took out the map and found that after passing the next city, he would reach the uninhabited land among the human race. That's where the ruins of the gods are marked on the map.
Be prepared and have fresh water.
The programmer looked serious.
Help! Help!
A heartbreaking roar suddenly came from ahead. Yi Xian stopped the bus, opened the sunroof and jumped out.
What's going on? It's a few people.
Natasha looked ahead in the car. Just as he was talking, several people in ragged clothes ran over.
Who are you?
Yi Xian asked. Save us.
Monster!
Those people looked horrified. Yi Xian found that there were dozens of blood beasts chasing them behind them, and immediately took out his shotgun. Boom! Bang bang. Pull the trigger and bullets fly out. Precise hit. Those blood beasts were shot in the head one after another.
A sharpshooter! Thank you for saving us!
Those few people were rescued, and they felt quite lucky to survive the disaster. Yi Xian asked.
Do you know where the blood beast comes from? We went out hunting together. We had a good harvest and planned to return to the city. But monsters surrounded the city.
A very rough man came out and shook his head to show that he didn't know.
Monsters sieged the city? But a blood beast?
Yi Xian frowned. The big man nodded. Yi Xian didn't say much nonsense. Got into the bus and closed the sunroof.
You guys go. Don't go back to that city for now.
After he finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator. With the engine roaring, the bus sped away.
Master, do we still have to go there?
Natasha asked.
Of course. We can't just watch Gu Qing destroy another city.
Yi Xian said softly. Yu Qing has a grudge against Gu Qing and cannot let him succeed. Yu Li, as a member of the human race, of course, he has to contribute. Dragon City. This city, located outside no man's land, is now full of complaints.
It's over. We will all die here. Some god come and save us.
People cried in the streets. Roar.
Roar.
Waves of roars echoed in the air. The blood beasts began their first siege. The soldiers guarding the city were very scared, but they knew there was no way out. The blood beasts attacked, thousands in number, and surrounded the entire city, not wanting to leave anyone alive. Whoosh. Whizzing.
No. Bows and arrows have no effect on them.
The soldiers guarding the city used bows and arrows to attack the blood beasts climbing the city wall, but it had no effect at all. A blood beast climbed up the city wall, grabbed 2 soldiers, and ate their heads alive. Whoosh! An arrow suddenly shot out, blasting the blood beast's head, and then exploded. The blood beast's head was blown to pieces.
Who shot that arrow just now? A big reward.
The general guarding the city yelled, but they saw a passenger bus approaching from a distance, with Natasha standing on the roof. She shot arrows from time to time, and her clothes rustled in the strong wind.
Are you ready?
Yi Xian was driving the bus and asked the programmer.
What's good?
The programmer was surprised. Yi Xian murmured,
My bus will explode.
He pressed a button on the car. The bus gradually began to disintegrate, and now many blood beasts were surrounding it.
Walk!
Yi Xian jumped out of the car with the programmer, and Natasha did a backflip and rode on his neck with precision. Boom! With a loud noise, the bus exploded. Hundreds of blood beasts were blown to ashes.
There are experts. There are experts coming to save us. He is the god of war who protects the country?
Many people stood on the roof and were shocked when they saw this scene.
Gu Qing, are you here too?
Yi Xian held a 7-star Long Yuan sword and walked towards Jiaolong City, killing the blood beasts along the way. Natasha sat on his neck, shooting arrows from time to time.
Oh my god! Hurry up! Hurry up and get into town!
The programmers followed behind. But when the critical moment came, they were very timid and had no fighting ability. Chapter 138, first entering no man's land. Yi Xian led them to the city wall. The blood beasts are still attacking the city, and many of them have entered the market. Fortunately, there is no one there. Swish, swish. Natasha shot arrows from time to time, beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. Yi Xian began to massacre unilaterally, and no blood beast was his enemy. 4 hours later, the last blood beast was killed. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief and put away his sword.
Master, thank you for your hard work.
Natasha wiped the sweat from her forehead. The right hand she used to draw the bow trembled from time to time, obviously exerting too much force.
The god of war to protect the country. Thank you for saving us.
Residents gathered around with expressions of gratitude.
Where is the store?
Faced with their enthusiasm, Yi Xian just smiled calmly.
I'll show you the way.
The general who defended the city ran over and found that he had lost an arm. Later, Yi Xian and others followed him to the store and bought enough supplies. Natasha looked strange.
Where is your city lord? He ran away with his wife and daughter when the blood beast first attacked the city.
The general guarding the city let out a long sigh.
This kind of person is so annoying.
Natasha couldn't help but say.
We're going to no man's land. Do you have any suggestions?
Yi Xian doesn't like those. The general guarding the city heard this.
Although it is said to be no man's land, there are more people because treasures can often be found in it. Should it be renamed the inhabited area?
Natasha looked curious.
These people only dare to move around the periphery. There is still no one in the depths of the no man's land because it is too dangerous.
The city guarding general smiled bitterly.
Danger? Tell me.
Yi Xian hugged his shoulders. Soon, he remembered the possible dangers in his mind. The general guarding the city said,
Lord Protector of War, please remember not to go deep into no man's land. I try my best.
Yi Xian took out the map and looked at it, looking for the exact location of the god's ruins. Above this, it seems that the mark is deep in no man's land. After leaving Jialong City, they drove the bus towards no man's land. So nervous, Natasha held the bow and arrow tightly.
There's nothing to be nervous about. I'm not nervous at all.
The programmer was lying on his seat, looking relaxed and content. Hearing this, Natasha showed contempt.
There is a monster behind you. Wah. What?
The programmer stood up suddenly and punched with his backhand. But it only broke the seat. As for the monster? Absolutely not.
You actually lied to me. It's getting more and more unlovable.
The programmer said angrily. Yi Xian frowned. After what he said, it seems that Natasha's character has indeed changed. Gradually, we came to the no man's land, where everything was desolate and lifeless. A roar came.
Stop!
It is a team of adventurers, led by a player. He was holding a coquettish light yellow long sword, wearing light armor, and had a gentle look on his brows.
He is definitely good at flirting with girls.
The programmer's eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but wonder. Without saying a word, Yi Xian drove the bus directly into him. And those people had no time to hide. The bus drove away, and the entire team of adventurers was knocked away. The man holding the light yellow sword gritted his teeth.
As the 5th person in the server, I will take revenge.
He didn't know who was in the car. If he knew it, he would definitely not dare to say anything harsh.
He was not killed.
Yi Xian, who was driving the bus, took a breath. This is the outskirts of no man's land, and there are relatively many people here, all here to hunt for treasures.
Master, should we look for it too?
Natasha asked.
Do you think we lack that thing?
Yi Xian shook his head.
Hurry up and go to the depths. It will be bad if someone finds you in advance.
Programmers are in a hurry. Natasha heard this.
Who else would be interested in those ruins except you?
Her little mouth pouted, as if she was reluctant. Yi Xian rubbed his nose involuntarily.
I helped him, and he helped me. It was mutual help.
The programmer couldn't help but wonder.
What did you do to help? It will only add to the chaos.
Natasha felt deeply that he was a waste.
Besides, you only used a small part of the medicinal materials when refining the medicine. And I saw it. What kind of medicine do you practice?
Yi Xian was puzzled. Natasha replied.
It's an antidote to mind control. He has a lot of raw materials hidden away. Don't try to excuse people's innocence with empty words.
The programmer's face turned red. This time, it is considered as self-inflicted. Yi Xian smiled and shook his head. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the programmer breathed a sigh of relief and sat down in his seat.
I heard that no man's land is huge.
Natasha looked around.
Yeah, but with a car, you can reach the depths in about a day.
Yixian nodded. And just as he was talking, the whole car began to shake like an earthquake. What did the programmer think of?
Underground. There are monsters underground. Shadow Demon King.
Yixian releases the Shadow Demon King. At the same time, a huge worm-shaped monster sprang out of the ground and blocked the way of the passenger bus. Monster, Natasha opened the sunroof, jumped on the roof of the car, and fired arrows frequently.
Whoosh! Swish! Swish! Boom!
Arrows flew out one after another, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. However, the monster only suffered a slight superficial wound, but became angry because of it. It used its huge body to press towards the passenger car. Yixian couldn't help but said,
"Get away!"
Natasha jumped out of the car to dodge, and the entire bus was crushed by the monster, flattening it a little.
What a scary monster! The bus actually deformed.
The programmer broke into cold sweat on his forehead.
You are a vampire anyway. Can you be more domineering?
Yixian frowned.
What happened to the vampire?
The programmer murmured softly. He should be cowardly. Yixian drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword, dispersed the bus and slashed at it.
What a thick skin!
The monster's skin cannot be penetrated with a sword, which shows how thick it is. Bang bang. The monster was slashed and jumped around, jumping to other places, and then trying to escape through the ground. Huh, the programmer breathed a sigh of relief.
Boom!
The monster jumped up and smashed into the ground, splashing some stones. Before the programmer could react, he was hit in the forehead by a stone and fainted. Yixian completely eliminated the monster and then walked over.
It's unlucky for people to have cold water stuck in their teeth.
The programmer was lying on his back and fainted on the ground. It was already dark, so it was best to camp on the spot.
I'm keeping watch.
Natasha volunteered.
You're not needed. Just let him come.
Yixian summoned the patrol robot.
It's a robot again.
Natasha bit her lower lip. Yixian then sorted out 3 sets of bedding, settled the programmers and looked at the sky. The sky is clear, and the vast starry sky is many times more beautiful than on Earth. Natasha suddenly held his hand.
Master, I will always accompany you. Forever. Me too.
Yixian looked doting on his face, and then got into his bed to sleep. Chapter 139 Temporary Trade City.
Dear Davari, let's act quickly. Are you having a seizure?
Yixian woke up rubbing his eyes, and found that the programmer was tidying up the bedding, as if he was possessed. Natasha lay in his arms.
I want to sleep for a while longer.
It's 5 o'clock in the morning, and the sun hasn't even gone to work yet.
What are you waiting for? Beautiful construction requires our struggle.
The programmer came over and pulled off the quilt. Yixian was surprised, raised his hand, and pressed his forehead, and found that he had no fever. Is it possible? Were you knocked unconscious by the rock splashed by the monster yesterday?
Master, he has become so strange.
Natasha lay on the ground, opened her hands, and wanted to be picked up.
Let's observe it for a while first.
Yixian ignored her, let his favorability level go crazy, and let go of the bus. Natasha got up from the ground, unhappiness written all over her face. They get in the car, and the programmer follows, wiping away with a rag that comes from who knows where. Yixian started the bus.
Stop working. These are new and don't need to be wiped. Just because it's new, it needs to be wiped. Don't you buy a cup and drink it directly without scalding it with hot water?
The programmer asked back, emphasizing that she was totally an old woman. This gave Yixian a headache. Really stupid. He tried to ask.
Do you remember the ruins of the gods? Dear Davari, of course I know. That is the first place we want to build.
The programmer nodded and changed back.
Where is the construction place?
Yixian frowned.
Building a channel connecting the 2 worlds and generating trade will make the world a better place.
The programmer nodded again. Yixian remembered that he just wanted to return to Earth along the way, and sighed.
It's over. I'm completely stupid. Master, look. There is a city ahead.
Natasha said.
How could it really exist?
Yixian looked over and found that it was a temporary trading city, because there are many people who come to the outskirts of the no man's land to hunt for treasures, and the treasures they find always have to be sold. A trade city was spontaneously established, used to get rid of treasures. However, because there is a mixed bag of fish and dragons, there are many people selling fake treasures.
That city looks like it needs our help.
The programmer's eyes were filled with light, and he seemed to have become a righteous man again. Yixian was helpless.
How did you tell? This is intuition. The intuition of justice.
The programmer patted his chest and involuntarily revealed the teeth in his mouth that symbolized vampires.
Okay. Just go over and see if there is a doctor who can treat your brain.
Yi Xian let out a long breath. Arriving outside the trade city, I got off the car and entered the city, and was instantly surrounded by several vendors.
A few adults are here to see the goods. I have some fine jade materials here. What does jade mean? These are all top-notch equipment. Bah! Top-notch equipment? Don't get me wrong. We are not here to buy anything,
Natasha explained.
TCH. It's a waste of time. Tell me earlier.
The expressions of the vendors instantly changed, and they dispersed. When Natasha saw this, her face was full of astonishment. How could she change her face faster than flipping through a book?
Hello. Is there a doctor in the city?
Yi Xian raised his hand to a passerby.
Who are you? Who am I to tell you how many people to bring here?
The passersby were originally very irritable. But when Yi Xian took out a gold coin, their expressions changed. Most of the people who come here for money. As long as they have money, they can compromise on almost anything. Yi Xian gave the gold coins.
Lead the way.
Soon, they arrived outside a medical clinic.
Dear Davari, I will take the first step.
The programmer turned around and wanted to run.
Stop.
Yi Xian took out the rope and threw it back.
Oh my god.
The programmer's leg got tangled in the rope, and he fell to the ground. A man walked out of the medical center.
Who is making a noise outside? I'm really sorry. I'm a patient.
Yi Xian handed over his hands and tied the programmer with a rope.
I'm the doctor?
The man looked strange. Kidnap the patient?
My friend has suffered brain trauma, and there is something wrong. Please take a look at it.
Yi Xian pointed to the programmer in his hand. The doctor nodded.
Come in.
Entering the hospital, Natasha looked around curiously. The air was filled with the fragrance of medicine.
Although I am dead, I am still the overlord of Western Chu.
The programmer roared fiercely, looking extremely energetic. However, didn't even break free of the rope. Yi Xian put him on the hospital bed according to the doctor's instructions, and then waited quietly.
Your friend's brain has been severely damaged and the problem is serious, causing memory disorders.
The doctor looked solemn after an examination.
No one knows medical skills better than me. I'm not sick. Trust me.
The programmer dangled his hands, trying to muddle through. Yi Xian rubbed his eyebrows helplessly.
How to treat it? I have all the treatment methods, including the necessary herbs. Right here.
The doctor's eyes wandered as he thought about how much money he should charge. Yi Xian directly gave him a small bag.
If you stay, I guarantee it will be ready within 7 days.
The doctor opened the bag and found at least 1,000 gold coins inside.
Fine.
Yi Xian shrugged and left with Natasha. When the programmer saw this, he said,
Come back quickly and take me with you.
He howled loudly, but because he was tied with a rope, he couldn't escape at all. Street. Yi Xian and Natasha were walking with various vendors on both sides.
Take a look. Take a look. I don't need much of this powerful pill. It's 80,000. Excellent antiquities. They all seem to be very powerful.
Natasha looked around.
This should be an antique street, selling all antiques,
Yi Xian said, and discovered something interesting. The system can actually tell whether something is genuine or fake. Dolly pill, fake. Millennium ceramic jar, fake.
It's interesting.
Yi Xianzheng was very interested. And suddenly a group of people came towards him.
Look! We must find the person who hit us with his car!
It is fifth in the entire server. He brought a large group of people with him. And they were indignant. According to gossip, someone saw the bus outside the city, and people entered the city. Yi Xian walked over.
Are you looking for me? No. No.
The fifth person in the whole server was furious at first. But when he saw his legs weakened, he almost knelt down.
The owner hit you with his car,
Natasha explained.
Why? How could that happen? Stop joking.
Cold sweat broke out on the fifth person's forehead, trying to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Natasha tilted her head.
I didn't lie to you. Are you here for revenge? I'll be with you anytime.
Yi Xian slowly drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword. The fifth person in the server turned pale with fright, and ran away with others, not daring to stay at all.
Boss, why are we running?
When he stopped, the younger brother behind him looked puzzled.
If you don't run away and wait for death. Do you know who he is? He is the number 1 in the entire server at almost level 300. Isn't the full level 120? The devil knows.
The fifth person in the whole server sighed, and prepared to find another way to take revenge. Chapter 140 I Am Not a Devil. Yi Xian took Natasha walking on the street for a few hours, when a person came running from a distance. It was actually the doctor.
The patient is the patient. What's up with him?
Yi Xian couldn't help but ask.
Taken away by robbers,
the doctor replied. Programmer is. Natasha covered her mouth in surprise. Yi Xian frowned.
Do you know who the robber is? I know. He dressed in fancy clothes and said something weird about being fifth in the server and wanting revenge,
the doctor replied.
It's that guy.
Yi Xian recalled the person he had just met.
Master, let's go find him quickly. Shall we?
Natasha tried to ask. Yi Xian nodded.
Come up.
Natasha jumped up and stood on his shoulders.
This is?
The doctor looked a little stupid and thought he was performing acrobatics. Yi Xian started running around the streets.
Pay attention and notify me immediately if you find anything.
Natasha, who was standing on his shoulder, nodded vigorously. In this way, they ran all over the city. But there was still no news about the programmer.
It's strange. Since the guy wants revenge, why didn't he leave an address?
Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Natasha was exhausted. Simply ride on his neck. Close your eyes and rest.
Thanks a lot,
Yi Xian said and found the herbal tea shop. There was a player inside who was looking directly at him, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to come over. Yi Xian walked straight in.
Welcome. Our store not only has herbal tea, but also all kinds of tea.
The waiter greeted him.
We don't drink tea,
Natasha said. The waiter's expression changed instantly.
You don't want to drink tea? Then what are you doing here? Making trouble?
The surrounding employees gathered around him, looking like they were about to fight.
Anything.
Yi Xian casually handed out 2 copper coins and then walked up to the player.
Hello. Hello.
The player swallowed his foam. His eyes filled with horror.
I'm not a devil, so I wouldn't be scared like this. Right.
Yi Xian raised his hand to help him straighten his collar. The player's forehead broke out in cold sweat.
Thank you. Do you know where the fifth one is in the whole server? He asked me to come to you. It's none of my business. I just sent a message. Tell me the location.
Yi Xian got the specific location, which was on the edge of a cliff outside the city. He took Natasha all the way out of the city. At this time, on the edge of the cliff,
Abba.
The programmer was tied up and hung in the air. As long as the rope was cut, he would fall off the cliff.
Boss, can you do it? I am number 1 in the server.
There was a trembling voice on the cliff. The 5th in the server snorted.
What's wrong with the 1st in the server? Isn't it just a higher level?
His people are all here. More than 30 of them. But
what?
The 5th person in the whole server looked at him coldly. The man immediately shut up and said nothing more. At this moment, a man came from afar, with a girl sitting on his shoulders. It was Yi Xian and others.
He's coming! He's coming! He's coming with Loli!
Despite being suspended in the air, the programmer is still dishonest. This left people present speechless. Yi Xian said loudly.
You said it was not good to kidnap anyone, but you kidnapped this fool. My pleasure.
The 5th person in the whole server couldn't help shouting. He learned through the grapevine that the programmer was the one accompanying them. So he managed to kidnap him, but didn't think about it. What a fool. Yi Xian slowly walked over and drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword.
He drew his sword. Boss, what should I do?
The 5th person in the whole server immediately said.
Don't come over. Otherwise, I will cut off this rope and let your people fall off the cliff.
Whoosh. Just as he was talking, an arrow shot out, accurately breaking the rope.
Forehead?
The 5th level people in the entire server looked at each other, with more than 30 faces confused.
Go! Shadow Demon King.
Yi Xian released the Shadow Demon King. He was the one who ordered Natasha to shoot the arrow just now, because there was no need to delay.
The baby is going to be thrown to death.
As he fell to the bottom of the cliff, the programmer let out a shrill howl, and the sound spread far and wide. The Shadow Demon King chased after him like a ghost.
Return the baby. Boss, what should we do now?
The 5th person in the whole server was just stunned when faced with the questioning from his younger brother.
I'm not a devil. In fact, I don't have to kill you.
Yi Xian walked over.
That's great. Life is more important than anything else. But?
Yi Xian said fiercely, letting those people take a breath.
The master is good or bad?
Natasha snickered. Yi Xian glanced at those people.
You must hand over everything on your body, including what's in your backpack.
What?
This? Absolutely impossible. The fifth player on the server was about to give in. But he was determined after hearing this. Then don't blame me for being cruel. Yixian twisted his neck and slowly walked towards them. Suddenly someone said, Boss, we still have to explore the map. If you die here, you have to go back and be resurrected. It will take a few days to come back. The fifth player in the whole server is gritting his teeth and having a hard time making a decision. Indeed, equipment is important, but you can buy it again. But if you die, it will take a few days to come back. I'll give you 3 seconds. Yixian was calm and even breathed a sigh of relief. I promise you. The fifth person on the server let out a long sigh. Yixian chuckled. Smart. He covered Natasha's eyes. After a while, there was an extra treasure on the floor, and all those people took off was a pair of underwear. Then we'll leave first. The fifth person in the whole server took people away. Yixian put all the treasures in his backpack and calculated that they should be worth 1,000,000 gold coins. Especially the fifth sword in the server. It looks very coquettish. And after using the system to explore it, it is actually worth a full 800,000 gold coins. Master, I doubt they will come for revenge. Natasha hesitated a little. With that guy's carefulness. Why haven't they come up yet? Yixian whispered softly and came to the edge of the cliff. He shouted inside. Are you still alive? Echoes echoed. Hee. After a long time, there was a sound. Whoosh. The Shadow Demon King carried the programmer on his back and ran out of the cliff. He seems to be even more stupid. Why did you come up here? Yixian took over the programmer. Shadow Demon King replied. There are a lot of treasures down there. I took a walk around them. Baby, they are all external things. Don't be greedy. Remember. Programmers are suddenly filled with Buddha nature. Let's go down and take a look. Yixian didn't bother to say anything more and just threw him down. My biological mother! The programmer let out a shrill roar. Yixian jumped down with Natasha in his arms. Shadow Demon King! Here I am! The Shadow Demon King instantly grew bigger, carried the 3 of them behind him, and then slowly flew towards the bottom of the cliff. A lot of skeletons. Yixian glanced around. They are all human skeletons. How many people have died here? Natasha covered her mouth. I saw that the bottom of the cliff was full of bones, mixed with various treasures. Chapter 141 Ruins. Yixian and others fell to the bottom of the cliff. Shadow Demon King guessed. This may have been an ancient battlefield. Would you carry so many things with your soldiers when you go to war? Yixian squatted down and picked up a dusty gold coin. It seems it's been there for years. Then why are there so many corpses? Shadow Demon King was puzzled. Let's go up quickly. This is not a good place. The programmer suddenly said, his face full of ferocity and his voice hoarse, like a monster in a horror movie. Natasha was frightened and took half a step back. Yixian frowned. It's a pity that this walking encyclopedia is crazy. Otherwise, at least you can know where this place is. He took out the map to check and found that the cliff was not marked on it at all. Hack! 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 The Shadow Demon King suddenly let out a shrill cry. What's wrong? Yixian looked over. I don't know why. I can't fly. The Shadow Demon replied. For a moment, everyone looked at each other. Can't fly? How to go back? Natasha thought for a while. It doesn't matter. The master can summon flying monsters. That's called a plane. Yixian shook his head and said, not in a hurry to go up, but took the lead in searching at the bottom of the cliff. Don't move. Shadow Demon King led the programmer away with a look of disgust on his face. Master, I'm a little scared. Natasha's pupils trembled slightly as she took out her bow and arrow. It's very dark here. The visibility is very low, and coupled with the thick bones, it gives people a very bad feeling. Yixian raised his hand and held her waist. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Snapped. Suddenly, there was a sound from the side. Yixian took out a flashlight and shined it, but only saw a few bones that had dried. It should be a mouse. Right. Shadow Demon King guessed. There must be good treasures in this weird place. Let's go deep and look for it. Yixian exhaled and continued to lead the way. Suddenly the programmer yells. Stop! Going crazy again? Yixian was startled and looked over with a frown. Why are we here? The programmer squatted down, picked up a bone and looked at it. Are you back to normal? Yixian tried to ask. The programmer looked surprised. When did I become abnormal? Forget it. Do you know where this place is?
Yi Xian shook his head helplessly.
Of course I know. This is a ruins.
After the programmer finished speaking, the expression on his face gradually changed, and he became crazy again.
Can't you wait a while before going crazy?
The Shadow Demon King was so angry that he almost attacked directly. Yi Xian looked into the depths.
At least we know where this place is.
Remains. Usually buildings from a long time ago are called this. Could it be the relics of gods? Judging from the bones on the ground that were no more than a few decades old, they were probably the last batch of people who came here and died for unknown reasons. This means this place is not safe. Bang bang. The ground trembled, and the sound of footsteps came from a distance.
Master?
Natasha was ready for battle.
I want to go home.
The programmer instantly became sad. The Shadow Demon King saw this.
Cry. 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 Just know how to cry.
Just as he was talking, a monster came into view. It's actually a monkey. He is 8 feet tall, holds a long metal stick in his hand, and wears a golden hoop on his head. He is 90% similar to the legendary Monkey King.
Who are you?
Yi Xian frowned.
I'm here. Sun Wudy.
Monkey snorted coldly. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not Sun Wukong. Otherwise, it would be difficult to win.
You who broke into my master's territory must die as an apology.
Sun Wudy disappeared in an instant, appeared in front of him, and thrust out the long metal stick in his hand. Poof! At the critical moment, Yi Xian turned around to protect Natasha in his arms, but was stabbed in the back, spitting out hot blood.
Owner!
Tears could not stop falling from the corners of Natasha's eyes. Sun Wudy saw this.
It's so touching.
I'll send you to H.L. together.
He hit the stick with his backhand again.
Asshole.
The Shadow Demon King rushed over and enveloped Sun Wudy in his body, interrupting his attack.
Whoosh.
Natasha's eyes were red. She supported Yi Xian and shot an arrow full of anger. Accurate hit. However, the place where Sun Wudy was hit turned into stone, blocking the blow.
It hurt so much.
Yi Xian was panting and was in so much pain that he couldn't stand up for a while. Suddenly, he was bitten by the little golden dragon in his arms, and the wounds on his body receded instantly. Yi Xian moved. He rushed out in an instant, drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword with his backhand, and struck Sun Wudy on the head.
Ah!
Sun Wudy roared. His head turned into stone, and he blocked the sword.
Is this all you have? Do you have a mother?
Yi Xian took half a step back. Sun Wudy was stunned.
Huh? Do you have a mother? There is no such thing as a rock. Then your mother will explode. Grass.
Sun Wudy found out that he was being tricked. He was furious and rushed over, thrusting a long stick through the air. Yi Xian was not to be outdone.
But Jiquin.
The fists and sticks collided, and powerful energy aftermath spread out in all directions. The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, and the surrounding skeletons were blown away. Even Natasha and the others had to retreat.
Somewhat capable.
Sun Wudy took a few steps back and wiped the sweat from his forehead.
Not only am I capable, I can also kill you.
Yi Xian held a sword in his right hand and a fist in his left hand.
Make him angry. Otherwise, we won't be able to effectively harm him.
The programmer suddenly yelled and returned to normal. But temporarily. Yi Xian nodded.
Monkey, I'll give you some peaches.
He took out a peach from his backpack and threw it over.
I'm not a monkey. My name is Sun Wudy.
Sun Wudy's mouth twitched again and again, and he rushed over in anger and started fighting again. Yi Xian parried frequently, found the right moment, and swung his sword. Sun Wudy was hit in the chest, and a wound more than 20 centimeters long appeared instantly,
tangled with vines.
Natasha shot an arrow. The arrow hit, and Sun Wudy was entangled in vines growing from the ground. Yi Xian stabbed his sword between his eyebrows. Sun Wudy roared angrily. His whole head turned into stone, and blocked the attack with a ding sound. Yi Xian frowned.
You have to do it when he is angry. Shadow Demon King. Do you have a way to make him angry? Monkey. Actually, I got you because I did some indescribable things to the stone. Call me Daddy.
Shadow Demon King said immediately.
Your uncle.
Sun Wudy rushed over instantly and stabbed him randomly.
Can't hit, can't hit.
The Shadow Demon King was motionless, and physical attacks had no effect on him. Sun Wudy became more and more angry because of this, and in the end, he kicked his legs and fainted from the anger. Yi Xian shook his head.
With such a low endurance, he can guard the master's tomb for so many years. He seems very loyal. When master dies, I will always guard him, Natasha said immediately. I thank you.
Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
I'm sorry, but the master won't die. The master won't die.
Only then did Natasha realize something was wrong, and her face turned red. Chapter 142 Maze.
What should I do with this guy?
Kill him? The Shadow Demon King guards Sun Wuti. Yi Xian walked over.
Catch it for now, and make other plans.
He took out a strong rope and tied it up. Then everyone moved on. The programmer is stupid again. The Shadow Demon King took him and Sun Wuti respectively, like the Sha monk in Journey to the West, responsible for carrying the luggage. When it goes deep enough, the surrounding area becomes darker and darker, as if something is swallowing.
Take one each of you.
Yi Xian took out several flashlights. Everyone looked at different directions, and the lights suddenly became brighter.
I always have a bad feeling.
The Shadow Demon King's voice was heavy. Just as he was talking,
everyone paused. There was an ancient door in front of them, which should lead to the ruins. There are corpses all around, and many people died here.
Master, I'll go over and check it out,
Natasha volunteered. Yi Xian shook his head, picked up a stone and threw it.
Bah!
The stone hit the door, but nothing happened.
Let's go in.
Yi Xian took the lead and walked there. At this moment, Sun Wuti woke up.
Damn it! Let me go!
He easily broke free of the rope that bound him.
Master, what should I do?
Natasha's eyes narrowed slightly.
Let it go!
Yi Xian replied casually, with no intention of fighting.
Who let whom go?
Sun Wuti was furious and attacked the Shadow Demon King frantically. But to no avail. Yi Xian put his hands behind his back.
You just fainted. If we had killed you, you would have been dead long ago.
This? Sun Wuti stopped moving.
If you have any conscience, don't stop us.
The Shadow Demon King followed suit and continued.
You can say that we are your reborn parents. Rebirth parents?
Sun Wuti felt more and more that something was wrong. But he couldn't explain it. He turned to snort coldly.
I'll make an exception and let you in. You won't be able to come out alive anyway.
Yi Xian still wanted to ask something. But Sun Wuti had already gone away, and soon disappeared.
From what he said, it sounds like there's danger inside.
The Shadow Demon King was a little worried.
If you don't enter the tiger's den, you won't get the tiger's cub. If you want a good baby, you can't avoid danger.
Yi Xian pursed his lips. At worst, when there is danger, just withdraw and escape by plane.
Natasha will always follow her master.
Natasha looked determined. Everyone walked into the ruins. The crazy programmer yelled,
I don't want to go in, and I won't follow you.
However, his words had no effect. Within the ruins, what you see is a long corridor, leading to nowhere. Yi Xian and others walked slowly, and the sound of footsteps echoed everywhere. Very clear, Shadow Demon King said.
There must be something wrong. A mechanism? A hidden weapon?
The more he talked, the more unsure he became. Whoosh! Natasha suddenly turned around and fired a sword.
Ah!
A scream came, and the little paper man was nailed to the wall by arrows.
Why are you still following?
Yi Xian walked over and pulled out the arrow. The little paper man snorted coldly.
Whoever follows you, I will come here to find the treasure. You know there's a treasure in there?
Shadow Demon King asked.
Of course. I even know what kind of treasure it is.
The little paper man touched the place on his body that was pierced by the arrow, looking pitiful.
You liar!
Natasha stared at him and pouted. The little paper man thought to himself.
You want to kill me? Right. Please do it.
After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and seemed to have resigned himself to his fate. Yi Xian shrugged and continued on his way with the others.
The
little paper man opened his eyes after a long time. Why not kill yourself? What exactly is? Why? He chased after him.
Hey! Kill me! This is the first time I've seen such a mean request.
Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He held the little paper man in his hand and threw it elsewhere.
Hey! Let me die!
The little paper man flew over again.
Let me help you.
Natasha took out an arrow and held it in her hand. Yi Xian raised his hand to stop.
Little paper man, our time is limited, and we don't have time to mess around with you. You just know how to pretend to be a good person. Let's see how long you can pretend.
The little paper man flew away angrily, leaving the ruins all the way, and found that there were many blood beasts at the bottom of the cliff. Yi Xian, who was in the ruins, knew nothing about it. He muttered,
I don't know if this is the ruins of a god. Probably not. How could the ruins of gods be so crude? That monkey is also said to be his master's territory,
Shadow Demon King said. He paused and looked stunned.
Then we will have to face his master later?
This is tantamount to great bad news. The pets are already so strong. What will happen to their owners?
Still angry?
Yi Xian asked suddenly. Beside him, Natasha's mouth was gagged. She lowered her head when she heard the words and remained silent.
I know you hate the little paper man, but he is not bad at heart.
Yi Xian shrugged. These are messages received from programmers. Similar to rebellious children.
He is just a bad guy. As bad as Gu Qing.
As Natasha was talking, bursts of roars came from behind. Yi Xian looked at it and frowned.
How could it be? One-armed giant ape.
The Shadow Demon King was extremely shocked. I saw the one-armed giant ape breaking into the ruins. And a light rain and fog filled the air instantly. Natasha sniffed it with her nose.
There is a faint smell of bloodstone. This is really bad news.
Yi Xian led them and ran towards the end of the corridor. The one-armed giant ape let out a shrill roar and chased after him.
Why is he so fast?
Yi Xian frowned and found that the distance was being shortened rapidly.
Master, put me away and use teleportation.
The Shadow Demon knew the situation was urgent. If you were caught by the one-armed giant ape in such a small place, you would definitely die. Yi Xian put him into his pet pocket, picked up Natasha with one hand, and grabbed the programmer with the other hand to release the teleportation. In an instant, they walked through the corridor, and their eyes suddenly opened up.
Maze?
Yi Xian frowned. In front of him was an underground maze with 3 forked roads. It was unclear where it led. The one-armed giant ape behind him was getting closer and closer. He knew he couldn't drag him down, so he led people through the leftmost passage.
No problem.
As they went deeper, the sounds behind them gradually became smaller, and it seemed that the one-armed giant ape had taken another path.
It seems that I haven't caught up.
Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. The programmer suddenly choked up and said,
Some people die when they are 8 years old and are buried when they are 80 years old. But my heart no longer hurts. As if they were dead.
Yi Xian struck with a knife. The programmer was knocked unconscious and finally became quiet. Owner, Natasha whispered. They came to a fork in the road again, with 2 paths to the left and right.
You should be able to get out if you keep walking to the left.
Yi Xian led Natasha towards the passage on the left. But just after taking 2 steps, the situation suddenly changed. The ground cracked inch by inch, and they fell into the ground. There were 1-meter-long steel needles scattered underneath, shining strangely in the darkness. Chapter 143: The Huge Underground Space. Yi Xian carried the programmer on his back, held Natasha tightly in his arms, and summoned a boulder under his feet.
Are we still alive?
Natasha was covered in sweat, and her eyes showed confusion. Yi Xian responded,
Of course he is alive.
There were sharp spikes everywhere, and they stood firmly on the summoned boulders. He summoned the flying shoes, put them on, and flew Natasha and the programmer to the edge of the pit. Still feeling scared.
This maze is so dangerous.
Natasha wiped the cold sweat from her forehead.
Maybe you will be punished if you go the wrong way. You have to find another way.
Yi Xian pursed his lips. They returned the same way and took another passage, and were safe along the way.
Master is on the wrong track again.
Natasha stopped abruptly. This time it's even more ruthless. With 4 different paths. Yi Xian pondered for a while, then suddenly smiled.
Isn't it just a maze?
He summoned 4 robots and sent them out to explore the road. Warn. Boom. Soon, 3 of the 4 robots were broken, and there was no doubt which path was the right one. Using this method, Yi Xian easily led Natasha to the exit.
I've been waiting for you for a long time,
came a voice. You? Yi Xian looked towards the exit and found Gu Qing playing the guitar leisurely. Natasha raised her eyebrows.
Why are you here? You didn't open this ruins.
So why can't I be here?
Gu Qing said, crossing the exit. Yi Xian followed closely with Natasha.
Is this a martial arts arena? There are many soldiers.
Coming to another area. Natasha looked forward. There is no way to go deeper. It seems to be the end.
To be precise, it's a martial arts arena used for burials. These are the soldiers who were buried with them.
Gu Qing walked up to a soldier and kicked him. The soldier's body, which was leaning against the support of the armor, suddenly collapsed, picking up bursts of flying smoke. Because time has passed and only ashes remain. Natasha bit her lower lip.
What is your conspiracy? You are here to hunt for treasures. Can't I come to hunt for treasures?
Gu Qing walked to the martial arts field and began to play the guitar hard, as if he was performing for the soldiers. Madman. Natasha still had her bow and arrows fully drawn, ready to fight at any time. Kaka. A strange sound suddenly came. The wall next to it rose up, with skeleton monsters wailing in it. Natasha shot an arrow in that direction. Whoosh. With a precise hit, all the monsters gathered together were killed. Gu Qing is still playing the guitar. The surrounding walls rose up one after another, and Natasha followed suit, killing all the monsters. When the wall no longer rose, Gu Qing jumped off the stage. Thank you for your hard work. Hateful. Natasha bit her lower lip knowing she was being taken advantage of. Gu Qing walked ahead on his own. Yi Xian hesitated a little and followed closely. Gu Qing played the piano and walked to a wall that had just been raised. He hesitated for a moment and then walked in. The dark passage leads nowhere. Natasha asked, "Do you know the right way?" There are many walls that have been raised just now, so there are many more passages. But there is only one correct way. The right way? I won't take it casually. Gu Qing still looks like a ghost. Crazy and crazy. You can follow the road at will. Just like life. You will reach a fork in the road before you know it. And you can't turn back. The programmer didn't know when he had woken up. Yi Xian made a backhand strike with his knife. The programmer was knocked unconscious. Looks like you're lucky. Gu Qing suddenly stopped and saw a door in front of him. He raised his hand to push away, and a hidden arrow shot directly, hitting him between the eyebrows. Natasha saw this. Are you dead? I let you down. Gu Qing took off the arrow that had only sunk a little into his forehead and threw it away. Sooner or later the giant one-armed ape will eat you. Natasha hummed. Ha ha. Gu Qing burst out laughing. This was indeed a joke. He stepped through the door, took out the gun he had obtained earlier, turned around and pulled the trigger. Boom. Hot bullets flew out of the gun. Yi Xian instantly drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword and blocked the bullet. Natasha frowned. Master. He ran away. There was no trace of Gu Qing anywhere, and it was so dark behind the door that nothing could be seen. Roar. The voice of the one-armed giant ape came from far behind. Master. What should I do? Natasha turned around and found that the one-armed giant ape was rushing towards this direction. Its eyes red. What else can I do? Yi Xian carried the programmer on his back and led her through the door. Strange to say, when they crossed the door, the one-armed giant ape suddenly stopped being in a hurry and switched from running to walking. Natasha murmured softly, I feel like I'm being teased. It's dark here. Follow me closely and don't get lost. Yi Xian summoned a nuclear flashlight and discovered that this was a very large underground space with no end in sight. Yeah. Natasha nodded vigorously. When will Mingyu come? Ask the sky for wine. I don't know the palace in the sky. Just look at your watch. The programmer suddenly woke up, jumped off Yi Xian's back, ran into the distance, and soon disappeared. Yi Xian was stunned for a few seconds before taking Natasha and teleporting there. But there is no trace of programmers at all. Natasha looked around. It's so dangerous here. And he's crazy again. If we don't find him back soon, the consequences could be disastrous. What kind of place is this? Yi Xian pursed his lips and started walking with her. 3 minutes later, a treasure box came into view in front of him. It was not a golden treasure box, but black. Black treasure chest? Natasha looked puzzled. Everything in this kind of treasure chest is cursed, but it's very powerful. Yi Xian went over and put the entire box into his backpack. A voice came from behind. Roar. It's a one-armed giant ape. It doesn't matter. He can't come in. Yi Xian shined a flashlight and found that the one-armed giant ape was stuck outside because the door was too small. Then we can't get out either? Natasha looked confused. No. There should be other ways out. Yi Xian shook his head. No better. You can also use long-range attacks to consume the one-armed giant ape, which will always consume it to death. The most important question now is how to leave this huge underground space, and where is the exit? Natasha suddenly said, Master, look, it's the programmer's hair. Let's go that way. Yi Xian looked over and found a bunch of white hair, arranged into an arrow pointing north. The programmer actually left a clue. Could it be that he is pretending to be crazy? They walked all the way north, and soon they both stopped, looking at the bloody figures on the ground with astonishment on their faces. Programmer? Natasha walked over quickly, her voice trembling. Chapter 144 Sacrifice Room. The programmer lay there quietly, uncertain whether he was alive or dead. Yi Xian walked over quickly.
Powerful healing technique.
The programmer took a deep breath and sat up, with panic written on his face. He almost died in the West.
Very good.
The sadness on Natasha's face gradually faded.
Where are we?
The programmer grinned in pain, and there were still many injuries on his body.
Powerful healing technique.
Yi Xian treated him again. Natasha replied,
I don't know what the relic is. Why are we here?
The programmer squatted down and groped on the ground, his face full of solemnity, as if he had encountered a problem. Yi Xian informed the cause and effect.
You are confused. This is not a ruin. It is clearly a tomb.
The programmer sighed.
Grave?
Natasha was startled. The programmer nodded and said,
Judging from the maze and martial arts field you mentioned, this is most likely the general's tomb. Can you tell which general it is?
Yi Xian asked.
I don't know who it is, but if it can take the stone monkey as its pet, it must be quite strong.
The programmer muttered softly.
Aren't you crazy?
Yi Xian turned around and asked again. He was suddenly bitten by the little golden dragon in his arms. The programmer yelled,
Be careful. Behind you.
Yi Xian threw out a sword with his backhand, only to hear a shrill scream, accompanied by hot blood.
Monster.
Natasha and the programmer backed away. It was a snake-like monster that looked like a woman, but had no bones in its body.
It's a bit disgusting.
Yi Xian frowned and struck a few more swords in succession.
Ah!
The monster was quickly hacked to death. The pitiful screams spread throughout the space, and blood flowed all over the floor. The screams attracted a team. The leader turned out to be the fifth in the server.
Why are you here?
He was wounded and his face was full of terror.
I should ask you this. How did you get in?
Yi Xian was surprised.
We were caught by a guitar player and thrown in,
answered the fifth player in the server.
Gu Qing.
Yi Xian frowned. Natasha was puzzled.
What exactly does he want to do? I know. He wants to sacrifice us to open the main tomb chamber.
Cold sweat broke out on the programmer's forehead and ran all over his face.
Sacrifice? Main tomb?
The fifth person on the server was puzzled.
To open the main tomb chamber, you need to sacrifice enough blood. And the place we are in is the sacrificial chamber used for sacrifices.
The programmer's voice was heavy, and after he finished speaking, the lights in the whole sacrificial room suddenly turned on.
Yi Xian murmured,
I can finally see clearly.
There are strange patterns painted on the ground, which connects to the central area of the sacrifice room, where there is a high platform. At this time, a person stood on it.
It's Gu Qing. It's over.
The programmer felt something bad, and his face, which was already pale from becoming a vampire, became even paler, like a blank sheet of paper.
Welcome everyone to come to my concert.
Gu Qing opened his hands.
Who wants to listen? You lunatic. Let us out quickly. That is.
The guys who were ranked 5th in the server walked over there and started yelling curses. Gu Qing sneered.
Do you know why I arrested you? Because I hate players the most.
After he finished speaking, he strummed his guitar like crazy. Something seemed to be activated, and the people who had just cursed exploded instantly and turned into plasma, dyeing the lines on the ground red. Very scary. Natasha took a step back involuntarily, with tears in her eyes.
We have to find a way to get out of here.
The 5th player in the server roared.
There is no way. The sacrifice has already begun. No one can escape. I can only try to destroy the sacrifice room, but there is no time.
The programmer said helplessly. People present looked desperate. Only Yi Xian, after discovering that the 7-star Long Yuan sword could not destroy the lines, said,
I have no interest in waiting to die.
He carried Natasha and teleported, appeared on the high platform in an instant, and punched her. Be stronger. Gu Qing was hit on the cheek, but was unscathed.
But Jiquin!
Yi Xian used all his strength and punched again.
Ha ha! You don't really think you can beat me, do you?
Gu Qing laughed loudly, disappeared instantly, and appeared on the other side of the high platform. Natasha, who was held by Yi Xian, shot an arrow instantly.
Go to H.L. It's so rude to open your mouth and talk about death. Your master will hate you if you do this.
Gu Qing raised his hand to hold the flying arrow, and then crushed it hard.
Eh?
Natasha paused.
Don't be swayed by his words,
Yi Xian said, suddenly releasing the door of death. Facing the overwhelming suction force, Gu Qing remained motionless.
You underestimate me.
He strummed the strings. The guys who were ranked 5th in the server exploded instantly, and they didn't even have time to scream. Yi Xian dispersed the door of death and stabbed it with the sword. The two started fighting. The guitar sounds from time to time. Soon, only the programmer and the fifth player in the server were left alive outside the high platform.
Are you desperate? I deliberately left the two of them to be killed last.
Gu Qing had a joking look on his face. Yi Xian's face was expressionless, as if he didn't care.
You're angry. Right. Show it quickly.
Gu Qing scolded angrily. However, Yi Xian's expression remained calm.
Boring.
These two simple words made Gu Qing furious and strumming the guitar crazily. The moment the fifth programmer in the server was about to explode, the red mark on the floor of the sacrifice room faded away. Successful. Natasha breathed a sigh of relief.
What did you do?
Gu Qing seemed puzzled.
It's just stalling for time.
Yi Xian stared at him and pointed back at the programmer. The patterns on the ground have been destroyed, and the sacrifice room can no longer sacrifice people. So it is now like this. The programmer snorted coldly.
I am half a creation god after all. Just a small sacrifice formation.
Although he spoke domineeringly, he almost peed his pants just now.
Papa papa.
Gu Qing suddenly started clapping. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a sneer.
In this case, none of us will be able to enter the main tomb, but you will still have to die.
As he spoke, the one-armed giant ape outside the sacrificial chamber roared, smashed the door open, and rushed in.
Forgot about it.
Yi Xian looked over. He turned to look back at Gu Qing, but there was no trace of him. The speed is so fast. It was obviously just a matter of turning his head. Swish! 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 Natasha quickly shot more than 10 arrows at the one-armed giant ape. Along with the bursts of explosions, the one-armed giant ape was unharmed, and the mist had enveloped the sacrifice room.
We have to find a way out quickly,
the programmer yelled. He was with the fifth player in the server. Yi Xian glanced around.
Where is that guy Gu Qing?
The space is obviously so big, but I can't find it anywhere. It's like I've seen a ghost.
Stop looking for him. Think of a way to deal with the giant ape first.
The programmer shouted that the one-armed giant ape was approaching quickly and was about to come. Chapter 145 Killing the Giant Ape. Roar. The one-armed giant ape is approaching quickly. Yi Xian didn't retreat but advanced and hit a body punch. The sound of the collision echoed throughout the sacrificial chamber. Pain came from his arm, and Yi Xian flew out, almost dislocating his entire arm. The one-armed giant ape finally stopped, with a strange red light flashing in his eyes.
It's not good.
The fifth player in the server screamed strangely. The ground was shaking, and one blood beast after another rushed in from the entrance. Whoosh! Natasha shot an arrow, killing countless blood beasts after the explosion. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly.
Please pay attention to your own safety.
He rushed towards the blood beasts and took out the blood energy beads, trying to see what effect they would have. Slip away. The programmer glanced around and picked a direction to run. The fifth player on the server didn't have time to run, and was surrounded and eaten by many blood beasts, and eventually died.
Boom!
Those blood beasts were killed by the arrows shot by Natasha. Whoosh! Whoosh!
Boom!
Natasha stood on a high platform, shooting arrows from time to time, as inviolable as a defense tower in the game. Yi Xian was also fighting, leading the one-armed giant ape to run while fighting. He discovered that the blood energy beads would directly suck the blood beast to death and turn it into a mummy, and the obtained blood energy would be stored in the beads. The entire sacrificial chamber was in chaos. The programmer was missing, and Yi Xian and the others were fighting the blood beasts. Half an hour later, Yi Xian summoned a big stone to block the entrance, cutting off the blood beast's path, and retreated to Natasha.
Master, I'm almost at my limit.
Natasha's bowing right hand trembled involuntarily. Yi Xian put her on his shoulders.
Leave the rest to me. Shadow Demon King.
The Shadow Demon King was summoned, with reluctance written on his face. They are all blood beasts. What are you calling yourself out for? Get beaten?
You are responsible for containing the one-armed giant ape, and we will deal with the rest.
After Yi Xian finished speaking, he took Natasha away. The Shadow Demon King looked at the one-armed giant ape, who was angry because he couldn't hit anyone, and his heart palpitated.
Master, can this be done?
Natasha has almost lost the ability to fight. Yi Xian used the blood energy beads to kill the blood beast.
Don't worry. It won't be able to delay for a few minutes even if it fails. Don't underestimate me.
The Shadow Demon King found those words very harsh, and said angrily. He rushed towards the one-armed giant ape. 3 minutes later,
The Shadow Demon King was injured and ran around in the sacrifice room. Help! The one-armed giant ape chased after him. Whoosh! An arrow flew and hit the one-armed giant ape, causing a strong explosion. Come back! Yi Xian put away the Shadow Demon King. All the ordinary blood beasts in the sacrifice room had been killed. Roar! When the flying smoke dissipated, the one-armed giant ape roared without any injuries. Natasha bit her lower lip. So strong! Although the arrow just now was shot when he was tired, and the power was a little weaker. It was enough to show that the one-armed giant ape had strong defense. Stealth. As the one-armed giant ape rushed towards him, Yi Xian took Natasha and became invisible. The one-armed giant ape paused, glanced around, and looked in a random direction. Master, it seems we can't defeat him. Natasha's eyes flashed with desolation. There are giant apes inside, and countless blood beasts outside. The current situation is simply terrible. We have this. Yi Xian took out the antidote that had been prepared to relieve Su Daji from mind control. This thing, while it is an antidote, it is also an unparalleled poison. Roar! The hair on the back of the one-armed giant ape stood on end as he looked over fiercely. Being noticed, Yi Xian murmured softly. In this way, his vigilance will be much higher. But Yi Xian didn't care much. Hold me tight. Natasha was still sitting on his shoulders and hugged him gently after hearing the words. Call. Yi Xian released the teleportation and appeared behind the one-armed giant ape. Assassination probability, 0.1%. Sure enough, Yi Xian murmured softly, realizing that the probability of a successful assassination was extremely low. In addition, the blood energy beads are almost ineffective against such a powerful boss, and can only absorb the blood energy after death. Roar! The one-armed giant ape turned around suddenly, as if he noticed something. Natasha said, his belly. Yi Xian looked over and frowned involuntarily. He found traces of stitches, which were particularly eye-catching. Is it possible that the 5 elements pearl didn't explode? Is it because someone ripped open your stomach and took it out? Gu Qing. Yi Xian murmured softly. Who else could do such a thing besides him? In other words, the 5 elements pearl is in Gu Qing's hands? Thinking of this, Yi Xian pursed his lips involuntarily, feeling something bad. Roar! The one-armed giant ape tried to roar. Yi Xian saw the right moment, opened the bottle containing the medicine, and threw it into his mouth. Bingo! Natasha wanted to raise her hands to celebrate, but she was so sore that she couldn't. The one-armed giant ape roared and struggled around, but it only accelerated the spread of poison in the body. Eventually, he collapsed. Yi Xian walked over, took out the blood energy beads, and slowly sucked the body of the one-armed giant ape into a mummy. Well, luckily there is a medicine I developed. How is it? Is it particularly useful? The programmer ran out of nowhere. You are still alive? Yi Xian made a contemptuous gesture. The programmer scratched his head. It's just a little trick that people can't find. He smiled awkwardly, knowing that hiding alone was unjust. But it was too late to care about others. It's a pity that our trip was in vain. Natasha looked at the door leading to the main chamber. Who said that? The programmer led them to the high platform. With a wave of his hand, the lines on the ground lit up again. How did you do it? It's amazing. Natasha was still sitting on Yi Xian's shoulders. The programmer raised his chin. Secret? After he finished speaking, he looked at the blood energy bead in Yi Xian's hand. Opening the tomb requires blood, and the blood in the blood beads can replace it. Give. Yi Xian threw the blood energy bead over. Brother, how dare you throw this away? If it breaks, there's no place to cry. The programmer quickly caught it, but was too anxious and fell down. Stop coming. Hurry up. Yi Xian hugged his shoulders. Natasha looked confused and couldn't understand what they were talking about. The programmer mobilized the blood energy and the blood energy beads into the lines on the ground. And in an instant, there was a surge of blood. Bang! Suddenly, a hot bullet flew towards his eyebrows. Clang! Yi Xian was well prepared and raised the 7-star Long Yuan sword to block the bullet. The programmer's legs trembled, and a strange smell spread. Yi Xian hugged Natasha and backed away. How old are you? And you still wet your pants? I don't want to either. The programmer was on the verge of tears. He was really frightened. The roar came, and the stone blocking the entrance disappeared at some point, and the blood beasts filed in. Master, Natasha wanted to shoot an arrow, but she couldn't lift her hand. Give it to me. Yi Xian released the door of death, and the blood beasts were sucked in one by one. The programmer glanced around and suddenly said, Not good. The entrance to the main tomb has been cracked. Gu Qing didn't know when he was there, but he had already got half of his body inside. Chapter 146. Why bother with you? You guys just take your time and play. Gu Qing raised the gun in his hand and entered the main tomb chamber. The programmer gritted his teeth. Damn it! After working on it for so long, I made a wedding dress for someone else. Let's go in too. Yi Xian led them to rush there, leaving the door of death behind to stop the blood beast. Main burial chamber. There are some glowing night pearls here. Gu Qing has opened the coffin. Inside is the corpse of a male, wearing armor. He has been dead for an unknown number of years. Strange to say, the body was well preserved, as if it had died just yesterday. The programmer yelled, Don't touch the body. Don't you want to live? Goodbye. Gu Qing carried the body on his back. The ring on his hand flashed, and a portal appeared in front of him. He stepped through the portal and left. Quickly! Let's go out through that portal! The programmer was stunned at first, and then yelled. Rumble. The sound of collapse suddenly came. Yi Xian felt something was wrong, and led them towards the portal without stopping for a moment. But as soon as he got closer, the portal disappeared. The programmer yelled. Damn! I got fooled! The ruins seemed to be collapsing. Natasha looked at the small gravel falling from time to time around her, and bit her lower lip. There must be a way out. The programmer gritted his teeth, and was thinking of a way. No! It still can't be pierced. Yi Xian squatted down, and stabbed the ground with a 7-star Longyuan sword. But only some white traces were left. I don't know what kind of materials these buildings are made of. They are indestructible, and very hard. Could it be? Can we just wait here to die? The programmer slapped his head. Yes! Come with me! He took Yi Xian and others to the corner. What are you doing here? Can you get out? Natasha looked confused. Maybe you can leave a body if you die here. The programmer sat down on the spot, already in despair. I'll hack you, uncle. Yi Xian kicked him over and summoned a ceiling. The ruins completely collapsed at this time. The world was dark, and the flashlight had been thrown away long ago. The programmer sighed. Treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Because of the roof, the three of them were not killed and barely survived. Oxygen will soon be insufficient. What should I do? Natasha bit her lower lip. After hearing this, Yi Xian took out several potted plants for oxygen production. You have nothing to do to bring potted plants? The programmer looked surprised. Why? It can't work. Yi Xian glanced over and saw that he actually had a few large trees in good condition in his backpack, which were all dropped from monsters. The corner of the programmer's mouth twitched. Okay, but what about eating, drinking, and diarrhea? The area under the ceiling is only 3 square meters, which can be said to be very small. Hey. Natasha hid behind Yi Xian and stared at the programmer warily, seeming to regard him as a pervert. I'm not interested in watching you eat and drink. The programmer couldn't help but say. There is always a way. Yi Xian rubbed his eyebrows. In the small space of 3 square meters, there was only one flashlight shining, and it flashed from time to time. After a long time, Yi Xian came up with a plan. We actually don't need to be so nervous. Although the material of the building cannot be destroyed, it does not mean that it cannot be moved. What can you do? The programmer asked. Yi Xian summoned a super jack. As the name suggests, it can hit you with anything. Are you Doraemon? Why do you have everything? The programmer looked shocked after learning the effect. First there was a letter transmitter similar to a mobile phone, and now there is this thing. Don't worry about these details. Yi Xian coughed lightly, started the super jack, and gradually reached the ceiling, then continued to push it up. The programmer exclaimed excitedly. It's done! We'll be out soon! Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief and waited quietly. Half an hour later, the super jack lifts what's above out of the ground, and the sun shines through. So high, Natasha looked up. There are at least several hundred meters. Hello, can you hear me? There was a sudden sound from above, followed by a faint sound of guitar. Yi Xian frowned. Gu Qing? How does it feel to get nothing and almost die? Gu Qing was lying directly above him, with his head exposed and a smile on his face. Isn't it because of you? The programmer yelled. Don't be like this. I'm here to help you. Do you know the story about the crow drinking water? Gu Qing stopped playing the guitar, stood up and waved, and several disciples of the Xueyan sect came over, each holding a large bucket filled with water. Yi Xian saw this. This is bad. How do you say that? Turtle in the urn. Gu Qing left, and the disciples poured the water in the vat. When we get up there, We'll kill you. This turtle bastard.
The programmer yelled as the water hit his head.
Don't be afraid.
Yi Xian used his body to block the water falling from the sky for Natasha. The water flow at such a speed was like being fired from a high-pressure gun. And it was very painful when it hit the body. The programmer bared his fangs.
Let the storm come again more violently.
His eyes flashed with red light. Filled with bloodlust. Buckets of water were poured out. Yi Xian and others gradually floated up.
Puff!
The programmer squirted out a large amount of water. As if taking a shower.
Welcome to your breakfast.
A voice suddenly came from above. And the liquid poured changed from water to sulfuric acid.
Hack! If you can, come down and see if I can bite you to death.
The programmer yelled. Yi Xian put away the super jack and summoned the ceiling.
It won't work like this.
Although the ceiling completely blocked the sulfuric acid and not a drop entered. It only treated the symptoms, but not the root cause.
My clothes are all wet.
Natasha was unhappy, and even more helpless about her current situation.
Away! Away! Come up with a way!
The programmer was hammering his head. Suddenly, he had an idea, and a smile appeared on his face.
Full!
After a while, those people from the Xueyan sect had filled the pit with sulfuric acid. The smell was very pungent. One of the disciples said,
Let's leave quickly. The sect master has been gone for a long time. These people died miserably. Whoever you offend, don't offend our sect leader. That's right. What about messing with you?
A voice suddenly came from behind.
How could you guys? Impossible.
People from the Xueyan sect looked over one after another with shock on their faces. That was Yi Xian and others. They should have died in the pothole. But they appeared alive in front of them. The programmer snorted.
Nothing is impossible in front of my wisdom.
He had an idea at that time and thought of using the super jack horizontally to create another passage and come up from another place. In other words, it was like digging a section horizontally into the ground and then digging it up again.
Master! Save us! Master!
The disciples of the Xueyan sect knew their opponents and shouted for help.
I'm afraid your sect master has already run away.
Yi Xian's eyes flashed with cold light, and he waved the sword in his hand. The expressions on the faces of those disciples paused, and they fell to the ground, gradually losing their breath. Chapter 147, Beheaded.
I always have a bad feeling.
The programmer said suddenly. Gu Qing must have something to do with taking away the corpse in the tomb. At least something more important than the one-armed giant ape. Yi Xian put away the 7-star Long Yuan sword without even looking at the corpse on the ground.
As soon as you come, let it go. Shall we keep going deeper?
Natasha asked.
We must find the ruins of the gods as soon as possible.
The programmer nodded. Yi Xian summoned the bus and took them on their way.
Are you really okay?
Natasha stared at the programmer. Yi Xian shrugged.
Don't worry. No matter how crazy he is, he can't be as crazy as Gu Qing. I was hit in the head, causing indirect memory confusion. I will recover after a few days of self-cultivation.
The programmer couldn't help but wonder.
That doctor charged a lot of money at that time.
Natasha suddenly bit her lower lip. I and others took the programmer to see the doctor. And he still spoke eloquently.
He's just a doctor without medical ethics. Fortunately, 1,000 gold coins is nothing to us.
Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Since the road was connected, even Hepping Town can bring him tens of thousands of gold coins every day. Natasha nodded slightly. Suddenly, Yi Xian stepped on the accelerator. And there were many refugees in front of him.
Where are you from?
The programmer opened the window and stuck his head out.
Trading City.
Hey.
Free Trade City? Yes. It has been destroyed by the damn blood beast. I don't know how many people died.
This? Yi Xian and Natasha looked at each other, each frowning. Not long after I and the other talents left, the trade city was destroyed. Obviously by Gu Qing. The programmer gritted his teeth.
That bastard.
Although he doesn't care about the trade city. But in this way, Gu Qing's blood beast will definitely become more powerful.
Get in the car, and we'll try to get you to a safe place.
Yi Xian found out that Natasha wanted to help those people, but was embarrassed to say so.
My master is a great hero.
Natasha smiled, her face filled with happiness. Soon, the refugees got on the bus. 13 people in total, all dressed in ragged clothes. The programmer said,
Do you know where there are other cities nearby? There is also a free trade city in the central area outside the no man's land. It has not been established for a long time. And we plan to go there.
Some people answered timidly.
Tell me the location.
Yi Xian asked. When he got the exact location, he stepped on the accelerator and drove the bus over there.
About half a day's journey.
The programmer looked at the speed of the bus and made a rough calculation. Yixian nodded.
Compared with the route we were originally going to take, it's not too far away, and it's just in time to go over and reorganize.
The clothes on the three of them were dry, but they were mentally exhausted and needed to rest. After all, experienced so much in a short period of time.
I don't know if the human emperor can find the culprit. I heard it's the Blood Hell sect. It's in some rainforest, but it doesn't belong to humans anymore.
The refugees are talking. Half a day passed. When we arrived at the trade city, which was the last remaining trade city in the no man's land, everyone was nervous.
Stop! Who are you?
Facing the speeding bus, several soldiers rushed over.
Ordinary people.
Yixian quickly stepped on the brakes. He hugged Natasha and walked away from the bus. Everyone else, including the programmer, fell flat on their backs before they had time to react. The soldiers came over in surprise.
Where was that strange thing just now? Strange thing? You mean him?
Yixian pretended to be confused and pointed at the programmer.
Forget it. Let's go in. Don't get in the way here,
the soldier said impatiently. There are many refugees coming now, so just make a general check that there are no hostile races.
Call.
The programmer breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he opens his mouth, he will reveal his identity as a vampire and get into trouble. But luckily it wasn't discovered. After entering the city, the refugees left a few words of thanks and left. The programmer snorted coldly.
They say they will repay you in the future, and it is not certain whether they will meet you in the future. You help others and only want to pay back?
Natasha bit her lower lip.
This is my code of conduct. Why should I help if there is no value?
The programmer asked. If you help others ignorantly, you may end up being favored or hated. The so-called value. Just helping the people who deserve to be helped. Snort. Natasha didn't understand that, and snorted angrily. The programmer frowned and looked at Yixian.
Just pamper her. If you don't understand the rules, you will do something wrong sooner or later. Natasha doesn't do that.
Natasha bit her lower lip and took out the bow and arrow.
Want to fight me?
The programmer paused and took out a short knife.
That's enough for you too.
Yixian frowned. Natasha hesitated again and again before sheathing her bow and arrows. The programmer still held the dagger in his hand.
I'm going to find out the news, and I'll come back to you later.
After he finished speaking, he turned and left.
Master, he is so bad.
Natasha said this.
You think he's terrible, but he thinks you're terrible. It's just a different perspective.
Yixian gently stroked her head. Oh. Natasha seemed to understand. She turned to point to a bun shop in the distance.
Master, let's go eat.
Yixian responded, feeling a little hungry. After eating the steamed buns, they found a nice inn, rented 2 rooms, and waited quietly for the programmer.
The weather is so nice today.
Entering one of the guest rooms, Natasha opened the window.
I hope there will be such good weather every day.
Yixian walked over.
Did you hear that the city guards captured a vampire that sneaked in? Oh my god! That vampire is too brave. How is the situation? About to be beheaded. Vampire programmer?
Yixian frowned and asked Natasha to wait in the room. He put on the mask and jumped out. He found the passerby who had just spoken.
Has the vampire been killed? No. It will probably take a few minutes.
The passersby were stunned for a moment, then shook their heads.
Where's the place to be beheaded?
Yixian asked again and gave him a gold coin.
There!
The passerby took the gold coin, looked excited, raised his hand and pointed to the west of the trade city. Yixian ran over there. In the house, Natasha jumped from the window to the roof of the inn, holding a bow and arrow, looking to the west in the distance. It was crowded there. Many people have never seen a vampire and want to come and see the excitement. Execution platform. The programmer's hands and feet were tied, and he knelt on the ground.
What bad luck. Damn vampire. How dare you come to our human territory to cause trouble? Kill him! Kill him!
The people's voice was very loud.
Did I steal your rice? Or your girl? What harm did I do?
The programmer yelled.
The auspicious time has come. Let's send him on his way.
The city lord stepped onto the execution platform and looked at the executioner. Chapter 148. Another blood beast.
Good.
The executioner first showed a simple and honest smile, and then slowly walked towards the programmer, dragging the blunt decapitation knife.
Kill him! Kill him quickly!
The crowd shouted. The executioner walked up to the programmer, raised the knife in his hand, and chopped it off with all his strength. But I heard a voice.
Save someone under the knife!
The executioner stopped quickly. Who? The city lord looked over with a fierce look on his face.
Here! Mask!
Yi Xian leaped over and stood on the flagpole of the execution platform.
It turned out to be him.
Panic flashed in the city lord's eyes. In recent months, there are two most popular people, namely Mask and the protector of war god Yi Xian, both of whom are very powerful. But they don't know that these two are the same person. If you know, I'm afraid I'll go crazy on the spot. Suddenly someone said,
Real mask or fake mask?
There are always people pretending to be masks and deceiving people. So no wonder he raised questions.
Ah!
Yi Xian sneered and released the threat. Thump, thump. Everyone present knelt down. Even the city lord was no exception. Real. He is a real mask.
I'll protect that person.
Yi Xian involuntarily touched the mask he was wearing and pointed at the programmer.
Okay. Okay. Why are you still standing there?
The city lord quickly agreed and said angrily. The executioner looked aggrieved.
City lord. According to human rules, hostile races must be beheaded when entering the city. Snort.
Yi Xian suddenly snorted coldly. The executioner seemed to have fallen into an ice cave. Looking up at him, he felt like he was looking at the legendary god of death. With fear in his eyes. He is so inviolable. And myself. So small. The executioner foamed at the mouth and fainted. People present took a breath and dared not say anything anymore.
Let him go quickly.
The city lord's face turned pale. Several soldiers quickly went over and untied the rope that tied the programmer. The city lord looked at Yi Xian, but found that there was no one there, and couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying strength. Yi Xian returned to the room and had taken off his mask. Natasha asked,
Master, how is the situation? Then he can walk sideways through the city.
Yi Xian shrugged. The name of the mask is very special among the human race, because to the royal family, including the human emperor, he is bad. After all, he killed the prince. But for the people. But it's good. It was also because of killing the prince.
The mask is so handsome, and the voice is so magnetic. I love it. It would be great if you could be my man.
There were sounds from outside the window from time to time. Natasha was unhappy. Half an hour later, there was a knock on the door.
It's me, the programmer. What are you?
Yi Xian went to open the door. But there was something strange behind him. I saw that his clothes were messy, and he was carrying many gifts.
People thought I had a good relationship with the mask, so they all asked me to introduce them. I finally got rid of them and came back.
The programmer was about to cry.
How come you were discovered when Duan went to inquire about the news?
Yi Xian asked casually. The programmer let out a long sigh.
We have to start from the beginning.
After they separated, he randomly found a tavern and thought about it while eating. Who knew? A beautiful woman came in. It's so beautiful. People in the tavern were so surprised that they opened their mouths. And he was no exception.
So, you were recognized because of your teeth?
Yi Xian couldn't laugh or cry. Well, the programmer rubbed his nose and exhaled.
That girl is so beautiful. Do I look good?
Natasha asked. The programmer looked over and said,
It looks 100 times better. No one will like a brat like you. Owner!
Natasha bit her lower lip. Very angry. Yi Xian couldn't laugh or cry. Natasha is small though. But both her skin and appearance are the best among the best. If she grows up, she will at least not be worse than Sudaji. To be sure, most programmers are just talking in anger.
It would be great if I could see that girl again. But unfortunately, as a vampire, I would only scare him in the past.
The programmer looked helpless.
I have an idea.
Yi Xian took out a file. The programmer's mouth twitched.
What do you want to do? This is the best way for you to meet someone. Why don't you just open your mouth?
Yi Xian walked towards him.
Fight!
The programmer opened his mouth. And the vampire's fangs exuded a cold breath. Crunchy. Yi Xian began to grind his teeth. Gradually, the fangs were wore away. The programmer gasped, finally. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and blood flowed from his mouth.
Let's go meet the girl of your dreams.
Yi Xian put away the file, and went to lie down on the bed to sleep.
A little bit.
Natasha made a face. The programmer left, touched his teeth, and felt happy. Night falls. Yi Xian woke up and found that it was already late at night. He covered Natasha, who was still sleeping, with a quilt, got out of bed, and went over to open the window. A gentle breeze blew. Yi Xian took a few deep breaths. He took out the blood energy bead, and the programmer had returned it to him a long time ago, with blood-red light flowing inside.
The more blood you collect,
the more power you can get when you use it.
Yi Xian murmured softly, thinking in his heart. He turned to look at the sky.
Gu Qing, what exactly do you want to do?
At the same time, in a certain forest in no man's land.
Master, do you really want to do this? Cut the nonsense.
Gu Qing took out his gun and pointed it at the disciple who was speaking. The body he brought out was being placed on the ground. The disciple's legs began to shake involuntarily.
Master, I understand.
He walked to the corpse, knelt down, slit his wrists, and the blood flowed profusely, and was fed into the mouth of the corpse. Half an hour later, the disciple turned pale and fainted.
Next,
Gu Qing said casually, as the 10 disciples he brought with him finished feeding him blood. The corpse's belly swelled, like a pregnant woman.
It will get more and more interesting.
Gu Qing took out a green bloodstone. Trade City. Sirens suddenly sounded, and soldiers ran through the streets to tell residents not to leave their houses.
Master, what happened?
Natasha woke up, sat up, raised her hand, and rubbed her eyes.
Blood beast.
Yi Xian looked away from the city and murmured softly. The door was suddenly pushed open.
This city is in danger. Let's leave quickly. The blood beast has begun to attack the city.
Where are they going? Yi Xian looked over and saw that the person coming was the programmer, and he was disheveled.
Most of the traders in the trading city are adventurers who come here to hunt for treasures. They have certain strength. Maybe the blood beasts can't attack them.
Natasha guessed.
Did you forget about the other trading city?
The programmer frowned.
Yi Xian heard this. That's because there was no preparation, and the city was well defended.
He pointed to the distance. The soldiers were fighting the blood beast outside the city. They were evenly matched for a while. Chapter 149 Lure.
Who's out there?
Natasha suddenly noticed something and looked outside the door. A girl walked in, her pretty face blushing slightly.
My name is Lure. Are you the beauty the programmer called you before?
Yi Xian thought of something. The programmer looked embarrassed.
It's too dangerous outside and she's unaccompanied. So I'll just take her with me. Is it the rise of good intentions, or the rise of lustful intentions?
Natasha crossed her shoulders.
Hee.
The programmer smiled awkwardly.
You want to keep her in the team?
Yi Xian was still looking out the window, observing the battle situation. The programmer nodded.
Yes, although there are many dangers along the way. I will protect her. Mr. Vampire.
Luoyer's face looked touched, but there was a light of wisdom in his eyes that was hard to detect.
Then take it with you.
Yi Xian shrugged.
But carrying her is what really puts her in danger.
Right? Natasha looked puzzled. The programmer heard this.
It seems so?
The place where he and others are going is deep in no man's land, which is extremely dangerous. Taking a defenseless girl with you is tantamount to asking someone to die. After all, you won't say low when danger comes.
I already like Mr. Vampire. As long as we can be together. I don't care no matter what the danger is.
Luoyer looked solemn.
Lure.
The programmer was extremely moved.
Mr. Vampire.
Luoyer smiled sweetly. The programmer wanted to go over and hug him, but was blocked by his hands.
Please don't touch me before we get married.
Luoyer's face turned red.
Okay. I understand you.
The programmer agreed. Natasha asked in a low voice.
Master, who is more beautiful? Me or her? They all look good.
Yi Xian rubbed his nose. Luoyer's appearance is good. At least, he can be said to be above average. Natasha's words. From a personal point of view, he is much better than Luoyer. But there is no comparison between two people. One big and one small.
Adventurers, Trade City needs you.
A roar pierced the sky. Many soldiers came to the residential area to recruit people to fight against the blood beast.
Master, do we want to go?
Natasha asked.
Yi Xian shook his head gently.
I'll go by myself. You stay here.
After he finished speaking, he jumped out of the window, secretly put on a mask, and went straight to the city wall. Owner. Natasha looked helpless. She knew that the master wanted her to keep an eye on Lure, but he couldn't join in the battle. She was really unhappy.
Let's go next door.
The programmer took Lure away.
Oh, pervert.
Natasha whispered, feeling unhappy. Yi Xian had already arrived on the city wall at this time, releasing threats and immobilizing many blood beasts.
It's a mask. Master Mask is here to help us. The soldiers and adventurers present were very excited. They knew that once the city wall was broken, everyone in the city would die. With the help of experts, the winning rate will be greatly improved. Yi Xian put his hands behind his back. What are you still doing? Kill these blood beasts! As he finished speaking, the soldiers and adventurers began to massacre one-sidedly, and all the blood beasts outside the city wall were quickly killed. Call. Yi Xian listened carefully and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there was no guitar sound. He immediately went to support other places. It's daybreak. Yi Xian returned to the inn room and found that Natasha had not slept all night and her eyes were red. He couldn't help but wonder. What's wrong? Sister Luo'er's life experience is so miserable. Natasha choked. In order to keep an eye on Luo'er, she stayed close to the wall and eavesdropped all night, and happened to hear Luo'er talking about her life experience. The originally harmonious and beautiful family was torn apart, and she could only depend on her grandfather. As a result, my grandfather died of illness not long after. Luo'er was only 7 years old at the time. No one wants to adopt her. She can only eat grass roots and tree bark. It's very pitiful. Yi Xian nodded lightly. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put it into words. Master, I will cook for you. Natasha left, planning to borrow the inn's kitchen to make a hearty breakfast. Yi Xian suddenly chuckled. Interesting, he reacted. Na Luo'er's behavior and conversation are by no means ordinary, comparable to that of a lady, but a little more agile. Moreover, when they first met yesterday, it took Natasha a long time to notice her. She obviously had some skills, and might even be a master. Who is it? And what is the purpose of approaching programmers? Hey, it's too difficult. The programmer suddenly walked in. Where's that Luo'er you hooked up with? Yi Xian crossed his shoulders and looked curious. The programmer made a shushing gesture. Keep your voice down. She just fell asleep and cried a lot last night. Oh, Yi Xian responded casually. He took off the mask on his face, sat on the edge of the bed, and stretched his waist vigorously. I came to you to discuss something. After a little hesitation, the programmer sat on a chair nearby. But it doesn't matter. Yi Xian nodded lightly. The programmer pursed his lips. I thought this was just a game from the beginning, but now I realize it's so real. Then what? Yi Xian asked next. I want to bring Luo'er to the real world. The programmer gritted his teeth. Now that you've made your decision, why come to me to discuss it? I don't mind having more than one person in the team. Yi Xian crossed his legs and thought in his mind. No matter what Luo'er's purpose is, if you really want to be with a programmer, you have no reason to break them up. After all, you would rather tear down 10 temples than ruin a marriage. The programmer scratched his head. Thank you. When I take her back to the real world, I will treat you to a wedding banquet. I'll probably go. Yi Xian smiled. The potion that allowed him to travel to any place in the real world has never been obtained again since then, and the explosion rate is extremely low. He might not be able to get it until the day he gets married. I never expected that I would meet the right person in this world, the programmer said with emotion. When you return to the real world, will you still be a vampire? After Yi Xian pondered for a while, he asked this question that he had wanted to ask for a long time. The programmer shook his head. I don't know, but it's very possible. Good luck to you then. Yi Xian closed his eyes. As a vampire, if his identity is discovered, he may cause chaos in the world. The worst that can happen is grinding your teeth every day. The programmer took out a file. The only lucky thing is that he can see the sun, unlike traditional vampires who die in the light. You really can do anything for love. Yi Xian raised his hand and patted his shoulder. 2 hours passed. Luo'er woke up, and Natasha had just finished making breakfast and called everyone to go down and eat. This little girl is very talented in cooking. I am ashamed to say that I have been a cook for 30 years. At the dinner table, the chef came from the kitchen with an excited face. The food on the table is very exquisite, and it can be said that it is delicious and delicious. Natasha blushed at the compliment. Everyone, let's eat. Yi Xian chuckled, glanced at Luo'er involuntarily, and found that she happened to be looking at him too. Chapter 150 set off again. The two looked at each other, awkwardness filling the air. The programmer looked weird. Eat. Why don't you eat? Yi Xian started to eat. Luo'er smiled awkwardly and started eating slowly and ladylike. Sister Luo, eat more. Natasha picked up some vegetables for her. When did the relationship between you two become so good? Programmers are puzzled. Luo'er smiled, with a strange light shining in his eyes.
Yi Xian suddenly said.
Luo. Right. You eat so elegantly. It doesn't look like you have been poor since childhood. What does being ungentlemanly have to do with being poor?
The programmer glared over. This made Yi Xian feel helpless and stopped talking. Noticed? Luo thought to himself, secretly thinking that was bad. The story I made up yesterday was indeed full of loopholes. After the meal, Yi Xian checked out and paid some extra service fee. But the cook rushed out and refused to let the shop owner collect it. Street.
Master, that cook taught me a lot of new dishes.
Natasha looked happy.
He seems to be very interested in you.
Yi Xian thought of the cook. Natasha put her hands behind her back and held them tightly.
Is the master jealous?
Yi Xian pondered for 3 seconds, glanced at her lightly, and said nothing.
Humph. It's because I learned to cook very quickly, and he regarded me as a once-in-a-century cooking genius.
Natasha was unhappy.
No wonder.
Yi Xian nodded.
It feels like the programmer is so happy for the first time.
Natasha said suddenly, pointing forward. The programmer was walking side by side with Luo, with a sincere smile on his face that was rarely seen before. Yi Xian nodded.
Maybe the appearance of that girl is not a bad thing. She's so pathetic.
Natasha glanced around, wanting to buy something for Luo. This made Yi Xian dumbfounded. That story is full of loopholes. So long as the programmer, as a player in the game, can't notice it. As an outsider, you can't see clearly? A few minutes later, Natasha bought a lot of jewelry for Luo, and Yi Xian paid the bill. Thank you. Luo looked very happy.
I have a gift for you too,
the programmer said suddenly, rubbed his nose and took out a diamond ring. Luo covered her mouth in surprise.
It's very expensive, isn't it? It has nothing to do with money. The main thing is to spend it on the right people.
The programmer got down on one knee. Yi Xian stopped involuntarily and looked at them quietly with Natasha, who looked happy.
How about you put this on for me when I get married?
Luo looked shy.
Okay.
The programmer nodded vigorously. Yi Xian hugged his shoulders.
Then you have confirmed the relationship?
For a moment, Luo and the programmer both lowered their heads, too shy to speak.
Master, I also want a ring.
Natasha blinked her big eyes.
Isn't it appropriate for me to give it to you?
Yi Xian knew what this girl was thinking and rubbed his nose involuntarily.
What's inappropriate? In my opinion, it's very suitable. Don't tell me that you are so poor that you can't even afford a ring.
The programmer came over, looking high-spirited. Natasha looked expectant, and her eyes showed the fear of rejection, which was heartbreaking. Yi Xian pondered for a while and took out a diamond. Natasha couldn't help but said, "So beautiful. I saw that this diamond was in the shape of a rose. Very delicate. But it was not a ring, but a bracelet."
Like it?
Yi Xian tied it on her wrist.
I like it.
Natasha nodded vigorously.
Does this count as making an attack on the East?
The programmer whispered. It was obviously a matter of using the bracelet to distract from the ring. I have to say, it was really a good idea.
What a beautiful bracelet. It must be expensive.
Many passers-by gathered around. The programmer came to Yi Xian's side and whispered.
What? Do you have a nice ring? How could I have?
Yi Xian looked away.
Stop pretending. If you don't give it, I'll bring the topic back to the ring.
The programmer glared.
I'm so cruel. Why not make a deal? What deal? I will give you a colored diamond ring. And in return, you will give me some medicine. Drugs to relieve mind control?
The programmer reluctantly gave out a porcelain bottle. Yi Xian secretly gave him a colored diamond. Although it was not big, it was definitely valuable. The programmer put away the colored diamonds and prepared to surprise Luo when the time came. Yi Xian said in his ear,
Be careful. That girl is not as simple as you think. I have endured hardship since I was young. How could I be careless?
The programmers don't seem to care. They then made their way to the city gate and tried to get out but were stopped.
There are so many blood beasts outside now. If you go out, you will die. We are doing this for your own good. Let's go back,
the soldier said. In fact, in addition to Yi Xian and others, there were a large number of people who wanted to leave the city. But they were all stopped. Luo frowned.
They are all excuses because they want us to live and die with this city. This kind of thing is all voluntary. How dare you force it?
The programmer was filled with indignation and walked straight towards the soldiers.
It's him. He knows the mask.
Soldiers gathered around.
Get out of my way and let everyone out.
The programmer roared.
That's what I meant. I'm really sorry. For everyone's safety, I'm willing to offend the mask.
The city lord came from a distance. Hearing this, the programmer looked up to the sky and laughed.
Blood Beast, we have retreated long ago. In my opinion, you regard us as free troops?
This, the city lord frowned. In fact, it is. You can use it to fight the enemy at any time without spending any money. Isn't it just a free force?
Let us out! You, the Dog City Lord, come here and challenge me if you have the guts.
The other people who were banned from leaving the city were not easy to mess with. They were all adventurers with certain abilities. A conflict is about to begin. There was no other way. So the city lord had no choice but to say,
since you don't have good intentions, then you can leave. You can decide for yourself whether to leave or not.
His distressed look made everyone present look at each other, somewhat uncertain. Some leave and some stay. Yi Xian naturally took everyone away, got on the bus and drove away, heading straight into the depths of no man's land.
What kind of vehicle is this? It's so special.
Luor sat on her seat and looked around.
I got this for my brother. If you want it, I can get one for you someday.
The programmer boasted. Rua. Natasha sat in Yi Xian's arms and made a face. The bus was driving, and an army of blood beasts was heading towards the trade city, the number of which was frightening. The leader is a humanoid blood beast, and the world will roar with every step he takes. If Yi Xian and others were here, they would definitely recognize that it was the body that had been lying in the coffin, and the people who had just left the trade city. They will definitely be glad that they made the right choice. Chapter 151 Player Army. In half a day, the no man's land completely became a no man's land. All the cities here have been captured by Gu Qing. At night, Yi Xian and others sat on the ground around a fire. Luor looked sad.
We were still talking and laughing in the morning. But how long has it been? Unexpectedly,
when they heard the news from some refugees, they were in disbelief.
The uncle who taught me cooking skills.
Natasha was in a bad mood.
Cheer up. I'm setting up camp here to help you adjust your mood. Not to complain.
Yi Xian summoned some firewood.
Isn't it to explore the surrounding enemy situation?
The programmer looked up. Yi Xian threw a stone.
You are the only one who talks a lot. So you are waiting here while I go out.
As the programmer said, he planned to explore the surrounding area to avoid being attacked by surprise.
Master, can you take me with you?
Natasha picked a piece of grass and turned it around in her hand.
Okay.
Yi Xian hesitated for a while before agreeing. Taking her to relax seems to be a good choice.
Then we'll wait here.
The programmer appeared calm on the surface, but actually he was laughing wildly on the inside. Brothers, it actually created such a good opportunity for me. In the middle of the night, a man and a woman alone. Natasha stared at him.
Are you thinking of something very obscene? Am I that kind of person?
Programmers speak their minds. When he saw Natasha beginning to nod, he became a little impatient.
Your master has left. Hurry up and follow her. Oh, master, wait for me.
Natasha ran away quickly. Yi Xian walked in front, holding the 7-star Long Yuan sword tightly in his hand. He and others were in a deserted forest. Due to the season, leaves had begun to fall on the ground.
It doesn't seem dangerous?
Natasha tried after walking for a while.
Ah.
She suddenly stopped and painful tears fell from the corners of her eyes.
You have a sprained foot?
Yi Xian's expression softened, and then his brows wrinkled slightly. It's getting more and more outrageous. From the very beginning, they didn't need to eat or sleep. But now they can even walk with sprained legs. Is this still a pet? Natasha thought with him.
Master, if I die, will I really die? Crow's mouth. Poo 3 times quickly.
Yi Xian approached her.
Ba. 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 Master, why do you have to ba 3 times?
Natasha lifted the injured foot.
Get rid of bad luck.
After Yi Xian finished speaking, he gently picked her up. Natasha had tears in her eyes.
Master, it hurts. Please be gentle.
Yi Xian glanced around, summoned a soft bed on the spot, and gently placed her on it.
Master, will I lose 1 foot from now on?
The tip of Natasha's nose turned red.
It's not like it's gone. Don't make a fuss.
Yi Xian took off the shoe for her injured foot, and at the same time summoned a searchlight and put it aside. It's late at night now, and the moon only emits a faint light, shining on the delicate little feet.
But it really hurts.
Natasha blinked.
Let me rub it for you.
Yi Xian looked at her swollen ankle and felt very distressed. Natasha responded weakly, her face turning red instantly. Yi Xian pondered for a while.
It seems that feet are a special part for elves. Do you mind? Master, it's okay.
Natasha shook her head vigorously. Yi Xian took out the medicinal wine, poured it on his hands, and kneaded it gently. Natasha's face was slightly red. She was honest and motionless. So soft, Yi Xian muttered softly. It is true that the feet are the softest part of a female elf. The moment I touched it, it was an understatement to say it was tender tofu. And I was afraid it would break if I pressed it even slightly. A few minutes later, my ankles are no longer so swollen.
Master, why don't you use healing techniques on me?
Natasha suddenly thought of something. Yi Xian stopped his movements.
The healing technique is to restore blood volume, and the sprain is a negative buff, which is the same as not being able to cure a cold.
After he finished speaking, he took out a Lilian plant, crushed it into pieces, and chewed it into residue in his mouth.
Owner?
Natasha's eyes were filled with disgust. Yi Xian spit out the residue and patted her ankle, summoning a bandage to tie it up.
It should be fine soon. Well, master, I want to be carried.
Natasha shook her foot slightly. It no longer hurt much because of the medicine.
Come up.
Yi Xian squatted down with his back to her.
Hey.
Natasha simply sat on his neck, with a happy smile on her face. Yi Xian didn't care.
Wait and see if there is any trace of the blood beast. If not, we should go back.
He jumped to the top of a tree.
No, there's no one around here but us.
Natasha looked around. Yi Xian nodded, relieved, and took her all the way back to the temporary camp. The atmosphere here is very subtle. The programmer and Luor didn't speak. Their faces were red, and they didn't look at each other.
Are you guys quarreling?
Yi Xian and Natasha sat down around the fire.
Mr. Vampire, he did something wrong to me.
Luoer seemed unable to speak. The programmer sighed.
Don't touch me with your hands. This is something even friends can do. You said before that you would respect me and not do anything inappropriate. Why is it so inappropriate to hold hands? I'm so disappointed in you. I'm sorry. It's okay. Master, why don't we go explore the surrounding area again?
Natasha suggested after looking at it for a while, feeling a little headache.
Agree.
Yi Xian nodded. Natasha rode on his neck, holding a bow and arrow, and gradually moved away from the camp. My ears are finally clean. Natasha was a little curious.
Master, why do they quarrel? Don't they like each other? Just because we like each other doesn't mean we won't have arguments. It's just that we have different opinions. But Natasha never quarreled with the master. But I've been angry.
Yi Xian shrugged, and after finishing speaking, he noticed the sound of an engine roaring. The earth trembled slightly. The stones on the ground jumped up, and countless vehicles were on their way. Natasha narrowed her eyes slightly.
More than 30 cars. It should be a large army of players. A group of people who specialize in opening up the map. But they are already here.
Yi Xian put his hands behind his back and exhaled.
A car is coming,
Natasha said suddenly. It was an off-road vehicle, with 5 people sitting on it, each holding a firearm. Hide first. Yi Xian took her to hide behind a nearby tree. The car happened to stop not far away, and a girl jumped out of the car.
I'm just behind the tree. You are not allowed to peek.
Embarrassingly, Yi Xian and others happened to be behind that tree. The girl walked over with her head lowered while untying her belt. As she walked, she saw a pair of feet. When she raised her head, she let out a cry that pierced the sky.
Girl, don't urinate anywhere.
Yi Xian drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword and placed it on her neck. Chapter 152, Indecent Assault?
Let her go. You beast.
The other 4 people in the car noticed something strange and aimed their guns in this direction. Whoosh, Natasha said nothing, grabbed a handful of stones and shot them with a bow, blocking the barrels of the guns.
Damn it. Is there such an operation? Wait a minute. That's the number 1 in the server with a reward of 100 billion. What reward?
Yi Xian frowned.
It's an event bounty. Whoever kills the best one on the server will get 100 billion gold coins, in addition to a complete set of supreme equipment.
The man continued. This made Yi Xian lick his lips involuntarily.
I want to kill myself to receive the reward for a whole set of supreme levels. Then can I tie my pants?
The girl's legs were shaking with the sword held at her neck.
Ahem.
Yi Xian coughed slightly in embarrassment and took back his sword.
You should know my principles. Kill them all.
Some players took over the conversation and looked helpless. They put away their guns one after another, knowing that no one like themselves could beat the number 1 player in the server. Not even someone else's pet. Yi Xian shook his head.
Am I that cruel? Have. Watched the video, yes.
The players nodded, and a video was released. In the video, Yi Xian is killing all the players. So it's no wonder they are scared.
It seems to be when we were in Hepping Town.
Yi Xian rubbed his eyebrows. I never thought I would be photographed. The internet is really scary.
Number 1 in the whole server. We are really worthless. Please don't kill us. All you have to do all year round is open the map.
Some players cried. Natasha saw this.
Master, they are so pitiful.
The players heard this, and felt hope rising in their hearts.
Try to kill as quickly as possible, so there will be no pain.
When Natasha said these words, it was very inconsistent with her cute appearance. The players' hearts went cold. Shua, Yi Xian waved the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand.
Keep someone under the sword. The best guy in the server. Don't kill us, or we'll be your leg pendants. Yes, yes, we are very experienced.
Yi Xian stared at the 4 people hugging his thighs.
Are you not going to do it?
Except for the girl from before. They are 3 boys and 1 girl, with an average level of around 100, which is considered high-end among players.
We don't want to die. Big brother, let us go.
Okay.
I won't kill you, but you have to find a way to give me a garrison point for the large army. Yi Xian buttoned his ears. Killing these 5 is boring. A large army would be better. At least a few hundred people. A golden light flashed in the eyes of some players.
Then we will go find out for you right now.
After he finished speaking, he wanted to take people away.
She stays.
Yi Xian grabbed the girl who had just held his sword at her throat. The girl looked at her leaving teammates with reluctance written on her face.
Captain, we will be back soon. Believe us. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz.
The off-road vehicle gradually moved away.
Are you still a captain?
Yi Xian stared at the girl and looked her up and down. The clothes are very fashionable, with arms and legs exposed, and a neat single ponytail on her head. The girl nodded honestly.
Well, little brother, can you please stop being rough with me? Don't do this. If you behave, I won't be rough with you.
Yi Xian hugged his shoulders.
Oh!
The girl felt aggrieved when she saw that being cute had no effect.
What's your name? Lu Mengmeng. Lu Mengmeng from Huaxia No. 2 Middle School? How do you know?
Lu Mengmeng looked strange. Yi Xian turned and rubbed his eyebrows. As a former front and back desk, how could he not know? I have a headache. Why do we meet in a game? In middle school, she was his backup. She excelled in studies and had outstanding looks. It would not be an exaggeration to say she was a childhood goddess. At that time, she was being pursued like crazy by boys, and love letters were calculated based on how many pounds she weighed.
Speaking of which, you look familiar.
Lu Mengmeng suddenly noticed something.
I don't think you look familiar.
Yi Xian quickly turned his head. Lu Mengmeng was stunned.
You are so cold and cold. Just like that bad guy in junior high school.
The bad guy in her mouth is naturally Yi Xian. If you don't answer questions, even your friends won't do it.
Go ahead. If you have any news, write it in this letter.
Yi Xian summoned a letter. After the writing is done on this piece of paper, it will fly to you, and its validity period is 18 hours.
Eh?
Lu Mengmeng took the letter with a puzzled expression.
Why don't you leave quickly? Be careful what I do to you.
Yi Xian put on a bad look and looked at her up and down. Lu Mengmeng ran away quickly. Natasha was puzzled.
Master, do you know her?
It is said that a woman's sixth sense is very accurate. Although she is still young, she is still very accurate.
How could that be? Well, let's go back quickly.
Yi Xian coughed lightly and took her all the way back to the camp, where he found that the programmer and Luer had reconciled.
Everyone, go to sleep. I'll keep watch.
Luer volunteered.
Later in the night, the sun was about to rise, and Luer, who was keeping watch, suddenly left. Why? Yi Xian opened his eyes, let out a long sigh, stood up and followed slowly. Luer came to a tree and knocked 3 times, and a homing pigeon flew in. It seemed that she had been waiting for a long time.
Stop!
When Luer stuffed the letter into the carrier pigeon's anklet, Yi Xian walked out. He shook his head slightly.
I'm very disappointed in you. Indecent.
A ball of magic suddenly burst out from Luer's hand, and the carrier pigeon and letter paper were blown into ashes. The programmer heard the news and rushed over.
What's wrong? He wants to molest me.
Luer pointed at Yi Xian, choked with sobs, and seemed to have been greatly wronged.
How is that possible?
Natasha ran over, rubbing her eyes.
I don't.
Yi Xian said calmly. As the saying goes, Those who are pure will themselves be pure. And he did not panic at all. Luo'er wiped away her tears.
I kept watch all night and wanted to come over to use the toilet. But when I turned around, I found him staring at me very close.
When these words were spoken from a girl's mouth, it made people's hair stand on end.
You?
The programmer walked up to Yi Xian with an angry look on his face.
Me?
Yi Xian frowned.
Maybe it was just a misunderstanding. Luo'er got up to go to the toilet. You were worried about him, so he followed you.
The programmer is deep in thought. Yi Xian chuckled lightly, drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword, and walked straight to Luo'er.
Do you know what kind of people I hate the most? Are you crazy?
The programmer quickly stopped him.
I'm not crazy. She is a spy, and she almost gave away the information just now.
Yi Xian said lightly.
How is this possible? Luo'er, please explain.
Programmers have always been smart, but now they look stupid. Luo'er shook his head.
I didn't. It was because he was indecent and wanted to slander.
Snapped. Yi Xian's expression did not change, and he slapped the programmer across the face. Chapter 153 Equipment Strengthening. The long slap was clear and sweet. Luo'er covered his face with disbelief.
How dare you hit me? I never hit women. Except those who are mean.
Yi Xian wiped his fists.
Kill you.
Luo'er angrily waved his hand, summoned a sword, and stabbed it with all his strength.
You don't look like a weak woman.
Yi Xian raised his hand, held the stabbing sword between his 2 fingers, and remained motionless. The programmer was caught in the middle.
What's going on? Luo'er, don't you know how to do martial arts?
Snort. Luo'er snorted coldly.
Don't be stunned. Take her down and interrogate her properly.
Yi Xian exerted slight force on his hands. Snapped. The sword shattered in response. Luo'er's pupils trembled slightly.
How is that possible?
Natasha has come behind her, releasing the vines.
Let me go!
Luo'er was entangled in layers.
Who are you, and why do you want to come to us as a spy?
Yi Xian put away the 7-star Long Yuan sword and put his hands behind his back.
I thought it was a shame.
Natasha bit her lower lip. Sullenly, Luo'er snorted coldly.
Shirka cannot be humiliated. Just kill me. Don't expect to get anything from me. Can you kill but not humiliate? It would be a pity to kill a beauty like you.
Yi Xian hugged his shoulders.
What are you going to do?
Luo'er's face turned pale instantly.
Programmer, do you like her?
Yi Xian said lightly. The programmer hesitated.
Yes, before. But now I don't know. Sorry. There is no need to apologize. It is normal to be fascinated by a woman. Now I give you a chance to do whatever you want to her.
Yi Xian had a faint smile on his face. Natasha felt a chill.
I didn't expect to be such a master.
Her heart was pounding. But she wasn't angry at all. She knew she was trying to extract a confession and wouldn't really do anything.
Do whatever you want.
The programmer walked up to Luo'er.
No. Please. No.
Luo'er burst into tears instantly.
Say it.
The programmer felt distressed. Luo'er bit her lower lip.
I really want to stay with you forever. But I just don't have the chance. Yes. As long as you tell me, I will be lenient to you.
The programmer also cried.
Can't say.
Luo'er choked and closed her eyes.
Can you please stop ink stains?
Yi Xian walked over and drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword. The programmer quickly stopped.
Brother. Calm down.
You? Yi Xian was about to kick him away when a letter suddenly appeared. It's Lu Mingming's teammates. After taking it in his hand and opening it, the current location of the player's army is marked inside, which is at the edge of the deep no man's land.
It seems that they plan to take a rest and then explore the entire no man's land in one go.
Yi Xian whispered. It may also be to recharge your batteries, to cope with the dangers involved. The programmer said.
Give me some time. I will let her speak out for herself. Should I tell you before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning?
Yi Xian made a backhand sword. The big tree next to it collapsed suddenly, and the cut was extremely smooth. He summoned the bus.
Start on your way.
Everyone got on the bus and went all the way to the deep edge of the no man's land. Just one step away, you will go into the depths, which is a completely dangerous zone. I have never heard of anyone being able to come back alive. The little golden dragon in his arm suddenly made a sound, seeming to sense the threat.
When I'm about to die, you must bite me,
Yi Xian said softly. He found that at critical moments, the little golden dragon bit him, which seemed to have a great buff, and he saved his life many times.
The garrison seems to be right ahead. Master, are they trying to trick us into getting there?
Natasha looked serious. Yi Xian was speechless.
That's called waiting for the rabbit.
Lure has been tied up with a rope, and the programmer is trying to persuade her, but with little effect.
Walk the rest of the way to avoid being discovered.
Yi Xian suddenly left the bus and hugged Natasha.
Can't you change this bad habit of yours?
The programmer stumbled again.
Definitely next time.
Yi Xian summoned a telescope, jumped to a nearby tree, and looked ahead. Those people may indeed plot against themselves, but there is no need to worry, because, in the face of absolute strength, the so-called calculation is always a joke. The programmer led Lure and said,
Let's wait here. You only have 1 day. Also, be safe.
After Yi Xian finished speaking, he took Natasha away. Garrison.
Captain, how did you come back?
Lu Mingming's 4 teammates were all confused.
Isn't it good that I can come back? Do you want me to die in that person's hands?
Lu Mingming was dripping with sweat, holding a gun in her hand, and glared at him. A teammate said,
Captain, we have leaked the location where we are stationed. What should we do?
Help. Just as he was talking, a heart-rending roar came from the distance. Be a player. He was torn apart and devoured by the sudden blood beasts.
There's an attack! Quick! Get ready for battle.
People roared.
Don't be stunned. Hurry up and provide support.
Lu Mingming knew that the situation was urgent.
But Captain, we'd better run now. Yes, the blood beasts are fine. But when the first server comes, everything will be over.
Lu Mingming hesitated again and again.
No.
That is tantamount to cowardly behavior, and will be looked down upon by everyone.
Damn it. I can't run away now even if I want to.
A teammate suddenly said that there were blood beasts attacking from all directions at this time, with a fierce momentum.
Whoosh!
Suddenly an arrow shot out and exploded after hitting, killing dozens of blood beasts.
There are experts.
Very good. Yi Xian jumped out.
It's too early for you to be happy.
Natasha sat on his shoulder and started shooting indiscriminately, regardless of whether they were blood beasts or players, whichever had more numbers.
Oh my god! I am number 1 in the entire server.
Supreme said. Some players are frightened and some are greedy.
Send you on your way.
Yi Xian raised his hand and released dozens of fire dragons. The fire dragons kill like crazy, and ordinary blood beasts will die if they touch them. Players with a little bit of strength will also get burned and eventually be burned to ashes. Yi Xian's expression was indifferent.
Guqing is not nearby.
Congratulations on getting the equipment strengthening hammer. Congratulations on getting it.
This is?
Yi Xian ignored the battlefield and took out the strengthening hammer he had just obtained, which could strengthen the equipment once. He took off the 7-star Long Yuan sword hanging from his waist and prepared to try it.
Boom!
A hammer hit the Long Yuan sword. The world became a little darker, and the sound of the blows spread in all directions. Strength and success. Yi Xian held the enhanced 7-star Long Yuan sword and tried to swing it. Shua, the air in front of him splashed with ripples, and a small gap appeared.
Is this cutting through the air?
Yi Xian looked stunned, and the small gap gradually disappeared without a trace, and the world returned to peace. Chapter 154 Overlord B. Roar. A blood beast seized the opportunity and suddenly attacked from behind. Yi Xian turned around and waved the strengthened 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand.
Death!
The sword light flashed fiercely, and before the blood beast could get close, it was split into 2, and its blood and internal organs flowed all over the floor. Interesting. Yi Xian wiped the sword in his hand. I didn't use any skills. I just swung my sword, and it was so powerful. Half an hour later, all the blood beasts and players present were killed, except Lu Mingming and her 4 teammates.
Thank you for not killing me. Grateful. Let's go!
Yi Xian glanced at Lu Mingming involuntarily, and then left with Natasha.
It's him!
Looking at the gradually leaving figure, Lu Mingming finally recalled it. Deep in no man's land, Yi Xian drove the bus.
Don't waste your efforts.
The programmer was trying to persuade Lure in the car, but unfortunately it still had no effect. Buzz? A strange sound came from the front left. Yi Xian looked at it and frowned instantly.
Not good.
It was a monster with an open mouth, like a frog, lying on all 4s. At this time, an energy was gestating in the mouth. Boom! Powerful energy struck, and the bus was hit and rolled over. Master, Natasha was held tightly in Yi Xian's arms without any injuries.
Lure! Wake up! Lure!
The programmer was wailing. Lure had just been hit on the head and had fainted. Yi Xian frowned.
Keep your voice down.
He summoned a thick wall of tens of meters around the bus. And then he breathed a sigh of relief.
What was that just now?
Natasha looked curious.
Monster. And very strong,
Yixian said. And the sound of bombing was heard from time to time. It was obvious that the monster was attacking the city wall.
Lure! Wake up!
The programmer's voice is hoarse. Yixian walked over and helped Luo Air recover from his injuries.
Don't worry. I just fainted. That's good.
The programmer let out a long sigh of relief. Gradually, there was no longer the sound of the city wall being attacked.
I'll go out and take a look.
Yixian left the bus and jumped onto the city wall.
Is this the depths of no man's land?
There are a lot of monsters. And they are all powerful monsters.
Is this a paradise for monsters?
Natasha came to his side. Yixian pursed his lips.
No wonder no one can come out of the depths alive.
Most of them were probably killed by monsters as soon as they came in. A strange sound came from not far behind. It was the frog-like monster that was staring at him and the others. And the energy ball in his mouth had been fully charged. Yixian secretly thought that was bad, raised his hand to grab Natasha, and was about to teleport away. But the situation suddenly changed.
Boom!
A long stick suddenly came down, smashing through the monster.
I've been looking for you for a long time.
A humanoid monkey came over, and it turned out to be Sun Wudy, whom he had met before.
What?
Yixian held Natasha in his arms. Sun Wudy said solemnly.
Where is my master's body? I know that Gu Qing took us away and almost caused us to be buried in the ruins of the tomb.
Natasha said.
Who is Gu Qing? In my opinion, it's all your excuses.
Sun Wudy gritted his teeth.
So, you are here to cause trouble?
Yixian glanced around and simply built a shed in the middle of the city wall to protect the programmers inside. Sun Wudy rushed over.
Return my master's body.
Shua. Seeing that he was unreasonable, Yixian didn't say anything and rushed straight away.
Bang! Bang bang!
The swords and sticks met. Shua. Yixian saw the right moment and slashed with his backhand. And the long stick in Sun Wudy's hand was cut into two halves. Sun Wudy was stunned.
This?
My long stick is made of Jyotin black iron. How could it be cut off?
I don't know if I can continue to strengthen it.
Yixian gently touched the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand, feeling more and more useful.
Damn it! Where did you take my master's body?
Sun Wudy roared.
We have clearly told you that Gu Qing took it. As for what he used it for, I don't know.
Yixian shook his head gently. Sun Wudy heard this.
Then tell me, what does a person named Gu Qing look like?
Yixian took out a piece of paper, drew Gu Qing's appearance, and told him that it was in no man's land.
If you dare to play tricks on me, you will be responsible for the consequences.
Sun Wudy's voice was cold, and he left with a 2-part long stick.
He is so unreasonable,
Natasha said.
What would happen if it were you?
Yixian asked. Natasha thought for a while.
I will go with the master. Silly girl. Separation between life and death is natural. Don't have such thoughts.
Yixian gently rubbed her head.
If the master is gone, then there is no point in my existence.
Natasha was very determined.
What's the next step?
The programmer climbed the city wall with Lure, who was still unconscious. Yixian pondered for a while.
No matter how difficult it is to leave, you have to leave. I'm responsible for exploring the path.
Natasha volunteered. When we get here, there must be someone exploring the path. Otherwise, every step will be dangerous. Okay, Yixian agreed after thinking for a while.
Then I'll be responsible for logistical support and guarding the prisoners.
The programmer rubbed his nose. Yixian shrugged.
Let's take action.
Natasha ran forward.
Walk.
Yixian. The programmer and others walked behind, not worried about Natasha. With her speed, as long as you don't stray far away, you can quickly meet up with yourself and others. Because the bus target was too big, we had to walk entirely, which led to slow progress.
We are getting closer to the ruins of the gods.
Yixian looked at the map.
Master, there are a lot of bees ahead.
Natasha ran back from the front so fast that she almost had an afterimage. Yixian raised his hand and held her in his arms.
Bee? Well, they look quite cute. Each one is about 1 meter long.
Natasha nodded.
Holy shit. 1 meter long?
The programmer opened his mouth wide and said quickly.
Hurry up and take a deeter. That's the Overlord bee. A level 120 elite insect monster. Wait a minute. Are there many bosses here?
Yixian suddenly rubbed his chin. The programmer heard this.
Of course. The king bee has a queen bee boss. Let's take a detour first,
Yi Xian thought. You can get boss experience by killing the boss yourself. In this case, this seems to be a good place for you to gain experience. Just a little dangerous. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came.
It's over.
The programmer's face turned pale.
Don't make a sound.
Yi Xian released his invisibility, and their figures gradually disappeared and became transparent. A bee flew from a distance.
Buzz!
Buzz? The sound it made was strange. And it was strange because it didn't see any living things. So it flew away.
It's a Pathfinder bee. Its appearance means that the entire King Bee family is about to migrate,
the programmer whispered. Chapter 155, Tangled.
Migrate?
Yi Xian frowned slightly. The programmer nodded.
We have to go quickly. This road is their migration route. It seems it's too late.
Natasha looked ahead. There were countless king bees flying towards this side.
Oops. When the king bee migrates, it will destroy everything it passes by.
The programmer was sweating profusely. Walk. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he wanted to take them away. But then, a cry came.
Help! Sounds so familiar.
Natasha always felt like she had heard it somewhere.
You go and wait in front. I'll be there soon.
Yi Xian's face changed slightly, and he looked towards the direction where the sound came from. A girl is being chased by countless king bees. Taking a closer look, it was actually Lu Mingming.
Good.
The programmer gritted his teeth and ran away with Luo Air on his back. Yi Xian tugged on his collar.
Go and protect them. I will be there soon.
Natasha allowed herself to be reluctant in every possible way. But she also knew that this was not the time to show off her temper. At this time, Lu Mingming was about to be overtaken by the Overlord Bee, and the huge spikes on the Overlord Bee's tail emitted a cold light. Finished? This was the only thought left in Lu Mingming's mind. Suddenly she ran into someone's arms. She looked up and saw that it was Yi Xian who had been teleported.
Why are you here?
Lu Mingming looked confused.
Stop talking. Let's go!
Yi Xian picked her up by the waist, used long-distance teleportation, and instantly joined the programmer and others. Natasha came over quickly.
Master, are you okay? It's too late to explain. Get in the car quickly.
Yi Xian summoned the bus and took them in, and the Overlord Bee swarm arrived just in time. Boom! Bang bang. The passenger bus was attacked. But fortunately, it was strong enough, and those king bees couldn't get in. Yi Xian put down Lu Mingming and sat in the driver's seat. He stepped on the accelerator, and the engine roared.
Kill these turtles to death!
The programmer yelled. The bus rushed out, as fast as a comet, and the king bee along the way was smashed to pieces. Luo woke up.
Where is this? Have you lost your memory?
The programmer beamed. If that's the case, you can slowly develop feelings and make her forget everything in the past.
No.
Luo stared at him warily.
The king bees are catching up,
Natasha said suddenly. The overwhelming swarm of bees were chasing behind them, and their speed was actually faster than a passenger car. Yi Xian snapped his fingers with his backhand and added a jet accelerator to the rear of the bus. The accelerator kicks into gear. The speed of the bus doubled, gradually leaving behind the king bee. Lu Mingming breathed out in relief.
Thank you for saving me. A piece of cake.
Yi Xian found that she was staring at him, so he couldn't help but turn on the free driving and turn to look out the window.
You look a lot like someone I once knew.
Lu Mingming held her hands together.
Really? A lot of people say that.
Yi Xian tried to change the topic, but Lu Mingming still thought to herself.
He is very good and goes to the same middle school as me. I like him, although he is cold and uncommunicative. He is different from other boys and very unique.
Lu Mingming said a lot in succession. Confessed? This made Yi Xian embarrassed and even more confused. He never thought that she would like him.
What? Is the front desk you were talking about called Yi Xian?
The programmer tried to ask.
Lu
Mingming nodded lightly. Case solved. The person this girl confessed to was Yi Xian who was driving. This makes programmers jealous. He's not bad looking either. So why do so many girls like him?
Are you him?
Lu Mingming asked the last question.
Yes.
Yi Xian said calmly.
Why save me? Don't you hate me very much?
Lu Mingming bit her lower lip, recalling his indifference and boredom towards her love in middle school. Yi Xian shrugged.
When did I hate you? Obviously there is.
Lu Mingming's eyebrows showed disappointment.
Look ahead,
Luo suddenly said.
Queen bee boss.
The programmer looked over and was shocked. That was a huge bee. Not a queen bee, but the king of king bees. Yi Xian frowned.
I'll hold it back. And you guys take the bus.
After he finished speaking, he opened the sunroof, jumped onto the roof of the bus, and drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword, feeling very confident.
Master, let me help you.
Natasha couldn't help but come to the ceiling as well. Buzz buzz, the queen bee flapped her wings quickly, and 2 small storms were blown out.
He wants to stall for time until the king bees come over.
Yi Xian looked back and saw that the bees were approaching quickly, but the bus could not continue on its way because of the storm. He gritted his teeth and said,
Natasha, guard this place. What about the master?
Natasha was puzzled. Yi Xian did not answer, but ran towards the 2 storms. And when he got close, he waved the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand. Shua! Shua! After 2 swords, the storm subsided. The queen bee backed away slightly. It seemed to be wondering why the storm it created was so easily resolved. Yi Xian ran towards it with the 7-star Long Yuan sword.
Do you know how to write the word death?
Why? In the bus? The programmer sighed.
What's wrong?
Natasha was confused.
The queen bee is fine, but I'm afraid of the queen bee inside the king bee.
The programmer sighed and answered, seeming to have a headache. Although the queen bee is only at the king level, she is extremely difficult to deal with. At this time, the battle between Yi Xian and queen bee has reached a fever pitch.
So weak.
Buzz. The queen bee was covered in bruises, and light green viscous blood flowed out from the wounds from time to time.
Let's send you on your way.
Yi Xian disappeared instantly and appeared in midair, waving his sword down. When he landed on the ground and put away the 7-star Long Yuan sword, the queen bee had been split into 2.
The master is so handsome,
Natasha shouted. But the programmer frowned.
Stop being handsome and leave quickly.
Yi Xian jumped up and entered the bus with Natasha through the skylight.
Once the queen bee dies, the queen bee may not be able to spare us.
The programmer feels a headache. If he had known about it, he would have said in advance not to kill the queen bee.
We have killed all emperor-level bosses,
Natasha said.
Isn't that poison?
The programmer is upset. Although there is still a portion, the bee's mouth is so small that it is almost impossible to feed the poison. Yi Xian drove the bus on a rampage.
In short, leave this area first.
Half an hour later, he frowned and found that the king bees were still chasing behind him.
You killed someone else's father, and the hatred for killing his father is irreconcilable,
the programmer said.
How long will they chase?
Yi Xian looked at the sky, which was already a little dark.
Depending on the situation, we may not give up until we catch up.
The programmer waited a little and shook his head helplessly. Chapter 156 New Career. Another half hour passed. Yi Xian used the turbo accelerator to get rid of those king bees. He put away the bus and said,
We'll walk next.
Ah yo. The programmer stumbled again. Except for him. Everyone else landed firmly on the ground. Yi Xian shrugged.
I will remind you this time.
You? The programmer always feels that he did it on purpose. But there is no evidence. The crowd was deep in the no man's land, and the surroundings were quiet, with no sound at all. Natasha tilted her head.
Strange. Why are there fewer monsters the deeper you go? The monsters here are territorial and each occupy their own territory. Although the number is small, each one is very powerful.
Programmer explained simply. Roar, a lizard monster attacks. It was much larger than an ordinary lizard and had many green pustules on its back. Whoosh. Natasha shot an arrow directly. A precise hit, then exploded. The lizard monster roared pitifully, and a large piece of flesh was blown off its body, including half of its front left leg. Yi Xian teleported over and threw out the 7-star Long Yuan sword. The lizard monster was split in 2. The programmer looked surprised.
Why do you always kill enemies like this now? You mean cut it in half? Because it's convenient and doesn't waste time,
Yi Xian said, taking out some edible meat from the lizard monster's body and preparing to eat it at night to satisfy his hunger. It was getting dark. The entire no man's land was shrouded in darkness.
It should be safe here for the time being. There is the smell of lizard monsters, and other monsters will not come here for the time being.
Programmer analyst.
I'll go find firewood.
Lu Mingming volunteered. Yi Xian sat down cross-legged.
Why are you looking for it? Of course it's for making a fire. Where did that come from?
As Lu Mingming spoke, she saw a fire appear out of thin air, illuminating the surrounding area while providing warmth. Yi Xian took out the lizard meat and said,
I'll leave you with the responsibility of grilling the meat.
Good. Lu Mingming responded dully. Everyone sat down around the fire, each in silence, and soon started eating barbecue.
Luor suddenly said. Can you let me go? We are already here. I won't run away. This? The programmer frowned slightly. Indeed. Now that we are deep in no man's land, wandering around is tantamount to seeking death. He couldn't make up his mind and looked at Yi Xian. What do you think? Let go. Yi Xian looked indifferent. And after finishing speaking, he closed his eyes to rest. The programmer untied the rope for Luo Air. Everyone gathered around the fire, each breathing a sigh of relief and regaining their strength. I have never heard of anyone walking out of the depths of no man's land alive, Luor complained. Then we will be the first batch, Yi Xian said lightly. Natasha nodded. Master is right. It's just a little dangerous here. Buzz? Buzz? Just as he was talking, the sound of bees was faintly heard. We have to leave quickly, the programmer muttered. You can catch up with this. Yi Xian frowned. Release the bus? And everyone got on the bus and continued on their way. It was dark all around. The programmer sighed. It's too dangerous to travel in black sky. Many powerful monsters will come out to look for food at this time. Do you have a better way? Yi Xian glanced over. Now, all he can do is run away. Although he is not afraid of those king bees, they are fatal to them. The programmer spread his hands and said nothing further. Blood beast? Lu Mengmeng looked ahead and said suddenly. Roar! Roar! Several blood beasts blocked the way. The long guitar sound comes from time to time. Yi Xian frowned. That guy is indeed here too. Is he also paying attention to the relics of gods? The programmer secretly said that it was terrible. Who knows how things would develop if that lunatic targeted him? To tell you some bad news, the 5 Elements Pearl is very likely in his hands. Yi Xian opened the skylight. What? The programmer was shocked. And the sound spread far away. Yi Xian involuntarily pressed his ears. Keep your voice down. What kind of monster are you trying to attract again? Shouldn't the 5 Elements Pearl be in your hand? Why is it in his place? The programmer looked puzzled. Yi Xian told him roughly the whole story. Hey, the programmer sighed and said nothing more. The bus approached the blood beasts without losing momentum. Roar! The blood beasts jumped up and wanted to jump onto the bus. Yi Xian had been waiting for a long time. Swung the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand to kill them, and then took out the blood beads to suck the corpses into mummies. Upon seeing this, the programmer said, use the blood energy bead more. When it is full of blood energy, it will definitely make you much stronger temporarily. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Knowing this, a voice suddenly came from behind. Driving to see the scenery. Why don't you take me with you? It was Gu Qing. He was sitting there cross-legged at some point, looking leisurely and contented. Yi Xian turned around and struck out with a sword. Snapped. Gu Qing took out his gun and blocked the attack. And the long collision sound spread far away. What are you doing here? Yi Xian stared at him. Of course, it's a good deed to benefit the hungry bellies of the king bees. After Gu Qing finished speaking, the entire bus suddenly stopped with a bang and leaned forward as if it had hit something. Yi Xian almost fell off the bus and looked back. Why are you with him? It's Sun Wuti. He held a brand new long stick and stopped the bus. This is what the master asked me to do. Sun Wuti's eyes were filled with confusion. The master is alive. Just a little weird. But as long as it is the master's order, it is obligatory. Bang bang, the earth trembled. And a monster came running. How can it be? After the programmer saw what it was, his pupils tightened. Even Yi Xian was in disbelief. One-armed giant ape. The charging monster was none other than the one-armed giant ape. But compared to its previous appearance, it had many more stitches on its body. Thank you for leaving it a whole body. I sewed it up and found it was still usable. Gu Qing was still sitting there, not moving at all. Yi Xian stared at him, clenched his fist involuntarily, and punched out a Baji fist. So excited. It seems you like the gift I gave you. Gu Qing nodded with satisfaction, jumped back and jumped out of the bus, and at the same time avoided the fist. Yi Xian chased after him and looked down, but he could no longer find the figure. He ran away again. Buzz? Buzz? The king bees gave chase. No! Look behind them. The programmer led people to climb out of the bus. Behind the numerous king bees, there follows a bee as huge as the sky, which is their queen. Whoosh! Natasha shot the arrow, and the powerful explosion drowned dozens of king bees. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. This can't continue. He summoned 4 walls to protect himself and others inside. Summoner profession has reached full level. Unlock new profession, Grey Keeper.
Chapter 157, Graykeeper. Interesting, Yi Xian murmured, his attire gradually changing. Surprise flashed in Natasha's eyes. So handsome.
A new job will also give you a set of clothes?
Yi Xian tugged on his collar. The clothes on his body were dark black and inexplicably cool. When using this profession, you will automatically change into this set.
Are you changing your clothes because you want to die decently?
The programmer looked at the city wall that was gradually being breached. Feeling hopeless.
Die!
Yi Xian twisted his neck, opened his hands, and tombstones fell from the sky, killing all the surrounding king bees. Lu Mengmeng couldn't help but exclaim,
It's so amazing! It's a special profession that I've never seen before. If you have a way, you should have told me earlier.
The programmer breathed a sigh of relief and complained at the same time.
Don't take it lightly. Now is not the time to relax.
Yi Xian murmured softly. The entire area is already filled with tombstones, each one several meters high. The air was filled with dark black gas, and the king bees did not dare to approach and retreated to the queen bee.
Now we have to kill the queen bee to completely solve the problem. Can that be done?
The programmer tried shouting. Yi Xian did not speak, but jumped up and went straight to the queen bee. He raised his hand, and many tombstones rose from the ground, each of which turned into fragments, flew around his body, and turned into armor. The queen bee struck just in time, with a speed comparable to sunlight. Boom! Yi Xian groaned and took 3 steps back.
That armor's defense is so strong.
The programmer muttered softly.
Big fly. Do you know how to write the word?
Death.
Yi Xian lightly wiped the place where he was hit, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The queen bee made a strange cry. Many king bees attack like they don't care about their lives. Natashala bows.
Master. No. Their attention is now on your master. If they are lured here, we will all die.
The programmer quickly stopped him with his body.
But?
Natasha had tears in her eyes. He didn't want anything to happen to Yi Xian, let alone so many king bees.
Don't worry.
Look. The programmer couldn't help but wonder. When those king bees got closer, 3 tombstones popped out from Yi Xian's body, smashing the nearby king bees into pieces. Lu Mengmeng's eyes sparkled.
It's so amazing. Amazing.
Yi Xian himself whispered. The Graykeeper profession currently has 3 skills. Each summons a number of tombstones, turning the battlefield into his home field, and increasing his attack by 300%. The second is the tombstone armor, which increases defense by 300% when at home.
And
Yi Xian looked at the 3 tombstones around him. They circled around him, providing defense, and at the same time, any monster that came close to him would be harmed. No doubt. The profession of Tombkeeper is simple and crude. Yi Xian then released the Door of Death and fought a decisive battle with the Overlord Bee. It is not an exaggeration to say that one enemy is against 10,000. Gradually, only one queen bee remained.
You're next.
Yi Xian murmured softly. The queen bee made a strange cry again and laid eggs on the spot. The milky white eggs were thrown everywhere by it.
The queen will do this when she feels there is danger. It is estimated to last for several hours. The launched eggs will hatch within a few seconds and be destroyed soon.
The programmer said hurriedly.
Why didn't you tell me earlier?
Yi Xian repeatedly released the fire dragon, but it was already too late. Overlord bees emerged from the eggs one after another, all of which looked like they had not yet hatched. They were all wet and looked ferocious. The programmer frowned.
These semi-finished products are extremely aggressive, but they won't survive for long. Kill it first.
Yi Xian used teleportation to reach the queen bee and climbed all the way. Just climb up and chop off its head with a sword.
Buzz. Buzz.
The newly hatched king bees fly in and attack without risking their lives. Their natural mission is to protect the queen bee. Yi Xian gritted his teeth.
Programmer, why don't you leave quickly? We meet at the ruins of our gods.
The programmer knew that he could not stay any longer, so he took the people away and ran away. 5 minutes later,
he paused. Had they all run out? Where's Natasha? Weren't you still here just now?
Luo Er and Lu Mengmeng looked at each other. The other side, Yi Xian was going to delay for a little longer.
It's so disgusting.
Those newly hatched king bees used their lives to stop themselves from climbing to the queen's head.
Whoosh!
An arrow suddenly shot out and exploded when it got close. Countless king bees were killed. Yi Xian frowned and looked over.
Why didn't you leave? Master, I will never leave you. Never.
Natasha stood on the ground in the distance, wearing an earth necklace, determination flashing in her eyes. Yi Xian's heart felt warm, and he couldn't laugh or cry at the same time. There's no way anything could happen to me. But you're not here. Programmers are in danger. Divided into two teams like this, their side has almost no ability to protect themselves. The queen bee suddenly screamed strangely, and those king bees became even crazier, thanks to Yi Xian's tombstone armor. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Whoosh. Whizzing. Natasha shot arrows from time to time to support. It's so fast. I seem to have forgotten something. Yi Xian is about to climb to the head of the queen bee. At that time, only one sword is needed to win. He subconsciously looked at Natasha, his pupils following closely. Run. Natasha looked puzzled. A monster stood there behind her. It was a long-forgotten one-armed giant ape. At this time, it was smashing its arm down hard. If hit, the consequences could be disastrous. Only then did Natasha realize that something was wrong. She raised her head and looked at the fist with confusion in her eyes. She closed her eyes in fear. There was no time to hide. Own. We'll die. But when I heard a bang, there was no pain. Who? The sound of rapid breathing could not be heard. Natasha opened her eyes. Tears filled her eyes instantly. Master! It was Yi Xian. He gave up on dealing with the queen bee and teleported over at the critical moment. Roar! The one-armed giant ape roared. Yi Xian picked up Natasha and ran away. We have to go. There is a queen bee in front and a one-armed giant ape behind. They are not easy to mess with, let alone together. Master! I was so scared just now. I thought I would never see you again. Natasha howled like a child. Yi Xian patted her back gently. Be good. I will take you to take revenge in the future. A while later, by a river. After Yi Xian no longer had the job of being a two-keeper, his clothes changed back. He looked up at the starry sky, and the howls of monsters could be heard from time to time in the distance, indicating that this place was not safe. Master, I'm holding you back. Natasha looked guilty. If it weren't for herself, the queen bee would have been killed. How could that be? Yi Xian lit a fire. Although that beast is not dead, it will definitely not bother us anymore. The only regrettable thing is that I couldn't get boss experience. But temporary success or failure is nothing. There is still a future. Chapter 158. What is immortality? I don't know what happened to them. Natasha sighed softly. Yi Xian shrugged. With programmers as walking encyclopedias, we should have no problem staying alive. Master, when did you and Sister Lu Mingming meet? Natasha added a few sticks to the fire. Why are you asking this? Yi Xian rubbed his nose involuntarily. I would like to know. Natasha looked hopeful. Yi Xian pondered for a while. A long time ago, when I was still young. For a moment, Natasha felt aggrieved. He wasn't the master he met first? Rest. I'm responsible for keeping watch. Yi Xian was in high spirits at the moment. After all, he had just fought. He began to worry about programmers and others. Hope. That walking encyclopedia won't let you down. It's dead of night. Deep in the no man's land, and you can't see your fingers. The programmer took Lure and others to the foot of a mountain. Let's hide here for now. It feels so dangerous here. Oh, I'm going to eat first. Lu Mingming glanced around. And after finishing speaking, she went offline and disappeared in front of him. Where has she gone? Luo'er looked surprised. Ahem. It must be some kind of mysterious skill. The programmer coughed lightly, pretending to be confused, and explained casually. Luo'er nodded slightly. Is that so? Aren't you going to tell me what happened now? At least tell me the origin. The programmer stared at her. Don't tell. Luo'er answered directly, and at the same time pulled out a dagger and put it on his throat. Don't say goodbye. If you have something to say, please say it. The programmer's legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. Lure had a smile on her face. That girl is not here. So you are still no match for me. Do you really have no feelings for me at all? The programmer gritted his teeth and felt very sad. Ha ha. Why do I have feelings for you? It's just a joke. I feel sick even if you touch me. Luo'er looked mocking. Hearing this, the programmer bit his lower lip angrily and tried to grab her wrist. Schwa, Lure waved the dagger. Uh-huh. The programmer spurted blood, and there was a hideous wound on his throat. Lure sneered. Want to know my origin? Okay. I'm actually a member of the Tiansheng sect. Heavenly Holy Gate. The light in the programmer's eyes gradually dissipated, and he fell to the ground. It's boring. Luo'er shook his head and left. The moon sets and the sun rises.
The sky and the earth are enveloped in light. And the terrifying monsters hide themselves one after another. Programmer. Yi Xian and others found the programmer along the way. Natasha bit her lower lip.
How could that happen? Don't cry. I've thought about it. This guy won't die.
Seeing that she was about to cry, Yi Xian couldn't help but say, the last time I was in the tomb ruins, the programmer was already dead. But he is a vampire and belongs to the undead race. And death is only on the surface. As long as the heart is not damaged. Even if the blood volume is 0. You can come back to life. You just need to be healed.
Powerful healing technique.
Yi Xian whispered softly. Green light flashed around the programmer.
Tiansheng sect. She is a member of Tiansheng sect. Why is this happening?
The programmer sat up suddenly and came to life. Natasha leaned forward and said,
It's so amazing.
He was actually not dead. He had no breathing or heartbeat just now.
The celestial sect that instigated the poisonous spider palace to bully Granny Ming?
Yi Xian frowned.
Well, Luer said she is from Tianshengmen.
The programmer nodded.
Where's Lu Mingming?
Yi Xian glanced around. The programmer shook his head.
You're offline. I don't know when you'll be back. How come I've never seen you offline? What is offline?
Natasha looked puzzled. Seeing this, Yi Xian dragged the programmer to a distance and whispered,
You have nothing to do with it.
Cut. The programmer didn't ask any more questions and got up from the ground. He stared at Yi Xian, stared at it, suddenly pounced on it, and then gnawed at Yi Xian's throat, as if he was crazy.
What are you doing?
Yi Xian's mouth twitched. His defense is very high. He didn't even bite his own skin.
Master, does he want to drink blood?
Natasha looked suspicious. Yi Xian pushed the programmer away.
It's very possible. You can get some blood from any animal.
Natasha leaves. After a while, he came back with a dead skunk in his hand. It stinks. Yi Xian looked helpless. He took the skunk and handed it to the programmer. After he took the skunk, he gnawed it.
What happened to me just now? Damn it. It stinks.
The programmer gradually returned to normal. Looking at the skunk corpse in his hand, he felt bad. Yi Xian rubbed his neck.
You just hugged my neck like crazy and gnawed on it. So I got some blood for you. What's wrong with blood? Why do you use skunk instead?
The programmer wants to cry, but has no tears. His throat was cut open all night. And there was too much blood. He must have lost consciousness due to excessive blood loss.
It's good to have it. I found it with great difficulty.
Natasha pouted. But the programmer opened his clothes and found several blood bags inside. Yi Xian saw this.
Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'm already dead. How can I tell you?
The programmer drank several bags of blood and his condition improved.
You'd better stop talking. The smell is a bit overwhelming.
Yi Xian covered his mouth involuntarily.
Damn. It's not because of you. Is it easy for me?
The programmer became more and more excited and got closer and closer. Yi Xian picked up Natasha and backed away.
Distance brings beauty. Thank you.
The programmer let out a long sigh.
Are you all here?
Lu Mingming happened to be online and appeared not far away.
Let's go on our way.
Yi Xian breathed out. The programmer heard this.
You must walk. Driving for such a long time yesterday has caused chaos in this area. It will be difficult to walk on the next road.
In other words, it becomes more dangerous. Yi Xian is ready to listen to this encyclopedia.
Where did that person named Luer go?
Lu Mingming realized that someone was missing.
It's a long story, so I don't care if I don't say it. I can only say that everyone who understands it. And those who don't understand don't need to know.
The programmer let out a long sigh and walked in front. What he said made Lu Mingming look confused. He then said,
Let me take the lead on the road ahead. As you wish.
Yi Xian shrugged and walked behind with Natasha and others.
It always feels like something is following us.
Natasha's eyes narrowed slightly.
Who else could it be?
Yi Xian turned his head and looked behind. The little paper man hiding behind a tree quickly hid, but was still seen. Yi Xian secretly thought,
Let him follow. It's nothing anyway. But master, what if he causes trouble?
Natasha pursed her lips. And as she was speaking, the programmer walking in front suddenly stopped. A dilapidated ship came into view. Chapter 159 Ghost Ship.
Why is there a boat in a place like this?
Lu Mingming tried to walk over. Yi Xian raised his hand to stop him.
Don't act rashly. Maybe this was once an ocean. So there were shipwrecks.
Programmers guess.
Then can we go in?
Natasha hesitated.
Of course if you go in, There will definitely be treasures.
The programmer took the lead and walked into the sinking ship. Yi Xian and others were waiting outside.
Shout if there is danger. OMG!
The programmer's shout suddenly came. Yi Xian ran into the sunken ship without saying a word, but only saw a skeleton.
Where are the people?
Gone. Natasha and Lu Mingming walked in.
There's something weird about this ship. Don't stay too far away from me.
Yi Xian frowned. Natasha came and hugged his arm.
To be that close?
Lu Mingming blushed instantly. Yi Xian was helpless.
There's no need to be so close. Just don't leave my sight.
Natasha reluctantly let go of her hand. Waiting for yourself in the cabin. There are many independent rooms.
Can you hear me? Help me.
The programmer's voice came again. Yi Xian ran towards the source of the voice.
Follow me. Don't fall behind.
The floor was stepped on and made a creaking sound, which made the hearts of those who heard it tremble.
This is probably not a good place.
Lu Mingming's face gradually turned pale. Transparent skeleton monsters appeared one after another. They seemed to be sailors. They were holding scimitars, and some were equipped with guns.
Kill these intruders. The treasure is ours, and no one can take it away.
These sailors are crazy. Yi Xian's heart moved.
Is it possible that there is a treasure here? Come and save me.
The programmer's screams came again, a little louder than before, seemingly because they were closer.
Whoa!
Yi Xian instantly drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword and rushed towards the sailor blocking the road.
No!
Ah! The sailor monsters were killed instantly. Lu Mingming exclaimed.
It's really amazing. Follow me.
Yi Xian ordered again, went straight to the source of the sound, and soon arrived outside a room.
Master, the monsters have appeared again,
Natasha said.
Don't take our treasure. Kill them.
The sailors refreshed and reappeared. Yi Xian kicked the door open. Inside, the programmer was only wearing underwear and was tied to a chair. This made him look confused.
What are you playing? What a fool. Can't you tell I've been kidnapped?
The programmer tried to break free, but couldn't move. He blushed.
Stop looking. Much worse than the owner's figure,
Natasha murmured softly, her eyes flickering and her cheeks flushed.
What's your master's figure? Does he have a lot of muscles?
Lu Mingming looked curious.
We are fighting. Can you be more serious? Come and help me untie it.
The programmer wants to cry, but has no tears. Why does Mao have so many weird teammates? Yi Xian went over and cut off the rope. The programmer covered his private parts with his hands.
You have to leave quickly. This ship is not simple. It is a legendary ghost ship. Listen to them. There is a treasure here,
Natasha said.
Is treasure or life more important?
The programmer asked.
Speaking of which, who captured you?
Yi Xian was blocking the door of the house, and monsters came in and killed them one by one. The programmer's face gradually turned pale.
She is their captain. She is very powerful. Compared with her, I have no ability to resist. Isn't it normal that you have no ability to resist?
Natasha blinked.
It's already here. Can you stop making fun of me and find a way to run away?
The programmer glanced around. Apart from the door through which everyone came in, there seemed to be no other exit. Only a sealed window. Boom! The programmer walked over and kicked the window open. It was impossible to walk through the door, not to mention the possibility of meeting the captain. Even those skeleton monsters were enough for me and others to drink. He looked out the window.
How could this happen? We're at sea!
Natasha and Lu Mingming walked over to take a look, both looking surprised. It was raining heavily outside the window. Thunder struck from time to time, and the wind blew like a knife.
This seems to be no ordinary ocean, but a sea of souls,
the programmer said bitterly. What is the soul sea? Rumor has it that the soul leaves the body after death. The soul cannot stay in the human world. Sins need to be washed away in the sea of souls before reincarnation can occur.
It's just a cover-up at most, returning the soul to the sea.
Yi Xian summoned a wall to block the door and twisted his sore wrist. There are just too many monsters. It doesn't matter. The key is not to kill them cleanly. As soon as one wave was cleared, all the ones from the previous wave were resurrected, and the cycle started again and again.
It seems that we entered the dungeon by mistake again. Can you see what the mission is?
Yi Xian looked at Lu Mingming.
Okay. The goal is to find the treasure on the ship.
Lu Mingming answered obediently. For a moment, Yi Xian shrugged.
Sure enough,
those monsters kept talking about treasures. So he guessed that this mission was most likely related to treasures.
Strange. Why can't I exit this copy?
Lu Mingming suddenly looked strange. She then started to panic.
I seem to have a bug and I can't exit the game. What are you saying?
Natasha was puzzled.
It's nothing,
Yixian responded, and then walked to Lu Mingming's side.
Don't worry. We will take you out. But I can't quit the game.
Lu Mingming choked with sobs. Yixian heard this.
Maybe you can retreat after leaving the dungeon. Be good. I'm here.
After he finished speaking, he smiled confidently, put his hand on Lu Mingming's head, and rubbed it gently, dreaming back to childhood. This scene seems to have been experienced before. Although Yixian forgot, Lu Mingming could not. That was when she was 6 or 7 years old. She could not walk steadily, but she accidentally got lost.
Be good. I'm here.
Yixian met Lu Mingming for the first time, and they said similar words to each other before meeting again in middle school. But they were indifferent. Bang! Suddenly, the city wall summoned by Yixian was blown apart.
I didn't expect so many guests today.
Burp! The captain of the ghost ship came over. She was a girl, scantily clad, her private parts well covered, and holding a short gun in her hand. She aimed at everyone in Yixian.
Catch them! Don't let anyone go. Yes! Come on! Everyone! I said. Where do you get your confidence?
Yixian switched his profession to a tomb keeper, and his clothes changed instantly. At the same time, a tombstone fell out of thin air, killing the sailors who rushed into the house. He frowned.
The space is limited. Can you only summon one?
This was a bit embarrassing. But fortunately, the female captain didn't seem difficult to deal with.
My crew members are still weak after being dead for so many years.
Although the captain is a girl, she is 1.78 meters tall and has slender legs. The outfit she wears is very fashionable and eye-catching. She rushed over, got close, pointed her gun at the programmer, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 160 Curse. Snapped. Gunshots resounded throughout the ship, and the bullet accurately hit the programmer between the eyebrows. The programmer's eyes gradually became dull, and he fell to the ground.
Why is it always me who is unlucky? You die first, and I will save you after I deal with her.
Yixian murmured softly, and went straight to the female captain.
The death of your companion didn't make you angry?
The female captain drew out her saber with her backhand, and waved it down hard.
Clang!
A crisp voice sounded, and Yixian blocked the attack with the 7-star Long Yuan sword. Without saying a word, he released the Baji fist with his left hand, and was about to hit the female captain in the abdomen. The programmer said fiercely,
Don't destroy the hull. Otherwise we may die in the Sea of Souls.
After saying that, he died immediately. Died. Natasha was used to it. As a player, Lu Mingming is even more indifferent to this.
Tisk!
At this moment, Yixian was frozen in place, with his hand on the female captain's lower abdomen, and he forcibly stopped Bajiquan.
Are you being a hooligan?
This is the first time in so many years that a female captain has seen such boldness. She hesitated a little.
How about I kill you, and we become an undead couple? Don't even think about it. The master is mine.
Natasha became anxious and drew the string of her bow.
No. You will blow up the ship,
Yixian said quickly.
Aren't you going to take your hands off my belly?
The female captain was busy loading her own bullets. The gun in her hand was very old. Although it was powerful, it only had one bullet at a time. Yixian retracted his hand and took half a step back, holding the 7-star Long Yuan sword.
We entered this place by mistake. Please let us go. Kill my crew. Take advantage of me. And leave whenever you want.
The female captain slowly pointed the gun at him.
I can compensate.
Yixian couldn't help but said, as the armor around him appeared.
This game is so thrilling and real. No wonder it's a hit all over the world.
Lu Mingming was not afraid at this moment, but was still smiling. Yixian was speechless for a while. We are negotiating, and it is not good to smile playfully.
What kind of compensation? Will you watch the deck for me?
The female captain said, stepping forward. She put her legs on Yixian's body.
Or should we say, flesh and blood? You, 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 female hooligan.
Natasha couldn't bear to see this scene and stamped her feet angrily.
I'm a gangster. So what?
The female captain was pointing her gun at Yixian with a joking look on her face.
Girl, I'm not the kind of casual person. Please respect me.
Yixian swallowed the foam at his mouth, secretly reduced the tombstone not far away into pieces, and controlled it to fly slowly. The female captain put her arm on his neck.
You mean I'm a casual woman? Owner!
Natasha's eyes turned red when she saw her and her master standing next to each other. Tombstone armor, Yixian whispered softly. And the flying fragments turned into armor on his body.
What?
The female captain did not hesitate and pulled the trigger. Snapped. The crisp sound of gunfire spread throughout the ghost ship. However, when the bullet hit the tombstone armor, nothing happened. Yixian raised his hand and grabbed her arm.
You are a human with warmth? What? Did you just find out?
The female captain found it impossible to break free.
Tell me, who are you, and what exactly is this place?
Yixian used his hand slightly. Click. The saber in the female captain's hand fell to the ground. She gritted her teeth.
It hurts you. It hurts me. Answer my question,
Yixian said lightly, showing no mercy at all.
This is a cursed ghost ship. The crew and I have been trapped here for more than 3,000 years.
The female captain answered honestly.
Curse?
Yixian was thoughtful. The female captain nodded.
Yes. If you can let me go first, I will tell you.
Yixian snatched her gun away and then let go.
We were cursed by our opponent, and the ship became a ghost ship. All the crew members died, and I was the only one left alive because of the curse. I wanted to die,
the female captain said, and the ghosts of the surrounding crew members gradually disappeared.
Are those monsters conjured by you?
Yixian's heart moved slightly.
They are not monsters. They are my loyal sailors. But they are a little weak,
the female captain muttered. Yixian shook his head.
How to get out? I would have gone out long ago if I could. Anyone who comes in will be trapped on the ship and sail on the Sea of Souls forever.
The female captain rubbed her wrist, as if she was really hurt.
Wake up!
Yixian walked to the programmer and released a powerful healing technique.
Oh my god! Isn't it? Isn't she amazing?
The programmer sat up suddenly and came to life, staring at the female captain with a horrified expression. Still only wearing her underwear, Natasha said angrily.
She was subdued by the master casually. He wasn't careless. He was clearly prepared. Even the armor he was wearing couldn't be penetrated by bullets.
The female captain couldn't bear the humiliation.
Well, can you give me a piece of clothing?
The programmer asked weakly.
I don't have one here.
Yixian shook his head slightly and rarely prepared clothes. Lu Mengmeng hesitated a little.
I have some, but they are all in women's clothing.
What?
How could I? A tall, 7-foot man?
The programmer gritted his teeth. After a while, he put on women's clothes, which were a little thin. It's better than being naked.
It suits you very well,
Yixian joked, then turned to look at the female captain.
Do you know where the treasure is? How do you know about the treasure?
The female captain asked rhetorically. Yixian's eyes narrowed slightly.
It seems that you still have something to hide from us. The treasure is in the innermost room of the cabin. If you want it, go and get it. If you can get it.
The female captain spread her hands.
What do you mean?
Yixian asked.
Anyone who is cursed will suffer great harm if they come near the treasure.
The female captain turned to cross her shoulders. She continued.
Actually, you can go out, but you have to break the curse first. And the condition is to take away all the treasures. I'm good at this kind of thing. Just walk.
The programmer patted his chest. The female captain hesitated for a moment before starting to lead the way.
Don't play tricks.
Yixian followed her.
How can I dare to play tricks when I don't even have a gun?
As the female captain led them along, the floorboards creaked annoyingly under their feet. Everyone quickly arrived at the innermost room of the cabin.
Oh my god! How spectacular!
Everyone looked at the treasure in the house and opened their mouths. There are too many to count. The gold coins alone have piled up several mountains. And there are countless other treasures. The programmer was the first to rush.
Baby, I'm coming!
Boom! There was a crashing sound, which was painful to hear. The programmer flew out and fell in front of everyone.
It hurt so much. As I said, don't even think about getting close to anyone who is cursed.
The female captain was crossing her arms.